Pamela in the next bedroom. There was no electricity in this old house. I lit a candle. I went to the door leading into the upstairs hallway.
Rick!
What? Oh, Pamela.
You heard it too, then?
What in heaven's name is it?
I don't know.
It comes from downstairs.
It comes from everywhere and nowhere.
I'm going down and search the place.
It's no use, Rick. There's never anything there.
You mean this has happened before?
All the time you were still in London while I was getting the house ready for us to live in.
But why didn't you call me or write me about it?
It's our home now. It's all we've got to live in. Sounds so terribly heartbroken.
But there must be some logical explanation.
It'll stop soon now. It always dies away at dawn.
No wonder we got the old place for such a low price. They tell me it stood empty for 10 years before... Oh, shutter blew open.
It's the dawn breeze. I must have forgotten to latch up.
Listen.
I know. The sobbing is gone.
Oh. Is that all for tonight?
Is that all? It's every night, Rick. And if I don't get some sleep, I'll die.
No. Don't do that. It'll be different tomorrow night. You'll see. Oh, hello.
Aren't you the gentleman who bought this house for my grandfather?
Why, yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Stella Meredith. It was my mother's house.
Well, come in, Stella Meredith.
Thank you. I haven't been in this house since I was 3, and I've wanted to come so many times.
Then why didn't you?
Oh, my grandfather forbids it. He has some silly idea that I'm in danger.
Nonsense. You shall see the house, Stella Meredith, and I shall be your guide.
This is my old nursery.
Like it?
Oh, how pretty your sister has made it.
That's very pretty perfume you're wearing.
It's mimosa. Do you like it?
Oh, very much.
My mother always used mimosa. She died when I was 3 years old.
Oh.
May I see the studio now where my father painted?
Only it's the studio where I play the piano now. You may even persuade me to play something for you.
Oh, don't stop playing, please.
Very flattering, thank you.
Father painted my mother's picture in this very room.
You don't remember that?
No. But Mother would sit on this platform wearing her soft white dress. Sometimes, of course, he'd paint the other one.
Other one?
He had a model, you know, a Spanish girl. People seem to get awfully hush-hush when I try to ask about her, though. You played beautifully.
It's a serenade to Stella by starlight.
You mean this Stella? Me?
And this candlelight.
Oh, it's the most exciting thing that has ever happened to me.
Is it?
Yes.
What's the matter?
All at once, a cold wind.
Yes. Suddenly it is cold in this room.
And your music's gone so terribly sad. Why?
I don't know. It just came out that way.
And the candles grew dim.
There's a draught.
Oh, Mother was so young and beautiful, and she died so cruelly. Mother!
Stella.
Mother!
Stella, come back! Stella! I gathered my scattered senses and jumped up and ran after her. I passed Pamela standing amazed at the foot of the stairs.
Rick, what's the matter? What's happened?
There's something evil in her blood. But she was out the front door, her dark hair flying, running wildly in the darkness, heading for the cliffs.
Stella!
I shouted after her.
Stella, come back!
Shouted again, pleading with her.
No, Stella, no!
The cliffs, I thought.
Stella, the cliffs!
The cliffs and the boiling sea beneath.
Stella!
Whatever sinister force had driven her out of the house was now driving her to destruction on those killing rocks. The brink was only yards away, a few steps. I reached for her, and my fingers caught in her belt, and I pulled her back. Back from the very edge of that awful precipice. Stella.
What's the matter?
Matter? You were going over the edge.
Was I?
Why did you do it, Stella? What drove you toward death?
Death? Why, nothing. I didn't feel I was in any danger.
Look below you.
Oh, the sea.
Yes.
This is where my mother fell.
Your mother fell here?
By this dead tree. She...
Are you all right?
Help me.
Stella.
Will she be all right, Dr. Scott?
She's resting nicely upstairs, Miss Pamela.
Well, is Stella entirely safe up there alone?
Why not?
Well, in the light of what just happened.
You're the one who sneers when I say this house is haunted.
Well, everybody in the village knows the house is peculiar.
Well, can you tell us anything about it, Doctor?
Do you know about Carmel?
Carmel?
The Spanish model Stella's father painted.
Oh, yes.
Stella's father was in love with Carmel. It was an open scandal.
But didn't Mrs. Meredith know about it?
Well, I suppose she just accepted the situation.
Where's this Carmel now?
She died in this very house a week after Mary Meredith fell to her death from the cliff out there.
Oh, she did fall then.
Ironically, she fell trying to save her rival from committing suicide. Or so they say.
Rick, Dr. Scott, don't you notice a scent in the room?
No.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
It's heliotrope.
No, it's mimosa. Stella's mother was fond of it. Stella tells me that... Pam, it's come back.
What, Rick?
Upstairs. Stella's not alone anymore. I know it. Come on. Stella.
Stella, are you all right?
She's gone.
I'm here,
Stella, darling.
at the window.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. Don't you know who it is in your house? It's my mother.
Your mother?
Did you see her?
No. But when I woke up, I felt her in the room. Her scent, the mimosa, it was all around. I could feel her warm presence everywhere. And I felt something else. Something I've never known in my whole life. The knowledge that someone loved me very dearly.
You'd better take her home, Rick.
No, Mother is here. She wants me with her.
Your mother is dead, Stella.
I know.
But your grandfather will miss you. He'll be furious if he finds you here.
I know, but I love it here. I'll always come back.
Another time, Stella. Another time. Again. Her grandfather was right. There was danger in this house for Stella. In the studio, when we'd first felt its presence, I had not smelled mimosa. But in that moment before dawn, with that awful sorrow in the house, I suddenly knew. I knew that there was a cold, cruel spirit which hated Stella, and a warm, scented spirit that loved her. There was not one ghost.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
Pamela, I know this. Stella Meredith is in danger in this house. She mustn't come here anymore.
But she loves it, Rick. How can we possibly keep her away?
By holding a seance.
A seance?
Only this seance will be rigged. We've got to fix it so that the ghost of Mary Meredith appears to say, in effect, Stella, I'm your mother. Forget Windward House and I shall find peace and happiness. P.S. There is a tall, excruciatingly handsome man named Rick Fitzgerald who wants to marry you.
It's wrong, Rick. I won't agree to deceiving Stella.
We've got to break Stella of this attachment to the dead. We'll rig the sails. That very night, we held the sails. We all sat around a table. Stella, Pam, Dr. Scott, and I. A single candle was burning. On the table, I chalked the alphabet in a big circle, and the words, yes and no, opposite each other. An inverted wine glass stood in the center of the table. My stage was set.
I think the room is dark enough to begin. The important thing is that we should all believe.
Yes, so I understand. Well, what now?
Everybody puts a finger on the glass. Now, ask a question, Stella.
Is there anybody here? Is anybody...
The glass is moving.
Yes. The glass is on yes.
Go on, Stella.
Are you my mother? Yes. You don't want me to go away from Wynwood House, do you, Mother? They want me to stay away. Do you? Rick, let go. You're keeping the glass from moving.
I'm not.
Let go, I say.
Better let matters take their course, Fitzgerald.
All right.
No. She said no. She doesn't want me to stay away.
Look, the glass is moving.
I... G... U... A... God. I God.
Guard me from what, Mother? What?
C... A... R... M... Carmel.
That's enough.
Who smashed the glass against the wall? You, Pamela?
No one, Rick. No one was touching it.
Stella. Stella's in a trance.
Stella.
Don't touch her. It may be dangerous.
May I ask a question?
No.
It might help to try to reach her mind. Yes, try it.
Whoever you are you Mary Meredith, Stella's mother?
No es ella. No le cree nada. No le haga caso, está mintiendo.
Oh, this is awful. I won't ask her anything else.
Es ladrón. Ladrón de mi cariño.
Is that Spanish, Scott?
I don't know.
Ladrón de mi cariño.
Stella.
She's fainted.
I'm afraid this has all been a dreadful mistake.
It was wrong. But she'll never be cured until this house is cured. Until then, Stella must never come here again.
I won't answer it.
I'll answer it. I'll go. It was Stella's grandfather, in a cold, bitter fury over her presence there and her condition.
An outrage, you hear? An outrage.
I'm very sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
I warrant you it won't. My granddaughter will never enter this house again if I have to lock her up somewhere. Come, Stella.
Stella was gone, but my work had just begun. I had to avert a tragedy. I had to solve the mystery of Wynwood House, but where to start? I went to see Dr. Scott.
Any luck, Fitzgerald? You find anyone with a clue to what really happened here 17 years ago?
No. Everyone who was here with the Merediths then seems to be dead.
The trained nurse isn't.
Trained nurse?
I've been looking through the old case book of my predecessor, Dr. Rudd.
Oh?
At the time of the tragedy, the Merediths employed a nurse for their child, a certain Miss Holloway.
Holloway?
Very, very much attached to Mary Meredith.
Well, is she alive? How can we find her?
She runs a place on Bodwin Moor called the Mary Meredith Retreat in honor of her long-dead mistress.
Hospital?
No, a mental institution. Strange woman, strange place.
Bodwin Moor. I think I'd better have a serious talk with Miss Holloway.
I shall be happy, Mr. Fitzgerald, to assist in any way I can concerning these manifestations at Wynwood House.
Well, to begin with, Miss Holloway, I know about the Mary Meredith Carmel triangle 17 years ago.
Yes, it was the delight of the local gossips.
What were Mary and Carmel like?
Extraordinary women, both of them. But Mary Meredith, she was a goddess. Even her talk was lovely and sparkling. Oh, the night we sat before her fireplace, planning our lives.
Yeah.
She met her humiliation and her fate magnificently.
About Carmel.
A Spanish gypsy. Beautiful and crafty and cruel.
Why did Mrs. Meredith stand for the situation?
She felt the decision to end it must come from her husband.
Did it?
Finally, to make it easier for Carmel, they took her to Paris, found a position for her, and left her there. Then they came back here with their infant daughter. For a while, they were almost happy together.
Then?
Carmel came back. She still wanted Mary's husband. Then, one stormy night, Carmel had been told that she must leave, this time for good. Oh, there was a ghastly scene, and finally Carmel, in a rage for revenge, ran to the child's room and snatched her up and ran toward the cliff. Mary raced after her. In the struggle, Mary fell to the rocks below. The baby was unharmed.
What happened to Carmel?
She escaped in the storm. Next morning, she crawled back in the early stages of pneumonia. I had to nurse her.
I see.
And now, please. I must be alone. Please.
What you tell me about Miss Holloway is very interesting, Fitzgerald.
A fanatical, a dedicated woman, Doctor.
Dr. Rudd, before me, disliked her intensely.
Professionally? Personally? How?
Listen to this entry from Dr. Rudd's casebook for December 10th, 1932. Called to Windward House, Meredith's model, Carmel Quesada, double pneumonia.
That tallies with what Miss Holloway told me.
December 12th, Carmel Quesada much worse. No attempt to warm her room. Found traces of snow in her bedroom.
Snow?
Spoke severely to Nurse Holloway. Absolutely criminal negligence.
Well, isn't that a pretty serious charge, Doctor?
When a man of Dr. Rudd's generation used it, it was very apt to mean murder.
Miss Holloway murdered Carmel?
She was very fond of Mary Meredith. Perhaps that's why Stella's grandfather sent her to Miss Holloway's for safekeeping this afternoon.
You mean Stella's there now? In that genteel madhouse?
Well, I venture she's safe with her mother's dearest friend.
Who was also guilty of criminal negligence? Oh, no. Dr. Scott, I must hurry. Be good enough to call my sister Pamela at Windward House. Say I'll pick her up in 15 minutes and call Miss Holloway, will you? Tell her to expect us. I'm on my way. Miss Holloway, when I was here before, why didn't you tell me that Stella was here, too?
The presence of our guests is confidential.
Please take us to her at once.
She's no longer here. I sent her away when Dr. Scott called to say you'd be here.
But why?
She was the happiest person in the world when I told her she might return to Windward House.
Windward House?
But her grandfather sent her here to keep her away from Windward House.
She loves it so.
You knew we'd be away and you sent her there?
Mary will be there.
Oh, you hate Stella. You sent her to her death.
Mary is waiting for Stella.
You're insane. Hurry, Pam. It may be too late even now. We drove headlong through the rain, racing the train to Windward House. We arrived in the early hours of the morning. The house was dark. We were on time. Stella hadn't arrived yet. And then, from the inside of the house...
It's Stella.
The front door flew open and Stella ran out screaming fearfully, running for the cliffs.
Stella!
Come back! Something she'd seen or heard or felt in that horribly sick house of ours was sending her screaming in the darkness toward the windy cliffs. I ran after her, but she was very young and lithe and driven by fear and drawn by demons, and I overtook her slowly, oh, so very slowly, as in a terrible nightmare. And at the very brink of the cliffs, I dove for her and flung her to the ground, the very brink of death, the very edge of darkness.
Nothing but a few bruises, Stella. You'll be fine.
Dr. Scott, Rick, why would my own mother want to drive me to my death?
Darling, whatever drove you from this house couldn't have been your mother.
But it was. I saw her. It was a kind of a mist that glowed softly in the dark, coming toward me, just as my father painted her.
Then why did you run away?
I don't know. Something terrified me, drew me to the cliff.
Could the company endure one more excerpt from the case book of Dr. Rudd? It's rather worthwhile.
You've the air of a man with knowledge, Scott.
This entry is dated a little more than 3 years before the final tragedy on the cliff. Meredith consultation, my office. Mrs. Meredith afraid she is going to have a child. Assured her she was not. A strange, cold, loveless woman refusing motherhood.
But
Meredith, poor man, wanting a child so desperately.
But there's Stella.
Now, listen. An extraordinary household. Carmel, the Spanish girl, worships Meredith. A lovely, pitiful creature, all love and womanhood.
Pitiful?
What does it all mean?
I don't understand.
Stella, where were you born?
In Paris?
Where they took Carmel. They came back with their baby, or at any rate, someone's baby.
Rick.
The Meredith stayed in Paris for a baby to be born, yes. But I think to Carmel, not Mary. They took the baby as their own to avoid a scandal. That's why Carmel came back, to be near her baby, near Stella.
Then it was Mary Meredith who hated Stella, her rival's child.
Mary Meredith, who tried to throw the baby from the cliff and fell to her death.
And that's what Carmel waited here to tell me all these years. That she was my mother, not Mary Meredith. I'm Carmel's daughter.
Rick, the mimosa.
She's here.
Oh, Mother, Mother, never weep again, because now I know. Never cry again in this house where Father loved you. Carmel, Mother. She's happy. Mother's happy. She's at peace at last.
Rick, look.
That's the mist I saw.
Mary Meredith.
Dr. Scott, Pamela, get Stella out of here. I was alone. Alone with the thing that drifted and floated in menacing, gesturing filaments in the open French doors. A luminous mist becoming a face that undulated horribly. A face filled with hatred and malevolence. And I lifted the candelabrum with its flickering, guttering candles. Come on, you icy fraud. If it's Stella you want, you're too late, Mary Meredith. You've tried enough to destroy Carmel's child. So much for the legend of your saintliness, and you can go along with it.
Rick.
Here, darling.
Oh, are you all right?
All right. I am magnificent.
It's so dark, darling.
Never brighter.
Mary Meredith.
Gone forever.
Oh, and I always thought she was my mother.
What? Good saints preserve me from ghosties and ghoulies and long-legged beasties and a future mother-in-law like that.
Ray Milland will return in just a moment. Next week, as always, another great star recreates one of her most memorable roles on Screen Director's Playhouse. Our story is The Spiral Staircase, and our star, Dorothy McGuire, with Screen Director Robert Siodmak. Now, here again is tonight's star, Ray Milland.
Thank you. The film version of The Uninvited was distinguished by ghosts, gasps, moans, groans, and a very brilliant gent named Lewis Allen. Lou directed the picture, furnishing the assorted horrors out of his bag of tricks. Since then, we've done 3 other films together, and his amazing know-how still has me fascinated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet him. My director, Lewis Allen.
But I hardly think I deserve those compliments.
Why not?
Well, The Uninvited was the first picture I ever directed.
But, Lou, you'd been directing stage plays for years.
But when I sat behind those cameras for the first time, I was as scared as the audiences who saw the picture.
Well, how do you feel about cameras after all the pictures you've made since then?
They still scare me.
You know what?
What?
They scare me, too.
Well, at least we weren't scared of the ghosts and The Uninvited.
Well, you know, Lou, you made everything so real, for a while I almost believed in them myself.
But, Ray, there's no such thing as ghosts.
Lou?
Yes, Ray?
What did you just say about ghosts?
I'd rather not talk about it. Good night, Ray.
Good night, Lou. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Ray Milland and Louis Allen. Remember next week, Dorothy McGuire and Robert Siodmak. The Uninvited was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the William Wyler production, The Heiress, starring Olivia de Havilland, Montgomery Clift, and Ralph Richardson. Ray Milland will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Copper Canyon. Louis Allen's current production for Paramount is Chicago Deadline. Included in tonight's cast were Alma Lawton as Stella, Norman Field, Mary Shipp, John Daner, Georgia Backus, June Foray, and Dan Riss. The Uninvited was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of the program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to listen again at the same time next week, when we present
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Dorothy McGuire, production Spiral Staircase, director Robert Siodmak.
Sunday on Hollywood Calling, you may be called by motion picture stars Maureen O'Hara and Dan Daly to win a wonderful prize and crack the Film of Fortune jackpot. Make a note to stick close to your radio and your telephone Sunday for Hollywood Calling. It might be your lucky day. Listen to Hollywood Calling Sunday on NBC.
Stay tuned for Bill Stern and the Sports Newsreel on NBC.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Director John Farrell. Star Edward G. Robinson.
NBC Theater presents the Screen Directors Guild production of A Chronicle of Fear. Paramount's Night Has 1,000 Eyes, with its original team of screen director John Farrow, screen star Edward G. Robinson, and William Demmer. Although technical and artistic skills are the everyday instruments of the motion picture director, the very heart of his craft is fashioned from another sort of knowledge, the knowledge of the world in which he lives. And that can be gained only by living a life rich in experience. Such is the background of tonight's guest on the NBC Theater. A native Australian, he has been a seaman, soldier of fortune, adventurer at large, and has made an enduring mark as a scholarly writer of fiction and non-fiction. Here, then, is the director of many famous Paramount films, such as Wake Island, 2 Years Before the Mast, The Big Clock, the soon-to-be-released Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrow.
Night Has 1,000 Eyes is a story of the supernatural, but it is not a flight of fancy. Counterparts of the strange phenomena in tonight's story have been the subject of recent scientific study by some of our universities. Thus, through the medium of film, and now through the radio, we attempt to reveal a bizarre and a rather terrifying aspect of the strange, strange world in which we live. Now, for the first time on the air, Here is Night Has a Thousand Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson as John Triton, with William Demarest as Lieutenant Shawn.
In the drawing room of a fine suburban home, a young man named Carson reads a strange manuscript while the company listens gravely and silently.
My dear Carson, as you read this manuscript, I will be dead. No one is to blame. My death was as certain as all the other strange events I foresaw. Some of you who have seen me die will doubt this story and dismiss it as a series of contrived events and coincidences.
But you, Carson, and some of the others will know that there are things on Earth still hidden from us, still secret and unfathomable. I suppose most men can look back and see the exact point where destiny touched them. My destiny came upon me on the night of August 3rd, 1929. I was billed as Triton, the mental wizard. Like most mind-reading acts, it was a phony, but a first-class phony. Jenny, my lovely fiancée, had collected all the questions from the audience, and my good friend Whitney Cortland was ready for his part at the piano. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from where I stand, I shall endeavor to read the questions which you have written and which are now unopened, mind you, in that glass bowl. Now, if I may have a little quiet music, Mr. Cortland. Let me see. I sense a name. A lady's name. Bayer. That's it, Byers. Clara Byers. Miss Byers asked a question. She wishes to know... Something's wrong. There are disruptive impulses coming from the audience. A woman in a white dress, a little boy, Madam, you there in the third row. Your little boy is in great danger. You must go home at once. At once! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue where we left off. If I may have some quiet music, Mr. Cortland. The incident disturbed me. But then I forgot about it entirely until late that night when the telephone rang in my room. It was the woman calling to tell me that she had come home to find the boy's room in flames. She had arrived just in time to save the child's life. And I was worried, deeply worried, although not yet frightened. There were other incidents, one of them brought on by Courtney's usual concern about our economic situation.
Well, kids, it's the same old story. Broke again. We could stand a little ready cash. Matter of fact, I'm going to put our last 10 spot on ready cash in the 5th at Green Meadows.
Ready cash? No, not ready cash. He'll fall and have to be destroyed. Peer Gynt by 2 lengths. Ready cash fell and had to be destroyed. Peer Gynt won by 2 lengths. It occurred to me that we might make fortunes this way. I didn't want to. It scared me. I began having a crazy feeling that by telling them, I was making the things come true. I began to wonder, would anything have happened if I'd kept quiet? And then one dismal, rainy day, I had my chance to find out. I was coming out of the theater. A little boy recognized me and asked me for an autograph. And then he turned to skip away. Wait, son! I'd had a vision of a car skidding on the slick pavement. A wild cry. And then I thought, no, perhaps if I keep it to myself, it won't happen. Nothing, son. Just run along now. Run along. He went. A moment later... It was no use. After the boy's death, I knew I could foresee these events, but I was powerless to prevent their coming true.
Look, Johnny, I just met a big oil man down in the lobby who wants us to come in on this Comanche Hills oil field.
Well, so what?
Well, do you suppose you could get a hunch on a sporting proposition like that? Might make us a lot of money.
No, it's no good, Court. We're washed up on hunches.
Why, Johnny?
Well, because I'm scared, Jenny. Plain scared.
I haven't had a very good feeling about it myself, Johnny.
Well, all right. We'd better get down to the theater then and earn it the hard way. Curtain in 20 minutes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will all please concentrate on the sealed questions you have addressed to me, please. A little quiet music, Mr. Cortlandt. I'm concentrating on a particular envelope. A young lady's handwriting. She, the young lady. The lady, I looked at Jenny. Stared at Jenny. So beautiful, so fragile and desirable, and so much to me. I saw her and something else.
Johnny.
Bring down the curtain.
Johnny, what's the matter?
Bring down the curtain, I tell you. Bring down the curtain!
Are you sure you feel better now, Johnny?
Oh, sure, Jenny. I just felt a little dizzy out there.
You sure had us worried there for a while.
Oh, Court.
Yeah?
Had a sort of a minor hunch about that Comanche Hills oil proposition. Be one of the richest oil pools in the country. Make us all rich.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Johnny. Now let's go out and eat.
No, you and Jenny go ahead. I'll join you later. Maybe it was the wrong decision. But I went away. What I'd seen that night on the stage had been Jenny's death. If I stayed, we'd be married and there'd be a child. The child would live, but Jenny wouldn't. I had to go away to save Jenny's life and save my own sanity. I knew Cortlandt would take care of Jenny and Comanche Hills Oil would take care of both of them. Yes, but I knew I had to get away from people, especially the people I loved. I went away. A year later, I heard that Jenny had married Cortlandt. She died when her daughter Jean was born. I read about it in Variety. For 20 years, I lived almost a hermit's life and no more visions. This gift or the curse seemed to wither from this use. And then after 20 years, on the night of Jean's debut, I stood outside in the crowd and I watched her go inside the fine hotel, holding tight to Court's arm. Jenny's daughter was lovely, and I was proud. I watched them disappear inside, and after 20 years of peace, it happened. For a moment, I saw the image of wreckage. A smoking wreckage of an airplane. And then it was gone. What did it mean this time? But nothing happened. And I forgot about it completely for 3 months. But one day in my shop, I turned on a small radio I just repaired.
Now the 11:55 news brought by your Comanche Oil reporter. New York. Flying his converted Army bomber, Whitney Cortlandt, multimillionaire president of Comanche Oil, took off from LaGuardia Airport early today in an attempt to smash the East-West transcontinental record. He and his pilot, former Army flyer Richard Samuel...
No! It was Warren Jean. Miss Cortlandt, I'm sorry to force my way in here, but I have an extremely important message for your father.
I'm sorry, but my father isn't here now.
See here, old man. I'm Miss Cortlandt's fiancé. Miss Cortlandt...
No, you've got to reach your father when he lands in Wichita to refuel.
But why?
You must halt the flight.
Halt the flight?
That's absurd.
Why should Father give up his
But if
flight?
he doesn't, this plane will crash.
How do you know that?
Oh, Miss Cortlandt, please. You're wasting priceless time.
All right, I'll call.
But I'll ask you a lot of questions afterward. I want to talk to Wichita, Kansas Airport. I haven't the number.
Do you make a practice of predicting plane crashes?
Oh, no.
I'll wait, thank you.
Maybe just the planes of very rich men.
Please.
Perhaps you're betting that he doesn't beat the record.
Hello. Hello, this is Whitney Cortland's daughter. When my father lands, have him call me immediately, will you? What? Oh, no. Oh, no!
The radio had it a few minutes later. In an hour, the extras were on the street. The Comanche Angel had crashed in Kansas. Both men were dead.
You've been very kind helping me over these past few days, Mr. Triton. I'm so grateful.
Your father was my best friend.
But if you'd only warned us sooner, if you'd only known sooner.
I don't think it would have made any difference.
Mr. Triton, what's wrong?
You have a new maid.
Well, yes, why?
You have an emerald bracelet.
Yes.
Get rid of the maid before the bracelet. Before...
What? Please, tell me.
Jean, it doesn't matter now.
Why doesn't it matter? You mean not to me? You mean I won't need the bracelet? You mean I'm going to die too? Tell me.
Yes.
When?
Soon?
When?
Before the end of the week. At night. Under the stars. You remember, Carson. You went to the police. They told you, yes, there had been a John Triton, mental wizard, who pretended to be able to predict things back in the 20s. He sent a certain Detective Lieutenant Sean to investigate me where I was staying in Jean's house. My first interview with Sean in my little room under the eaves, far from reassure the good lieutenant, for even as I answered his bitter questions, the veil lifted again. And I saw.
Hey, Triton, come out of it. Hey.
I see a flower.
Drop it, Triton. Cut.
A flower, crushed and broken. I hear a sudden wind shaking the windows. I hear a voice saying, "There's no danger now." And I see her.
Who?
Jean. Lying under the stars, and beside her, the paws and talons of a lion.
A lion?
Under the stars.
Did you find out what time this happens to Miss Cortland?
Tonight, as the clock strikes 11. Lieutenant Sean was all for arresting me at once. The rest of you were tolerantly skeptical, which saved me for a while. Downstairs with Jean and you, Carson, were two gentlemen, and Mr. Gilman.
Mr. Gilman, president of Mid-Tide Oil.
Good evening, Mr. Triton. And a Mr. Myers, attorney for Cortland's estate.
How do you do, Mr. Triton?
Together, we sat down, and for the next 2 hours, our lives were geared to the relentless machinery of the grandfather's clock that ticked away near the curtained archway.
Frankly, I think this is ridiculous. Sitting around like this when we should be looking for a packet of missing options?
I'm sure I'll find them, Mr. Myers.
They'll be worthless in 36 hours.
Are you sure you can't remember where your father put those options?
Please, Mr. Gilman. I'm much too upset.
Well, the Mid-Tide merger can't go through without them.
I suggest Jean be permitted to forget about big business while we all concentrate
on the clock, Mr. Carson.
Shut up, Triton.
4, 5, 6, 7,
8, 9, 10.
One down. And one more hour to go.
And so far, nothing has materialized in your weird chain of events. The crushed flower, indeed, a lion, a sudden wind.
Anyone interested in the 10 o'clock news? Here. Personally, I'm interested in the 11 o'clock
Which
news.
was upset in a collision tonight at Wilshire and Sepulveda. The lion escaped when a trailer ran into the...
Turn that off.
Lion?
Lock the doors. Lock the windows. Put out some light.
I'll lock up and go through the whole house.
Thanks, Gilman.
Well, there's the lion. We haven't heard a wind, or seen a crushed flower, or heard anyone say...
Don't say it.
Sorry.
Hey, those carnations in that vase. Get them out.
Carnations?
Get them out. I don't believe any of this, but I'm taking no chance.
I'll let me take it.
Careful now. Stand back. Don't anybody move. Not a one crushed.
That was a close one.
Mr. Myers. There's something sticking out under your foot.
Something, huh?
Lord. A carnation. Crushed and broken.
That does it, Triton.
No, not quite. Nothing final can happen until 11 o'clock.
And it ain't going to happen because you're around. I'm taking you downtown until after 11.
All right, Lieutenant, but it won't do any good. I'll be back at 11.
Stand still, Triton. Relax.
Yes, but I tell you, Sean, if you let me return to Jean's house, there's a chance I can use this power of mine to save her.
You put on a good show, Triton. Only I ain't buying.
Now, listen. You've a man in the cell here. His name is Amos Block. I see him in the cell now, a suicide.
You don't say. Well, there's one I can check on. Hello. Quinn? Sean. How's Block doing? Uh-huh. Thanks. In his cell playing solitaire.
Well, nevertheless, I see him in it.
Now I'm going to leave you with the boys here and go back to Miss Cortland's. Be good, huh?
$15 to, Jean.
Yes.
Yeah, everything is under control. It's very copacetic.
Oh, dear.
Close that French window. Close it.
I'll close it, Lieutenant.
I thought Gilman took care of that.
Where is Gilman, by the way?
There. That does it all right.
Sudden wind.
Yeah. I'll get it. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Quinn? No. Amos Block hung himself in his cell, but he can't do that. That's suicide. Hey, look, I want Triton here before it strikes 11. I don't care how, but get him here. What time is it?
10:47.
Oh, Lord, you made the night too long.
Just one more minute to go, darling.
45 seconds.
Oh, Mr. Myers.
Well, folks, you can get the lion. They just killed it over at Destrin Hospital.
Oh, thank goodness.
This is it. 11 o'clock.
Elliot.
Yeah.
Back to back with me. Miss Cortland, get between us. Don't anybody move. I'll shoot the man who does.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's it, folks. It's all over. Nothing's happened.
Oh, Elliot, darling.
It's all history now, dear. Forget it.
Elliot. I'm going outside.
I'll go with you.
No.
I want to get used to standing out under the stars again. Alone. And not being afraid. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. All of you.
I'll say this for Triton. He sure called his shots except that voice saying there's no danger now.
You just said it.
Yeah, but it's too late now to mean anything. Ain't it?
Sure.
Come in, Professor. Come in.
Where is she? Where's Miss Cortland?
Outside.
You let her go outside?
It's after 11.
No, it's not.
Look at the clock.
That clock is wrong.
It was right.
Well, then it's been tampered with. I've got to go to her.
Stop, Triton. Paul, they're out. Shoot. It's too late for that. After him. He mustn't get near Jean.
Eight, 9, 10, 11.
That's right. 11 o'clock, Miss Cortland.
Oh, Mr. Gilman.
Your troubles are over now. There's no danger now.
11 o'clock. And a voice saying, there's no danger. He must have meant you.
No, you don't.
No, please.
Gilman. Let go of her. Let go of her, you fool.
Hey, son.
Right. Get him.
Plugged him, but good.
Jean, are you all right?
Oh, Elliot.
It's all right, Jean. You're safe now. Triton's dead.
Triton? Dead? But it was Gilman who tried to kill me.
Gilman, he didn't want those options found. But I didn't think he'd resort to murder.
Oh, poor Mr. Gilman. He died to save me.
But are you all right?
My throat hurts. Elliot, look. Mr. Triton. He's resting against the foot of that marble lion.
Marble lion. Of course. And that, Carson, ends this dark diary. I foresaw everything, even my own death. And tonight at headquarters,
I finished this diary. I left it in my pocket for you to find. Only time and the expanding wisdom of mankind will confirm the story in years to come. For there are reaches of the mind still undreamed of. And there are many mysteries of time and space and spirit to be shown to us. The stars look down. The night has 1,000 eyes to search the soul of man and see if he's equal to his fathomless tomorrows. Where there are yet more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Ghost Breakers. Director, George Marshall. Star, Bob Hope.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy of terrors, The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope in his original role, and introducing the director of the film, George Marshall. Our guest screen director tonight might be said to have some small knowledge of motion pictures. He's been an extra, stunt man, prop boy, actor, film editor, cameraman, and assistant director. And 34 years ago, he launched his brilliant career as a director of some 385 films. We proudly present the president of the Screen Directors Guild and the director of such fine entertainment as Taproots, The Perils of Pauline, Destry Rides Again, and tonight's story, The Ghostbreakers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Marshall.
Thank you very much. When we made The Ghostbreakers, the set bore a pretty close resemblance to a case of galloping nightmares. Included in our chamber of horrors were such things as ghosts, bats, zombies, witches, and Bob Hope. Which you can imagine is probably one of the screwiest parlays on record. And here's the result. On the air for the first time, The Ghostbreakers, starring Bob Hope as Larry Lawrence and Shirley Mitchell as Mary Carter.
If ever a name struck terror into the heart of the underworld, it's the name of Larry Lawrence, intrepid radio reporter and crime buster. Yet only his closest friends know that behind his simple, vacant, foolish smile hides the real Larry Lawrence, simple, vacant, and foolish. We find him now in his office preparing a last thrill-loaded broadcast before leaving on his vacation.
Oh, so you clam up on Larry Lawrence, huh? Come on, open up. Open up, I say, or I'll drill a hole clear through you. Okay, you asked for it. Take this. And this. And this.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, I can't get this window open.
Here, let me try.
It's no use, Miss Coles. It's stuck. I'm a strong man, but...
There you are.
Miss Coles, I thought I warned you about weightlifting on office hours.
There's a Miss Mary Carter to see you, Mr. Lawrence.
Miss Carter? Is she a redhead, or are you wasting my time? You know, I'm due on the air in 15 minutes, and I'm waiting for Raspy Kelly.
Well, she says it's very important, Mr. Lawrence. And she's a blonde.
Oh, then put her in category 7B. I'll see her when I get back from my vacation. And tell her to leave her telephone number and waist measurement.
Mr. Lawrence, please. Please, I'm Mary Carter.
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm working on my secret invention.
For real invention?
Yep, it's a bottle preparation for women who want to get their face lifted.
How does it work?
I mix nitroglycerin with cold cream. That just goes to show how tough a woman has to be when she deals with Larry Lawrence.
Oh, then you're really Larry Lawrence. The brave, strong, dashing Larry Lawrence I've always heard about.
Well, what are you waiting for, Miss Coles? Go somewhere and flex your muscles. And tell me when Raspy Kelly comes in.
Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, I need your help.
Ah, yes, don't you all? Poor girl. But I'm dated up for the next month. Perhaps someday in May around apple blossom time.
You don't understand. Mr. Lawrence, you're famous as a crime breaker and gang breaker.
And there was that wonderful week in Duluth when I was a home breaker.
Now I want to purchase your services. I want you to become a ghost breaker.
Ghost breaker? I'm sorry, but the only spirits I mess around with come equipped with olives, not shrouds.
I'm serious, Mr. Lawrence. I've inherited an island off the coast of Cuba, Black Island, and there's a castle on it called Castillo Maldito.
Oh, sure, I've heard of that. Isn't that where Cugat raises little maracas? Now, Miss Carter, you're not going to tell me that castle is haunted.
Well, this afternoon, the deed was turned over to me by a Senor Parada. He told me that no one who ever eats dinner in the castle ever lives until breakfast.
You mean there's no post-toasties because of the ghosties?
Yes. Yes, there is a ghost. Senor Parada says it's the ghost of Don Santiago, my great-great-grandfather. That's why I'm afraid, Mr. Lawrence. Now, if you'll come with me to Castillo Maldito, I'll see that your time is well paid for.
Yeah, but why let a few ghost rumors frighten you? After all, what's a ghost? Just a Ku Klux that's lost his clan. What do you need me for?
Here, I received this card in the mail today.
Let's see. Death waits for you at Black Island. Well, here's your card, Miss Carter. Thank you and good night.
You mean you're afraid? You, Larry Lawrence?
Afraid? Me? Listen, I'm one of the bravest gumshoes in the business.
Well, you're acting like a child.
Okay, so I'm one of the bravest bubblegum shoes in the business. It's just that I don't like spirits to send fan mail, and besides, tomorrow I'll be in the mountains, so take your ghost postage to somebody else. Ah, that mountain air, that's the life. You go to the window at 6 o'clock in the morning, open it, climb in, and go to bed.
Mr. Kelly is here, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, fine. I'll see him right away. Miss Carter, if you want an expert in things that go boo, 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 I've got a friend named Crosby. Why don't you see him?
No one else will do, Mr. Lawrence. I'm sailing for Cuba tonight on the Rexitania. If you change your mind, I'll be waiting for you in my stateroom.
Hiya, Larry. What do you say?
Well, hello, Raspy. Say, you sound better. Did you get the frog in your throat a fresh lily pad?
I got another Frenchy Duval story for you. It's a killer. Oh, ho, ho.
Yeah, and so is Frenchy Duval. Say, does he know you're giving me these stories?
Sure, he loves it. Good publicity.
I know. I plug him or he plugs me. What have you got?
Frenchy has himself a new racket. Here's how it works.
And now, folks, here's a last-minute scoop. Frenchy Duval has a nice new racket, Baby Laundries. You know the kind I mean, with a slogan. This is the little one's laundromat. Frenchy discovered that there were about 2,000 of them in the state all making money. Without even telling his closest pals, he moved in and three-cornered the market. And so today, Frenchy is really cleaning up the hard way. This is Larry Lawrence saying good night.
Larry Lawrence will return to the air 2 weeks from tonight with more lowdown on the underworld. Now a word about Cronin's coffee.
Well, that's that. One more week on the air without a rest, and I'd begin to look like Bob Hope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, hello, Miss Cole. Did you hear the broadcast? Wasn't I great? Wasn't I terrific?
Frenchy Duval is on the phone.
Wasn't I just leaving? Wonder if he's sore. Courage, Camille. Hello, Frenchy. What's new?
Got a tip for you, Larry boy.
Shoot. I had to open my big mouth. What was that?
That was Raspy Kelly saying goodbye.
Raspy Kelly? But you're not mad at me, are you, Frenchy?
Oh, no. I told you I got a tip for you. Here, get this. A certain radio reporter was found in a ditch riddled with bullets.
Yeah? When did it happen?
Probably tomorrow.
Wow, that's what I call hot news. Tell me, hey, Frenchy. Oh, not me, not little old Larry.
I'm going to put somebody on the spot, boy.
Miss Coles, hand me that bottle of spot remover.
Hey, Lawrence, I'm taking care of myself, personally.
Oh, Frenchy. Frenchy boy, speak to me. Hello, Mort. Come to think of it, hello, mortician. Why did I bother paying this year's income tax?
Where are you going?
Cuba. Miss Coles, when it comes to ghosts, I'd rather see one than be one.
Oh, Larry, I'm so glad you decided to come.
Some stateroom you got on the ship. You ought to see mine. It's so far down I can use the propeller to whip up my shaving cream. Say, did you see President Truman in swimming when we passed Key West?
No, which one was he?
The one in evening clothes.
Yes?
Radiogram for you, miss. And there's one for Mr. Lawrence, too.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Well, who'd know I was aboard?
Oh, here's your telegram.
Well, isn't that nice? Mine must be from the Cuban Chamber of Commerce.
What does it say?
See Cuba and die. Hey, wait a minute. It's signed Frenchy Duval. Stop the ship. Man overboard. Stop the ship. Guzzle a mainsail. Box the copper.
Larry, please.
What?
Larry, look at my telegram.
What are you excited about? It just says, an empty coffin waits on Black Island. Gee, does Pierce Brothers know about this? You think we should make the one friendly call that covers all?
Larry, I'm scared.
And it's signed Senor Muertes.
Muerte. In Spanish, that means death.
I know his brother, Rigor Mortis. You poor kid, you really are in trouble, aren't you?
I'd be in a lot more trouble without you to help me.
Yeah, I'm brave. Two-gun Larry Lawrence. When I find out who's threatening you, I'll break him in two and use half in the castle and half in the bathroom. Sure, that's me. Courage on the loose. Only it isn't so.
What do you mean, Larry?
I'm running away from myself, from some gangsters in New York.
Oh, I didn't know.
Look, Mary, we're both in trouble. Let's play it together, huh? You stick by me, and I'll stick by me, too. Seriously, Mary, You know, you're beautiful.
I'm frightened.
Hello?
Hello? This is Senor Parada.
Mary, it's Parada, the guy you were telling me about.
Who is this speaking?
Never mind about me. What's the idea of scaring Miss Carter with all that ghost stuff?
Ghost? I'm sorry, but I must have the wrong stateroom.
Hello, Senor Parada.
Parada? That's strange. I wonder why he's on board.
Yes?
Oh, I noticed Miss Carter's name on the passenger list. Is she here?
Why, yes, I'm Miss Carter. Who are you? Why, you're...
That's right, Jeff Montgomery. May I come in?
Oh, please do.
We met at the Store Club a few weeks ago.
Yes, of course. Mr. Montgomery, this is Mr. Lawrence.
You traveling to Cuba, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, my home's in Havana.
Oh, we're going to Havana, too. And then on to Castillo Maldito on Black Island.
Say, I'd heard that jinx was wished off on... Well, not you.
Yeah, we won 2 glorious weeks there on Ladies Be Seated.
That place is evil. There's the legends about the ghosts, and there's said to be a zombie on the island, the son of the native woman who looks after the place.
Zombie?
Yes. Some voodoo priests seem to have the power to bring the dead back to life. You see them once in a while walking around with despondent, hopeless, staring eyes.
You mean like Republicans?
Please be careful, Miss Carter. If you insist on going to Black Island, be sure you go well protected.
Well, what do I look like, an egg beater? There's nothing on that island but ghosts, evil spirits, and zombies. Ghosts, evil spirits, and zombies. When's the next boat back to New York?
But what about Frenchie Duval?
Him. He's just trying to kill me, that's all. Between Black Island and Frenchie Duval, I'll take...
Yes, Larry.
I'll take...
Darling.
Black Island, here I come.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope with Shirley Mitchell, and introducing the director of the film, George Marshall. Black Island, its silhouette broken by the menacing outline of Castillo Maldito against the night sky. And approaching the island, a small rowboat carrying Larry Lawrence and Mary Carter.
Boy, no wonder the native boatmen won't come here at night. Look at the place. What a ruin. Looks like CBS pulled a raid on it.
Just a few more strokes, Larry. We're almost there.
I've been hauling on these oars so long that my blisters are forming pyramid clubs.
Here's the dock.
Here. Let me help you out.
Oh, thank you.
There. Lafayette, we are here. I think Lafayette's here, too.
It's probably the old woman caretaker that Jeff told us about. She may be just trying to scare us.
She's wasting her time. We're scared already. Uh-oh. There she is, Mother Zombie.
The moon has risen. My son is walking. The zombie walks.
Taxi strike, huh?
Go away. Go away or zombie get you. What you want?
Could we interest you in a subscription to Weird Stories magazine?
This is my island now. I've inherited the Castle Maldito.
No. My island.
Sounds like Marilyn Monroe's mother. Gee, great night for a murder.
Who told you?
Oh, I thought I was going to get the laugh, you know?
You look for other men?
What?
One man come in big plane. Other men come in boats. 2 boats.
Tell me, does the Greyhound bus make a rest stop here?
You go. Go. I get zombie.
Give my regards to Boris Karloff. Come on, let's get into the castle. Hand me the flashlight, Mary. There.
Oh, golly, what a place. I wonder who lived here last.
Must have been Jolson. The front porch is down on his knees.
Larry, look over there. Turn your flashlight to the left.
A suitcase.
It's almost new. One of the people who came to the island must have left it here.
Let's see the initials. FD.
Frenchie Duval.
Frenchie, come on, let's get out of here.
Lawrence, stop, I'll shoot.
There he is.
Put out the light.
Okay, here, behind this post.
Thought you'd get away from Frenchie Duval, did you? Where are you, Lawrence? Come out.
I'm not here, I'm over there. Let's go. Here, in this room. Well, now we know who one of our guests was. What about the other two, huh?
Yes.
I don't know, but I think I could spit and hit one of them.
Oh, it's just the wind.
If it is, it's the first time I ever heard a breeze with adenoids.
You strangers. I kill strangers.
Oh, Larry, it's the zombie. It's the living dead. I never saw anything like it.
You never played Philadelphia.
Strangers, die.
Hey, strangers, that's us.
Zombie, kill.
Sorry, but I gotta see your union card.
Oh, Larry, you stunned him with your flashlight.
Help me drag him into the closet.
Okay. And you told me you were a coward.
Yeah, what do you know? I'm brave. Hey, Zom. Everything okay?
Te voy a matar, canalla, sinvergüenza.
What did he say?
He said with men who know their castles best, it's zombies 2-1. Come on, let's see what else is going on in Nightmare Alley. If this is a short interlude of organ music, let's switch to another station.
Come on, Larry. Let's find out who's playing that organ. The organ. There it is.
Yeah, and those things around it are either coffins or boxes of king-size Cuban cigars. Nobody here now. Wonder who was playing it.
By itself. I don't like it.
Petrillo won't like it either. Maybe somebody put a nickel in it.
There's no one there.
Why, that's ridiculous. Only a ghost could do that, and there's no such thing. If there really are ghosts, I'd lose my mind. I'd end up in the snake pit. Move over, Olivia. Hey, do you see what I see?
On the organ bench. It's coming out of thin air.
Too many reducing tablets.
Larry, it's a ghost.
Man, marching man, find the key and marching man.
Maybe they're drafting again. What's he talking about?
I don't know. Ask him.
You ask him. I feel too ghastly to be ghostly.
Marching man, the key is marching man.
Look, it's getting up.
And floating toward that empty coffin.
It's getting in.
Gee, that ghost gave some performance.
Yeah?
Well, wait till you see me in Hamlet.
Come on. I'm going to find out what's really in that box.
Look, on the side, there's a plate. Why, it's the coffin of Don Santiago, my ancestor who built the castle.
Let's get the lid up.
Larry, there's nothing but a skeleton.
Yeah, old man Mose sure is dead.
Larry, I think he was trying to tell me something. Something about the marching men. He wants me to look for something.
Look, if he forgot anything when he left, there's no sense looking for it now. Let's go. Don't forget that Frenchie Duval is looking for us, and there's 2 other characters around somewhere.
Larry, turn your flashlight over there, above the organ. Isn't that an inscription?
Can you make it out?
I think, yes. Let me see. God's treasures in abundance lie. Something heavenly key before they die.
There's more to this than meets the eye.
The ghost. It said something about a key, Larry.
How can we look for a key? We haven't even got a keyhole.
Well, keys could mean music.
Look, let's keep moving around. If we stay in one spot, we're dead. Dead. I wonder who thought up that expression.
The marching men must have something to do with it.
We'll ask him on the 4th of July. Come on.
Larry, there, on the wall. Aren't those marching men?
Those little figures carved into the stone?
Now, if I draw a horizontal line through this marching man, and one parallel to it through this one, and another one, and 2 more...
This is a fine time to start playing tic-tac-toe.
No, don't you see? It becomes a bar of music. That's what the ghost was trying to tell us. The key is a chord on this organ.
Mary, keep playing. Look, down Santiago's coffin. It's shifting off its base, and I don't feel so good myself. Keep playing. Higher, higher. That's enough. Look.
It's a secret opening.
Yeah.
With a flight of stairs.
There's nothing down there but some dusty old dungeons. Let Jack Benny keep his money. Come on.
Larry, you go first.
Okay. But remember, I'm leadoff man on the way back. Say, there's a lantern down here.
Yes, and railroad tracks, like in a mine.
Yeah, railroad tracks. It reminds me of my hotel room in Scranton. Come on, keep going.
Look out, you'll trip over that rail. Oh, did you hurt yourself? What did you land on?
This is a comedy. What do you think? Mary, look at this.
What is it?
I've seen this stuff before. Silver ore, the real thing. Mary, you're rich.
Congratulations, Miss Carter.
Senor Parada.
So you're Parada. What's the gun for?
You can't get away with it. I'll shoot.
Now listen, Parada.
No, not you. Behind you. Look out!
Larry, it's Jeff. Jeff Montgomery.
Yes, it's Jeff. It's too bad I had to wound you, Parada, but you'll soon be put out of your misery.
Miss Carter, I came here to warn you. He's mad. Insane.
Against the wall. All 3 of you. I warned you, Mary, but you chose to ignore my messages.
What's this all about?
About a vein of silver as wide as the island. I discovered it, and it's mine. You hear? This mine is mine, and what's mine stays mine.
Thank you, Gertrude Stein. Okay, so it's yours, but let Mary go.
No. Nobody's going to carry any tales out of here.
All right, come on out of there. I got you buttoned up. Come on.
Who's that?
Frenchie Duval. It's the police. They've got you trapped, Montgomery.
They'll never get me. Not now. This is mine. They'll have to shoot it out.
You tell them, kid.
Get through. Finish.
Never. Never!
Oh, Larry, they killed each other. Frenchie and Jeff.
I'll match you to see who faints first.
Oh, Larry.
Move over. Stop hogging the floor.
We're on our way, Larry.
And a fond farewell to Cuba. We'll leave your castle to Mother Zombie and her bouncing baby boy.
Yes. And with Parada taking care of the mine, we'll never have to come back. And now that I'm rich, I'm going to back you in a television show.
Yeah, after all those ghosts, it'd be nice to try out a new medium.
Oh, what in the world will we do with $100 million?
What, honey?
What will we do with $100 million?
Well, we can always open another hotel in Texas. Get Dorothy Lamour to broadcast.
Larry, I still don't understand about the ghost. It must have been real.
No, honey, it was just one of Montgomery's tricks. There's no such things as ghosts. Why didn't we have her sit in the audience?
Next week, the NBC Theater brings you a motion picture romance set against the background of memorable music. The story is Music for Millions, and our star will be June Allison. And now here again is tonight's star, Bob Hope, and screen director George Marshall.
Tell me, Georgie boy, you used to be a fast man with a set of golf clubs. Do you still linger on the links?
Sorry, Bob, I don't have time to give lessons. Why don't you buy a good book on the game?
Buy one? I wrote one last week in my life's blood on the 6th hole at Palm Springs. There I was, see, George, a 4-iron shot from the green. I was standing like
You're
this.
standing wrong.
Get this, kid, always a director. I'm standing wrong. Who taught you how to play golf, Bobby Jones?
That's right, he did. Who taught you?
Some little Scotch caddy called Crosby. But I don't play with him anymore.
Why not?
Why not? Would you play with a fellow who puts grease on your putter, cheats on his scorecard by making his nines upside down, builds a furrow on the green with an electric shaver so that the ball has to roll into the cup?
No.
Well, neither will he.
Good night, Bob. Thanks a lot. Good night, folks.
Good night, Bob Hope and George Marshall. The Ghostbreakers was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Bob Hope will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones with Lucille Ball and Mary Jane Saunders. George Marshall's next Paramount release will be My Friend Irma, starring John Lund, Marie Wilson, and Diana Lynn, and NBC's own Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Included in tonight's cast were Shirley Mitchell, Donald Morrison, Sheldon Leonard, Jack Edwards, June Foray, Ken Christie, Betty Moran, and Dan Riss. The Ghostbreakers was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Music for Millions, Director Henry Coster, Star June Allison.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, It's a Wonderful Life. Director, Frank Capra. Star, Jimmy Stewart.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a flight of fancy into time that never was. It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, and introducing the director of the film, Frank Capra. For a motion picture audience, there can be only one measure of a truly great director. His name by itself must be a badge of excellence upon the screen. Such is the name of our guest screen director tonight, for it has become a synonym for unforgettable motion picture entertainment. The NBC Theater is proud to present the distinguished director of such brilliant films as It Happened One Night, Lost Horizon, You Can't Take It With You, and tonight's story, It's a Wonderful Life. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Capra.
Thank you. The story of It's a Wonderful Life became a motion picture by a rather roundabout way. It started out as a simple message of goodwill, a brief fantasy printed on Christmas cards to be exchanged between friends. It was a fine story, warm and human and exciting in a very unusual way. We felt that it had something that perhaps could be shared by everyone. That's why we made the picture. And now tonight we hope to share it with you again as a radio play. It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart in his original role of George Bailey.
Your Supreme Excellency, I, Clarence Oddbody, Angel of the Second Class, do make application for promotion to Angel of the First Class for services as follows. On Christmas Eve of 1948, one George Bailey of Bedford Falls was on the point of committing suicide, an act abhorrent both to his maker and to the Hemisphere Federation Mutual Life Insurance Company. Feeling in exceedingly low spirits, George Bailey did go, proceed, and travel to the high-level bridge where he mounted the rail. Before George Bailey could leap into the icy current, I, Clarence Oddbody, did hurl, project, and fling myself past the great Magellanic Cloud, through the constellation Lyra, into the Earth's atmosphere and the Bedford River, executing, if I do say so myself, a perfect swan dive. Help! Save me! I can't swim! Help!
Relax, now don't struggle.
Help!
I'm coming in after you.
Help!
Here I come.
It's a good thing this old toll house on the bridge was unlocked.
Yeah, well, we can both dry off in here without freezing.
Yeah.
How'd you happen to fall into the river?
I didn't fall in.
Huh?
Well, I knew if you thought I was drowning, you'd jump in to save me. So I jumped in.
You jumped in?
To save you. You see, you didn't go through with it.
Go through with what?
Suicide.
How'd you know I was going to... Hey, who are you?
I'm an angel.
A what?
An angel. Clarence Oddbody, AS2.
Oh. AS2. What's the AS2?
Angel Second Class.
Oh, I see. What, are you crazy?
Well, I'll confess I've been rather distracted for the past few centuries due to my failure to acquire my first-class wings. But crazy? If I do a good job on you, I'll get my wings.
Brother, you haven't even got your buttons.
Why don't you tell me your troubles?
Oh, you're balmy, that's why.
Well, then humor me. Do you good to talk.
Yeah. Well, that's about all I have left in life. Just talk about it.
Well, talk.
Oh, I was going to knock 'em dead, I was. I was going to shake the dust of this crummy little town off my feet, and I was going to see the world, build things, do things, travel, the Taj Mahal and silken Samarkand and the moon pools of the East and Everest and the deep Aegean. Yeah. Pipe dreams.
Why?
Well, my deaf ear, for one thing.
Oh, that was when Howie, your kid brother, fell through the ice back in 1919.
I jumped in to save him. Hey, how'd you know that?
I read it in the Gabriel Daily Trumpet.
Well, anyway, I got an ear infection. It was weeks before I could go back running errands at the Gower drugstore. So what does Gower do? He hits me in my bad ear.
Why?
Well, he just heard about his son. He died in college from typhoid. Gower had been drinking. I wouldn't deliver some medicine for Mrs. Blaine's little girl because the bottle he took it out of was marked poison.
Dear.
Well, Doc Gower smacked my bad ear, and I guess I cried. But I finally made him understand his mistake.
Was Doc Gower grateful?
Well, he cried.
11
years later, he bought me a fine set of pigskin luggage to take on my world trip.
Oh, then you did go away.
There was a girl in town named Mary. We'd grown up together, and she was engaged to Sam Wainwright. I had an hour or so before train time, and I stopped over at Mary's house.
Well, George, just think. After all these years and all your planning and saving and wishing, you're going to realize your great ambition.
This is the most exciting day of my life, Mary.
We'll miss you terribly in Bedford Falls.
Well, I'll only be away a year.
You'll write, won't you?
I'll send you a golden apple from the Garden of the East for your wedding present.
Thanks. I'll make golden applesauce out of it.
What's the matter? What, I say something wrong? Hey, doorbell's ringing.
I know the doorbell's ringing. Don't you sneak away, George Bailey. I want to talk to you.
Mary, I'm looking for George.
Uncle Billy, what brings you over here to Mary's?
George, your father's just had a bad stroke.
Oh, no.
Dad, what, is he?
No, but I don't think you'd better start on your trip, George. Not just now, anyhow.
Well, go on, George.
Well, Dad was gone that same night. That gave old man Potter his chance.
Old man Potter?
Yeah, richest man in town, a banker, a big stockholder in our loan company. We'd always fought Potter on a lot of issues, and now he wanted the loan company to dissolve so he could rule the roost in Bedford Falls. Potter and I had it out a week after Father died, right in the boardroom of the loan company. Now, just a minute there, Potter. Now, just hold on here just a minute. I admit that in the 25 years since Father and Uncle Billy here started this loan company, we didn't make any money. I admit that. But who gave the low-income people in this town decent homes to live in, huh?
You did?
Yes, Mr. Potter, we did. Who built Bailey Park of model dwellings where you wanted to put Poor Cemetery?
You did.
That's right, we did. We gave this town those things. We gave Bedford Falls and its citizens...
That's the trouble with you, Baileys. You gave everything. No wonder you never made any money.
What's galling you, Potter, is...
Mr. Potter to you, Bailey.
My nephew is Mr. Bailey to you, Potter.
Your nephew is wet behind the ears, you mindless fool.
Say that again. Say that again.
Just keep out of this, Uncle Billy. I'll handle Potter.
Mr. Potter, the stripling.
What's eating you is that you can't gain control of this loan company, Mr. Potter. It's up to this board to decide what to do about the company now that Father's gone. But if I can do anything to help keep Bailey Park a reality and to keep Potter from making people crawl to him when they need help, just count me in, gentlemen. Count me in. As a result of that speech, the board voted to continue the loan company if I'd remain as vice president.
Goodbye, trip around the world, huh?
Yeah. At least until Brother Harry came home from college to take over for me. Only Harry came home with a wife.
Well, that's co-education for you.
Yeah. But did his wife's father have to give Harry a big job out of town?
Oh, I see. Leaving you holding the bag with the loan company.
Yeah. Hey, what's that music?
That's a church hymn. Old 100. Seems to me Mary sang it that day long ago. Remember? In the church choir. After church, you walked Mary home. Remember, George? Remember?
Come in for a minute, George.
Well, just for a minute, Mary.
Here, let me take your hat and coat.
Mary? Who's that down there with you?
It's George Bailey, Mother.
What's he want?
Well, I don't know. What do you want, George?
Me? Well, not a thing. I just came in to get warm.
He's making violent love to me, Mother.
Well, tell him to stop. It's Sunday.
Hey, now, look here, Mary. I didn't come here to...
What did you come here for?
Well, I just walked you home, that's all.
Lots of girls ogling you at church. Why pick on me?
Well, now, listen, Mary,
Why don't you go home?
Well, I will.
Thanks.
Where's my hat?
You got it on.
Thanks.
You're entirely welcome.
Goodbye.
Deaf in one ear and blind in both eyes. That's you, George Bailey.
Now what's the matter?
You ought to see a specialist. You can't even tell when the girl you've walked to school with all your life. Oh, go see a big eye, ear, nose, and throat man.
Why, Mary. Hey. Hey, Mary. Hey, let's go and see a specialist together. Reverend McAllister, big hymn, sermon, and wedding ceremony man, huh?
And so you were married, huh, George?
Yeah, I had about $2,000 saved, and it looked like a fine chance to combine that world trip with a honeymoon.
What?
A little thing called the Great Depression.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was a run on the loan company started by some false rumors of Potter's. At the last minute, Mary threw in the $2,000. It was just enough to reassure our investors, and we didn't have to close up.
And you didn't have a honeymoon either.
No, but Potter was licked again. So when he called me into his office one day, I was just about the most surprised man in Bedford Falls.
Well, I want to tell you, George, my lad, that during the Depression, you and I have been about the only ones kept our heads in this town.
Thanks, Mr. Potter.
Yeah, all that talent, and where does it get you? 28 and 29, married, and making $40 a week.
45.
And you're the smartest young fella in town.
All right. Now, what's your point, Mr. Potter?
I want to hire you.
You want to hire me?
Manage my affairs, run my properties. $20,000 a year.
Dollars?
And 2 months vacation with pay before you start working. Take yourself a little jaunt around the world first, eh?
Oh, Everest, the Vale of Kashmir, and the moon pools of the east, and the deep Aegean, and the whispering Aurora.
Well, George?
Well, but what about the loan company?
Well, what about it? We'll dissolve it.
Oh, no. I don't want your dirty job.
What?
You sit here and you think the whole world revolves around you and your money. Well, it doesn't.
You're out of your mind.
I won't let you buy me away from the people who depend on me.
Rubbish.
And I've made my decision, Potter.
And may it stick in your craw to regret as long as you live, George Bailey. May it stick in your fool craw.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart with Arthur Q. Bryan as the angel and introducing the director of the film, Frank Capra.
George, after your marriage to Mary Chase and your very spunky rejection of Potter's offer to manage his affairs, what happened? How'd it go?
Oh, I stuck it out a few more years with the loan company. Then the war. Doc Gower and Uncle Billy sold war bonds. And Harry. My kid brother Harry shot down 2 Jap suicide planes just as they were about to crash on a transport full of U.S. troops.
Well, what about you?
I was 4F.
The bad ear?
Well, it just wasn't in the books for me to get out of Bedford Falls, that's all.
Well, it brings us to tonight, Christmas Eve. What made you want to jump off the bridge into the river?
I can give it to you fast. The bank examiner came to check our books, and we were $8,000 short. Next question.
Where did the $8,000 go?
Well, if I knew, I wouldn't be here on the bridge, would I?
No.
All I know is that I sent Uncle Billy to deposit $8,000 to our account over at Potter's bank. Uncle Billy talked to Potter for a while in Potter's office, and then he went over to the teller's window to deposit the money, only it was gone.
Well, where?
How do I know where? I was almost insane. I questioned Uncle Billy half the night trying to locate that missing $8,000, but it was no use.
Please, George, please don't ask me any more questions. I can't think anymore.
You've got to think anymore, you stupid, fumbling fool. I've got to have that money. Do you realize what this means to us? It means bankruptcy and scandal and shame and prison. Now, one of us is going to jail for this, but it's not going to be me. I've had enough of being the fall guy for this crummy little town. You can just deal me out of this one. I've given up my years and my ambitions for the people of this town, and all I've got is frustration and disappointment. And I've had just about as much as I can swallow. It's sticking in my craw, just like Potter said it would.
Well, maybe Potter would lend you $8,000.
Potter?
Maybe.
Potter? Well, yeah, well, it's our only chance.
Well, what about all your fine friends you've done so much for, George? Why don't they lend you the money, hmm?
Well, they don't have that kind of money, Mr. Potter. You know that. Now, please help me.
Yeah. Well, what kind of security do you have? Any stocks?
No, sir.
Bonds?
No, sir.
Real estate collateral of any kind?
Well, I've got a $15,000 life insurance policy.
What's its loan value?
$500.
$500. Look at you. You were going out and lick the world once. What are you now? You're a miserable clerk crawling in here on your hands and knees and begging for help. $500. Now, you're worth more dead than alive.
Oh, that's very true.
So you want me to help you, huh? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to swear out a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest?
Misappropriation of funds.
Arrest, but Mr. Potter...
Merry Christmas, George.
And so, because you were worth $500 alive and $15,000 dead, you thought killing yourself would make everybody happier?
better still, I should never have been born.
What's that? What's that you said?
I said I wish I'd never been born.
That's what I thought you said. George, they've granted your wish. And maybe I've got the scheme to win me my wings. Angel first class.
What wish?
George, you've never been born.
Oh, stop it, will you? You're talking like an idiot.
Am I, George? Let's see.
Excuse me, man. Got a match?
Who are you?
Come in, Doc. Come in.
Got a match, anybody?
Hey, you're Doc Gower, the druggist.
I was Doc Gower, the druggist. Until I poisoned a little girl by mistake.
Oh, no, wait a minute,
Been
Doc.
drunk ever since.
Now, Doc, don't you remember? I discovered your mistake, and I warned you just in time.
Oh, you.
Well, don't you remember me? I'm little George Bailey. I ran errands for you.
Nobody named George Bailey ever worked for me. Match?
Here you are, Mr. Gower.
Now, all I need is a cigar.
Here you are, Mr. Gower.
Reply. God rest you, merry gentlemen. My nephew is...
Oh, wait, Doc.
Let him go, George. Let him go.
That broken old derelict, Doc Gower?
Well, you weren't born, George, so you couldn't prevent that broken old derelict.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I'm going home.
Home? What home? You never lived.
Oh, shut up now. Cut it out. You're crazy.
Let's see if I am. We'll go to your home. Ride the bleak wind, George Bailey. Let's see where you live. Let's see.
But I tell you, this boarding house can't be my mother's house.
Knock again.
Oh, this broken-down old shack, my mother's house?
Knock again, George Bailey.
All right, but...
There's no vacancy.
Mother.
What are you talking about?
Mother, please help me. There's something terrible's happened to me. Just keep me here until I get over it, please.
I never saw you before in my life. Don't take in strangers unless somebody I know sent them.
Uncle Billy sent me, your brother.
You knew him.
Well, of course I know him. I saw him just today.
That's a lie. He died in the insane asylum after old man Potter took over the loan company. Why do you lie to me?
Mother, please.
Good night.
Mother.
Come on, George. We've other places to go.
Why are we in the public library on Christmas Eve?
Some people work late if they're lonely and have no Christmas to go home to. Like that pinched-looking woman at that desk there.
Mary.
Yes?
Mary.
The library's closed, you know.
Mary, you're my wife.
You must be quite out of your senses.
Now, look at me. Look at me, Mary. I'm George. I'm your husband. We're married.
I never married. Man I'd marry never was born, if you must know. I hate them.
Mary, now look at me. I'm George Bailey. You're Mrs. George Bailey.
I'll call the police.
Mary, you must listen to me.
Hello.
Please, Mary.
Hello.
Mary, listen to me.
Give me the police and hurry.
It's very dark on this road.
Yes.
I'm cold.
Stop here.
Where are we?
Potter's Field.
You mean Bailey Park?
I mean the poor cemetery.
You mean my low-cost home development?
Look where you stand.
Gravestones.
Here dwell in final squalor and humility the nameless, the vagrant, the very poor, the disinherited. You put them here.
I tell you, no, I built Bailey Park on this ground.
Read that tilting gravestone at your feet. Read.
In memory of our beloved son, Harry Bailey, 1911-1919. This isn't true. Harry's alive today. He went to war. He shot down 2 planes that saved the lives of every man on that transport.
Your brother Harry broke through the ice at the age of 9.
It's a lie. He saved the life of every man on that transport.
Every man on that transport died.
No.
You killed those men on that troop ship. You wished it so.
I didn't.
You.
Please.
You.
No.
Yes. Harry wasn't there to save those men because you weren't there to save Harry. You wished it so.
Yes. Forgive me, Clarence.
You see, George, you'd have lived a pretty wonderful life if you'd only been born a strong and useful life.
I know now. I know that no man is an island unto himself. I know now that our lives are woven inseparably one to another. I know that life bestowed by the Almighty is for no man to reject.
Then my work is done.
Wait, Clarence. Help me. Help me get back. I want to live again. I'm glad I was born. I want to live again.
When you hear the musical chimes, I will have won my wings. Guardian angel, first class.
Send me back, Clarence. Send me back to life again.
Live, George Bailey.
Send me back.
Live.
Thank you, God.
Live.
Thank you.
Live.
George!
Live.
George!
What? Mary.
George, darling.
Mary, how'd you know I was here?
Oh, I was so afraid for you. I thought of the bridge, too.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, please come home. We've been looking for you.
Looking for who?
The whole town. Everyone in Bedford Falls that you ever helped. And that's everybody.
I know, but there's $8,000 missing from the loan company.
They know that. And they've taken up a collection to help you for all you've done for them. There's more than $8,000 under the Christmas tree.
No.
Cash, money orders, and checks.
No.
Yes.
Well, hallelujah.
Merry Christmas, George.
Hey, Mary. Hey, listen.
I didn't hear anything.
When you hear the musical chimes...
What chimes?
Attaboy, Clarence. Attaboy.
Our guests will return in just a moment.
Next week, the NBC Theater brings you another outstanding motion picture story to the microphone as we present the romantic drama Hold Back the Dawn, and our star will be Charles Boyer. And now, here again is tonight's star, Jimmy Stewart, and screen director Frank Capra.
Say, Frank, do you mind if I ask you a professional question?
Not at all, Jimmy.
How do you turn out so many wonderful pictures? What's the secret, anyway?
You really want to know?
Yeah, I really do.
Clarence.
Huh?
Clarence, the angel.
What do you... Well, you mean the character in the story?
Oh, sure. He's been around for years. Stands behind my right shoulder and tells me what to do when I'm in trouble. He practically directs all my pictures.
Clarence, huh? On a movie set.
Yeah, well, it was a little difficult at first.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He didn't have a Screen Directors Guild card.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me, Frank, if Clarence was so smart, how come we had to shoot the last scene of It's a Wonderful Life 5 times?
Oh, that. Well, you see, Jimmy, that...
Hey, Capra, better quit while you're even. Say goodnight. Let's get out of here.
Okay, Clarence. See how he keeps me out of trouble? Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Jimmy Stewart and Frank Capra. It's a Wonderful Life is presented to the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Jimmy Stewart can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Stratton Story. Frank Capra is currently producing and directing the Paramount picture Riding High, starring Bing Crosby. Included in tonight's cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Joseph Granby, Hans Conried, Irene Tedrow, Georgia Backus, Herb Butterfield, and Barbara Eiler. It's a Wonderful Life was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Hold Back the Dawn. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Charles Boyer.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Hold Back the Dawn. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Stars, Charles Boyer, Vanessa Brown.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a story fashioned for the heart. Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer with Vanessa Brown, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. Some weeks ago, the NBC Theater introduced one of Hollywood's most expert directors of motion picture comedy. Tonight, he is our guest once again, as we present a film story of a quite different character. Thus, an impressive versatility is limelighted by the contrast between comedy and romantic drama, two forms of entertainment vividly directed by the same artist. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of such excellent films as Lady in the Dark, Kitty, To Each His Own, and tonight's story, Hold Back the Dawn, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. Hold Back the Dawn was a rather unusual film which tried to tell a story of how a motion picture is made. And that's how I happened to end up in front of the camera myself, managing somehow to act the part. My job in the opening sequence was to listen as a fascinating rascal down on his luck tried to sell his story to motion pictures. Hold Back the Dawn is the story he told me. And now, Charles Boyer, starring in his original role of George Iscovescu, with Vanessa Brown as Emmy.
one side of the high wire fence, standing in the desert heat, the stars and stripes flutter in the sunshine. For many waiting on the Mexican side, that flag is the goal, the soil it flies over, the dream. To George Iscovescu, barely within the law, international confidence man, gigolo, it merely means another people to exploit. But in his interview with the American consul on the Mexican side, George Iscovescu has met defeat for the third time in a year. Bewildered, despairing at last, George Iscovescu leaves the office of the consul. A very relaxed, cynical stranger speaks to him as he comes into the waiting room.
Well, how did it go, Iscovescu?
I beg your pardon?
Any luck this time?
Luck? I must wait 7 more years to enter the United States.
The Romanian quota is very small and very crowded.
Yes, I know that. But 7 years in this heat, this filth, with these flies, the prison sentence.
What are your plans?
Oh, I don't know. Find a cheaper hotel. Wait.
Try the Hotel Esperanza. Paint is peeling, the faucets drip. There are no shades on the light bulbs. But what do you expect at $1 a day? If you can get a room.
Is such a wretched place hard to get into?
Yeah, it's crammed with people wanting to get into the States.
The Esperanza.
Yeah, tell him I sent you.
Who are you?
Inspector Hammock.
Inspector Hammock?
Of the United States Immigration Department, yeah. Good luck, Iscovescu.
Why don't you watch where you're driving?
Why don't you watch where you're walking?
You American tourists with your high-powered station wagons.
This isn't a high-powered station wagon, and it isn't mine. I borrowed it from the school.
You don't also deny that you are an American, do you?
I gather you don't like Americans.
Very little.
Well, I'm sorry. Good day. And the next time, watch where you're... Oh, my station wagon.
And the next time, madam, watch where you're going.
Oh, what a mess.
Good day. Bartender, tequila here.
And now we present the dance sensation of the Riviera.
Anita.
And Iscovescu.
Anita. Well, how good to see you again. How on earth? Wait, the last time we were together was in 1939 in Cannes.
Ah, you remember that.
Oh, yes, of course.
Where are you staying, George?
Oh, a charming drain pipe known as the Esperanza.
I served time there.
Oh, how long for your quota?
I don't know. I didn't wait for my quota.
How did you get in?
You see this diamond ring?
Magnificent.
I married an American, a jockey of all things.
And what?
And simple. Marry an American and you get into the country in 4 weeks.
As easy as that?
This town is full of American women, George. Once over the border, you just get in the box.
Did you?
Of course. In America, we could be wonderful together, George.
Bartender, anything the lady wants. I must go.
No, George, where?
The village garage. I have a sudden definite interest in a wrecked station wagon there. Oh, excuse me, madam.
What? Oh, it's you again.
Yes, I had to come here. You see, I feel partly to blame for your car being here in the garage.
Don't upset yourself about it.
No, please. I'm very sorry to have helped spoil your vacation.
Weekend. I've only the weekend off from school.
A student?
Oh, no, I'm a teacher.
Oh.
In fact, I even borrowed the station wagon from school. And now look at it.
Oh, I'm sincerely sorry.
Well, I'd better make a phone call. My folks at home will be worried about me.
Yes, of course they will. Your parents? And perhaps your husband?
Oh, no, I'm not married.
My name is Iscovescu.
I'm Miss Brown.
George Iscovescu.
Emmy Brown.
That's much better now.
You see, we Americans aren't really so awful.
Miss Brown, would you take off your hat, please?
Why, what an odd request.
Wouldn't the school board approve?
Well, All right. There.
Amazing.
What?
She had the same hair, only it was always blown by the wind that winter at St. Moritz.
Who were you talking about?
Miss Brown, you thought I was bitter when we met today.
You weren't sweet.
It was because I saw another woman in your face. Margot.
Margot?
Yes, Margot. Oh, that's over now. Keep looking at me, please. It's like a clean, fresh mountain breeze on a stifling day.
You're the strangest man.
Perhaps the loneliest.
Well, I think perhaps I'd better be looking for lodgings if I'm not going to spend the night in the marketplace.
Let me try at Esperanza. I have some influence there.
Come in, George.
Anita. What are you doing in my room, Anita?
I took the room next door, and the connecting door was unlocked.
Oh, so you take the only remaining room in the hotel. No wonder Miss Brown must spend the night on a leather couch in the lobby.
Miss Brown.
Well, never mind. What do you want?
I've been thinking about you, darling. How you held me when we danced. Those gigolo eyes of yours. You cold, selfish, scheming, exciting. Oh, George, we could be wonderful together.
Anita, you can help me.
How?
That wedding ring on your finger.
What do you want it for? Miss Brown?
Of course. Time is short. I told you she's asleep on a couch in the lobby. I must speak to her. And I must have the ring. Understand?
Uh-huh. Take it.
Thank you.
Any means at all to accomplish our end, George. Good luck with Miss Brown.
Amy. Miss Brown.
Oh, is it morning?
No, but I've been sitting here all night, Miss Brown, watching you sleep on that couch.
Oh, no. You've no right to be here.
No right to be here. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem.
Oh, you must go away, please, right now.
Oh, you mustn't be afraid, Miss Brown. We're alike, we two. Like two trains, halted for a moment at some mysterious station in the darkness, but we're going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn.
It is getting light, isn't it?
Yes, soon they'll be waking up. The shops will open. Your car will be repaired. And you will be gone forever. But to have seen you was to see the sun rise once more. To hear the enchantment of a woman's voice. To feel her nearness. The warmth of her lips.
No, please.
Look at your hand, Emmy. The left one.
A wedding ring.
Yes. I put it on your hand while you slept. It was my mother's.
How sweet.
Amy, I've been so terribly lonesome.
Other people are lonesome too, George. And I've always known deep in my heart that someday there'd be someone waiting for me. Even at the end of the world.
And is this that end of the world, Amy?
And the beginning, George.
Oh, Amy, my darling. See, it's growing light.
Morning. You were right, darling. We couldn't hold back the dawn. For here it comes at last.
Yes, at last.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer with Vanessa Brown, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
George, darling, order me another drink and listen to this. It's too precious.
Now, Anita, perhaps I should resent you reading my wife's letters aloud to me in a bar.
Oh, but listen, will you? 4 more weeks, darling, and then you can join me here in California, and we'll be together forever. Lovingly, darling, your wife, Emmy.
My wife is wonderful. Never see her? Write her a few letters? Call her up once or twice? And once across the border...
We'll be on our merry way to New York.
With a short stop in Azusa. Half an hour, long enough to tell Emmy of a love that was too great to last. A mistake that was too lovely not to have been made.
That she was too good and you were too low.
Half an hour, Anita. She'll brush up like a drop of rain.
Oh, you swine.
Everybody having a good time?
Uh-oh. Inspector Hammer.
Hello, folks. Hello, Escovescu. Remember me?
Oh, of course. The immigration officer.
How's the hotel I recommended?
PITFALL?
How are you, Anita? How's your husband?
Fine.
Is he still in the cast?
Cast? What cast?
You mean you don't know he was hurt in a race at Santa Anita?
We are divorced.
No. That beautiful love match? Isn't it a shame how love cools off the minute people get into the United States?
Well, will you excuse me, please? I really must...
From now on, we're going to be very harsh on people who marry for immigration and not for love.
Well, excuse me, I just remembered I must write several important letters in my room. Forgive me, please.
Surprise, George.
Amy.
Surprise.
Amy, what I wasn't expecting you.
I know. I brought you a wedding cake.
Oh, all the way from Azusa?
Mother baked it.
Oh, bless her.
My principal gave me a week off for a honeymoon with you. He gave me the station wagon again.
Bless him, too.
I'm going to stay here a whole week with you.
Stay here? A week? Oh, no.
Well, what's the matter, dear?
Well, I won't let you stay here. You see, it's horrible.
I don't mind.
Oh, this place is for cockroaches, for despair, for hammocks.
Hammocks?
Well, did I say that? It's a kind of scorpion. Yes, this is in every respect no place for us to begin our lives together.
Oh, George.
Darling, you came for a honeymoon? We'll go on a honeymoon. A whole week.
George, darling, listen to the windshield wipers.
Well, they're all right, aren't they?
Listen to their rhythm. They seem to be saying, together, 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 together. Can you hear it?
Yes, I can hear it.
Oh, George, there's a sweet old Mexican church. I'd like to go in for a minute. Please.
All right, if you like.
I'm sorry if I cried in church, George. I was so happy.
I'm very glad.
George, this olive tree beside the walk.
Yes?
Stop here. They say if married couples shake the tree, however many olives fall, they'll have that many children.
That's a foolish legend, Emmy.
Then let's be foolish, George. Shake the tree.
Very well. Very well.
1, 2, 3. 3 olives.
Boys or girls?
Well, this one is Joshua, after my father. This one's Helen because I always wanted to be named Helen. I hate Emmy. And this one? What was your father's name?
Gregor.
He shall be Gregor. George.
Yes, Emmy?
Kiss me.
Oh, in front of the 3 children?
Yes.
So be it, Emmy.
Thank you, George.
You are a curious thing.
I love my husband very much.
It's very strange, but kissing you just now was like kissing fresh snow.
Oh, it's nice. Sleeping in the station wagon like this.
Well, I'm not sure yet. Romanian I am, but gypsy I am not.
It's a beauteous evening. Calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun.
All of these evenings have been lovely.
But tomorrow, our honeymoon's over. And I must go back to the States.
Yes, but only 3 more weeks apart.
I wonder how the immigration authorities would like to be without their wives for 3 weeks.
I've seen their wives. They liked it very much.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Emmy.
I love my husband very much. The Esperanza again. Oh, I hate to see this come to an end.
We'll be together again in 3 weeks. Now, you run up to your room and freshen up. You know you've got a 5-hour drive ahead of you. I'll attend to the car for you.
I'll only be a few minutes, George.
All right.
George!
Anita!
Welcome back. Great news, George. We're leaving for New York and the Club Casanova just as soon as you're over the border.
No, I'm not going right on to New York.
The stopover in Azusa will only be a half hour, you said.
It will be however long it takes.
Oh, George, don't tell me you like that girl.
Well, let's say I like her enough not to behave like a complete swine for once in my life. I'll join you in New York when I can.
No, George. I will not stand in Times Square and whistle for you.
Now, listen to me.
I'll buzz and rattle, George, like a rattlesnake.
Anita.
Don't tread on me, George. Don't tread on me. May I come in?
Of course. Who are you?
You are Mrs. Escovescu?
Yes, why?
I'd like you to return my wedding ring.
What would I be doing with your ring?
You're wearing it.
This?
That.
It belonged to my husband's mother.
Isn't George wonderful? He always knows how to pluck a heartstring.
What are you talking about? Tell me.
Darling, it was all my idea.
What idea? Tell me.
About his marrying you just to get across the border.
July.
Read the engraving inside the ring. To Toots for keeps.
Get out.
No. Get down, dear. This is going to be all about you and me and just lots of other women. And George and love. And immigration, darling. Immigration.
Emmy, may I come in?
Come in, George.
Well, the car is all ready to go, dear. And I've just come up to tell...
George. Anita was just here.
Yes?
She told me everything.
What did she tell you?
About the ring. About all the other women. About the way you made your living. About marrying me just to get into the United States.
True enough. Are you going to expose me to the immigration authorities?
No.
Thank you, Emmy. Always been full of words. Large, fancy words. Now, just one word. Thanks.
I've always been full of words, too. Not very fancy. Now just one word, George. Goodbye.
George, can't you do anything besides lie on that bed all day and smoke cigarettes and stare at the ceiling?
Please, Anita, quiet.
George, you look strange.
Be quiet.
You're staring at...
Amy.
Amy?
Amy! Be careful, look out!
George, what's the matter? Are you sick or something?
Huh? Anita, something's happened to Amy on the road. All at once I saw her. The car spinning and skidding. The brakes screaming.
Oh, nonsense.
I wonder.
I'll go, George.
No, I'll go.
Iskovescu.
What, Inspector?
I'm sorry.
My wife? Tell me. My wife?
There's been an accident.
Oh, no.
Where is she?
At General Hospital, Los Angeles.
I must have a car.
You can't cross the border, man.
Who's got a car? Anita, who can lend me a car?
Flores downstairs at the desk.
Get out of my way.
You can't crash the border, man. We'll bring you back and never let you in again.
Get out of my way, I said.
Mr. Iskovescu?
Yes, Doctor. How is she? Where's my wife?
In here, but I must tell you, she has no will to live. There's no fight in her, no spirit. She hasn't spoken since we brought her in.
Oh, is this room a room?
Do what you can.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Amy, it's George. I'm here, darling. Amy, you hear me, dearest? I'm here. We're together. Remember? That night, the car, the rain, the windshield wiper speaking to us. Remember? Together. Now, try to breathe. Together. Remember, Amy? Amy?
George.
No. Rest. You must sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Iskovescu.
Good morning, Doctor. I was just going in to see my wife again. How is she?
Your seeing her yesterday worked wonders.
May I go in now?
Certainly.
Thank you, Doctor.
Just a minute there, Iskovescu.
Inspector Hammond.
You crashed the border.
I know.
I came up after you.
Naturally.
You'll never get into the States now.
Good enough.
Unless I forget what I saw. If I can't remember the incident, I can't report it, can I?
Inspector Hammond, you...
Save it. You're the husband of an American wife. You're made for each other. And she's in there. Don't keep an American woman waiting, Iskovescu. They don't like it.
Thank you, Inspector.
Good luck, Iskovescu.
Amy.
George, we are together.
Yes, my darling. Always and forever.
George.
Amy, do you know, I love my wife very much.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater indulges in a little keyhole peeping, all for the sake of laughter. As for the first time on the air, we present the Columbia Pictures comedy, Her Husband's Affairs, and our star will be Lucille Ball. And now, here are tonight's stars, Charles Boyer and Vanessa Brown, and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Vanessa, you know, one of the most instructive things about working with Mitchell Lyson was seeing a director become an actor.
Did Mr. Lyson really act in Hold Back the Dawn?
Oh, yes, and a very difficult role. He played the part of Mitchell Lyson.
Probably the most abominable casting I've ever done.
Vanessa, as a director, Mitch told us that we must always be prepared to improvise something if we forget our lines.
Certainly, it's the easiest thing in the world.
Certainly. So, When we did the picture, Mitch very carefully memorized his part and then walked in front of the camera for our scene together. And then, do you know what happened?
What?
Nothing.
I forgot my lines.
Well, didn't you improvise something, Mr. Light?
Oh, only the most pained expression I've ever seen on a director's face.
So you did the scene again?
Oh, yes, to be precise, 5 times.
Look, I have only one thing to say in my defense.
And that is, Mr. Lyson?
Everything was the director's fault.
No, Mitch, the director was one of the finest in Hollywood. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Charles Boyer, Vanessa Brown, and Mitchell Lyson. Hold Back the Dawn was presented to the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production Streets of Laredo, starring William Holden, William Bendix, and MacDonald Carey, having its world premiere in Laredo, Texas, tomorrow night. Vanessa Brown will soon be seen in the Paramount William Wyler production, The Heiress. Mitchell Lyson's current production is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Raymond Burr, John Daner, and Gene Bates. Hold Back the Dawn was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Her Husband's Affairs, Director S. Sylvan Simon, Star Lucille Ball.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Her Husband's Affairs, Director S. Sylvan Simon, Star Lucille Ball.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present Something to Laugh About, the Columbia Pictures comedy Her Husband's Affairs, starring Lucille Ball and introducing the director of the film, S. Sylvan Simon. One of the most valuable tools in the art of comedy direction is an educated laugh. The scene the director thinks is funny is the scene that finally appears on the screen. Tonight, our guest screen director is a man whose laughter has the very best references. He employed it well and often to bring you such grand entertainment as Ria Rita, Whistling in the Dark, The Fuller Brush Man, and tonight's story, Her Husband's Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. S. Sylvan Simon.
Thank you. After that introduction, I can see a new nickname coming up, Laughing Boy Simon. Actually, even a screen director doesn't go around laughing at thin air, except maybe the night before his picture is previewed. Nobody minds then, because it might be his last laugh in a long while. But most of the time, you have to have something to laugh at. For me, Her Husband's Affairs was a lot of fun. I hope you'll enjoy it, too, as you hear it tonight for the first time on the air, starring Lucille Ball in her original role of Margaret with Elliot Lewis as Bill.
Bill, the alarm clock. Turn off the alarm.
Yes. Time to get up. Time to sell hats for the good old Cruikshank Advertising Agency.
Cruikshank.
Bald-headed old booby.
Egghead. I'm glad I don't work for him anymore. I'm glad I married you.
Bill Weldon, the working girl's refuge.
You're a genius, and I love you.
Cruikshank doesn't. I think he hates me.
Why?
because you married me and left the agency.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That's what I keep telling him. You know, Margaret, even though you practically ran old Egghead's business, you're not so bright.
Of course not, dear.
I'm just as good an advertising man as you are.
Better.
As a matter of fact, Margaret, I hate to say this, but when we worked together, you used to drive me nuts.
Bill.
Yeah, that's true. Always coming up with bright ideas and cramping my style.
Well, I hate to say this, dear, but I'm not cramping your style anymore, and look at us. We've been married a year, and we still haven't even enough money to go on a honeymoon.
No, we'll take that cruise to Bermuda when our investment pays off.
Some investment, spending all our money on that goony Professor Glinka and his crazy experiments.
He isn't either crazy.
He is, too.
Professor Glinka happens to be my partner, and I'm proud to have him use our garage for his experiment. Even if the insurance company did cancel the policy.
But he's crazy.
What's crazy about trying to make rubber out of banana peels? Margaret, what you don't seem to understand is that the professor is going to make us fabulously wealthy.
I don't want to be fabulously wealthy. All I want is a honeymoon.
I'm sorry, we haven't got any money.
But we can get some. Cruikshank promised you a $5,000 bonus if you can think up an idea to sell more Top L lightweight hats.
I'm working on it.
I'll help you.
Margaret, stop meddling. I don't need any help.
You're a good slogan writer, Bill. Got any slogans?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Tell me.
Here's one. If you can't wear a feather in your cap, wear one on your head.
Too pessimistic.
Please, honey, I don't want your creative ideas. Just agree with me.
I was only trying to help you, dear.
I know you are, dear. You have the finest, noblest character since Little Orphan Annie. But stop using it on me.
All right, all right.
All right. If it happens, I'm not fussy about that slogan myself. Here is the clincher. Short, dignified. Now listen.
I'm listening.
You never know you're wearing one, but other people do. Well?
It's perfect. That's our slogan.
My slogan.
Your slogan, dear. And it's worth $5,000.
Well, that's a good day's work. Let's go back to sleep.
Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going right downtown and sell it to Cruikshank, and then we're off to Bermuda.
You never know you're wearing one, but other people do.
That's it, boss.
Isn't it wonderful?
You did a fine job, Margaret. Grand. Splendid.
Oh, it's Bill's slogan. He wrote it.
Oh, well, if he wrote it, I don't like it.
What's wrong with it?
Mr. Cruikshank, this isn't just a slogan. It's a campaign, a stroke of genius.
Oh, do you really think so, Margaret?
I know so. Now take it from me, Mr. Cruikshank.
Well, Margaret, you haven't been wrong yet. If you say so, I'll use it.
Yeah, well, how about the $5,000?
I'll make out the check right away. Now, tell the truth, Bill. Did you write that slogan yourself?
Of course he did, Mr. Cruikshank. It was all Bill's idea.
Well, here's the check. Gives me great pleasure to present it to you.
Thanks, boss. And
there you are, Margaret.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Cruikshank, I also thank you on behalf of my brilliant wife.
Come on, Bill.
Run along, Margaret. Enjoy the money. You earned it.
Bill, we're going. At last, we're going to Bermuda.
Isn't that nice?
Oh, darling, you're not angry, are you?
Who, me? Angry? Of course not. Why should I be angry just because Cruikshank paid you $5,000 for my idea?
But, Bill...
My dear Margaret, you're not married to an ungrateful cad. You were superb. I enjoyed your entire performance from my little dunce seat in the corner.
You are sore.
A complex. That's what's wrong with you. A U.S. Marines complex. Always coming to the rescue.
Bill, you don't love me anymore.
Of course I love you. But why can't you let your husband handle his own affairs?
Oh, darling, I'm just an idiot.
Now, that's the way I like to hear you talk.
And I won't interfere anymore. I love you. I love you. I love you. Kiss me.
All right.
Mr. Weldon.
Mrs. Weldon.
Oh, it's Professor Glinka. Hiya, Professor. What are you doing here?
I had to see you. An emergency.
No more money.
But he hasn't even...
We're sorry, Professor, but we're going to Bermuda.
Yes, but I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
You mean you know how to make rubber out of banana peels?
Rubber, schmubber. Who wants rubber? All my life I've searched for the secret of eternal man. A way to preserve humanity forever. And now the secret is almost within my grasp. A few more days. A few more dollars.
Well, for heaven's sake, what is it?
Embalming fluids.
Embalming fluid?
I buy him $400 worth of bananas, and he comes up with embalming fluid.
What did you expect? Fruit salad? This is not an ordinary embalming fluid. My invention will convert people into glass.
Glass?
In any position.
You mean every man becomes his own tombstone?
Everybody can pick out in advance what kind of statue he wants to become. How beautiful. How touching.
Oh, boy, I can see it now. Let Weldon and Glinka model you for eternity.
I need money to buy more equipment, Mr. Weldon.
We can't afford it.
Pardon me. This is like saying you can't afford to become rich.
Yeah, Margaret, that's right.
No, Bill. We're going to Bermuda.
Okay. No dice, Professor.
Well, I wait. Maybe you'll change your mind.
Goodbye, Glinka.
Oh, I almost forgot you. I brought you a little present, Mr. Weldon. Here, this jar.
What's in it?
A little something I made out of my embalming fluid.
Please, Professor, I love life.
Now, please understand, it's only byproduct. Good for nothing but removing hair.
It removes hair?
Instantly.
Emil, don't fool me. No shaving? No razor?
Rub it on, rub it off. No more whiskers. Silly, isn't it?
Silly? Margaret, this is it. This is going to make us rich.
It's a miracle.
I always said I was a genius.
Please, Mr. Weldon, my embalming
Later,
fluid is
Professor,
a
later. Come on, Margaret. Let's see Cruikshank. We got work to do.
But what about our honeymoon?
Margaret, what's more important? Our old honeymoon or the whiskers of the world?
Amazing, Weldon, amazing.
This means the end of the Stone Age in shaving. Man will no longer be a savage in the bathroom.
Bill's right, Mr. Cruikshank.
And you say you have an interest in it?
Complete control of the commercial rights. Let's start selling.
Right. And Miss Brady, get me the sales department. We have to think of a name. We must have a name for the invention.
Off again. How about the off again cream?
Wonderful.
Take them off again with off again.
Weldon, your wife has solved our first problem. Now it's up to you.
Thank you, dear. Mr. Cruikshank will start publicizing Off Again tonight. We'll set up a banquet for 750 guests. We'll get movie stars, celebrities.
I'll have the governor there.
The governor?
He's running for re-election. Be glad of the publicity.
Good. I want every man unshaven. We'll make it a mass shaving demonstration. Beside every plate, we'll have a jar of Off Again.
Oh, Bill, you're a genius. Bill, are you asleep?
Mm-hmm.
Golly, I was proud of you tonight. The way you talked to all those people, the governor and the mayor.
Oh, it's nothing. Any other genius could have done it. 43, 44, 45.
What are you doing?
Counting $1 million bills jumping over a fence.
Oh, 46, 47, 48.
49.
Bill,
You won't change when we're rich, will you?
No, of course not. I'll always be the same plain, simple Bill. But, honey, I still think you're wrong.
About what, dear?
Not having a personal maid. You might as well, as long
Oh, but Bill, we're having a cook, 2 housemaids, a laundress, a chauffeur, a stable boy, and a butler.
Yeah, but if you don't have a personal maid, it puts me in an awful jam.
How, Bill?
How can I have a valet if you don't have a personal maid? I'd look like a jerk.
All right, I'll have one.
Thanks, honey. Good. Margaret?
Margaret, what's wrong?
Bill, we're going to have a big house, aren't we?
Yeah, kind of. Reminds me, I wonder where I can find the floor plans for the Taj Mahal.
And we're going to be lost in a forest of butlers and maids. And it won't be the same, and I'm scared.
Oh, no, don't talk crazy.
I just love this room. And now we'll have 20 bedrooms, and I'll never be able to find you. That's no fun.
Oh, well, darling. Darling, we'll only have one.
You promise?
I promise. Scout's honor.
All right. Then I'll know you haven't changed.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Bill. Bill, the alarm clock.
It was a phone. Get away, huh?
Oh. Yes, Mr. Cruikshank, he's here.
Who is?
Do you want to... Bill isn't a nincompoop.
Huh?
What? But that's impossible. The governor...
What?
Oh, no. But there must be something we can do. The police?
What?
Mr. Cruikshank. He hung up.
What is it?
Oh, Bill, there won't be any big house. No servants. Bill, we aren't going to be rich. And Mr. Cruikshank says the governor's going to put you in jail.
What are you talking about?
Bill, you'll have to hide. I'll think of something. I won't let them take you away.
Margaret, will you talk sense?
Professor Glinka's cream. It backfired. All the guests have beards a foot long. And Bill, they're still growing.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of Her Husband's Affairs, starring Lucille Ball with Elliott Lewis, and introducing the director of the film, S. Sylvan Simon.
Cruikshank, you bungling idiot, look at this beer.
No, Governor, don't get excited. Be calm.
Be calm, look at me. I've shaved 5 times since 8 o'clock this morning.
I'm sure the doctor can do something. Can't you, Dr. Sandler?
This injection should do the trick. Just hold still, Governor. The cream seems to have overstimulated your pituitary glands. You'll be all right in a few hours.
I'd better be. That idiot Weldon and his insane scientists. I've got the police combing the city for them right now. They'll pay for this.
Good morning, Mr. Cruikshank. Good morning, Governor.
Oh, Margaret, thank heaven you're here.
Where's your lunatic husband?
Oh, he's celebrating.
What the devil has he got to celebrate?
Easy, Governor, easy. You can put your trust in Margaret.
Trust in Margaret? My wife put some of that concoction on her upper lip. How can I trust in Margaret when I've got a wife who looks like Joe Stalin?
That husband of yours has certainly done it this time.
He certainly has. Bill has presented the world with one of man's most precious gifts.
Throw her out of here.
I wanted Bill to tell you all this himself, but I can't wait. Mr. Cruikshank, we've got a new name for Off Again, a much better name.
Name? What's in a name? It still grows hair.
It's grown so much hair that you're all blind to the fact that it isn't a hair remover at all. It's a hair restorer. Put it on your head, not on your face. There's millions in it. All you have to do is change its name to On Again.
Great guns.
On Again.
Here, I brought some with me. In a few hours, even you can be an Adonis. Try it, Egghead. I mean, Mr. Cruikshank.
Oh, I will. I certainly will. Hair, can you imagine?
Oh, I'm a little thin on top myself. The women voters, you know, may I try it?
Certainly, Governor. And, gentlemen, when you look in your mirrors tonight, you can thank Bill Weldon for what you see.
I'll call off the police immediately. That young man is to be commended.
Might be Bill's idea, but it seems to have Margaret's touch. But anyway, gentlemen, let us show our appreciation to Bill Weldon. All together, sing, For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow.
Professor Glinka! Professor Glinka! It's me, Bill. Let me in the garage.
Come in quickly.
Yeah. Ooh, I'm afraid to go in the house. Police are after me.
They came and went. I watched them from the tree in the backyard.
I gotta go get some dry clothes. I've been hiding in the sewer.
Not yet. You better wait till it's dark. Listen to me.
I listened to you once and look what happened. Last night, a millionaire. Today, a sewer rat.
I should have warned you.
Glinka, how could you do this to me?
You must understand, my invention is basically an embalming fluid to preserve people after death by turning them into glass.
But you didn't say anything about growing beards.
Yeah, well, it seems, Mr. Weldon, that the byproduct is somewhat unpredictable. In its present state, it might shave, it might grow hair, it might have even more unusual effects. I'm not interested.
You're not interested?
I must devote myself to my embalming fluid, to finding the secret of eternal life.
Look, unless we do something about that cream, they'll toss us in the pokey. Can't you punch it into shape somehow?
What, and grow hair on my fist?
Look, Glinka, this is our necks.
Well, I'll try. But I'm warning you, anything can happen.
Okay, but make it fast. I'll be down in the sewer if you want me. Try to sneak into the house as soon as it gets dark.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cruikshank. Come in.
Margaret, it's wonderful, wonderful.
What is? Sit down, Mr. Cruikshank.
On again. Look, I'll take my hat off.
Oh, is it real?
Did you ever see such a beautiful head of hair?
Did it all grow in at once or sort of sprout in sections?
It grew like a blossoming flower.
Oh.
And I owe it all to you and Bill. Every hair on my head.
Oh, Bill's a genius.
Has the governor phoned yet?
Why, no. Should he?
I left word for him to call your house. His hair is due at 6 o'clock. Bill. Where is Bill?
I don't know.
He hasn't run off again with off again, has he?
Oh, no, he'd never do that.
Margaret, that door. Somebody's there.
Oh, it must be Bill.
Oh, Weldon, come here.
Don't shoot, Cruikshank. I'll go quietly.
Oh, come on in, dear. It's all right. Nobody's mad at you anymore. The governor called off the police. Everything's fine now.
It is? Boy, I'm sure glad to get out of that sewer. Hey, Cruikshank, where'd you get the snappy toupee?
This is real. It grew in since this morning. You two have earned my undying gratitude, Weldon. We all knew Margaret and you would think of something to get us out of this mess.
Oh, yeah, well, the professor and I will have off again licked in a week.
Bill, there is no off again. It's on again, remember?
What are you talking about?
Oh, now, Bill, don't be modest. You deserve a share of the credit, too, you know.
Something tells me my little wife has been helping me again.
Wasn't it your idea to turn off again into on again?
No, it wasn't. That's stupid.
But, darling, it grows hair.
So what? Who wants a beard grower?
Not beards, Bill. Hair on the head.
Who the devil wants hair?
I do. And a million like me.
If there were a million like you, I'd kill myself.
It'll make a fortune, Bill.
Oh, you're out of your mind. It doesn't compare with off again. It's just a sop for a handful of eggheads.
Eggheads? Look at this. Look at my hair.
You mean to say you put that stuff on your head?
Certainly. And so did the governor.
That does it. I suppose that idea came from my brain-laden spouse, too.
Bill, it was for your own good.
My own good? Don't you know that cream is unpredictable? Anything can happen to Egghead's head. Although in his case, it'll probably be an improvement.
But, Bill...
Of all the idiotic Budinsky tricks you pulled on me, this is the worst. Prancing in like a prima donna and pulling the rug out from under me.
Oh, you're talking like a child. I kept you out of jail, didn't I?
I was doing all right myself, Wonder Girl.
That's probably the governor now.
I'll bet.
He'll want to thank you personally instead of locking you up. If it wasn't for me, you'd be a convict. Hello?
Mrs. Weldon?
Yes?
This is Dr. Sandler. I'm speaking to you from the governor's bedside.
Oh, dear. Is he ill?
He wants to speak to you himself. Just hold on. It's Mrs. Weldon.
Where are they? Where's that throwback husband of yours and that lunatic scientist?
Is something wrong, Governor?
Wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong. That miracle cream has turned my head into glass.
Oh, no.
How can a fishbowl run for re-election? I'm ruined. My cranium has been sabotaged. I look like a chandelier.
You mean glass? Real glass?
Yes, yes. Listen, I'll tap it.
Oh, dear. What's that funny noise?
Dandruff.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Governor.
Your maniac husband will be sorry. I'm calling out the state militia. Those two are going to jail.
Oh!
Okay, Weldon, you got a visitor.
No, not her. Don't let her in here.
Sorry, Bud. Orders.
Bill, they tried to keep me from seeing you.
You're darn tootin' they did. I told them to. I'm happy in jail. I'm safe. My wife can't help me.
Bill, don't you want to go to Bermuda with me?
Unless you're wearing a muzzle.
Don't be angry, Bill. I was only
Don't
trying
say it.
to...
You're only trying to help me. I started out to make a fortune. With your help, I wound up in jail.
But everything's all right now.
Well, that's what you said the last time they arrested me.
But, darling, this time I really fixed it. The professor and I made a deal with the governor.
Oh, no. Now they'll probably hang me.
No, darling, it's all right. Glinka fixed the governor's head, so now he's letting you go.
I don't want to go. I don't want to be helped. It might kill me. I'd rather just die here in prison, peacefully. A broken old man.
Oh, please, Bill. I'm sorry. I'll never help you again.
You mean that?
I promise.
No more meddling? No more mixing in my affairs?
No more.
You solemnly swear?
Scout's honor.
All right, then.
We're going to Bermuda?
Well, we've still got the $5,000 from the Top L hat account, haven't we?
Another visitor for you, Weldon.
Professor.
Mr. Weldon, Mrs. Weldon. I had to see you. I've just made the most amazing discovery. Look at this flower.
It's beautiful, Professor, but we're not interested.
No, feel it. Go ahead, touch it.
Yeah, let me see. Holy Ike, it's steel.
It's embalmed, petrified, will last forever.
But it still has its perfume.
Certainly. It fell into my embalming fluid by accident.
A perpetual flower. This makes Luther Burbank look like a high school student.
Thank you. All I need to develop it is a few $100.
No, Professor, we're sorry.
Margaret, honey, don't you realize what this means? It's not as big as Off Again, but it's still $1 million a year. We're back in business.
Well, I don't know, Bill.
We have to find a name for it.
Forever Flower. How about the Forever Flower?
The Forever Flower.
Eternal beauty.
The artist's answer to the atom bomb.
Indestructible loveliness.
Bermuda will have to wait.
Oh, there's always Bermuda, darling.
Let's go to work.
Bill.
What?
You're a genius.
Our guest will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater sets its course for around-the-world romance as we present the intriguing motion picture story, Trade Wind. And our star will be Frederick March. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Lucille Ball and Elliot Lewis and screen director S. Sylvan Simon.
You know, Elliot, Sylvan Simon is a very important man in the motion picture business.
He is?
Yes, as well as being a director, he's a producer.
Well, I guess that keeps you pretty busy, huh, Mr. Simon?
Well, every once in a while I manage to get away and relax with my hobby.
What is your hobby, Sylvan?
Hitting my head against the wall.
Hitting your head against the wall, that's crazy.
Not for me, it isn't.
Why not?
Because of the difference between directors and producers.
Well, what is the difference?
Well, it's a matter of responsibility. If you're a director, then the producer's responsible for everything that goes wrong on a picture.
And if you're a producer?
Then you put all the blame on the director.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. What happens if you're both, like you?
Rather, you hit your head against the wall. Good night, Lucille.
Good
Elliot,
night.
good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Lucille Ball, Elliot Lewis, and S. Sylvan Simon. Her Husband's Affairs was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of the soon-to-be-released film Lust for Gold, starring Glenn Ford and Ida Lupino. S. Sylvan Simon's latest production is Columbia Pictures' Miss Grant Takes Richmond, starring Lucille Ball, who will also be seen in the forthcoming Paramount production, Sorrowful Jones. Included in tonight's cast were Hans Conried, Wilms Herbert, Jay Novello, Ken Christie, Herb Litton, and Dan Ritz. Her Husband's Affairs was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Carn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Trade Winds. Director, Tay Garnett. Star, Frederick March.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Playhouse. Production, The Killers. Director, Robert Siodmak. Stars, Burt Lancaster, Shelley Winters.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a postscript to Murder, The Killers, starring Burt Lancaster and Shelley Winters, and introducing the director of the film, Robert Siodmak. It's not always necessary to have lived a fabulous life in order to create fabulous motion pictures. But in the case of our guest screen director tonight, it most certainly has helped. At 19, he was a seasoned Shakespearean actor. At 20, director of the Dresden, Germany Stock Exchange. At 21, rich. At 23, broke again. At 24, he launched the brilliant motion picture career that was to bring him to Hollywood. The director of such thrilling films as Dark Mirror, Spiral Staircase, and tonight's story, The Killers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robert Siodmak.
Thank you. Thank you. Hollywood has given the world two kinds of motion pictures which are typically American. They are the Western and the gangster films, such as The Killers. This is not to say that America is a country of gangsters any more than a country of cowboys. It means only that America has created a new and fascinating kind of entertainment. Such is our story. That instant is drama. Now here it is, The Killers, starring Burt Lancaster in his original role of Swede and Shelley Winter as Kitty.
Swede! Hey, Swede! Swede, it's me, Nick. It's Nick. What are you doing laying down, Swede? You sick?
No.
Listen, Swede, I was down in George's diner when two hard guys came in looking for you. They said they were looking for you to kill you.
I know.
Then what are you laying here for?
There's nothing I can do.
Well, don't you want me to go and see the police?
That wouldn't do any good.
Couldn't you get out of town?
I'm through with running away.
But why? Why do they want to kill you?
I did something wrong once. Thanks for coming.
I just thought... Well, okay. But they're coming looking for you, Swede. They're coming looking for you.
He did something wrong once. What?
A gas station attendant murdered in an out-of-the-way town called Brentwood, allowing himself to be murdered, helplessly and without complaint submitting to extermination. Why? Why does a man come to such an abject end? Headquarters put me on the case because I had some college criminology and because I'd known Swede, the victim, back in the old days. This isn't the story of how we got Swede's killers. That's routine police work, and you've heard that story 1,000 times. What brings a man to such an end as Swede's? That's the important personal story, and this is it. One by one, we rounded up people who'd known the Swede, some of them on the level. One who wasn't on the level was a gunsel named Blinky Franklin, who knew the Swede when. Give, Blinky.
Well, let me see, 10 years ago. Swede had just knocked Soldier Burns for Gould, see? That put Swede right up there as a contender for the light heavyweight championship. Well, after the fight, I took Swede over to Jim Colfax's apartment where a big party was going on. Kitty Collins, Jim's girl, was singing over the piano. Right away, I see that the Swede's interested. So I waited for Kitty to finish his song, and then I brought the Swede over to meet her.
I loved him so, but there I go. Tonight I must forget. No more memories. Swing out, tonight I must forget. Music, maestro, please.
Hey, Kitty.
Oh, hello, Blinky. I don't see you beating your palms.
Look, Kitty, I want you to meet Swede Anderson. Swede's a coming light heavy champ.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Kitty.
You two make yourself acquainted. I want to talk to some of the boys.
So you're the next champion, Mr. Anderson.
Do you like the fights?
I'm afraid I never saw one.
No kidding.
I can't bear brutality. The idea of two men beating each other to a pulp makes me ill.
Well, I don't get hurt.
You're unusual, then.
I'll go into some other racket before I let them knock me punchy.
Really? It's too bad Jim is out of town. He'd like to speak to you.
Who's Jim?
Jim Colfax. He owns this apartment.
Oh. Well, why would he want to see me?
Oh, he has lots of irons in the fire. I'll arrange it for you.
Well, thanks. That's swell, Miss...
Kitty. Remember?
I remember.
Well, don't forget. I'll see you at the fight sometime.
The Swede was finished. He'd broken his hand badly in that fight. He'd never fight again. For a while, I didn't see the Swede. Then one night, I was in Lou Tingle's Arena Cafe. I'd been given a tip on some hot jewelry, and sure enough, there was some of it walking in on Kitty Collins' dress. Swede was with her, looking very prosperous indeed. I let him sit down, then I walked over, trying to make it look like a social visit, for a while anyway.
Sam Redden. How are you, boy?
Hello, Swede.
Kitty, you know Sam Redden.
Yeah, I know Sam.
You're looking pretty sharp, Swede. That numbers racket really pays off.
Boy, you know everything. Say, that broken hand was the best thing ever happened to me. Well, how are you anyway? What's on your mind, Sam?
That diamond brooch Kitty's wearing?
What are you talking about?
Grand larceny and hot jewelry.
Do you mean to tell me that brooch was stolen?
Let's take a ride downtown, Kitty.
Now, wait a minute, Sam.
Swede.
Is this a pinch?
Don't let them take me.
You can't do this, Sam.
You're not going to stop me, are you, Swede?
Look, let you and me go someplace and talk, huh?
Look, Swede, if your girl happens to be a shoplifter, I'm sorry about it.
It's not true, Swede. I didn't take it. I had no idea it was stolen. Make them listen, Swede. I'll give it back. I'll leave town, but don't let them take me, Swede, please. They'll throw the book at me.
Look, Sam, you don't want Kitty. I swipe that stuff. I'm the one you're after. Get me?
Okay, I get you. If that's the way you want it?
Yes, Sam. That's the way I want it.
I pleaded with him to tell the truth, but he stuck to his story, and it got him 3 years. When he got out, Blinky Franklin met him and took him up to a room in a midtown hotel where Big Jim Colfax and some of the boys were working on the biggest payroll job of Jim's career. Kitty Collins, the girl for whom Swede had served 3 years, sat on a trunk, knitting.
I guess you know everybody here, don't you, Swede?
Welcome back, Swede.
Hello, Jim.
There's Dum-Dum over there grousing around.
Ah, yes.
Of course, you know, Kitty.
Hello, Swede.
Didn't hear from you much in prison, Kitty.
I'm not much for writing. You know that.
I know it now.
Let's get started, huh, boss? What's the new pitch?
Pull up a chair, Swede. Now, this is big. It's the Prentice Hat Factory payroll over in Hackensack. We walk in as workers tomorrow morning and lift the roll. I'll give you the details in a minute. After the stick-up, we split up and meet again on the halfway house tomorrow night on Route 1.
Halfway house, Route 1. How much is in it first?
Yeah, it ought to be good for $250,000.
Ah, not bad. Split how?
Well, I'll take the first $100,000. You can divide the rest 3 ways.
Who declared you in for the big slice?
I declared myself.
What about Kitty?
Kitty's with me.
What do you mean, Kitty's with you?
Don't start anything now, Swede.
What do you mean she's with you? I spent 3 years in stir for a robbery she done. What are you trying to give me? She's with you.
You want a blueprint, Swede? All right, I'll give you a blueprint.
Shut up, Jim.
You keep your mouth shut if you don't want it slapped shut.
You put a hand on Kitty, Jim. You just try.
Oh, keep out of it, Swede. Kitty's Jim's girl now.
Get out of my way, Blinky.
Swede, mind your own business.
This is my business.
Are you crazy, Swede? What did you hit him for?
I'll kill you for that, Swede.
Reach for your gun and I'll kick your brains out.
Cut it out, both of you. Cut it out.
Why, you dumb palooka. Give me a hand, Blakey.
Yeah.
I ought to give you the works, Swede.
Anytime you say Colfax.
I got a job to do tomorrow. Tomorrow morning at 8. Here's the full pitch now.
All cars watch roads leading from Prentice Hat Factory in Hackensack. Armed hold-up by at least 3 men leaving hold-up scene in 3 separate cars. All cars proceed to Prentice Hat Factory at once. All cars, calling all cars, calling all cars.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Killers, starring Burt Lancaster and Shelley Winters, and introducing the director of the film, Robert Siodmak. This is the concluding program in the present series. Beginning July 1st, the Screen Directors Playhouse will be heard on Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time under the sponsorship of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. The opening program in the new series will star Cary Grant in Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. Remember the time, July 1st, and each Friday thereafter at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. We invite you to be with us then. And now, back to the second act of tonight's production of The Killers.
Who is it?
Kitty, quick. Let me in, Swede.
What's the matter?
Close the door. Swede, I'm gambling my life coming to you like this.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Colfax is going to double-cross you.
Going to double-cross me?
They aren't going to halfway house after the robbery. You'll go there, but they'll be someplace else. And so will the money.
Why are you telling me this? You're Jim's girl.
Swede, I can't let them double-cross you after you took that 3-year rap for me.
Is that the truth?
So help me, Swede. It's the truth. They're going to meet at that old farmhouse on the North Turnpike.
They are, huh? They are. Thanks for putting me wise, Kitty.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to do them like they mean to do me.
Don't give me away, darling.
Don't you worry, baby. You
know why Jim hates you like he does? Because of me, Swede. He He knows how it really is between you and me.
Oh, Kitty. Kitty, why did you ever go back to him?
I don't know. Maybe because I hate him. I'm poison, Swede. Poison anyone I really love. I don't care if I hurt Colfax.
Kitty. Kitty, you're not going back to him again. You're leaving with me tonight, after I handle Colfax at the farmhouse.
I love you, Swede. Hold me.
I'll come back tonight. We'll go to Atlantic City.
Hold me, darling.
Just the two of us. You and me.
Yes, darling, yes. Hold me tight. Tighter, darling. Tighter.
Boys, I'm tired of waiting for Swede to show up. I'll just take my money now. Shove me the suitcase, dum-dum. Let's start counting.
Okay by me, boss.
Start counting, Jim, so I can start counting.
Okay, boys, hold it.
Ah, Swede, what's the idea?
Get your hands up. All three.
You're reaching for trouble, Swede.
Swell idea you guys had, huh? Leaving me to cool my heels at the halfway house while you split the dough here.
You were told of the change, that's why you're here.
Shut up. I'll take that suitcase. Thanks, boys. Don't move. Next time, play it straight.
Come on,
All right, stop it. He'll mow you down as soon as you come out of the door.
Dirty double-crossing rat.
He'll get paid off, dum-dum. But good.
Swede and Kitty escaped to Atlantic City with the $250,000. They stayed there for several days. Then, well, a woman named Queenie, a chambermaid at the hotel where they stayed, supplied us with the rest of that episode. Queenie?
I was on night duty, turning down the beds. When I got to his room, 1212, I heard something smash inside. I went in, and that poor young man was a sight to behold. I'll never forget it. There he stood, a wild look in his eyes, half crazy, holding a splintered chair in his hand. Just as I came in, he threw it at the dresser mirror. Then he just stood there, like a big hurt kid. It was awful.
She's gone.
Oh, sir, you mustn't carry on like that, sir.
She's gone. Where did she go?
You mean the lady came here with you?
She's gone.
She went out this morning with a suitcase.
Suitcase.
The laundry, she said.
She's gone. I'm going too.
Oh, please, sir. Oh, not the window. Not the window, please.
Take your hands off.
Please don't.
Let go.
Please don't jump.
Let go of me. Let me go.
Please don't do it, mister. If you do that, you'll never see the face of God.
I want to die.
You'll burn in hell till the end of time.
I want to die.
Oh, no. Not that way. Come over here. That's better. There, now lie down.
Kitty.
There. Give me Dr. Wiley's room right away, please.
Swede never saw Kitty again. For 6 years, Swede Anderson dropped out of sight. Then one day, a heavy, sleek convertible rolled up on the gravel of a gasoline station in Brentwood, New Jersey.
Good evening, sir. Fill her up?
Yeah, I guess so, bud.
Do you usually take Ethel? Ethel?
Yeah, Swede. Ethel.
I must look Swedish. Everyone calls me Swede.
This town got a name?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What is it?
Brentwood.
Brentwood.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Brentwood, huh? Yes, sir. Sweet.
The next night, the killers came to Brentwood. and Swede lay on his bed, numbly awaiting his fate.
I did something wrong once.
In someone's opinion, a blast of gunfire corrected that wrong. Swede had double-crossed Colfax, taken $250,000 from him, and then Kitty had taken it from Swede. It took some doing for us to get the details, but we got them. But not the final details. We needed Kitty for that. We got Kitty. I found her singing in a plushy nightclub, and I made a date to meet her there after the last floor show. At a corner table, I told Kitty some of what we already knew about Swede and the Prentice hat holdup. Then I popped the $250,000 question.
What makes you think I've got that money, Sam?
We got Blinky Franklin. Blinky talked. There's a chambermaid in Atlantic City who remembers your face from pictures we showed her. And I've just had a talk with Jim Colfax.
You've seen Jim?
He's mighty provoked about your skipping out with all that money.
You told him I took it?
He's mighty provoked.
Look, Sam, suppose I raise 70,000 of the missing money. Huh? Sam, I've turned over a new leaf. I've got a home now and a husband. I'm leading a life that's worth fighting for. Sam, what can I do to save something out of that life? Tell me.
Turn state's evidence.
What do you want to know?
Who planned the robbery?
Jim Colfax.
Say that in court?
Yes.
After you took the money and left Swede flat in Atlantic City, how did you get rid of Jim Colfax?
I staged a fight with him 2 days later and walked out on him, too.
And you were in the clear because nobody knew you'd been with the Swede and taken his money away from him. Lovely girl.
Sam, can't we go somewhere else and finish this talk?
Where?
Well, how about your apartment?
Sold.
I'll go powder my nose and get out of this costume. Don't go away, will you?
I glanced over toward the entrance, and there they were. Death and his twin brother, and they were coming my way. I'd never seen them before, but I knew who they were. The killers. Their faces were empty of everything except that blank cruelty of the professional murderer. When I saw the long, vicious revolvers come up at me out of their coats, I didn't hesitate. I slid under the table fast and started shooting. Death and his twin brother were down, and I jumped up and made a beeline for Kitty's dressing room. It was empty. The door to the outside alley was open, and Kitty, of course, was gone. But I bet I knew where. The house was an elaborate one on the edge of town. The front door pushed open easily. Someone had gone in too fast and left it unlatched. I went in and closed the door. Whoever had come in had also alerted him. Jim Colfax was waiting for me at the top of the stairs.
Redden?
Present.
And my boys didn't get you.
On the contrary, Jim.
Well, allow me.
Colfax?
Better get me a doctor, Sam.
Jim, what is it? Oh, Jim.
Better still, a priest.
Oh, Jim. Jim, darling, I'm sorry. I love you, Jim.
I know, Kitty. It wasn't your fault. Sam?
Yeah, Jim.
Tell me, how'd you figure it?
Look, anyone can go to the Hall of Records and find out you and Kitty were married.
You knew I was lying when I said I'd thrown Jim over.
We know a lot of things, Kitty. I don't know why Jim sent those killers to blast the Swede.
I had to. Swede was the only one who knew that Kitty had ever had the money.
Poor Swede. He never knew that Kitty brought the money straight back to you. You two framed the whole thing so you wouldn't have to split the take with anyone. You just used the Swede to pull your chestnuts out of the fire.
But I didn't have anything to do with Swede's killing.
No?
Jim, tell him. Tell him I didn't know about those gunmen. Jim, you're dying, so why not say it? Say Kitty is innocent.
It's no use, Kitty.
Say it. Say it, Jim. Say Kitty is innocent. Say it.
It's no use, Kitty.
Say it, say it, say it!
He's dead. That's it. I didn't tell you a detective story full of clues and pursuit. I wanted to tell you Swede's story. There are a lot of people in the world like Swede, more sinned against perhaps than sinning. Sure, Swede was to blame for a lot of things. But who is to blame for Swede? He's gone now, despair dying on his lips.
There's nothing I can do about it. I'm through with running away. I did something wrong once. Thanks for coming.
What about Swede? I read something the other day. I can't forget it. It went, any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind. And therefore send not to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
I did something wrong once.
What loosed the killers on Swede? Something he did? Or something we didn't do? All of us.
I did something wrong once.
I wonder. What did we do wrong?
Our stars will return in just a moment. But first, a message of interest to all our listeners. This is the concluding program in our present series. Beginning July 1st, the Screen Directors Playhouse will be presented for your enjoyment on Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time under the sponsorship of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer. The first production will star Cary Grant in Mr. Blanding's Builds His Dream House. So, for great motion picture entertainment brought to the microphone, remember the date, July 1st. Remember the day, Friday. Remember the time, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Now, here again are our stars, Burt Lancaster and Shelley Winters, and screen director Robert Siodmak.
Robert, at the beginning of the program, you said that The Killers is a typical American film.
Oh, yes, it is.
Then tell me something. Why were you, with your European background, chosen to direct the picture?
Oh, that's very simple. Because I hadn't spent my life in America, everything was new to me. I saw things that you don't see.
Well, like what?
Well, let me give you an example. When I first traveled across the United States, I came to a small town with a big sign. The sign said Coca-Cola. So I said to myself, I'm now in Coca-Cola, New Mexico. And then I came through Burma Shave, Arizona. See what I mean?
And that's the way you became a director?
Certainly, my dear Shelley. It's merely a matter of applied ignorance.
Oh, no, it isn't, Robert. It's a matter of talent and skill and cultural experience. And I guess being born in Europe is kind of an asset.
Oh, please, I wasn't born in Europe. My first years I spent in the United States.
No kidding. Well, what's your hometown?
Why, can't you tell by my accent?
Well... Robert, forgive me, but no. Somehow I just can't place it.
Well, I tell you, Memphis, Tennessee.
You were born in Memphis?
Well, certainly. Listen, I'll prove it to you. Good night, you all.
Good night, Colonel.
Good night.
And good night to you, Burt Lancaster, Shelley Winters, and Robert Siodmak. Mark Hellinger's The Killers was presented to the courtesy of Universal International Studios, who will soon release Calamity Jane and Sam Bass, a Technicolor production starring Yvonne DiCarlo and Howard Duff. Burt Lancaster will soon be seen starring in his own Norma production of The Hawk and the Arrow, soon to be released by Warner Brothers. Robert Siodmak's forthcoming release is the Hal Wallace production for Paramount, Thelma Jordan. Shelley Winters will soon be seen in Take One, False Step, a Universal International picture co-starring William Powell. Robert Siodmak appeared through the courtesy of Universal International Studios, who will soon world premiere the picture Illegal Entry, starring Howard Duff, Martha Toran, and George Brent. Included in tonight's cast were Sam Edwards, Tony Barrett, Frank Gerstle, Bill Conrad, Gwen Delano, Clark Gordon, and Dan Riss. The Killers was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again when Screen Directors Playhouse returns to the air on Friday, July 1st at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Remember,
Screen Directors Playhouse. Production, Mr. Blandings builds his dream house. Director, H.C. Potter. Star, Cary Grant. Date, Friday, July 1st.
the NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood.
30 minutes of melodies follow now on American Album of Familiar Music. Then listen for Take It or Leave It with Gary Moore and Horace Height's original Youth Opportunity Program. All three follow immediately on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Oh, waiter. Yes, sir? I'll have some sardines and coleslaw, I think. Some sliced tomatoes with French dressing. And a cold bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Yes, sir. Finest beer served anywhere.
From Hollywood, Pabst Blue Ribbon, finest beer served anywhere, proudly presents... Screen Directors Playhouse. Production, The Big Clock. Director, John Farrell. Stars, Ray Milland, Maureen O'Sullivan. The Hollywood Screen Directors present an adventure in time. The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Farrell. When a taste for high adventure is combined with a brilliant intellect, the result is likely to be the stuff that screen directors are made of. In the person of our guest director tonight, we find a sailor, a soldier of fortune, a world-renowned biographer, and the creator of such thrilling films as 2 Years Before the Mast, California, Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, The Big Clock. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrell.
Thank you. One of the most engaging forms of fiction is that nail-biting exercise known as the thriller. And, of course, the very heart of every thriller is the chase. I wanted to make The Big Clock because it revolves around the most bizarre chase I've ever encountered. Now, I think you should discover it for yourselves. The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan in the roles they originated, George and Georgette Stroud. But first of all, listen to the other star, the clock itself, the Big Clock.
Endless, remorseless, without boundaries. It never stops, it never dies. Perhaps that's why Earl Janeth permitted his mania for clocks. Only time was greater than Janeth, the feudal baron of Janeth Publications, the dictator of a magazine empire, powerful, brilliant, ruthless, and in love with time. That was Earl Janeth. And I was his servant, George Stroud, editor of Crime Ways magazine. There were many magazines and many servants in the Janeth building, and while they seldom saw Janeth, they always saw his clock in the lobby. The big clock.
My monument to time, George. Time, more precious than gems, more intractable than mountains. Remember that when you see the big clock. The clock tower works the machinery of time, and time is working for me. Time is working for Janeth. Now see Steve Hagen. He wants to talk to you.
Steve Hagen. Steve was Janeth's teeth and claws, his prime minister, his trigger man. From some journalistic gutter, Janeth had raised him to chief editor.
You've displayed quite an unusual talent, George. I mean, your tactics in tracking down 3 killers in the last month.
Thanks. We just think our system's a good one.
Hasn't failed yet, George. Well, I just want you to know that Janeth Publications values our relationship. I hope the feeling is mutual.
Yeah. I'm just crazy about the company.
Now, one more thing, George. You're leaving on your vacation tonight. Any special plans?
Yep. My wife and I going down to West Virginia on a delayed vacation. It's only taken 7 years.
I see. That'll be all, George. For now.
Mr. Stroud's office? Yes, just a moment. It's your wife.
Oh, thanks, Miss Adams. Hello, Georgette.
Hello, darling. I have the tickets. The train leaves at 7:20.
Right. Meet you at the station.
George, you're sure you won't let anything happen?
Now, what could happen?
Oh, I'm afraid of Janeth. We've made plans so many times before, and every time he's made you stay. Please, not this time.
Not a chance. Who's more important, my wife or my boss?
Who is, George?
You, dopey. I'll say goodbye. I'll meet you at 7:20.
Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
George.
Yes, Steve.
Sorry, George. I just talked to Mr. Janeth. He wants you to stick with the magazine for the next month.
The next month? What about my vacation?
Postpone it.
Not a chance.
Don't you like your job, George?
Well, if you want to know, I don't. I'm fed up.
But you won't quit. You're part of Janeth now. You like his money. You like the prestige. You'll stay.
Not this time, Steve. This time, Janeth's wrong. Dead wrong.
I am never wrong, George.
Mr. Janeth.
George, I have 2 matters to take up with you. One, a Crime Waves cover proof indicates that you ordered a green banner instead of a red one that I requested.
The printer said red didn't fit the color pattern.
Steve, would you please dismiss the chief printer on Crime Waves?
All right.
Now, Mr. Stroud, point number 2, despite the fact that you are a most excellent crime editor and a most amazing finder of missing persons, you have exactly 3 minutes to decide. Either you will give up your vacation temporarily, or get out.
I don't need 3 minutes. I don't need 3 seconds. I quit, Janeth. I quit. When I left the building, the big clock said 5:20. I had 2 hours before I met Georgette at the train. And I went over to the Van Barth bar for a celebration drink. For the first time in years, I felt free and clean and happy. I was through with Janeth and Steve and the whole cruel concentration camp of Janeth Publications. But time was having its joke. It began with the girl at the bar, and only time knew where it would end.
You're George Stroud, aren't you?
She was blonde, beautiful, and expensive looking.
I'm Pauline York. Buy me a drink?
Why?
On the strength of losing your job.
I didn't lose my job. I quit.
I was in Janeth's office when it happened. Hagen's intercom was turned on.
Oh, so you know my deepest secrets.
We have something in common now.
Like what?
We both hate Earl Janeth. Oh, he's been good enough. Money, an apartment. But I hate him.
Bartender.
Yes?
A drink for the lady, just like mine.
Yes.
Do you always drink green drinks?
Well, it reminds me of green ink, and today I love green ink.
Janeth hates green.
He loves clocks, and he hates green. Wonder how he'd feel about a green clock.
George. George, you have reason to dislike Janeth. Between us, we know a great deal about him. Enough to write his biography, George. You and I.
But who'd buy it?
Janeth.
Sorry, that's out of my line.
Pardon me. Here's your drink, miss.
Fine, just sit here. Oh, all over my dress.
Yeah, use my handkerchief.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. Glass just slipped.
Oh, it'll be all right. George, I'm afraid your handkerchief is soaked. I'll put it in my bag.
Hey, you better take this. It fell out of your purse. You wouldn't want to lose a nice check like...
It is nice, isn't it?
Yeah, $2,000. Signed, Steve Hagen.
It's Janet's. Steve signs all his checks.
It's a lovely gift. You should buy him something in return.
What would you suggest?
Well, I suggest a green clock. You'd really appreciate a green clock, and I'm just the guy to get it for him. Come on.
Mister, this is only a second-hand store. We ain't got no green clocks.
Oh, it's a shame.
You have failed us both. Go hide in the corner.
Sorry, Mac.
George, there, that brass sundial. If we had a green ribbon...
A stroke of genius, my man. Have you any green ribbon?
Yeah, I guess so.
Tie the ribbon around the brass sundial, and presto.
A green clock.
So we had fun and bought the green clock. And suddenly it was 7:30. 7:30 and the train for West Virginia had left 10 minutes ago. Georgette, I'd forgotten. I phoned her apartment. The maid answered.
She called just before the train left, Mr. Stroud. Said to tell you she was leaving. On schedule. Without you.
Oh, that's too bad, George. Well, now we might as well spend the evening together. How about my apartment? My maid's on vacation. We'll be alone.
I went with Pauline. I was hurt and disappointed and sore, and I wanted to talk. It was after midnight when the phone rang.
George, you'll have to leave.
Why?
That was Janet. He's coming right up. It's late anyway. 12:30. Oh, please, George, hurry.
Well, we wouldn't want to make Janet unhappy, would we?
Please, hurry. Here, take the sundial.
Keep it from me to you.
All right, but hurry. Wait until you hear the elevator. Then use the stairs.
I waited on the stairs, watching the elevator door. Janet stood under the hall light looking around and then in my direction, screwing up his eyes to see into the darkness. He saw me, but it was too dark to recognize me.
Oh, she has another one. Another man for Pauline.
That's all I saw. I walked down the stairs and went home to bed. Hello.
Steve Hagen, George. We've got a great story for you.
I'm sorry, Steve, but I quit. I'm through.
Hold on. Mr. Janeth wants to speak to you.
Hello, George. George, I want you to find someone for me. The trail is still fresh.
But I quit, remember?
Forget that. This man was in the city last night with a blonde. We know two places they visited, the Van Barth Bar and an unidentified second-hand shop. We have reason to believe the man's name is Mr. Green. And, oh yes, he was carrying a brass sundial with a green ribbon around it.
Mr. Green. I was Mr. Green. Me, George Stroud. And Janet was out to find the guy who was playing around with this girl. And when he found him, he'd wreck his life. There was only one person who could cover up my trail. Pauline York. There wasn't any answer. I tried the door. It was open. Pauline was there. At first, I thought she was wearing a red bathing cap. But she wasn't. Something had happened to her head. And she was dead. I was shocked, but I wasn't scared. I wasn't scared until I glanced at her clock, which had fallen to the floor. It was smashed, stopped at 12:15, 15 minutes before I'd left her apartment. I did some more looking around. 3 things were missing. The sundial, the check that had been in her purse, and my handkerchief. I tried to think, but I could only think of one thing. Janeth. He was afraid. He was afraid because he'd murdered Pauline York and because he knew someone had seen him enter her apartment. Pauline must have told him the man's name was Green. Her last joke. Now Janeth was tracking him down, and when he found him, he'd pin a murder on me. Time. I needed time to think. I had to stall Janeth, stall him long enough to prove that he'd killed Pauline. And the only way I could do that was by working at his side, by helping to frame myself for the murder of Pauline York.
You are listening to Screen Director's Playhouse production of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and introduced by the director of the film, Mr. John Farrow. You are in San Francisco. The cable cars are crowded. You, bristling with energy, decide to walk up that steep hill to your hotel. Whew, what a climb. Finally you make it. Tired, hot, wringing with perspiration. You enter the bar. A little blue sign catches your eye. Oh, brother, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Yes, during these hot July days, you're just one of millions of men all over America to whom that Pabst Blue Ribbon sign means welcome relief. For Pabst Blue Ribbon does something more than quench your thirst. It gives you taste. Blue Ribbon taste. The kind of taste you can't get anywhere else in the world except in that Pabst Blue Ribbon bottle. And fortunately, you can get that Blue Ribbon bottle all over the world. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In San Francisco and St. Augustine and Seattle and San Antonio. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now back to our Screen Director's production of The Big Clock, starring Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan.
The big clock said 10:30 a.m. when I reached the Janeth building. Janeth was revolting against his master, Time. He'd made Time stop for Pauline York. If he could, he'd make it stop for his only witness, for Mr. Green, me, George Stroud. And I needed time to think. But Janeth wouldn't give it to me. He told me to start the search immediately, and I had to do it. Time. The big clock spitting out the seconds. Time. The wheels turning, the wheels that locate missing men. Time. If I only had time to make Janeth crack. But how? And then the information started coming in.
We're on our way, George, on our way. The Van Barth Hatchet girl remembers a guy in a gorgeous blonde, and that guy fits our description of Green. The bartender won't be in for another hour.
Time. I needed time. Where was Pauline's check?
Mr. Stroud, a witness saw a man answering Green's description about 10:30 last night with a blonde 4 blocks from the Van Barth. The man was carrying a brass sundial tied with a green ribbon.
Time. It was moving faster. The sundial. Where was the sundial?
The bartender remembers the guy, George. Says the drink was spilled on the girl. She used Green's handkerchief to soak it up.
Time. If I had to find my handkerchief.
They've traced the sundial to a second-hand dealer on 3rd Avenue, a man named Cole.
Time. It was running out.
The second-hand dealer's on his way over, George.
Time.
Well, George, when do you think we'll have him?
It's only a matter of time, Mr. Janeth. Only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. And every second made Janeth safer, covering his trail and cutting off my retreat. Now they knew almost every move Green had made. Green and the blonde. They were linked together tight, like the lid of a coffin.
Mr. Cole is here, George.
Who?
The second-hand dealer.
Oh, where is he?
Reception room B, 3rd floor.
Alone?
Yeah. I knew you'd want to talk to him.
Thanks. Don't make a sound, Mr. Cole.
You're the man they're looking for. You don't frighten me. I don't know what you've done, but you don't...
I dragged him into a broom closet. He'd get out soon. Just a matter of time. Now think fast, George. Think fast. Now is the time to hit, and hit hard. But how? I went to Janet's office.
Where is this man, George? Where is he?
I don't know, Janet. But a powder room attendant at the Van Barth has identified the girl.
And? Her name?
It's Pauline York, Steve.
Did you talk with her, George?
No, I couldn't. She's dead.
I see.
You don't seem surprised.
George, why do you think we've been conducting this search? We know about her death. We haven't informed the police because we feel we can be of public service and at the same time secure an excellent story for Crime Ways.
How'd you find out about it?
Her maid. Her maid found her.
My apologies. My maid's on vacation. We'll be alone.
Her maid?
Yes, she phoned Steve here.
Why Steve?
Miss York was a protege of his. Wasn't she, Steve?
Yes. Yes, that's right.
I see. Then Green didn't necessarily kill her. Why, it could have been Steve here.
Well, that's absurd. I phoned him at his home last night about 12:30.
Within a few minutes of the murder.
How do you know, Steve?
A clock broke in the struggle.
Oh. Then you've been in her apartment.
Of course not. The maid reported it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the maid.
Yes.
So Steve was in on it. He'd been in her apartment. He was protecting Janet. Time. I needed time, and the big clock was turning. I went back to my office.
Mr. Stroud, your wife was here. I sent her to Steve Hagen's office. He isn't using it. We're off to visit here.
And that's the story, darling. Every bit of it.
Oh, but, George, why haven't you called the police?
In face a murder charge, Janet will have all kinds of alibis.
George, Janet must have taken a cab when he left her place. Have you checked the cab drivers?
Cab drivers?
Mm-hmm.
Georgette, you're wonderful. Janet might have slipped up just this once. Oh, darn it, I'm out of cigarettes. Do you have any?
Right here.
Oh, never mind. I'll take it out of Steve's box. George, Janet must have taken a cab.
George, what's wrong?
There, in the cigarette box.
It's a handkerchief.
My handkerchief, the one that was in Pauline York's purse.
George. Oh, here you are.
Hello, Steve.
Second-hand dealer says he was assaulted by Green right here in the building. We have him trapped at the exits. The second-hand dealer, the bartender, the hat check girl are scrutinizing everyone.
Well, I guess we've got him.
And, George, Janet has ordered the guards to shoot to kill.
Darling, listen closely.
Yes, George.
You'll have to check the cab stands. Find out if a driver picked up Janet after 12:30 last night.
Where will you be?
In the clock tower, in Janet's big clock.
All right.
Time. Passing the seconds around me. Time to live and time to die. And only the sound of the electric generator that makes the clock go round. Nice blue sparks. Power enough to kill. And the seconds go by. Time, the sundial. Where was the sundial? Time, the sundial, the clock. Here, that's it.
George.
Here. That fool, Georgette. That clock-crazy fool hid the sundial here in the big clock.
Oh, you found it.
There's bloodstains on it. This sundial killed Pauline York.
Oh, George.
Look out. Get away from that generator. It's dangerous.
All right. I checked the fare records of the taxicab company. Janet was driven to 612 Sutton Place.
Steve. That's Steve's address. Georgette, it fits. When Janet asked Pauline about the man she'd been with, she taunted him into an egotistical rage. He killed her and then ran to Steve. Steve came back to the apartment, set back the clock, tore up the check, and took the handkerchief and the sundial. And Janet was just crazy enough to take the sundial from Steve and hide it here.
Oh, but they're hunting you, George, to kill you.
Georgette, find Steve and Janet and bring them here, and hurry.
All right.
See here, George, what are you doing in the clock?
Mr. Janet, Steve, our search is over. We have our murderer.
You found him? Where?
Right here, Mr. Janet. Steve Hagen.
Me? Why, that's preposterous.
Is it, Steve? No, you're not Mr. Green, but you did murder Pauline York. Your motive was blackmail. Her bank will verify the fact that she deposited checks signed by you. The man's handkerchief she used at the Van Barth has been found in your cigarette box. The cab company has a record of driving the murderer to your address. That's it, Steve.
Yes. Steve, I'm sorry to hear this. But, I want you to know, Steve, that I won't let you down. We'll fight this through for you, no matter how much it costs.
Why, you insufferable egomaniac. You think I'll continue to shield you now? George Janet killed Pauline York. He's... Oh! Stand back.
You're through, Janet.
I'll run. I'll get away. I'll run.
The chair, he tripped.
George, the generator.
Well, he's dead. Electrocuted. Guess we better call the police. We waited for the police in the lobby, Georgette and I. And I wondered if perhaps Janet hadn't defeated his master, time. The big clock had stopped. Janet had stopped it with his body. Stopped it at midnight. The end of a day. And the beginning of a new one.
You have just heard the last act of The Big Clock. In a moment, our stars, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and our screen director, John Farrell, will return to the microphone. Hollywood has changed in the past 15 or 20 years. Today, you'll find that many of the movie stars live in simple, modest homes, tend their own gardens, even in many cases, cook their own meals. When they entertain, like as not, they'll sit around in their backyards, just like you and me, with good friends, good conversation, and good cold bottles of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Everything in perfect taste. Blue Ribbon taste. And it's that Blue Ribbon taste that makes this internationally famous beer so popular. Not only here in Hollywood, but all over America. Yes, you hear it everywhere. In New York's famous restaurants, in Wisconsin's beautiful summer resorts, in Colorado's cool vacation spots. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Now, here again are our stars, Ray Milland and Maureen O'Sullivan, and screen director John Farrell.
Well, Maureen, how did you like renewing acquaintances with the big clock?
Oh, fine, Ray. Except that my part always reminds me of a donut. I'm in there around the edges of the story, but in the middle, nothing.
Well, Maureen, John Farrell's the director of the picture. Why not complain to him?
Don't be ridiculous. She can't.
Why not?
Well, we might have an argument. Then Maureen might get angry. And if she gets angry, she might leave the studio and go home. And do you know what she'll find at home?
What?
John Farrell. I'm married to him.
So what's the use of complaining?
John, I haven't a complaint in the world. Working under your direction has been an exciting privilege and very much an education. So, thanks, Johnny, and good night. And good night, Maureen. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Ray Milland, Maureen O'Sullivan, and John Farrell. Remember, tomorrow begins another weekend. 2 wonderful days to picnic on the beach, swim in the lake, or just relax on your own back porch. Be sure you have plenty of Pabst Blue Ribbon cooling in your refrigerator. Enjoy your holiday with friends and neighbors and Pabst Blue Ribbon. Finest beer served anywhere. Your taste will tell you why. Next week on Screen Directors Playhouse, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents Yellow Sky, starring Gregory Peck. The Big Clock was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is The Great Gatsby, starring Alan Ladd. Ray Milland will soon be seen with Hedy Lamarr in the Paramount picture Copper Canyon, directed by John Farrell, whose next release for Paramount will be Red Hot and Blue, starring Betty Hutton and Victor Mature. Included in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Larry Dobkin, Doris Singleton, Tony Barrett, Jewel Rose, Eddie Fields, and Dan Riss. Kenneth Fearing's novel, The Big Clock, was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse was produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Listen again next week when Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, production Yellow Sky, director William Wellman, star Gregory Peck.
Screen Directors Playhouse is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Newark, New Jersey, and Peoria, Illinois, and sent your way with the best wishes of the Pabst Blue Ribbon dealers from coast to coast. James Wallington speaking.
From Hollywood, the National Broadcasting Company presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, production CRISS, director.
This is Robert Siodmak.
Star.
This is Burt Lancaster.
The Hollywood Screen Directors bring you an experiment in crime. As for the first time on the air, we present the motion picture drama CRISS, starring Burt Lancaster in his original role of Steve Thompson.
This was it. There was no turning back now. I tensed behind the wheel of the armored truck. Pop Crane was riding in back with the Bliss Company payroll. $250,000. $250,000 in cash. This was the break that would fix it for Anna and me. Unless someone knew about our plans.
Steve!
Pop Crane stuck his head through the opening behind the driver's seat.
I don't like it, Steve.
What's the matter, Pop?
There should be 3 of us on a trip like this.
Take it easy, Pop.
We've always had 3 men on a run like this before.
But I told you, Bailey couldn't make it.
I guess you're right. I guess I'm just getting too old to be a guard on an armored truck.
Settle down, Pop. You got a long ride ahead of you. It's a 40-minute run to San Rafael. Nothing could possibly go wrong now. Unless Pop was getting wise.
No. Nothing to do but sit here and keep an eye on the road. And think about Anna.
After it's done, it'll just be you and me, Steve. The way it should have been from the start. I'll make you forget all those things that happened to us before.
All those things that happened to us before. 2 years ago, I'd been going steady with Anna. Me, Steve Thompson. And she wanted what I couldn't give her. Money, glamour, excitement. We broke up. I left town. When I came back, I got this job with the armored trucks. She was in my bones. Somehow, before I knew it, there I was. Back in the old place again. The Roundup. Our old hangout. And there she was, dancing with some guy out on the floor.
Better forget about Anna, Steve. She's bad medicine.
Well, my old pal, Pete Ramirez, minding my business again as usual,
Plenty of other girls besides Anna, Steve.
Is that official, Lieutenant?
Well, now that you're a detective, Lieutenant, you just enjoy putting your nose in other people's lives.
Nick, Steve, not Lieutenant. Pete. I'm your friend, believe me. She's no good for you. Forget her.
Steve!
Here she comes. Why don't you tell it to her?
Steve! Oh, Steve, how are you?
Hello, Anna. Anna, Pete's got something he wanted to say to you. Haven't you, Pete?
Well, looks like you'd rather find it out for yourself. I'll see you later, Steve.
Get him. Oh, Steve, when'd you get back?
A couple of days ago. I don't know, week.
A week and you never called me up. Come on, sit down.
You're looking good, Anna.
Steve, why didn't you answer my letters?
Well, I guess I just never had anything to say.
Your family, your detective friend, Pete, they wouldn't tell me anything about you.
They figured we were all washed up.
Did you come in here to see me, Steve? Is that why you're here?
I suppose I figured I'd see you. Boy, we sure used to go round and round.
What did we ever have to fight about anyway? Steve, it was crazy. We were in love, weren't we?
Well, no use having a fight with anyone unless you really like them. Wouldn't be much fun, would it?
But then we'd make up, Steve. That was the best part, wasn't it? When we'd make up.
Yeah. We'd make up.
Excuse me. I hate to break this up, but you're sitting in my seat.
Slim.
Anna, you with him?
Steve, this is Slim Dundee.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Slim Dundee. The gangster.
I like Gambler better.
Slim, this is Steve Thompson.
Yeah, I know.
Anna, you running around with him?
What do you mean, running around, Steve? Anna and me are married.
Married? That's what Pete was getting at.
I was going to tell you, Steve.
Yeah, Steve, we're kind of celebrating tonight. Like to join us?
No, thanks. Anna and I just ran into each other, see?
Sure.
We just stopped to say hello, that's all.
I know how it is.
Well, so long, Anna.
Steve, wait.
What?
Oh, I'd like to explain.
Sure. We'll probably run into each other again. Sometime. Why shouldn't we? Mrs. Dundee. "30 minutes more to San Rafael. 30 minutes and then it would be all over. But it should have been all over then. It was finished. Anna and I were through. She had a right to get married, even to a guy like Slim. Only it wasn't finished. Everywhere I went, I'd see her face. Every girl I passed was her. But then one afternoon, a few months later, I really saw her. In Union Station. She was with Slim, hurrying towards the train gate. Then she was lost in the crowd. I was glad she hadn't seen me. Glad she was leaving town. But then, there she was again, coming back out of the passenger tunnel. Alone.
The Santa Fe Super Chief is now loading at Gate 4 for Chicago.
Hello, Steve.
Anna.
Will depart on time.
But I just saw you leaving. You got on the train with Slim.
I just saw him off. You mind?
No, I don't mind. Why should I? It's none of my business.
Wait, Steve, I gotta talk to you.
Well, go ahead.
No, I can't talk to you here.
Why not?
Vincent will see us together.
Vincent?
One of Slim's men. He's driving me home.
Oh. What's the matter? Afraid he'd get the wrong idea?
That's right, he would.
Slim left Vincent around to keep an eye on you while he was out of town. Is that it?
If you want to put it that way. Don't turn their ears. Don't let him see you.
He won't see me. You don't have to worry.
Steve, please, I gotta talk to you. Come to my apartment later, please, Steve.
Aren't you afraid of what might happen?
Please.
Super Chief now departing on track 4.
Quite a place you got here. Piano and all. Slim's been pretty good to you.
Yeah.
And what do you want to see me for? Gives you everything.
Sure. Diamonds.
So that's what you saw in him, huh?
It's better than working for the department store.
I didn't think he was the marrying kind.
Oh, he did. He married me, all right.
Why did you do it?
You tell me why, Diamonds.
Why did you do it?
You.
Me?
You and your family and your lovely copper friend, Pete.
Pete? Well, what did he do?
As if you didn't know. He said I was poison to you. Told me if I didn't stay away from you, he'd frame me and send me to jail.
Well, why did you come to me?
Because I was afraid. Besides, what chance did we have with the kind of money you were making? Because you left and I wrote you and you didn't answer. Because every day you were away, Slim was after me, wanting to give me everything. And I got tired of being a fool. I got fed up and I didn't care.
Anna.
Oh, Steve. Steve, what happened? How did it happen? How did I get all mixed up?
I didn't know it.
God, I'm scared. Slim and Vincent, they're killers. They cut through the... Gee, Steve, what are we going to do?
I don't know, Anna. But you're not going to go back to Slim. 20 minutes more, and I'd have money enough to take her far away from Slim Dundee. But then it was different. While Slim was out of town, we couldn't stay away from each other. We took crazy chances in being seen together. And that morning, Anna came to my room.
Steve, you gotta hide. Do something quick today.
What happened?
Slim's on his way back. He's looking for you.
Well, how do you know?
He found out about us. He must have. Steve, we were crazy.
When's he coming back?
I don't know, any minute. You gotta hurry.
No, Anna. I'm not leaving you.
You got to. He'll kill you. You don't know him the way I do. You don't know the people he's got around him. He'll kill you the minute he sees you, Steve.
We'll work it out. We'll go away together.
Well, where can we go? We got no money. Don't you understand? We haven't got a cent. He'll always find us.
Forget about Slim. Pull yourself together for a minute. Now listen to me. If it's money you want, I'll get it. I know a way.
But how?
Never mind. Go up to the house at Palos Verdes.
The old beach house at Palos Verdes? What for?
Stay there. Wait for me. I'll clear it up.
You can't, Steve.
Yes, I know a way. I've got to.
Steve. Slim.
Hello, baby.
Slim, listen. Please, Slim.
You know, Steve, it don't look right. Anna being here in your room. Can't exactly say it looks right now, can you? What do you think, Vincent?
No, Bush. It looks kind of like...
I asked her to come here, Slim. I wanted to reach you. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh. So it was me all the time, huh? So it's not the way it looks.
No, it's not the way it looks.
That's right, Slim. It's just like he said. He wanted to talk to you, and you were out of town, so I said I'd come over.
You see, Vincent? He really wanted to see me.
Yes, Slim. Maybe he thinks you're pretty.
Shut up. Tell me now, Stevie, what kind of business could you and I possibly have together?
A job.
A job? Well, why come to me?
Because you're the only crooks I know.
Oh, now is that polite, Steve? Is it hospitable?
Should I let him have it, Slim?
Hold it. Tell me, Stevie, what kind of a job is this you need crooks?
Where I work.
Where you work?
Armored trucks. I drive a payroll truck.
What are you talking about? You can't hijack an armored truck. It can't be done. You know it can't be done.
It can be done.
How?
If you have an inside man.
Come up to my place tomorrow, Steve. We'll discuss it. You know where my apartment is, don't you, Stevie?
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Criss Cross, starring Burt Lancaster, with Betty Lou Gerson as Anna.
I hunched over the wheel of the armored truck. Pop Crane was in back with the payroll. $250,000 in cash. But nothing would happen to Pop, they promised. Only 15 minutes more. It was all a matter of timing. Call it luck, fate, whatever you want. But if I hadn't come back to L.A., if I hadn't run into her again that night at the roundup, if I hadn't been at the Union Station that afternoon, Anna and I might never have gotten together again. But we did. And now we were trapped. I went to Slim's apartment to work out the deal.
Steve, this is Finchley.
Who's Finchley?
He's our layout man. It's all a matter of timing on a job like this. Finchley can lay out a timetable that would have worked on the Normandy invasion.
I still think it's a lunatic idea. There hasn't been a successful heist of an armored truck in more than 28 years. What do you have in mind, Steve?
The Bliss Auto payroll.
The San Rafael?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah. Delightful. How long's the run?
40 minutes.
Let's see. You're on the coast highway at San Rafael. Only one highway available until you pass the bridge. No, this will take some doing. I suggest you go out for some sandwiches.
Anna's
Slim.
make some coffee out in the kitchen. I'll pick up some stuff to go with it.
You might as well relax, Steve. Yes, Steve, this will take quite a bit of doing so far as
Coffee ready, Anna?
Steve.
We've only got a second, Anna. They've gone out to pick up some sandwiches.
Steve.
Listen, Anna. Do you understand? You ought to go to the house at Palace Gardens.
I want to cry. I want to cry, Steve, when I think what's happening.
You wait at the house for me.
I wish we'd never met.
It's done, settled. It's the only way.
I wish you'd never seen me.
You'll stay there. You'll wait for me. It'll take some time to get away. The police will hold me, ask me questions. But stay there. And don't worry. Shh.
We're back.
Quick, give me the coffee.
Yeah.
Let me take it in. You go out the back door.
Yes, I'm sure it'll work that way.
Well, just in time. Coffee's all ready.
Where's Anna?
Didn't you see her? She just went down for a paper.
No, I didn't see her.
Gentlemen, the plan's fairly complete now. No shooting, of course. We'll use a chemical explosive man.
I told you we got the best.
In a getaway car?
Vincent drives the fastest heap there is.
No. I'd use the slowest vehicle to take the money out. Something nobody would suspect, say, an ice cream wagon.
Smart, huh?
And you'll need a cover story.
What do you mean, cover story?
For the getaway. You'll need, an oil truck, too. One of those big ones.
What for?
To break down at the proper time, block the bridge.
Jam the truck sideways across the road, huh?
Yeah, cut off pursuit. Slim, after the robbery, you'll be driving up the coast. If they stop you, what's your story?
Taking a trip to Detroit, up the coast by way of San Francisco.
Good. But really go there. Advertise it. Let the cops downtown put it on the teletype.
We'll pass the word around. We'll give a farewell party the night before.
Well, there you have it. All clear?
How about it, Steve? Anything else you'd like to know?
Yeah. Who handles the payoff?
Who do you want? Finchley, Vincent, Walt, pick anyone. How about Anna?
Okay, let it be Anna. Is that all right for you?
I can handle Anna. Okay, Vincent, when you get that ice cream wagon back to town, give the money to Anna.
It's a deal. It's all set.
The way I see it, then there'll be no shooting.
No shooting whatsoever, just like Finchley said.
No matter what. Nothing's going to happen to the old man working with me. Is that understood?
You're the boss, Stevie. You get the truck there. We'll take care of the rest.
The plan was working for Anna and me. Slim threw his farewell party the night before. He even picked a fight with me. The cops couldn't possibly think we were in it together. And now, this was it. The payoff. For 35 minutes, I've been rolling that armored truck up the coast highway. Nothing could stop it now. 5 more minutes and we'd be across the bridge. Another 5 minutes to San Rafael, to Vincent and the ice cream wagon, to the rest of them. Another 5 minutes to go. But then...
Steve, there's a car tailing us.
I looked into my rearview mirror. Huh? Oh, it's just your imagination, Pop.
No, that big black sedan. He swung out as we passed.
Lots of black cars on the road.
Open her up. Let's see if they stay with us.
Oh, all right.
Faster, Steve. They're gaining on us.
It's all she'll do. Coming like a flying red horse.
They're gonna pass us.
Well, they passed us. Guess they were just in a hurry.
Yeah, I must be getting jittery.
Take it easy, Pop. Only another 4 minutes. Another 4 minutes. Right on schedule. That would be Slim and Walt in that black sedan. And there's the oil truck right ahead. On the nose. Perfect timing. And right outside the gates of the Bliss Auto plant, an ice cream wagon. Vincent.
Hey! Ice cream!
I turned into the main gate and I pulled up in front of the cashier's office. And there was Slim and Walt, walking towards us as we climbed out of the truck. And then it happened. An explosion. A yellow cloud of smoke rolling over everything, burning our eyes, choking us.
Go back, Steve! In the truck! It's a holdup!
Slim and Walt wearing gas masks now, coming through the smoke and the fumes. Popped down on one knee. Slim letting him have it. Then Slim turning his gun towards me, and I knew it was a double cross.
It's all right, nurse. Police department. Doctor said I could see him. I'm Lieutenant Pete Ramirez.
Oh, certainly, Lieutenant. Oh, that poor boy. But he's quite a hero. Did you see the evening paper?
Yes.
Look, it says Steve Thompson fights off bandits single-handed. Bandits escape with
Yes,
half
I
the
know.
payroll.
Excuse me, please. I'd like to talk to him alone.
Oh. Hello, Lieutenant. Paying a friendly call?
Not so friendly, Steve. Pop Crane is dead.
Yeah, I know. I tried to save him.
No, you didn't, Steve. You were in with him. You were part of it.
You got it all figured out, huh?
They used you, Steve. They took you. Slim and Anna.
Oh?
You worked for the armored trucks. They needed an inside man. You were it.
Keep talking. You still haven't said anything.
What did she do, Steve? Make you promises? Were you going to run away together? Tell the truth, Steve. Didn't she work you for the prize sucker of all time?
Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'll tell you something that may interest you. Slim isn't dead. You didn't kill him. He got away.
What are you driving at?
Just this, chump. If she double-crossed you, if she's with Slim now, then you're all right. But if she's really waiting for you somewhere, then he'll get you.
Get out.
He'll send a gunman for you right here in the hospital. And
I said get out. Got nothing on me? I gotta sleep.
Sorry, Steve. But you'll never sleep again.
I gotta sleep. She's waiting for me.
Steve. Wake up, Steve.
I gotta sleep.
Wake up.
Vincent, what are you doing here?
Quiet. You want to wake up the whole hospital.
What do you want?
I come to get you, Steve.
I can't get out of bed. Can't you see I'm all strapped up? I can't move.
I got a wheelchair. You're coming with me.
Let go of me.
Slim wants to see you. Wants to find out where the money is, where Anna is. Come on.
Let me go. You can't take me out of here. Oh.
Now, come on. Let me get you in that wheelchair. I'll give it to you with the other end of this gun. There.
Look, Vincent, don't take me to Slim.
Keep your voice down. We're going into the hall.
What's he paying you? $2,000? $5,000? $10,000? Take me where I want to go, and I'll give you $50,000. $50,000, Vincent. Are you listening?
Through this door. I got a car outside.
Come on, Vincent. What are you afraid of? What difference does it make who pays you? Slim's a dead man. The cops are after him.
Put your arm on my shoulder while I hoist you into the car.
$50,000, Vincent. It's a lot of dough, but I got it. You know I got it. Come on, be smart. Take me where I want to go. Palos Verdes, down at the beach. $50,000, Vincent. $50,000.
Okay. Get in there.
Steve! Vincent, how'd you get away?
Anna, I knew you'd be here.
Where'd Vincent come from?
Give him $50,000.
For Slim?
For me.
Pay him, Anna. Or give it to him. 5 bundles.
But so much.
Hand it over.
Pay him and get rid of him.
Here's your money.
Thanks. And don't try nothing funny after I close this door.
Steve, I don't get it. Why did Vincent bring you? How'd you get out of the hospital?
Slim sent him.
Slim?
To get me. But I offered him more money. He's got it now. He's satisfied. We're all through with him.
You think we're through? Don't you see? Don't you know what's going to happen? He's on his way back to Slim. You tell Slim where I am right this minute.
No. The cops are after him.
I gotta get away. I gotta hurry.
You mean leave me here?
How far can I get with you? You can't move. You wouldn't last a day. Why did you have to come here in the first place? Why? It was all working out fine. The papers said you'd be in the hospital for weeks.
I see. You came here because you didn't expect me to be here. Pete was right. It was you and Slim. All those things you said. You said you loved me.
Love, you gotta watch out for yourself. What do you want me to do? Give myself up, throw all this money away?
I never wanted the money. I just wanted you. After we split up, I used to walk around the streets at night. I used to think about you. I wanted to hold you. To take care of you. What a pity it didn't work out. What a pity. Run, Anna. Run.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm sorry. Oh.
Sorry about what, Anna?
Oh, no. Oh.
Hello, Steve. I figured you'd bribe Vincent to take you to Anna. You always wanted her, didn't you, Steve? Well, now you've got her.
Steve, don't let him kill me, Steve. Take care of me. Help me, Steve.
What a pity, Anna. I can't move.
No, Slim, no!
It won't do you any good, Slim. You can't get away. You can't...
Drop it, Dundee. Drop that gun.
I'm sorry, Steve. I knew she was poison for you.
You tried, Pete. But some guys have to learn it the hard way.
Lancaster will return in just a moment. In the following weeks, you will hear such stars as Joseph Cotton, Barbara Stanwyck, and Cary Grant. Next week, you'll find another adventure in radio drama on Screen Directors Playhouse. The motion picture story, Pitfall, with its original team of director and stars, Andre de Toth and Dick Powell and Jane Wyatt. Now, here again is tonight's star, Burt Lancaster.
Thank you. In Crisscross, I was fortunate enough to work under a man I consider to be one of the world's finest directors. His name is Robert Siodmak, and he happens to be a very well-traveled fellow. Robert directed pictures in Germany and France before coming to Hollywood, where he said happily that his travels were finally over. Then he directed me in 2 pictures. Well, all I can say is that Robert Siodmak is now directing pictures in Italy. He's in Naples, shooting a film called Deported. But we've flown his recorded voice to Hollywood for the program tonight. My director, Robert Siodmak.
Thank you, Bert. I'm so sorry I'm not with you in Hollywood tonight. You see, I'm worried. In Crisscross, you were supposed to play the part of a rather tough young man. And really, you're such a nice fellow. Were you tough enough, Bert? Nag at you and make faces, and then you would be aggravated and you'd act very tough. And everybody would say, you see, Siodmak is a good director, when really I'm just a good aggravator. So don't worry, Bert. Soon I will be back in Hollywood, and I will drive you wild. Good night.
And good night to you, Robert Siodmak and Burt Lancaster. Crisscross was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Studios, now releasing Sword in the Desert, starring Dana Andrews, Marta Torrin, and Stephen McNally. Burt Lancaster is the star of The Hawk and the Arrow, a Norma F.R. production, soon to be released by Warner Brothers. George Marshall, who appeared on last week's program, directed the current Hal Wallace release for Paramount, My Friend Irma, starring John Lund and Diana Lynn, with NBC's sensational new comedy team, Martin and Lewis. Included in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Stan Waxman, Jeff Corey, Ed Max, Betty Moran, Dan Riss, Norman Field, and Ken Christie. Criss Cross was adapted for radio by Warren Lewis, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking. Listen again next week when we present
Screen Directors Playhouse, production, Pitfall, director, Andre DeToth, stars, Dick Powell, Jane Wyatt.
Tomorrow night, one of Hollywood's top stars, Cornell Wilde, takes the leading role in another exciting drama on Cavalcade of America. Tune in NBC's Tuesday lineup of top entertainment. You'll hear Cornell Wilde in This Little Plot of Ground, the story of a tragic marriage and one of America's most famous writers. Listen tomorrow night for Cavalcade of America, starring Cornell Wilde on NBC.
Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse, stars, Dick Powell, Jane Wyatt, production, Pitfall, director, Andre DeToth.
Hollywood Screen Directors present a play on human frailty. The motion picture drama Pitfall, starring Dick Powell and Jane Wyatt in their original roles of John and Sue Forbes.
Johnny! Johnny!
All right, I'm coming.
Your breakfast is on the table, dear.
Where else would it be?
What?
Where's Tommy?
He's already left for school. Better hurry, Johnny. You're late this morning.
No, so what if I am late?
Hey, you're in a sweet mood.
You think the Olympic Mutual Insurance Company would go out of business if I didn't walk in that door at exactly 9 a.m.?
You never can tell. Oh, come on. Eat your breakfast.
Oh, honey, I was voted the boy most likely to succeed. You were voted the prettiest girl in the class. Something should happen to people like that.
Well, something did. We got married.
Oh.
So, now you've got a family to support. Oh, I know, dear. You've been reading Tommy's geography books again. You've got the Wanderlust, Glamorous Borneo, Dusky Danes.
Sounds a lot better than Glamorous Olympic Mutual. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not hungry.
Oh. What time will you be home tonight?
Now, why do you ask that? You know to the second what time I'll be home. 6:55. Just like last night, the night before, the night...
Old man routine's really got you down, hasn't he? How about trying to work up a better mood when you come home?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you at 6:55, right on the nose, just like last night.
Good morning, Mr. Forbes.
Anything particularly good about it?
Well, I really hadn't thought. That weird private detective is waiting for you in your office.
McDonald?
Mm-hmm. You know, they ought to put that guy's eyes in jail.
Oh.
Hello, friend.
Hello, Mac. What do you want?
Just a kind word and a pat on the back for a job well done.
What job?
Smiley embezzlement case. I've located about $4,000 of the money he stole. He had it well hidden.
Where?
Mona Stevens, 427 Stockton.
Did you talk to her?
Yeah, when I wasn't too busy looking at her. You know, I don't blame this guy Smiley for robbing his company.
Does this Mona Stevens have the cash?
Oh, nothing so crude, friend. Smiley bought her little pretties, a fur coat, things like that. You know, I'll bet you never thought of me as a man who could fall in love.
You'd be surprised how little time I've got to think about you at all, Mac.
If you want me to, I'll have another talk with this Mona Stevens today. I intended to, anyway.
Your part of the job is finished, Mac. The company will handle it from here.
What's the matter with me handling it?
You'd string it out just to keep seeing the girl.
What business is that of yours?
Look, our company is liable for $10,000 of the dough Smiley embezzled. We hired you to track it down. You located the girl who's wearing part of it. Now, we'll handle it from here. If you want any more jobs from this company, you'll leave it that way.
I get it. You want to handle this babe personally.
Get out, Mac.
You don't mind if I see her on my own time, do you?
Not at all. Now, get out.
Okay. But just remember, Johnny, I saw her first.
Miss Stevens, I'm John Forbes, Olympic Mutual Insurance Company.
Oh, that was a cute kid you sent over to see me yesterday.
Oh, McDonald? Oh, well, he isn't with our company. He's a private detective we use sometimes.
He shouldn't be let out without a keeper. He's got more hands than any man I ever met.
Well, I'm sorry if he annoyed you.
I suppose you're after the presents Smiley gave me?
Well, I'd like a list of the articles if you don't mind.
Oh, you would. Okay. I've got a fur coat. It's not much good. A new car. He made the down payment. A few dresses. And this engagement ring. It's not a very good diamond, but it's the first engagement ring I've ever had. I'm sort of fond of it.
I'm sorry to have to do this.
I don't think you are.
Well, believe me, I don't enjoy this sort of thing.
No, I don't suppose you do. In fact, I don't imagine you like it or dislike it.
What do you mean?
You're a little man with a briefcase. You go to work every morning and do what you're told. Today they said, go recover some stolen goods. Tonight, when you're having a beer with the boys, you'll say, you ought to see the babe I met today. Not bad, but you know me. Strictly business when I'm on the job.
Is that the way you've got me sized up?
That's the way.
Well, how should I be?
If you were a nice guy, you'd cry a little bit with me before you took the ring.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
At this time of day? Why, according to statistics, insurance men drink 1 3/4 highballs every day, but only after sundown.
You know, if I thought I was turning into the sort of guy you just described, I'd shoot myself.
I've even got the gun.
Well, let's try the drink first. If that doesn't work, I'll make a deal with you on the gun. Come on, let's go. I know a little place around the corner here. How did you happen to get mixed up with a cheap crook like Smiley, Mom?
Just lucky, I guess. Maybe he's cheap, but he's not really a crook. He was just too much in love with me. He wanted to get me things he couldn't afford.
Are you in love with Smiley?
He was nice to me. It means a lot. Why do you ask?
Oh, just curious, I guess.
That's flattering.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Oh, I guess I'm a little out of practice when I jump out of my briefcase.
I'm sorry I laid into you like that at the apartment.
If I'm like the guy you described, I had it coming.
It's funny. You don't seem like that now.
Maybe the change has something to do with you.
You keep looking at your watch. Do you have to be someplace for dinner?
No. I don't have to be anywhere. What are you going to do?
Have dinner with you. If you want.
I want. Here's the dinner.
Hello, Johnny.
What? What are you doing in my garage, Mac?
It's 2 a.m., Johnny. You've been at Mona's all evening. Don't tell me you were talking insurance.
Stay out of my business, Mac.
I will, as long as it doesn't interfere with mine. I told you I liked that girl.
I don't care what you like. Quit meddling in my life. And don't ever let me catch you prowling around my home again.
You won't, Johnny. You won't. When I make up my mind I want something, Johnny, I'll do anything to get it. Remember that. And this will help you remember.
There. That tape will make the ribs feel a little better.
Thanks, Doc.
Stay home in bed here all day, and we'll see how you feel by tomorrow. How much did they get anyway?
Oh, well, I was only carrying about $20.
Well, there were two of them, or he could have handled them, couldn't you, Dad?
Yeah, I suppose so.
I don't know why you don't let me call the police. It frightens me to think that those two men could be waiting for you right in your own garage.
Well, they won't be back, Sue.
Well, maybe if they come back, you and I could get them, Dad.
Tommy, why don't you show the doctor to the front door?
Okay.
Come on, Tommy. Let me know how things are in the morning.
Is there anything I can get for you?
Yeah, some boxing lessons.
Johnny, what really happened?
Oh, I'll be up in a day or two, Sue. There's nothing to worry about.
All right, Johnny. All right.
Thanks for meeting me here, Mona.
How are you feeling?
Well, much better. I've been laid up a day or two.
I know.
I caught sort of a cold.
Yeah. Mac told me about it.
Oh.
You don't think he'd overlook the chance to play hero in front of me, do you?
I didn't come over here to talk about Mac.
All right. What shall we talk about?
Well, a couple of things I should have mentioned before and didn't.
Like your wife and little boy?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mona.
I rather imagine you are.
I wish I could make it up to you some way.
Can you?
Oh, no, I guess not. What's going to happen to you?
What do you care, really? Honestly, Johnny, aren't you a little relieved to get out of it this easily? I could be nasty, but I'm not going to be.
Mona.
Why do guys like you do it, Johnny? If I had a nice home like you do, I wouldn't take a chance with it for anything in the world.
I'll do anything I can, Mona.
Will you really? All right. And go home. Stay there. Do me a favor, Johnny. Go home and stay there.
Gee, you sure know how to build model planes, Dad. This one only took you 3 nights.
Your father knows just about everything, Tommy. In fact, I'd say he's a genius.
You know, I'm forced to agree with you.
Dad, are we going to take a trip this year?
Trip? Oh, I don't know, Tommy. Why?
Oh, I get tired of the same old town all the time.
What's the matter with this town? People all over the world would like to live here.
But gee.
That's the trouble with your generation. You don't appreciate the things you have.
Well, if you aren't the strangest man I ever married, what brought all this on?
Contentment. That's the secret of happiness, and don't you forget it.
All right. I won't.
Now, come on. I'll take you both to the movies.
Oh, boy, I'll get my coat.
You know, you were sounding like a man who sold on his home, Johnny.
Oh, maybe it's taken me a little while to find out what I've really got here. The security and the... I get it. Hello?
This is Mona, Johnny. I've got to see you. It's terribly important. Could you meet me at that bar tomorrow noon?
Why, all right, yeah. I'll see you then.
Something the matter?
No, Sue. It's just a business call. What were we talking about?
Well, you were saying some very fine things about home, family, and security, as I remember.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on. Let's go to the movies.
I wouldn't have bothered you unless it was necessary, Johnny.
I know that. What is it, Mona?
It's Mac. I don't know what to do about him.
McDonald? What has he done?
He won't leave me alone. He comes to my apartment all the time.
Why haven't you told me before?
I thought I could discourage Mac. I even threatened to call the police. He said if I did, he'd go to your wife. He knows I don't want to cause you any trouble, and he holds it over my head.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I'm glad you told me. Don't worry about Mac, Mona. He won't bother you anymore. You can depend on it. He won't bother you again.
Okay, I'm coming.
Johnny? Yeah, Johnny. This is just a warning, Mac. If you're smart, you'll take it seriously. Leave Mona alone. If I ever hear that you've threatened to do anything about my family again, I'll kill you, Mac.
Let's pause here on KNX.
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Hopalong Cassidy.
Edgar Bergen.
The Shadow.
John and Blanche Bickerson.
The Whistler.
Choose from among thousands of downloadable old-time radio shows and spoken word titles at
MediaBay.com.
The best voice on the net.
Yeah.
Now back to the Screen Directors Playhouse on KNX.
You've been sitting in this jail for 3 months, Smiley. Getting out tomorrow. So I thought you had a right to know what's been going on.
What are you trying to do, McDonald? I don't know you. Why'd you come down here to the jail to see me anyway?
Well, it's like I say, friend. Doesn't mean a thing to me. I just don't like to see a man get a raw deal.
Who's getting a raw deal? And who's this guy, Johnny Forbes?
Forbes is the insurance man who took back all the stuff you bought for your girlfriend, Mona.
What?
He's a nice-looking guy. I guess Mona took a fancy to him.
What are you trying to tell me, McDonald?
Calm down, Smiley.
How do you know so much about everything?
I didn't mean to get you riled.
And how do I know you're telling the truth?
I guess I'd better go, pal. I was just trying to give you a break.
You say his name is Forbes?
Johnny Forbes. Look, you're getting out tomorrow, Smiley. I'll be waiting for you outside. We can talk about it some more then.
You know, Johnny, I don't mind your reading the paper in bed, but there's no point in just staring at it for half an hour.
Sorry, Sue. I'll put out the light.
No, wait a minute. Something's been bothering you for weeks, Johnny. Don't you think I know? Look, either it's a marriage or it isn't. If you've got problems, they're half mine.
Maybe you wouldn't want half of them.
Well, whether I want them or not, I have a right to them.
I guess you do it that. Sue, I don't know how to tell you this.
It's Tommy.
Come on.
Honey, what is it?
I don't know. Someone's coming after me.
Probably had a nightmare. He's wringing wet.
I saw it.
Where, Sonny?
I don't know. Maybe the window.
Oh, nothing was coming in the window? See, there's nothing here. You just had a bad dream. Hey, wait a minute. Is this what you were reading before you went to sleep?
Yes.
Well, no wonder he has nightmares, reading those comic books. Where does he get them?
His grandma sent them. I'll burn them tomorrow.
Well, while you're at it, singe her a little, too.
Love to, darling. But it so happens it was your mother this time.
Oh. Well, everything okay now, Skipper?
I guess so. What makes a dream, Daddy?
Well, the mind, mostly. It's like a very wonderful camera. You know how a camera works.
Well, sure, it takes pictures.
And that's how the mind works, too. It takes pictures and stores them away. Now and then one of them comes loose in our sleep, and that becomes a dream. So the trick is to take only good pictures, and then we'll have only good dreams.
I think he's asleep, Johnny. He'll be all right now. You know, sometimes I'm awfully proud of myself.
Why?
For giving Tommy such a wonderful father. He thinks you're the greatest guy in the world, Johnny.
He could be wrong.
My son is never wrong. What were you about to tell me before Tommy's nightmare?
Oh, just something concerning the office. We'll talk about it. Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
This is Mona, Johnny. Has Smiley been there?
Smiley?
Yes. He got out of jail today. Matt's been buying him drinks all day and gave him a gun. He ran out of the apartment a little while ago, and I can't find him anywhere. He's coming over to kill you.
Oh.
I don't want him hurt, Johnny. And I don't want him thrown in jail again.
I'll take care of it.
I'll come right over. I know how to handle him.
You can't come over here. My family's upstairs.
Don't let Smiley in, Johnny.
I won't. I'll call you after I talk to him.
was it, dear?
Nobody.
Nobody? What do you mean?
Well, it was just a business call, honey. Don't come downstairs. I'm coming up. How'd you and Tommy like to go to the movies?
What?
Get him up and dress him.
Are you out of your mind? It's 9 o'clock.
You can catch the last show.
Johnny, what's come over you? I'm not going to any show tonight, neither is Tommy. He's sound asleep. What's the matter with you?
Well, there's a man coming from the office. I wanted to talk to him alone.
Well, we've got more than one room in this house. You can talk to him downstairs.
All right.
Dad,
Tommy.
I just wanted to tell you that I heard you and Mother talking. And whenever you want me to go to the picture show with you, I'll be glad to.
All right, Tommy. All right, sonny. Now go on back to bed.
Okay. Dad, where'd you get that gun?
Well, in the Army, son. Now go on. Hurry.
All right, Dad. Good night.
Come on, Forbes. Open up. It's Smiley. I know you're in there.
This is a gun, Smiley. Turn around and get out of here.
Are you Forbes?
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Why not now?
You're drunk. Give yourself a break. Beat it. I'm not kidding.
Did Mona call you and tell you I was coming?
Smiley, I mean it. Get moving.
All right.
And don't come back.
I'm coming in, Forbes.
Don't do it, Smiley. Don't do it.
I'm coming in.
Johnny, where are you? What happened?
I'm over here, Sue. Turn on the lights.
Johnny.
You better call the police, Sue. I just killed a man.
Oh,
Hello, Mona.
I thought it was Smiley.
Smiley's dead.
He's... What?
Johnny shot him.
Oh, no.
Worked out better than I thought.
Smiley dead? Johnny. Wait a minute. How do you know these things?
Oh, I was around. Well, come on, Mona. I'll help you pack.
Pack?
Sure. There's nothing for you around here anymore. I thought we'd take a little trip. Now, let's see. Let's put a few of your things in a bag.
Smiley wasn't a bad guy. Really? He was a nice guy.
That wasn't enough.
Enough for whom?
Me. People were born to have certain things. I was born to have you, so I arranged things that way. You'll get used to me, Mona. You'll learn to love me. Mona, I really loved you.
Johnny.
Huh?
Johnny, it's almost midnight. You've been sitting in that chair for an hour.
Well,
Now, the police are all gone. They said there'd just be some routine questions and then the inquest. I know how terrible you must feel about this, but you couldn't help it. He was a prowler trying to break in. You did what you had to. You've got to try and forget it.
Sue, I want to talk to you. I've got to get this thing off my mind before I go crazy. This man I killed tonight, he wasn't a prowler.
I don't understand.
I knew he was coming. He had a good reason for wanting to kill me. A better reason than I had for killing him.
But why should anyone possibly want to kill you?
Because of his girl. Somebody told him a lot of things about her and me.
Were they true?
Yes. I wanted to tell you about it. I tried to tell you. Oh, Sue, please say something. There's a man dead. I killed him. I can't go around with that on my conscience.
Conscience? You make it sound like a dirty word. You worry about your filthy little conscience. But I've got our son to think about.
I thought about that, too, but I ended up covering one lie with another. Now a man is dead. I can't lie anymore. I wanted you to know before I went to the police.
You're not going to the police. You lied before. You found it easy. Now you've got to lie. If you drag this family's name through the dirt, Johnny, I'll never forgive you. Never.
Then Mona phoned me Smiley was on his way. I didn't know what to do. I stopped in front and chased him away, but he broke in. I knew he had a gun, and so I shot him.
I see.
I've walked the streets all night trying to decide what to do. I finally made up my mind to go to the police, and, well, here I am. I had to kill him.
You wouldn't have had to if you'd come to the police in the first place.
I've explained to you the reasons why I couldn't.
Now that a man's dead, those reasons don't seem very important, do they?
If you can find Mona Stevens, she'll verify everything I've told you.
We don't have to find her. We've got her right upstairs.
For what?
She shot McDonald last night.
Oh, can I see her?
No one can see her.
What'll happen to her?
If he lives, it's one thing. If he dies, it's another.
What do you want me to do?
Go on. Get out of here. I can't hold you, although I'd like to. Legally, you shot in self-defense. Smiley was coming to kill you. Just a simple phone call and this whole rotten mess could have been prevented. But no, you had to take things in your own hands. And now a man is dead. That isn't a very pleasant thought to live with the rest of your life, is it? Or don't things like that bother you? Go on, get out of here.
Sue. How'd you know I was down here, Sue?
I called. I've taken Tommy out of school, Johnny.
Yes, I guess that's best. How much does he know about everything?
You can't expect to keep too much from a boy his age. I think you should ask for a transfer to some other town.
Sue, are you sure you don't want a divorce?
I thought about it. There's no use kidding you. I've thought about it a lot. I'd almost made up my mind. And then I got to thinking. If a man has been a good husband, except for 24 hours, how long should he be expected to pay for it?
I don't know, Sue. I suppose some people would say the rest of his life.
There's no use pretending it's ever going to be the same. Not for a long time, anyway. Maybe never. But we've weathered other things. Maybe we can handle this. That's, of course, if you want to try.
You know I do.
All right. That's what we'll do, then. We'll try.
Now, here again are tonight's stars, Dick Powell and Jane Wyatt.
Well, Jane, we've got some introducing to do.
You mean telling the audience about the director of Pitfall?
Right. Ready?
Ready. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the man who has made us work nights.
Here's the guy who made us get up at dawn.
The fellow who's directed such swell films as Ramrod.
The Other Love.
None Shall Escape.
Our director?
Andre de Toth.
Thank you, Dick. Jane, it was really wonderful the way you put Pitfall through the air.
Good night, Andre. Jane, good night, everyone.
Good night.
A good night to you, Dick Powell, Jane Wyatt, and Andre DeToth. From Hollywood, the Screen Directors Playhouse.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Star, Barbara Stanwyck. Production, Remember the Night. Director, Mitchell Lyson.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a drama at the feet of justice. The motion picture story, Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck in her original role of Lee Leander. In the richly appointed interior of Meyer & Company, Swank Fifth Avenue Jewelers, a lady is examining a bracelet, an expensive bracelet. Poised, well-groomed, the lady is as beautiful as only the wearer of such an adornment could be expected to be.
Well, yes, the bracelet is attractive, but...
But, madam, it's exquisite. What a Christmas present for you. Just look at the size of that diamond.
No, I don't think...
Here, just let me fasten it on your wrist.
But,
No, don't take it off. Just wear it for a moment. If you only knew how stunning it looked at you, madam.
Yes, but I really think I'd like to see something else, if you don't mind. Perhaps that one there, in the case behind you.
Whatever madam wishes. However, I assure you, we have nothing any finer than the piece you're now wearing. This one? On the lower shelf, you mean? I say, is this the bracelet the lady had in... Madam! Oh, my goodness. Mr. Meyer! That lady with the bracelet! Help! Police! Police! Help!
Now, don't hand me that, O'Leary. This girl is guilty, and you know it. Trial would be a farce. Well, she was caught red-handed with that diamond bracelet.
Calm, not so loud, Mr. Sergeant. Where's the smooth courtroom technique we heard so much about? Why, a jury might think you're trying to browbeat my client.
Oh, rats, if you want to get any kind of a break at all for your client, you'll plead her guilty.
Oh, no, we won't, Mr. Prosecutor. Not guilty for this little girl, if you don't mind.
Now, be reasonable, Miss...
Lee Leander. I didn't quite catch your name, Mr. Prosecutor.
John Sargent, and will you please stop calling me Mr. Prosecutor?
Why, certainly, Mr. Prosecutor.
Yeah.
Now, John, I realize the DA put you on this case because of your particular ability to obtain convictions against women, but this case
is open and shut. The only reason I'm even discussing it with you is, well, frankly, I'm trying to get out of town over the holidays, drive home for Christmas. And I'm giving you this last chance to change your plea. Just before Christmas like this, the judge will probably be pretty lenient.
Just before Christmas like this, a jury will undoubtedly be a lot more lenient and acquit this innocent girl.
A jury would at least have a heart, Mr. Prosecutor.
Okay. If it's a trial you want, you'll get it. But remember, O'Leary, this girl is no first offender, and I'm going to convict her. Even if I have to get a continuance until after Christmas, when a jury might not be so lenient.
You haven't got the grounds.
Have a heart, Mr. Prosecutor.
Miss Leander, it's the jury that has the heart. Remember?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has gone to such great lengths to prove that this innocent young girl seated there at the counsel table beside the prosecutor who's attempting to convict her did walk out upon Fifth Avenue with a bracelet which was still the property of Meyer and Company. A fact...
Your lawyer should have been an actor, Miss Leander.
He is. In fact, that jury looks like an acquittal.
But, ladies and gentlemen, this admission is no way proof of guilt. For this act was committed while this poor, innocent young girl was under the influence of hypnotism.
Did he say hypnotism?
Hypnotism.
Remember the testimony. The salesman showed her the bracelet, urged her to clasp it around her wrist, begged her to examine it under a more powerful light, and then excused himself. It's an old trick, this tempting of the poor. They call it salesmanship. I call it hypnotism.
That's what I've been waiting for. If it please the court.
Yes, Mr. Prosecutor.
In view of this new factor introduced by the defense, the people request a continuance of this case until after the Christmas holidays, in order to obtain the expert opinion of a qualified psychiatrist.
But, Your Honor, we object. The case is already summed up. It's practically closed.
Objection overruled. Case continued to January 3rd. The defendant is remanded to the custody of the sheriff, subject to the posting of a $5,000 bond. Court adjourned.
Oh, no. Mr. O'Leary, how can I get a bond?
Excuse me, Counselor. Somebody required the services of a bail bondsman?
Yes, I do. But, Mr. O'Leary, what'll I do? I haven't any more money.
Well, I'll leave you my card, just in case. Fat Mike, that's me.
No, wait.
Miss Leander, don't you think you should have told me before this that you had no money?
Well, I was afraid you wouldn't take my case. Oh, please, Mr. O'Leary, don't let them keep me here over Christmas.
I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll see you in court on January 3rd.
Look, lady, it ain't so bad. You get a nice little room and a nice turkey dinner on Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. And the same to you, Mr. Prosecutor. I hope you have a very happy Christmas at home.
I'm sorry, Miss Leander. I was
Come
only...
along, miss. All right, matron, I'm coming.
Oh, Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Sergeant.
Can I see you a moment?
Sure thing, Mr. Sergeant. I was just saying to the little lady that being in the clink ain't really so bad. Counted that free turkey dinner.
Never mind. Now, look, what do you charge for $5,000 bail from now till January 3rd?
Did they pin something on your pal?
No, it isn't for me. It's for the young woman over there.
For a friend of yours, Mr. Sergeant. Nothing. Consider she's out, pal. Consider she's out.
Okay, just a minute.
Well, here I am, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh, you.
Compliments of Fat Mike.
What are you doing here?
Well, I don't know yet, but I have a rough idea.
Well, glad you're out. Come on in.
You know, one of these days, one of you boys is going to start one of these scenes differently, and one of us girls is going to drop dead.
Now, look, when court reconvenes, I'm going to try to put you in jail for a good long time. That's my business. But you haven't been convicted yet, so I don't see why you shouldn't enjoy Christmas. That's why I told Mike to get you out.
And bring me up here?
I did not tell him to bring you up here.
You mean I don't have to stay here if I don't want to?
You certainly do not. As you can see, I'm all packed and ready to leave on a little trip home for Christmas. And, well, it's quite a drive, and I haven't had my dinner yet, and...
You, want me to go?
Well, yes.
Where?
Well, don't you live someplace?
Oh, I had a room in a hotel, but they locked me out this morning.
Oh. That doesn't solve any problems, huh?
Well, why don't you put me back in the clink? That solves a lot of problems.
Yeah, that wasn't the idea. Had your dinner yet?
No, not yet.
Ah. Well, come on, then. We'll try and figure something out for you, and then I can get on the road. You know, if anybody told me this morning I'd be dancing with you tonight...
Who told you were dancing?
That's pretty bad, huh?
For a district attorney, you're marvelous.
Holy smoke.
What's wrong?
Judge Smith, let's get back to our table.
The judge that's trying my case?
Yeah, with his wife. He's just leaving.
Oh, do you think he saw us?
I know he did. And it would be just like him to make something out of it. Think I was trying to throw the case.
Oh, I wouldn't want to cause any trouble for you.
No, forget it. Sit down and finish your dinner.
You know, I understand that getting a conviction is just part of your job, and I really don't mind. It's just too bad it had to be a nice guy like you.
I've been doing a little thinking about you, too. You just don't look like the criminal type, that's all.
Thanks.
How long have you been swiping things?
Always.
Did you take things you don't need?
Sure.
Tell me, in the presence of beautiful things, did you feel a sudden, irresistible urge to take them in your hands and hurry away with them?
Do you mean, was I hypnotized?
I mean, maybe you're a kleptomaniac.
Oh, no. No, they tried that. Now, if you sell them later, you lose your amateur standing.
I don't understand it.
Oh, I don't think you ever could understand because, well, maybe you never had to. Sometimes you do a thing you know is wrong, but I don't know. You wouldn't like to buy me another drink, would you?
Okay, but then I've really got to go. Oh, waiter.
Yes, sir.
2 Johnny Walkers and soda. Have the band play My Indiana Home.
Yes, sir.
Why did you ask them to play that?
Because that's where I'm going. Wabash, Indiana.
No kidding. A Hoosier? Oh, no wonder I like you. I'm from Kendallville.
You're from Well, that's only about 50 miles from...
Yeah. And we have to come here and meet like this.
You know, I go home every Christmas.
You do, huh?
Mm-hmm. How long since you've been back home?
I've never been back. I ran away.
Oh. Folks still alive?
My mother, stepfather.
Look, how would you like to go home for Christmas?
Indiana?
Sure, I'm driving out in my car. I could drop you on the way and pick you up on the way back. How about it?
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Hey, wake up. We're here.
Oh, where are we?
Indiana, Kendallville.
Oh, gee, it hasn't changed much.
No, they don't change much.
There it is, straight ahead. The other side of the railroad tracks. Oh, gosh. Maybe I should have let my mother know I was coming.
No, don't worry. She'll be glad to see you.
There it is, that house with the fence.
Oh.
Will you go in with me?
Of course I will. Come on. I'll pick you up on New Year's Day in the afternoon, huh?
Oh, you've been very sweet.
Well, go ahead. Ring it.
Oh, maybe she doesn't even live here anymore.
Don't be scared. Someone's coming.
Yes?
Hello, Mama. Don't you even know me?
Yes, I know you. What do you want?
Oh, I don't want anything, Mama. It was just Christmas, and Mr. Sargent happened to be driving out here.
My home is in Wabash, and I knew how glad you'd be to see
So
you.
you're not in jail like the paper said.
What do you mean, Mama?
You know what I mean. The whole town knows about it. You haven't changed none since you went away. Still stealing things. Same as you stole the money I'd saved for the missionary.
I didn't steal it. I told you 1,000 times I only borrowed it to get a dress and I'd pay you back.
But you didn't pay me back, did you? You never paid anybody back, except in disgrace. Oh, that's the neighbors could read about you in the papers.
I'd forgotten how much you hated me. Ever since I was little, you were always so right and I was always so wrong. You were always so good. I was always so bad.
You'd better go. There's no place for you here.
Don't worry, I'll go. Please, John. Please take me away from here. Anywhere. But please don't let me stay here. Not here.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Remember the Night, starring Barbara Stanwyck in her original role with Gerald Moore as John Sargent. To the brilliant young prosecutor, John Sargent, the difference between right and wrong had always been clearly defined. But now he was no longer so sure. Somehow his theories had backfired.
Quite a homecoming, wasn't it? I'm sorry you had to see it the way it was.
No, I'm glad, really. Answered a lot of my questions about you.
You can drop me in the next town. I'll get a room somewhere and you can pick me up on your way back to New York.
Now, I know just the spot for you.
Any place but Kendallville.
Out at my farm. Mom and Aunt Emma have exactly the room for you. There's only one window, and the mattress is stuffed with rocks.
You mean you're taking me home with you?
Sure, why not?
But your mother, what will she think? What if it's
Forget
the same...
it. This time it's my home. And you're my guest.
Emmy, look out the window. Johnny's home.
Oh, and there's a girl getting out of the car with him.
You don't think...
Oh, of course not. He'd have written you if it was anything like that.
Oh, well, it wouldn't matter. Hurry, Emmy, open the door.
Oh.
Johnny.
Mom.
Oh, Johnny, my boy.
Hello, Aunt Emma.
Oh, John Sargent, I do declare I'm glad you're here.
Mom, Aunt Emma, this is Miss Lee Leander.
Oh, how
She's
do
come
you?
to spend Christmas with us.
I hope I won't be too much trouble.
Why, bless you, child. It's a joy to have you.
Come along, dear, and take off your things.
Thank you. I would like to freshen up.
Oh, you must be freezing to death. And here we are, cackling like a couple of old hens.
Mom,
Yes, dear.
I don't like to bring somebody under your roof without you knowing exactly who she is.
I think I can guess.
No, Mom. This girl, she isn't even a friend of mine.
Well, I think she's charming.
This girl's a thief, Mom. But she had no place to go for Christmas.
Why, the poor lamb.
I'm going to put her in jail.
You'll do no such thing, John Sargent. That girl looks as honest as all outdoors. If she did take anything, I'm sure it was entirely by mistake.
No, I'm afraid this isn't even her first offense.
The poor thing. While she's here, we've got to do everything we can to make her happy and comfortable. Feel like a member of the family.
Oh, thanks, Mom.
I'm glad you brought her, son. It'll make our Christmas a much happier one tomorrow. There you are, John. This last present on the tree is for you from your Aunt Emma.
Oh, thanks, Aunt Emma.
Well, not so fancy, Johnny, but they'll keep your feet warm.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Oh, gosh, Lee, I'm sorry about the no-present situation for you.
John Sargent, what do you mean? You know Santa Claus never forgets anyone.
Yeah, but I...
Go on, stupid. They're under your chair.
What?
Give them to her.
Oh. Well, what do you know? Merry Christmas, Lee.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
Here. From Mom.
But you shouldn't
Why,
have.
it's nothing at all.
And from Aunt Emma.
Oh, knitted them myself.
Oh, thank you.
Who's this one from?
You big dunce.
Oh.
Can't you remember anything?
Oh, perfume.
Hey, isn't that the bottle of Taboo I got you for Christmas last year, Mom?
John Sargent.
Oh, you're all much too kind. I've never met anyone so thoughtful and so...
Oh, nonsense, Lee, dear. We're just so happy to have you. It's going to be a wonderful week.
Different from what you'd get in the city.
Parties and bobbing for apples and sleigh rides.
And don't you forget the barn dance on New Year's
Oh,
Eve.
it sounds more wonderful than anything that's ever happened to me in my whole life. But the apple won't stay still.
Go on, duck for it.
I've got it. Now what do I do?
Eat it.
Oh, John, I'd forgotten how much fun it was to ride in the snow.
Enjoying yourself?
Oh, so much. I hate to think about going back tomorrow.
Well, don't think about it. Anyway, that's tomorrow.
And we've still got the barn dance tonight.
Happy New Year, Lee.
Happy New Year.
Cold. Let's get in the house.
Warm.
Oh, it was such a wonderful dance.
Yes, you don't have to go to the city to have fun, you see.
Oh, this whole week has been so perfect. Everything about it.
Well, children, you've got to get an early start in the morning. So we'd better get upstairs and get some sleep.
Oh, yes. Well, good night, all.
Good night.
I think I'll stay here by the fire for a while. Care for a cigarette, Lee?
Well...
Now, John, Lee's still got to pack. Good night, son.
Good night, John.
Night, Lee. Night, Mom. See you in the morning.
Be a nice ride back to New York.
Yes.
John, say what route he's taking.
I think we're going by way of Canada.
Oh, good. Niagara Falls. Oh, that's lovely. There.
You don't really have to help me pack, Mrs. Sargent. I have so few things.
I know. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh.
First, I want you to know how glad we are to have had you here. And then I want you to know how sorry I am that you're in trouble.
I didn't know you knew about that.
Believe me, I wouldn't have mentioned it to you now except, well, John has worked so hard for everything to get where he is today.
Well, with folks like you to love him, how could he miss?
Thank you, my dear. But don't you see, now nothing should be allowed to spoil it for him.
I don't see why anything should spoil it for him. Do you?
He's in love with you.
But he isn't in love with me. He's no fool.
But you love him, don't you?
I'm afraid so. But I wouldn't do anything to hurt him, or you, or Aunt Emma. You've all been so good.
Good night, my dear. And don't worry. Sometimes when you make a mistake, you have to pay for it. Otherwise, you never learn.
Gee, I hated to leave your mother's.
Yeah. You know something?
What?
You're in Canada now. Niagara Falls, Canada.
What about it?
If you didn't want to go back to New York, I couldn't make you. Did you hear what I said?
I heard you. Funny, of all the people in that courtroom, you were the only one who had a heart.
Don't kid yourself. When I saw that Christmas spirit jury was going to acquit you, I got your case held over, didn't I?
That was your job. But you were so gentle with me when I was on the witness stand.
That was my job, too. Surest way to lose a case is to browbeat a woman in front of a jury.
Oh, you couldn't be tough if you wanted to.
You know I love you, don't you?
Don't say that.
Why shouldn't I say it? Because some chiseling salesman claims you swiped one of his bracelets?
I did swipe it.
He got it back, didn't he? Anyway, what you did yesterday and what you do today are two different things.
Oh, don't be a sucker, Johnny. You don't know me at all.
You love me.
You've worked too hard to get where you are. You can't throw it all
Come
away
here. I love you.
Oh, Johnny, please.
Okay. We'll go back. But you know what I wish?
What?
I wish it was tomorrow and the case was over. And you were acquitted.
Knock wood.
And we'd march right into the judge's chambers and have him marry us.
You know you're talking like a 4-year-old, don't you?
And you know where we're going on a honeymoon?
Where, silly?
Niagara Falls.
But we're there now, darling.
In the case of the people versus Lee Leander, you may resume.
Now, Miss Leander, you heard the state psychiatrist define the condition known as hypnoleptic catalepsis?
Yes.
Louder, please.
Yes.
You say that at the time you left that jewelry store, you were hypnotized. Do you?
Well...
Do you or don't you?
Well, my lawyer said so.
Did he tell you to say so?
Object, Your Honor. The question is entirely improper.
Sustained. Disregard the question.
What he's getting on top of.
Proceed with the case.
Miss Leander, were you hypnotized or weren't you?
Well, I suppose...
I didn't ask what you supposed.
I mean, I guess...
Make up your mind. Do you guess? Do you suppose? Or do you know?
I object, Your Honor. The prosecutor is deliberately trying to confuse my client.
Sustained.
You don't have to yell at her.
Miss Leander, did you hear the psychiatrist's opinion about hypnotism?
What's that?
Will you answer my question and not keep us here all day?
I didn't
Don't
hear.
try to evade.
Surest way to lose a case is to browbeat a woman in front of a jury.
No, John, you mustn't.
Were you or were you not hypnotized? Did you or did you not steal that bracelet?
Please, Your Honor.
Kindly address your answers to me over here.
Please, Your Honor, I want to plead guilty.
Lee, you can't do that. Your Honor, I don't think this woman is well. I believe a 5-minute recess.
I want to plead guilty.
Order in the court. Order. Why do you wish to plead guilty, my dear?
Because I am guilty. And when you've made a mistake, you've got to pay for it. Otherwise, you never learn.
Lee, why did you do it?
Don't feel badly, John.
It was for the jury to decide whether you were guilty or not.
You know I am.
But this way there's no appeal, no retrial, nothing but jail.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's best this way.
Do you think I'll stop loving you just because they lock you up?
Don't you see, Johnny? If you still wanted me afterwards, you'd be a sucker if you did, but I'd be all square. And you would have had time to think about a lot of things.
The only thing I'll be thinking about is you.
Will you stand beside me and hold my hand when they sentence me?
Of course, darling.
Then I won't be afraid. And the other part won't be so bad or so long.
Lee.
Oh, John. John, I love you so much.
Barbara Stanwyck will return in just a moment. Next week, as always, Screen Directors Playhouse brings you another outstanding motion picture drama with its original star. Our story is an unusual experiment in emotion, The Uninvited. And recreating his original role will be Ray Milland with screen director Louis Allen. Now, here again is tonight's star, Barbara Stanwyck.
Thank you. I think I just served the shortest prison term on record. But you see, I had to be released in time to introduce you to my director. When I look back on Remember the Night, I remember a lot of wonderful days working with the director who's brought you such grand films as Hold Back the Dawn, To Each His Own, and Kitty. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Mitchell Lyson.
Thanks, Barbara. Those are pretty nice words from a gal who just finished putting up with me for another picture.
Mitch, working in the lie with a director like you was one of the nicest things that ever happened to me. But you know, you've changed since we made Remember the Night together.
I have?
Uh-huh. Remember the time the cast was so upset because you kept us late?
But I explained, Barbara, my watch had stopped.
And the next day you came to the studio with an alarm clock hanging from your lapel.
Yeah, that was kind of silly. Imagine wearing an alarm clock.
And now, Mitch, you've outgrown wearing alarm clocks.
Oh, sure.
Mitch!
You know, Barbara, I never did find time to get that wristwatch fixed.
But the alarm clock.
That means it's time for this director to say goodnight.
Good night, Mitch. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night to you, Barbara Stanwyck and Mitchell Lyson. Remember next week, Ray Milland and screen director Louis Allen. Remember the Night was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the William Wyler production, The Heiress, starring Olivia de Havilland, Montgomery Clift, and Sir Ralph Richardson. Barbara Stanwyck will soon be seen in Thelma Jordan, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Mitchell Lyson's latest production is Song of Surrender, starring Wanda Hendricks, McDonald Carey, and Claude Rains. Remember the Night was adapted for radio by Warren Lewis, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley with dramatic direction by Bill Karn.
Now, stay tuned for a Halloween hoedown, the Ethel Merman Show on NBC.
From Hollywood, the Screen Directors Playhouse.
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Edmund Gwenn, production Miracle on 34th Street, director George Seaton.
The Hollywood Screen Directors, for the first gathered here in NBC's Hollywood studios, and for children of all ages everywhere, we present the motion picture Christmas story, Miracle on 34th Street, starring Edmund Gwenn in his original Academy Award-winning role of Kris Kringle.
You don't believe in Santa Claus? Well, why not? Santa Claus believes in you.
The jaunty, portly little man with the white whiskers swung his cane as he walked in the brisk November morning. He walked into a department store famous across the nation, Macy's 34th Street, New York, crowded amiably into the elevator, and got out at the employment office. It seems a Mrs. Doris Walker was the lady to see up there. Mrs. Walker.
Mrs. Walker?
Yes?
You'll be needing a Santa Claus for your toy department this Christmas. I wish to apply for the position.
Well, we do need a Santa Claus if you're qualified.
Oh, I'm eminently qualified.
Do you like children?
Who doesn't?
Do you have any children?
Millions of them.
Well, I must certainly say you look like Santa Claus.
Well, I certainly should look like Santa Claus.
You won't even need padding.
Oh, no, I carry my own.
Now, you understand that Macy's has a line of toys that you may recommend with complete confidence.
I assume that I'm hired?
Yes. Can you start tomorrow morning, Mr.
Kringle.
What?
Kringle. I'm Kris Kringle.
The new Santa Claus was positively the most sensational Santa Claus who had ever held court on Macy's 7th floor. He was the real article, all right. He had that deep down, genuine, crisp, Kris Kringle crinkle in his eyes. And if he told you anything, you could depend on it.
Electric trains? Why, yes, Peter. Yes, madam, right over that way. Realistic models of the Chief and Super Chief. Now, what about you, little girl? Huh? Oh, yes, madam. We have wonderful skates here, but not quite what your little boy seems to want. Now, I'd suggest you go across the street to Gimbel's.
Gimbel's?
Oh, yes. I keep track of the toy market pretty closely. Why, does that surprise you, Sal?
Macy's sending me to another store?
Well, the only important thing is to make the children happy, isn't it? Huh? And whether Macy's or somebody else sells the toy doesn't make any difference.
Well, it's wonderful. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Well, you can get it at the Acme Toy Company. Only $8.50, plus tax.
And so it went. And so the customers went. To other stores if Macy's didn't have it. The grown-ups began to believe in Santa Claus as much as the children. All except one small child named Susan Walker, who finally came to Kris Kringle, a skeptical look on her small face and a prodding young man at her back.
Well, young lady, and what would you like for Christmas?
Go ahead, Susan. Tell Santa what you'd like.
What's your name, little girl?
Susan Walker, and I don't believe in Santa Claus.
Oh.
My mother happens to be Mrs. Walker, the lady who hired you.
Well, your daddy here believes I'm Santa Claus, I'll bet.
He's not my daddy. My father and mother are divorced. This is Mr. Gailey, who lives in the apartment next to ours.
I see.
He's a lawyer at law.
Attorney at law, Susan.
He pretends he brought me to see you, but he really came to visit Mother.
Oh. Really?
Oh, brother.
I must say you're the best-looking Santa Claus Mother ever hired.
Oh, thank you.
Your whiskers aren't loose at the sides.
Well, that's because they're real. Just like I'm really Santa Claus.
Oh, now stop.
Now go ahead. Come on, pull them.
Pull them?
Go ahead.
All right.
Oh, ouch.
Well, they're on pretty tight, all right.
Now what would you like me to bring you for Christmas?
Susan.
There's Mother now.
I'm dead.
Susan, Mr. Gailey, I told you not to bring Susan down here.
But your maid is out sick, and Susan was alone at home.
Mr. Gailey, I am bringing Susan up to face reality.
Well, in reality, he came to see you, Mrs. Walker.
Oh, really? Mr. Gailey, will you step this way, please?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your name?
Kris Kringle.
That's your trade name. I mean your real name.
Santa Claus.
We can talk here, Fred.
Now, Doris...
I keep telling Susan that Santa Claus is a myth, and you bring her down here to see thousands of children like herself worshiping a very convincing old man with real whiskers. What's she to think? What's she to believe?
Whatever makes her happy.
Well, I don't want my child growing up to consider life a fairy tale instead of reality. They keep waiting for a Prince Charming to come along, and when he does, he turns out to be someone they...
Someone they'll have to divorce?
We were talking about Susan.
Oh.
In fact, I'm going to have to talk to that Santa Claus about Susan before he goes to lunch.
Yes, Mrs. Walker?
The reason I called you into my office was to have you tell Susan here that you're not Santa Claus.
Yeah, but I am Santa Claus.
See, Mother? A girl doesn't know what to think these days.
I want you to tell her the truth. Now, what's your name?
Kris Kringle.
See?
I mean your real name.
Well, that is my real name.
Now, see here, Excuse me a moment.
Yes, Mrs. Walker.
Miss Thomas, will you get out an employment card filled out by a Mr. Kris Kringle, if there is one? I'll wait.
I'll bet you're in the first grade, Susan.
Second.
Second?
I'm very advanced.
Oh.
Here it is, Mrs. Walker. Mr. Kris Kringle.
No.
Yeah, Kris Kringle. Residence, Brooks Memorial Home for the Aged. Age as old as my tongue and a little older than my teeth.
Oh, no.
Do you know what I think?
Yes, the same thing I think.
I think he's nuts.
That's what I think.
He really believes he's Santa Claus.
With bells on.
Well, you better get rid of him. He might be dangerous.
Thank you, Miss Thomas. I agree. Mr. Kringle, I'm sorry, but we're going to have to make a change.
Have I done something wrong?
Well, no. That is, not wrong. But, excuse me. Yes?
Mr. Macy's on the phone.
Oh, put him on.
Mrs. Walker.
Yes, Mr. Macy?
I've just heard about your new Santa Claus.
Oh, yes, Mr. Macy. I was just going into that, Mr. Macy.
The very idea of his telling people that if Macy's doesn't have it, to go to Gimbel's.
Well, I have him right... Gimbel's?
Directly across the street.
Imagine Macy's Santa Claus sending customers to Gimbel's. Wonderful.
Huh?
The public response is wonderful. We're getting to be known as the helpful store, the friendly store, the store that places public service ahead of profits. And consequently, we'll make more profit than ever.
Yes, sir.
Great idea, Mrs. Walker. Great work. Keep it up.
Yes, Mr. Macy.
And above all, keep that Santa Claus.
Keep him? But he's... Well, he's...
He's great.
But, Mr. Macy, I don't...
Goodbye, Mrs. Walker.
Mr. Macy. Mr. Kringle.
Yes?
Mr. Macy suggests that we try you out a little longer.
Well, that's mighty good news, Mrs. Walker. You see, this is quite an opportunity for me. Yes, for the last 50 years or so, I've been getting more and more worried about Christmas. Seems we're all so busy trying to beat the other fellow in making things go faster and look shinier and cost less, that Christmas and I are sort of getting lost in the shuffle.
Christmas is still Christmas.
Oh, but it isn't just a day. It's a frame of mind. And that's what's been changing. That's why I'm glad I'm here. Maybe I can do something about it. Oh, I'm glad I met you and your daughter.
Thank you.
You two are a kind of test case for me.
What's a test case?
Well, if I can make you and your mother believe in me...
Speaking of tests, Mr. Kringle, would you kindly report to Mr. Sawyer's office the first thing tomorrow morning?
Mr. Sawyer?
Yes, he'll give you an examination.
A mental examination?
Oh, it's just routine. All of our employees are required to take an examination.
Oh, I don't mind. I've taken dozens of examinations. Never failed one yet. I'll see Mr. Sawyer first thing in the morning.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Walker. Bye, Susan.
Goodbye, Mr. Kringle.
Oh, excuse me, Chris.
I was just leaving. Bye. Bye-bye.
Hello, Doris. How are you, Susan?
I'm fine. Mother's got problems.
Fred, I'm worried about Mr. Kringle.
Worried? Why?
Well, I think he's mentally unsound.
I think he's a fantastic, delightful, and unselfish human being. And if being delightful, unselfish, and human is bad, what's good?
Well, Mr. Macy likes him, so I have to keep him. But not if he's insane.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, he thinks he's Santa Claus.
Well, maybe he is.
Well, suppose he gets worse. Suppose he gets violent.
Chris?
Nevertheless, I'm having Mr. Sawyer question him tomorrow. Only, how can I be sure that Kringle will even show up tomorrow?
It's easy. I'll take him home with me tonight and bring him to work in the morning.
Oh, would you?
All you have to do is to marry me.
Fred.
When I can afford it.
Do it, Mother.
Susan.
Well, then at least have me in to dinner tonight. With Mr. Kris Kringle, my house guest of honor.
Well, that evening, Kris Kringle went home with Fred Gailey. And after dinner in Doris Walker's apartment next door, Chris left Fred and Doris to discuss child psychology, or something, and stole quietly into Susan's bedroom. Susan, sophisticated child, was in bed, blowing bubblegum bubbles.
Oh, that was a big one.
Susan, why don't you give me a chance to prove to you that I'm really Santa Claus?
There is no Santa Claus.
Oh, now there must be something you want for Christmas.
Mother will get me anything I want.
Oh, but there must be something she can't get you.
Well,
There is something.
I'd like a house.
What, you mean a doll's house?
No, a real house. To live in.
A real house?
If you're really Santa Claus, you can get it for me. If you can't, you're only a nice man with a white beard, like Mother says.
Oh, but you've got this lovely apartment to live in.
I want a backyard to play in, and grass, and a white picket fence and rose bushes. But Mother can't afford it, and I guess you can't get it, huh?
No, I didn't say that, you know. Well, I've got to see Mr. Sawyer first thing in the morning. I'll get right to work on it after that, Susan, tomorrow.
Now, tell me, Kringle, how many days in the week?
7.
Who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington.
How much is 3 times 5?
Well, you asked me that before.
I'm conducting this examination. How much is 3 times 5?
Well, same as it was before, 15. You're rather nervous, Mr. Sawyer, aren't you? Do you get enough sleep?
Never mind. How many fingers am I holding up?
3? Oh, you bite your nails, too.
Kringle.
You know, sometimes nervous habits like yours are a result of insecurity.
I didn't ask you.
Oh, I just want to be helpful.
I didn't ask for help, you fuzzy old crackpot.
Mr. Sawyer, that's hardly the proper way to conduct a mental examination.
Oh, I'm wasting my time on a hopeless case. Get out.
Mr. Sawyer.
I said get out.
Mr. Sawyer, I have great respect for psychiatry and great contempt for imposters and quacks.
I beg your pardon.
I should like to see your degree in medicine.
Get out.
Also proof of your specialization in psychiatry.
Get out. Get out.
Now, either you stop analyzing people, or I'm going to tell Mr. Macy what a contemptible, vicious, malicious fraud you really are.
I'll have you committed to an insane asylum.
Well, you're the one who needs treatment.
You lunatic, are you saying I'm crazy?
Now, put down that inkwell.
Put down that cane.
Put down that inkwell.
You go first.
I'd better. You're dangerous.
When he recovered, Mr. Sawyer jingled Bellevue. And that is how Santa Claus, alias Kris Kringle, found himself that very morning in the violent ward at Bellevue Hospital.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Miracle on 34th Street, starring Edmund Gwenn in his original Academy Award-winning role of Kris Kringle.
Late that afternoon, Fred Gailey, attorney at law, came to visit Kris Kringle in the violent ward at Bellevue Hospital.
All right, now, Chris, why did you do it?
Why did I conk Mr. Sawyer?
Why did you fail your examination by the doctors here at Bellevue? You did it deliberately.
I did. I said the first president of the United States was Calvin Coolidge.
But why?
Well, Fred, the last few days, I had a feeling people were warming up towards each other. Macy's sending customers to Gimbel's. Gimbel's sending customers to Macy's. Gimbel and Macy shaking hands. Wyszynski saying yes. People were beginning to make some sense, even if Doris did doubt me.
Doris hasn't believed in anything for years. Ever since her marriage went to
it
pieces.
wasn't just Doris. It was Sawyer. Now, he's contemptible, dishonest, selfish, vicious. Yet he's out there and I'm in here. He's called normal. I'm not. And we've got a world full of Mr. Sawyers. And if that's normal, I don't want it, Fred. That's why I answered those questions incorrectly.
But, Chris, what happens to a lot of people, like me, who do believe in you and what you stand for? What happens to people like little Susan, just beginning to believe?
Susan?
Are you going to let her down? People like that?
Well, I hadn't thought of that, Fred.
Are you going to quit right in the middle of your job?
Gee, you're right, Fred. I'm ashamed of myself. Let's get out of here.
Not so fast, Chris. Getting in here was easy. Getting you out will be a lot harder.
Oh, not for you. You're a fine lawyer.
Perhaps, but...
But what?
You've been ordered committed to a mental institution.
Oh, I see.
However, I've requested a formal hearing, and it's been granted.
But the issue being, do I jingle the bells or do the bets run the belfry?
Thunders of sanity of Santa who launched goodwill campaign. Is Kringle crazy? Court case coming. Calamity, cry kiddies.
Your Honor, the commitment papers being before you, I should like to call the first witness. Mr. Criss Kringle, will you please take the stand?
Delighted to do so, Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Kringle?
Your Honor?
This is merely a hearing. You do not have to answer the questions or even testify at all.
We've no objections, Your Honor.
Well, I'll be glad to answer any questions I can.
You may question the witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tell us, sir, what is your true name?
Criss Kringle.
And where do you live?
Well, that's what this hearing will decide.
Mr. Kringle, do you believe that you are Santa Claus?
Of course.
Perhaps the witness doesn't understand the question.
I understood the question perfectly, Your Honor.
In which case, Your Honor, the state rests.
In view of the defendant's statement, does counsel for the defendant wish to put in a defense?
Your Honor, the entire case against my client boils down to this. The prosecution contends that Mr. Kringle is not sane because he believes himself to be Santa Claus.
That is true.
But if Mr. Kringle were the person he believes himself to be, he would be as sane as we are.
Correct.
I intend to prove that Mr. Kringle is not insane because he is Santa Claus.
Fred, let's be sensible. You can't possibly prove that poor old man is Santa Claus.
Why can't I?
And he's not a poor old man.
Logic, Fred, not faith and hope wins out in court. That's just common sense.
And I guess in these last few years you've developed too much common sense.
Well, one of us has to have it, Fred.
And both of us have to have faith, Doris. Or we're wrong for each other.
I see.
Even when I can afford it, we're wrong for each other.
Well, I'm going to pray for Santa Claus.
Mr. Kringle, dear.
Santa Claus.
I mailed your letter to Santa, Susan.
Thank you very much.
Special delivery. He'll get it tomorrow.
And now, Mr. Macy, I will turn the questioning over to a person you know. A person in whom I have the deepest confidence and belief. My client and your employee, Mr. Criss Kringle.
But I don't know what to say.
Say it anyhow, Chris. Come on.
Well, they say that the man who pleads his own case is a fool for a client. But I won't let down anybody who believes in me.
You're a witness, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I don't know what to ask you, Mr. Macy.
Just ask me anything.
Well, how are things at the store?
Pretty good, Chris.
Sorry I can't be with you.
So are we.
Your substitute Santa doing all right?
Oh, he's just another Santa Claus.
Oh, no, Mr. Macy, you mustn't say that. He isn't just another Santa Claus any more than this Christmas is just another Christmas. It's the same Christmas, timeless and unchanging, with the same deeper meaning it always has. The same summons to all men to have faith, not in any one faith, but to have faith in themselves, in mankind, in each other. Because if all the earth be laid in ruins and all our yesterdays and all man's wonders become smoke and ashes, and man remains, well, then everything remains. For all we have on earth that matters is each other. And that's what Christmas is. A time for unselfishness, a time for each other, for goodwill and understanding, and deep respect for all our fellow men.
Your Honor, Oh, very well.
Christmas isn't just once a year. Christmas is always. Flowering, let's say, in late December. And your new Santa Claus isn't just another Santa Claus, Mr. Macy. To the purest minds and the most immaculate souls among us, I mean the little children, he is Santa Claus. Because they believe he is. And that's good enough for me, Mr. Macy. That's good enough for me.
It's good enough for me, too, Chris.
Mr. Macy, do you believe I'm Santa Claus?
I certainly do.
Thank you, Mr. Macy.
Your witness, Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honor, this is all very charming, but I must ask the court to demand that Mr. Gailey present competent authority. Competent authority, I say, for the contention that his client is Santa Claus.
Have you such authority, Mr. Gailey?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Will that be all, Fred?
Yes, Chris. For now.
Before you go, Mr. Kringle, the bailiff handed me this letter in care of this courthouse. It would appear to be for you. It's addressed to Santa Claus.
Oh?
The bailiff also informs me that the dead letter office of the post office department has forwarded some other mail addressed simply Santa Claus.
Well, that's very kind of them.
Your Honor! Your Honor! Where are those other letters? I request that they be entered in evidence.
I'm afraid that would be awkward, Mr. Gailey.
What do you mean awkward, Your Honor?
There are 9 truckloads of those letters.
Your Honor! Your Honor, counsel for the state has asked for authoritative testimony that my client is Santa Claus. The U.S. postal laws make it a criminal offense to misdirect mail or intentionally to deliver it to the wrong party. The Postal Department itself, therefore, recognizes this man, Criss Kringle, as Santa Claus.
Order!
Objection!
Order!
Objection!
Order, I say. I say order. In view of such overwhelming testimony, case dismissed.
It was clear and cold when Fred and Criss Kringle got out on the courthouse steps. It looked and felt like a white Christmas. Like a good Christmas. Same as always.
What was in that letter anyhow, Chris?
Letter? Oh, clean forgot to open it. I'd better, though. It's from Susan.
I suspected it was.
Dear Chris.
Dear Chris, I don't care what anybody says, even the judge. I believe in you, even if I don't get the house. I know everything will turn out right. I hope you're not sad.
Signed,
Susan.
P.S.
P.S. I believe in you, too. And in your legal counsel.
Signed.
Doris.
You know, Chris, it was Susan's belief and faith that made her write you that letter. It was her letter that gave the post office the idea of forwarding all those dead letters to you.
Of course. A little child shall lead them.
She's a sweet little girl. I wish...
You know, Fred, there's a little Cape Cod cottage for sale out near the old people's home. Be just right for 3 people.
I can't afford anything right now.
Well, looking at that house a few days ago, I said to myself, Chris, one good case to bring him fame, and Fred Gailey could buy that little cottage and make a little girl extremely happy.
Chris.
And then Susan would know I'm Santa Claus.
Chris Kringle, did you hit Mr. Sawyer on the head to bring all this into court?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Chris, answer me straight. Who are you?
Me? I'm Chris Kringle.
Chris Kringle will return in just a moment. Next week, another great star brings one of his most brilliant performances to the Screen Directors Playhouse. Our story is One-Way Passage, and recreating his original role will be William Powell with Screen Director Tay Garnett. Now, returning to our Screen Directors Christmas party, here is tonight's star, Edmund Gwenn.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the 500 children in our Christmas party audience tonight are much more expert at this business of make-believe than we grown-ups. So many of us lose the magnificent gift of imagination. But when it does continue beyond childhood, we call it talent. Now, I would like you to meet the man to whom I owe so much. Writer-director of Miracle on 34th Street and of such other films as Apartment for Peggy and the soon-to-be-released 2 Corridors East. My author-director, George Seaton.
Thanks, Edmund. You know, watching these youngsters enjoy your performance tonight, I realized more than ever how an idea can grow into something real.
Well, you mean your idea for the miracle story, George?
No. That wasn't mine. The original story and the novel were written by Valentine Davies. But I had the pleasure of following it through as a screenplay, a motion picture, and tonight as a radio play. And if the story managed to bring a little more Christmas into the lives of these wonderful kids, then Miracle on 34th Street has worked a small miracle of its own.
Well, then tonight, George, as the creator of the picture, you are really playing the part of Chris Kringle.
Oh, no. I'm still the director. And, Edmund, you're still Chris Kringle. And it's time you went to work. There are a lot of presents here on the stage and a lot of deserving youngsters to receive them.
Mr. Director, I never had a happier assignment. A very Merry Christmas.
And a Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, George. Thank you.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Edmund Gwenn and George Seaton. Our thanks to R.H. Macy Department Stores for their gift of 500 Christmas stockings for our little guests, the publishing firm of Simon & Schuster for its gift of 500 children's books, and at the Country Store of Beverly Hills Candies for its presentations to the children. Remember next week, One-Way Passage with William Powell and Tay Garnett on Screen Directors Playhouse. Miracle on 34th Street was presented to the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, currently releasing the Darrell F. Zanuck production 12 O'Clock High, starring Gregory Peck, and Prince of Foxes, starring Tyrone Power. Edmund Gwenn appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical On the Town, starring Gene Kelly, Frank Sinatra, and Betty Garrett. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when we present...
Playhouse, star William Powell, production One-Way Passage, director Tay Garnett.
Next, it's Bill Stern and the Sports Newsreel on NBC.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, proudly presents...
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Miss Olivia de Havilland, production The Dark Mirror, director Robert Siodmak.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present A Reflection on Murder, the motion picture drama The Dark Mirror, starring Academy Award winner Miss Olivia de Havilland. Tonight, Miss de Havilland recreates her original dual role in the film as she plays the twin parts of Ruth and Terry. In a fashionable Fifth Avenue apartment, Dr. Frank Peralta was murdered, stabbed in the back. The only evidence of disorder was a shattered mirror. Arrested on suspicion of murder was Miss Terry Collins, Dr. Peralta's fiancée, and her identical twin sister, Ruth.
Mr. District Attorney, we've been at this questioning for hours and getting nowhere. Now, look, identical twins, which one of you girls was with Dr. Peralta last night?
One of us spent the evening at Jefferson Park, and the other...
Never mind. How about you, sister?
One of us stayed home.
But which one did which is what I'm asking. Which one did which?
One of us...
That's what I've been hearing for hours. One of us spent the evening at Jefferson Park, and one of us stayed home. Dr. Elliott, you're a psychologist and authority on the subject of identical twins, and you're personally acquainted with these girls, and
Now,
I'd like...
hold it, Lieutenant Stevenson. I knew these girls one at a time. When they were working at the newspaper counter in my office building. I didn't know they were twins.
Dr. Elliott, you knew Dr. Peralta and had conversation with him the day he was murdered. He asked you if you ever came across a case of split personality and whether it was dangerous. All right? Clarify that.
I told him I couldn't say. That he had to cite a specific case. Then he said, I had a battle with her this morning, and I'm seeing her tonight.
Seeing who tonight?
Miss Collins, I suppose.
Which one?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Where do we go from here, Mr. District Attorney?
Nowhere. You haven't a witness that can tell one girl from the other. I wouldn't have a chance in court. Young ladies, one of you is a murderess. You've killed a man in cold blood. The other is an accomplice. But the law forbids the indiscriminate prosecution of more than one person in order to make sure of one guilty one. I have no words adequate to express my contempt for both of you. Now get out.
We're free?
You're free.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Au revoir, Miss Collins. All right, sit down, Doc. I'm a peculiar guy. I don't like the perfect crime, not even in books.
So?
You're a twin expert. Do you know anything, whatever, about these two dames that would give me a chance to begin work?
Oh, sure. A crime. You don't just suppose anyone could commit a murder, do
Look,
you?
you're going to have to be very patient with me. Just what do you mean by that?
Character, personality. Not even nature can duplicate character, even in twins. One of the Collins girls could, and one couldn't commit murder. That's all there is to it.
Doc, do you often interview twins?
Often. But not for the police.
Yeah. Well, you like one of those girls. Now, suppose she's innocent, living with a killer. And one of them killed once with a knife. Don't you think there's a chance she'll kill again? Her sister, if she ever became nervous about her?
There's no doubt about it.
I'll never ask you the name or proof.
It's out of the question, Lieutenant. I'm not a detective. Besides, I didn't say I was in love with the girl. I simply said I like her. But how do I know she wasn't the one who did it?
Come in. Hiya, Doc. Glad to see you. I'm Terry. That's Ruth.
That simplifies things immeasurably. Thank you.
It's been 2 weeks since we've seen you, Doctor. And surely you've seen the papers. We're celebrities now.
And out of a job, too, I gather, Terry.
And I don't know who'll hire us either after what the district attorney said.
That's exactly why I'm here. You know, I'm an old twin collector, and I'm going to add you two to my collection. $25 a week apiece, and you appear in my laboratory 3 times a week for an hour. For science.
What do you say, Ruth? I don't think we're interested. I don't like the idea of being a guinea pig.
I don't want to press you, but if you're afraid...
We have nothing to be afraid of, Doctor. Nothing but snoopers.
Well, in that case, there's nothing more to be said.
Ruth, I think we should do it. I don't think Dr. Elliott's a snooper, and we could certainly use the money. You don't mind being asked a lot of personal questions?
Why should I, or why should you? We have nothing to fear. And we've always liked Dr. Elliot. Both of us.
Ruth, I hope you can see things Terry's way. But if you can't, I'll understand and no harm done. Goodbye now.
Ruth, what's the matter with you?
You think that was very wise?
Why? What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid.
Don't lie about it, Ruth. You are afraid. You're more and more afraid every day. Why?
Terry, you know very well what it is.
You think I killed him. Why don't you admit it?
But I don't. You know I don't.
Then why are you so frightened?
Oh, Terry, if they knew which one of us was in Dr. Peralta's apartment that night, you know what that would mean.
He proposed to me there. And I said yes. Why should I kill him?
I know that, dear. I know you didn't do it. I know it so well that I'm willing to do anything to keep him from learning you were in his apartment that night. That's the only reason I'm frightened. Believe me, dear. Please believe me.
Well, then, is there anything about yourself that you're afraid for Elliot to learn?
Oh, of course not.
Well, then, stop worrying. There's no need for it. And besides, he's very good looking. I like him.
After all the tests we've made in this laboratory, Terry, I believe I can tell you and Ruth apart.
Well, you're the first one who ever could.
Who do you like best? Ruth or...
Naturally you, Terry. Let's get down to business again. Now, these are pictures of ink blots. Just blobs of ink and the paper folded over. Tell me what you see in the blots.
Why?
That's just another way of examining personality.
This blot looks like a lamb. Under its front paws are two men, face down, with their arms outstretched. It all seems symbolic of something. The lamb looks so innocent, but it has two men under its paws.
Symbolic of what?
The lamb of death?
Now, what does this blot represent to you?
Well, I see a drum majorette with a high bearskin shako. She's very graceful and light-footed.
Your mind runs toward pleasantry. You know, you were telling me you always leaned on Terry.
Yes. All my life, Terry's been like an older sister to me, always helping and protecting me. I remember once when I was about 16, I was crazy about a boy, Freddie Eklund. But Terry simply couldn't stand him. She said he wasn't on the level, and that's the way it turned out. He wasn't.
Now, how'd you find out?
He dated Terry one night, and she told me. Oh, but that's kid stuff.
Let's try another experiment, Ruth. I'm going to give you some words. As soon as you hear the word, you answer with the first word that comes to your mind, you see? Table.
Chair.
Lamp.
Shade.
Dark.
Night.
Mirror.
Death.
But Ruth, how could you have said it? When he said mirror and you said death, it proved you were scared.
I didn't know. It just popped out. I don't understand.
But I do. I understand some of that mumbo-jumbo, and it's a dead giveaway that it's still in your mind and that I had something to do with it. I'm not afraid of him. I can do that stuff 24 hours a day and beat him at it every time. It's you I'm worried about.
But, Terry, I think you're wrong about Scott Elliott. He isn't trying to use me. He's pretty grand, you know.
You're falling in love with him, aren't you, Ruth?
Oh, you keep saying that to me all the time. Of course not.
Well, don't.
Moon.
Beans.
White.
Black.
King.
Queen.
Death.
Mirror. How's my character development, Doctor?
Very interesting, my dear Terry.
Perhaps you've read my mind well enough to know that I might like seeing you.
That's a mighty fine invitation. But it'll have to wait until we finished our tests.
All right. But the first night afterward, it's a date. You won't forget.
Cross my heart. Goodbye now. Detective Lieutenant Stevenson, please. Hello, Scott Elliott, Lieutenant. I have some news for you. One of our young ladies is insane. Very clever, very intelligent, but insane.
You have been listening to Act One of The Dark Mirror, starring Miss Olivia de Havilland, and presented by RCA Victor. Nowadays, the most popular American sport next to baseball is the television boasting contest. Well, when you own RCA Victor's superb new 16-inch console, the TC-167, you'll win all such contests hands down. For this magnificent set is a champion on count after count. Its aristocratic cabinet, its built-in antenna, its phonojack for attaching any record player, its glorious RCA Victor golden throat tone. As for the giant 16-inch pictures, they're RCA Victor's finest, which means the world's finest. When you unveil this RCA Victor champion to your awestruck neighbors and accidentally tell them the price, they'll think you're an investment wizard. For the suggested list price of the TC-167, slightly higher in some locations, is only $399.95 plus federal tax. And the returns on that investment, daily entertainment through years of that matchless performance synonymous with RCA Victor Television. America's first, America's finest, America's favorite. Now back to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of The Dark Mirror, starring Miss Olivia de Havilland in her original twin roles of Ruth and Terry with David Ellis as Scott Elliott.
Ruth, did you spend the evening with Dr. Elliott?
Why, yes.
I warned you to stay away from him. He's trying to pump you.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I can't help but think he's pretty trustworthy.
Ruth, it's getting late. Why don't you go to bed, darling? Wake up, Ruth. I said wake up. Wake up. What's the matter? What's the matter? You were sobbing hysterically. It was pretty harrowing for a few minutes.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Terry.
Tonight wasn't the first time. It happened last night and the night before that. Don't you want to know what seems to be frightening you?
Oh, I don't know whether I do or not.
You keep repeating it over and over in your sleep. You're worried about one of us being crazy.
Oh, this is awful. It frightens me. The whole idea of talking and dreaming and sobbing and remembering nothing about it.
Well, it can't be very pleasant. But it's really not so important. Just bad dreams.
Oh, I don't know what to say.
The night before last, you jumped out of bed screaming someone was putting the lights on and off. Darling, the lights were never on.
Oh, something's happening to me, and I don't know what it is. I don't understand it.
I'm worried about you, Ruth. I must watch you more closely before something dreadful happens to you.
Oh, I'm so scared. I don't know what to do.
There. Just remember I'm with you. And I'm always going to be with you, no matter what happens.
Well, Terry, this is one of your last tests. At the end of the week, I shall be forced to fire you.
In other words, I can look forward to a date with you Saturday night?
I'm afraid I can't make it.
Who's my rival?
You have no rival. Come on. Let's get on with the lie detector experiment.
You can ask me anything you wish. I have nothing to fear.
I know that. You ready?
Ready.
Ruth was telling me about a boy you knew in Ohio with whom she was in love and you didn't care very much for.
Oh, Freddie Eklund. Why? What did she say?
Oh, she just said you told her he wasn't on the level, and proved it.
Was she complaining?
Oh, good heavens, no. She looks upon you as her big sister.
Did she tell you that I knew him first?
No, I don't believe she did.
Well, that's the truth of the matter. I met him first and introduced him to her. And he didn't care in the slightest for her, and I knew it. And then he started going around with her, without her even dreaming for 1 second that it was actually me that he was interested in.
Now I know the answer. Lieutenant Stevenson, I invited you to my apartment to tell you positively that Ruth didn't do it. She isn't capable of murder.
Well, that does narrow it down a bit.
Terry's a paranoiac. A paranoiac has no more conscience, no more sense of right or wrong than a 2-year-old. A paranoiac is capable of doing anything.
Of killing her sister, Ruth?
Yes. We must do something to protect her.
All right. Get hold of Ruth right away and break the news to her, no matter how hard it is.
All right, I will.
And watch out for yourself, or you'll be the new Dr. Peralta.
Well, I don't figure very seriously in her calculations. She didn't mind those tests. They were just another challenge to her. Another opportunity to show the world what contempt she has for it.
I still say, be careful, Doc, and tell Ruth right away.
Hello?
Hello, Ruth.
Hello, Scott. How are you, dear?
Ruth, are you alone?
Yes. Why?
Well, I don't want Terry to know, but I want you to come to my apartment as soon as possible. It's vitally important.
I'll be right over.
Scott.
What? Ruth, but I just talked to you.
What?
Never mind. I'm glad you're here.
I saw the light in your apartment. I've been walking, and I thought...
Why, you're pale, darling. You look as if you've seen a ghost.
Something like that. Hallucinations. What causes hallucinations?
Hallucinations?
Things you imagine you see or hear.
Oh, bad nerves.
Just nerves.
Or a sick mind.
Yes. A sick mind.
Ruth, there's something I must tell you, but you're too emotionally upset to hear it now. Darling, please, go straight home and relax. I have some urgent business in the next minutes. Everything's going to be all right. I love you very much.
I'll be all right. Goodbye, Scott.
Lieutenant Stevenson, please. Lieutenant, Terry Collins will be in my apartment in the next few minutes pretending to be Ruth Collins. I don't have time to explain. All I know is that I'm going to play the role of a human booby trap. Stick by your telephone. Ruth, it's not an easy thing to tell you, but I feel that I should. Terry's not well. She's sick inside. And she needs your help.
Sick? How?
She's paranoiac. She's twisted inside.
That's absurd.
I called you tonight because I want you to talk to her, Terry. I want you as the nearest and dearest to her to persuade her to go to her doctor and put herself in his care.
And if I refuse to insult her with such incredible rot?
But you mustn't. I can't tell you how important it is that you get this care immediately, Ruth.
And if Ruth refuses?
If you refuse, Terry, and you are Terry, I'm afraid I'll have to tell who killed Frank Peralta and why.
There's nothing you'll be able to do about it. Whatever you guess.
I'll remind you anyway. You killed Peralta because the same thing happened to you that has always happened to you before. Remember Freddie Eklund, the boy Ruth loved, who didn't want any part of you? Well, Dr. Peralta was in love with Ruth without even knowing she existed.
How interesting.
He romanced you and finally asked you to marry him. He didn't know there were twins. All he knew was that every now and then the girl at the newspaper counter brought him a warmth that he missed at other times. And that's what puzzled him. That's why he asked me about a split personality. You weren't aware of this until that night in the apartment when he spoke of this curious difference from time to time. Then you knew it had happened again. It was Ruth he was in love with, not you. So you made sure that if you couldn't have his love, neither should Ruth.
Who else have you told this to?
Nobody else so far. Terry, I implore you to go to your doctor and be guided.
There's no necessity for that. There's nothing you can do about it. You're wasting your time.
But haven't you forgotten Ruth?
No. No one would take seriously the word of a girl who suffers from hallucinations. Or hasn't she told you?
Just a minute. What do you mean by that? Oh, excuse me.
I must kill him.
Hello? Oh, yes, Lieutenant Stevenson.
I've got to kill him. I'll stab him with these scissors.
Be right over. Terry. Ruth's dead. She's killed herself.
Does that surprise you?
I'm sorry, Doc. The body's inside that room with the medical examiner. Go on in.
Can you tell me what happened, Lieutenant?
An overdose of sleeping pills. Why'd she do it?
Her conscience. But she's free now, poor darling. And I have a right to some peace, too.
Come on now. Make a clean breast of it. You'll feel better.
She killed him. She was twisted inside. Scott told me tonight.
You mean Ruth?
No, Terry. I'm Ruth. She was sick inside with jealousy. That's why she killed him, Scott says.
Wait a minute. You can't get away with it. You're Terry.
Now, Scott, I thought you said you could tell us apart. Well, the test showed only what I've known for a long time, that she hated me from the bottom of her heart, because men found it easy enough to like me, but not her. The mirror. The mirror. I see Ruth there, in the mirror.
I'm sorry, Terry.
She's not dead.
Put down that vase, Terry. All right, Sergeant. Take her to headquarters.
Somebody do something for me.
Now, Terry, now.
Save me.
Take it easy now.
Save me.
Terry.
I'm not at all surprised that she smashed the mirror.
I'm sorry I had to fake Ruth's death, Doc, but well, it was the only way I could get Terry to open up.
Under the circumstances, Lieutenant, I forgive you.
Scott, was the mirror me?
The reflection was. That's what twins are, you know. Reflections of each other. Everything in reverse.
What are they going to do with Terry?
Don't worry, darling. She'll get the best that modern psychiatry can offer. Someday, who knows?
Someday, Scott. There will be a someday for Terry. I know it. I know it.
And we'll be waiting for her, darling. You and I.
You have just heard the last act of The Dark Mirror. And our star, Miss Olivia de Havilland, with our guest screen director, Robert Siodmak, will be with us in just a moment. Ever hear of Hollywood astronomy? It's stargazing. Folks come out here and can't get enough of seeing stars. Stars in the street, stars in the stores, stars everywhere. But I found myself an even better pastime. Star listening. Something you too can do. Hear all the greatest stars in the musical firmament on RCA Victor 45 records. You hear them easier, you hear them better. And you hear them at less cost on RCA Victor 45. You hear them easier because it's so much easier to play 45 records. They're so small. Only 7 inches across, and the center opening that fits around the record changer mechanism is big. Naturally, the records are a pushover to put on. After that, one touch of one button gives you up to 50 minutes of music. And don't forget the easier storage of 45 records. Tuck them in with your books on ordinary bookshelves. RCA Victor 45s sound better because every note of music is recorded in the quality zone of the record. No distortion. And finally, the low cost will amaze you. A complete record player to plug into your present radio, Victrola phonograph, or television set for as little as $12.95. And 45 records start as low as 46 cents. But folks, I'm always of the opinion that seeing is believing. You should actually see the RCA Victor 45. Hear it, and play it. Where? At your RCA Victor dealers. Do it tomorrow. Next Friday, another great star sounds the saber clash of high adventure on the Screen Directors Playhouse. Our story is The Fighting O'Flynn, and recreating his original role will be Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with screen director Arthur Pearson. Now, here again is tonight's star, Miss Olivia de Havilland.
Ladies and gentlemen, if it's permissible for an actress to step out of her story, then it's only right that her directors step out from behind the cameras. And so I'd like you all to meet the director of The Dark Mirror and of such other films as The Killers, The Spiral Staircase, and The Phantom Lady, Robert Siodmak.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you very much. But tonight, nobody wants to hear about directors.
Oh, that's no way for the guest of honor to talk.
No, the honor doesn't belong to me, but to the Screen Directors Playhouse. The honor of a performance by an actress so superb that she has won her second Academy Award.
Thank you very much.
Well, first you wanted for the award to each his own, and now for the heiress. But you know, they say in Hollywood that everything runs in three. So now you must do it once more.
Receiving a second Oscar is a thrill beyond explaining, but for the future, well, all I'm looking forward to is an opportunity to go on acting as well as I know how.
And that gives us all something to look forward to. Good night, Olivia de Havilland.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Miss Olivia de Havilland and Robert Siodmak. Remember, next Friday, Douglas Fairbanks in The Fighting O'Flynn with screen director Arthur Pearson, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Nunnally Johnson's The Dark Mirror was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, who soon will release One Way Street, starring James Mason, Marta Torrin, and Dan Duryea. Miss Olivia de Havilland is currently starring in Paramount's The Heiress. Robert Siodmak's latest production is the Universal International picture Deported, starring Marta Torrin and Jeff Chandler. Included in tonight's cast were David Ellis, John Daner, Francis X. Bushman, Helen Andrews, and Frank Barton. The Dark Mirror was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin, and original music was composed and conducted by William Lava. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next Friday when RCA Victor presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Douglas Fairbanks, production The Fighting O'Flynn, director Arthur Pearson.
It's the great J. Rupert Durante, next on NBC.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, proudly presents...
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., production The Fighting O'Flynn, director Arthur Pearson.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present transcribed a play on high adventure. The motion picture story, The Fighting O'Flynn, starring Douglas Fairbanks in his original role of the O'Flynn, with Meg Randall as Lady Benedetta. Ireland, 1797, was a hotbed of plot and counterplot, intrigue and violence. Napoleon Bonaparte's wars seemed far away, but his agents in Ireland were setting the stage for further conquests.
I, O'Flynn of O'Flynn, was a soldier of fortune, returning to the small green land of Ireland. There was one other passenger in the coach, posting for Dublin that fine moonlit night. A lady. English, lovely, and most interestingly aloof. Your pardon, milady, but what did you say your name was?
I did not say.
She did not say, she does not say, but who can say that she will not say? I can't outrun horsemen. I've a better plan. Hold fast, milady. I opened the door and swung myself up to the coachman's seat. Grasping the reins from him, I swung the coach screechingly in a hard turn that sent the coach sidelong, blocking the road and tearing the wheels from me. Then I jumped to the ground and opened the door for Lady... she did not say to step into the room.
You madman, now they will catch us.
Get behind the coach, quickly.
Oh, you madman.
Driver, collect all those wheel spokes and pile them up beside me. Hurry.
They're coming.
I'm ready.
You can't fight them with those wagon spokes.
Shillelaghs now, milady. Crude but workable Irish shillelagh. Now, I rose with an armful of heavy wagon spokes and let fly. So! So! There! Another! There! All right, stand where you are, who's left a foot. We pistols, too. Driver, select their 3 best horses. I'll keep these beggars covered. Well, the moment we were all mounted and still keeping the robbers covered, we wheeled off and raced into the night.
We should be starting for Dublin again, O'Flynn.
You're even prettier than I dreamed you'd be. What's your name?
Benedetta.
Benedetta. Benedetta, I like that. I like you.
Thank you, O'Flynn. But you mustn't talk so to me.
Oh?
I'm engaged to be married.
Engaged to be... I'll not admit it.
Lord Sedgemouth, in my father's service in Dublin.
Oh, it's a whim. I'll win you somehow. Lord Sedgemouth or not, A lord in your father's service?
My father is the Viceroy of Ireland.
Sure, it's the class I've stumbled onto this time.
Those highwaymen knew somehow that I was carrying a certain packet to the Viceroy.
Packet?
Yes. It contains a report of Bonaparte's plan to invade England by way of Ireland.
The devil it does. Let me take care of it.
Here.
Now then.
And now then, I think we'd better ride for Dublin, O'Flynn.
We found His Excellency, the Viceroy of Ireland, was in the palace garden with Lord Sedgemouth, Benedetta's fiancé. Sedgemouth was very handsome, to be sure. But I felt rather wretched in the stomach when he took my Benedetta in his arms and kissed her. And the Viceroy looked very grave as he finished reading the documents we had brought him.
Sedgemouth, this is most serious. Bonaparte's best troublemaker, General Van Dronk, has been sneaked into an old abandoned castle on the coast. Castle Knockmore.
Oh, yes, I know the mossy heap of stone.
But do you know Van Dronk?
I do, by reputation only. A bitter and moody man, but a great soldier. Nevertheless, I shall myself recruit a force to march on Van Dronk.
Accepted, O'Flynn.
But Castle Knockmore will take a regiment of trained troops, not amateurs, to capture it.
Then see to it, Sedgemouth. At once.
Your Excellency, Benedetta.
Goodbye, Philip.
Wait, Sedgemouth. Join me on the terrace. I have some suggestions to offer, if I may.
Len, I just want to thank you.
Benedetta, I've so much to say to you.
Please, not now. Philip will be looking for me.
I've been looking for you ever since my grandfather first rested eyes on my grandmother.
Good morning to you, O'Flynn of O'Flynn.
Benedetta, wait!
I must join Philip and my father.
Oh, come down those steps again, but a moment.
No.
But if I rhyme you a rhyme for each step of that stair, will you then come down to me?
Well, perhaps.
Oh, my gift of gab befriend me now. If patient you'll be, and not mark the time, each step you descend, I'll rhyme your rhyme.
1.
I've come here to Dublin, sworn to your king. Admit for a start that that's quite a thing.
2.
I'll do all such deeds as you may entreat, and all that I'll do, I'll lay at your feet. There's no more enchanted a man ever grew than I standing here because I love you. My hand, here it is, your heart put therein. protected from hurt by Flynn of O'Flynn.
One more step, Jingler.
My rhyme may not be as good as my prayers, but yet you have come to the foot of the stairs.
Ingenious, O'Flynn. If not exactly immortal.
Now, when will you marry me?
It's useless. Your words are very nimble. Very nimble and very Irish.
Give me your scarf.
Why?
For my regimental flag.
Oh, Flynn, you're incorrigible.
A kiss, then.
No.
Yes.
Oh, Flynn,
I insist.
And you shouldn't have done that. Goodbye, O'Flynn.
Hendrik, we're in a stew. A foul stew.
First, I lose your Lady Benedetta on the highway thanks to that Irishman, and now you're in a foul stew. Explain, Sedgemoth.
Until Bonaparte invades Ireland, my usefulness to him is in serving the Viceroy.
True, Sedgemoth.
But now the Viceroy has ordered me to capture Castle Knockmore. To capture Van Dronk, our own man.
Then capture Van Dronk.
What will Bonaparte say to that?
I will arrange with Bonaparte for the surrender of Castle Knockmore to your lordship. You will take his place. Ready to open the gates of Ireland when Bonaparte is ready to invade, and to reward you for your judicious treason.
Down the coast, frowning on the Irish Sea, stood Castle Knockmore, ably and grimly commanded by General Van Dronk, the bloody saturnine hero of Barta. On a plain west of Knockmore, Sedgemoth's regiment waited and took no action. I wondered why. I hadn't seen Benedetta for 2 weeks, and again, I wondered why. So thoroughly likable a fellow as I was. Until one evening, as I left a staff meeting at Sedgemoth's headquarters, a carriage rolled to the entrance with Lady Benedetta about to step out of it. Benedetta!
Why, O'Flynn.
Come in the evening, come in the morning, come when expected, come without warning.
Please go.
Thousands of welcomes you'll find here before you, and the oftener you come, the more I'll adore you.
Why are you here?
We're at a staff meeting with Lord Sedgemoth in which your fiancé made the bold decision to remain rooted to this plane.
You're not to criticize Philip, and you're not to see me.
Why?
The pattern of my life is fixed, and it can't be changed by your lilting Irish phrases.
Oh.
Your words and your deeds don't match, O'Flynn.
Oh, and what is this now, me darling?
You criticize Philip, but can you do any better? No. You're a trifler, a braggart, and an empty kettle.
Braggart, is it? Empty kettle?
Oh, I'm sorry, O'Flynn, but I just...
Go, Benedetta. Grease your leaden soldier in there whose tailored tactical trousers have their share of lead in them. Before this night is over, I'll take Castle Knockmore for you. Alone.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of The Fighting O'Flynn, starring Douglas Fairbanks and presented by RCA Victor. Here's a word you'll hear a lot this Sunday for describing the hat and dress combinations Milady wears in the Easter parade. It's the word ensemble. You'll also hear that word ensemble wherever people are talking about the newest in America's favorite television, the handsome, practical RCA Victor Telensemble. The Telensemble is Deluxe 12.5-inch RCA Victor eyewitness television in a handsome, deep maroon, modern metal cabinet. It's called a Telensemble because it's a compact table model television set that nevertheless rests on its own legs of beautiful matching wood. Two more important features are the built-in antenna and the phonojack. Picture quality is tops, bright, clear, and steady. And the RCA Victor Telensemble is a terrific dollar-for-dollar value. Only $229.95 suggested list price, plus small federal tax, of course, and only slightly higher in some locations. Yes, the television set you'll want in your home is RCA Victor's Telensemble. And now, back to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of The Fighting O'Flynn, starring Douglas Fairbanks in his original role of the O'Flynn, with Meg Randall as Lady Benedetta.
had no plan, only a purpose without a method, to capture Castle Knockmore from within. A raised drawbridge hung over the moat around the castle, black and monstrous in the thick darkness.
Halt! Who's there?
Captain O'Flynn of His Majesty's Dragoons, deserting. I have news for General Van Dronk.
Enemy deserter! Lower the drawbridge!
Your coming here under pretense of being a deserter has a faint glimmer of imagination. A spark of light in the darkness of my boredom.
Thank you, General.
The military information you bring is worthless. It turns out you are a stupid, torpid, uninspired, backward, untutored, charmless, harmless, and in every other detail as much a lurching oaf as any man.
You don't admire mankind, eh?
Can you at least play chess?
Chess? Is it chess, you're saying? Well, in County Wicklow, I am esteemed and remembered as the man who, was a lad of 3, conquered...
Sit down.
Yes, Mon General.
Never mind the Mon General. I'm not French.
Oh.
I am simply Van Dronk, supremely bored. You are unarmed.
Quite.
I will place this pistol on the table between us. Beat me at chess, and it is yours.
The pistol?
I lose, you shoot me.
Ah.
You lose, I shoot you.
Oh.
Play.
But, where is the chessboard?
You have a mind, have you not?
Well, I'm fond of thinking so.
Then imagine a chessboard and chessmen. Is man so earthbound that he cannot even dream a chessboard? Play.
Very well. My pawn to the Queen's 4th square.
My pawn to the Queen's 4th square.
Pawn to the Queen's Bishop's 4th square.
Pawn to the King's 4th.
My Queen's pawn captures your pawn.
Pawn to the Queen's 5th.
Knight to the King's Bishop's 3rd square.
Pawn to the Queen's Bishop's 4th.
Pawn, knight... I can't remember our moves.
Yes. Your pawn to the Queen's 4th, my pawn to the Queen's 4th. Your pawn to the Queen's Bishop's 4th, my pawn to the King's 4th. Your Queen's pawn captured my pawn to the Queen's 5th. Your knight to the King's Bishop's 3rd, my pawn to the Queen's Bishop's 4th. Your move.
Oh, yes, thank you. My move. My rook captures your queen.
My rook to the Bishop's 8th and check. Come in.
General Van Dronk, dispatch from Bonaparte.
Move, O'Flynn.
O'Flynn?
Shh, my queen to the Queen's square.
General, this man is a spy, an Irishman and a spy.
I know. Plays a hard game of chess, too. I resign.
You do?
Congratulations, O'Flynn.
The gun is mine. Don't move.
General, you let him get that gun away from you.
Do not be dull. You won it fairly.
Sedgmouth, read your dispatch from Bonaparte.
If I refuse?
I'll shoot you and take it from you.
Better read it, Sedgmouth.
Very well. To General Van Dronk. After a token resistance, you are to surrender Castle Knockmore to Lord Sedgmouth, who will facilitate the impending landing of French forces in Ireland. Signed, Bonaparte, First Consul.
Lord Sedgmouth, I arrest you for high treason.
The pistol is not loaded.
What?
Pull the trigger. Go ahead.
The devil.
Arrest the O'Flynn.
O'Flynn, when this castle falls to me tomorrow, you will be found here. As British commander, I will order you shot as a traitor.
A pretty business, Sedgmouth.
Shot, O'Flynn. Day after tomorrow, at dawn.
Firing squad, ready, aim, fire!
Who's there? Who's outside that window?
Benedetta.
Oh, Flynn.
Benedetta, my darling.
Come in. You shouldn't have come back to the palace.
Very curious. Surely you know I was shot this dawn, but you don't exclaim that I'm alive and unhurt. Only that I shouldn't have come back here.
But they know of the hoax now, and this time they'll surely kill you.
Ah, Benedetta, my darling, it's mischief bribing firing squads to fire mock volleys. But since you did it for the love of me, I lovingly forgive you.
Please go.
I'll not leave until you know I'm not a traitor, Benedetta.
Oh, I no longer know who or what to believe. I only know that I want you to live. Oh, I wish that...
What do you wish?
I wish your arms weren't so tender and strong, and the right size to hold an unwilling woman in them.
How unwilling is she, really?
I have my pride and my honor and a duty to the man I've promised to marry.
So be it. I've wooed you faithful and I've wooed you true, and no has always been your answer. But now I'm going to see this through before your eyes.
What are you doing?
Holding this bit of blank writing paper from your desk, milady.
Oh, Flynn, you can still go through the window.
No.
Please.
Come in.
Benedetta, my dear. Oh, Flynn.
My dear Sedgmouth.
Benedetta. This time you'll not escape death, Irishman. What have you to say for yourself?
First of all, sir, it's not me that's the traitor, but our stylish friend here, Lord Sedgmouth.
Impertinence, absurdity.
He's under orders from Bonaparte to surrender Knockmore to the Frenchies, and I can prove it.
These are serious charges, O'Flynn.
Ridiculous charges.
Are they? Then here's the letter, Your Excellency, from Bonaparte to Sedgmouth, which I had the luck to filch from Sedgmouth's pocket.
How did you...
Your hand goes to your breast pocket, Sedgmouth.
But this paper is blank.
That one, yes. But not the one in his lordship's pocket, I'll warrant.
Whatever this Irish hothead tells you, Your Excellency, is...
Then show him the letter in your pocket. Show him or be called the guilty man if you do not.
Show him the letter, Philip.
Or be declared under arrest.
Under arrest? If you capture me, that is...
Stop him!
Yes, Your Excellency, stop me!
Guard! Castle Knockmore! He's gone to signal the French ships. The drawbridge was up and under heavy guard when I again arrived at the gloomy castle. I saw a torch flickering high on the seaward battlement, the rocket platform. Warily, my heart in my throat, I started up the thick ivy, clothing the sheer walls of Knockmore Bastion. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted my head over the parapet. Sedgmouth, torch in hand, peered seaward. A signal rocket at the ready. 2 guards, no choice but to be ruthless. I took aim with my one pistol. Reversing the empty pistol, I flung it shillelagh fashion at the other guard and caught him squarely on the brow, and he went down as I scrambled over the parapet just in time to meet Sedgmouth's naked sword with mine. Traitor.
Fool.
O'Flynn, more correctly. Of O'Flynn.
Break.
The climb up the ivy tired me.
Break, I say. And bleed.
Oh!
Touché, Irishman. Blood?
A drop. On guard, traitor.
I warned you.
The climb wearied me.
No, Flynn, it killed you.
Enough, my lord?
Enough.
Over the horizon somewhere were coming Bonaparte's great men of war. But they could wait, and wait, and wait some more for a signal that would never come. It was nearly dawn when I came back to Dublin Palace, and Lady Benedetta waiting for me in the garden at our marble rhyming steps.
Oh, Flynn, is it over?
Oh, Benedetta, my darling, I've a trifling wound which in no way influences the size of my arms for holding a willing woman.
Flynn of O'Flynn, the woman is unwilling no longer.
Oh, Benedetta.
Dublin Palace, 6 o'clock. The sun is risen, and all's well.
Aye.
This is Jimmy Wallington speaking. You have just heard the last act of The Fighting O'Flynn, and our star, Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., with our guest screen director, Arthur Pearson, will be with us in just a moment. Next Friday, the day belongs to baseball, as another great star brings one of his most amusing performances to the Screen Director's Playhouse. Our story is It Happens Every Spring, and recreating his original role will be Ray Milland with screen director Lloyd Bacon. Now, here again is tonight's star, Douglas Fairbanks. Doug, we could really call you the Fighting Fairbanks, couldn't we?
You mean O. Fairbanks?
Oh, none of your fancy foreign titles, please. I'm talking about plain Douglas Fairbanks, star of all those fighting and adventure pictures.
Oh, now, wait a minute, my friend. I guess I've been mixed up in as many smooth plots as I have in the muss 'em up and knock 'em down variety. You know, at heart, I'm really a very peaceful citizen, far more interested in the pursuits of peace than anything else.
Like your great work with care, you mean?
Oh.
And perhaps like puttering around that beautiful home of yours.
Oh, that's right, yes.
And I suppose you still get a bang out of slapping paint on canvas and maybe doing a little sculpting now and then?
Well, now and then.
Well, how about music?
Oh, well, of course, yes.
Well, then, Doug, you're just the man I want to talk to. Do you know about the RCA Victor 45?
A little bit, but not near as much, Jimmy, as I understand you know about it.
You know, Doug, I'm practically in love with the 45 system. First of all, it sounds so much better. A musician's dream. Imagine the thrill it gives great musicians like Toscanini and Horowitz to hear their music exactly as they recorded it, perfectly reproduced on the distortion-free 45.
Oh, I should think so.
Doug, those RCA Victor 45s are tops in sound. Not only that, they play so much easier.
Yeah, so I understand, but why easier?
Well, because with one hand, you can load 10 records onto the big center spindle with no fishing around for a small center hole.
Oh, that's a help.
And then you press one button once, and you have up to 50 minutes of music.
Wonderful.
These new 7-inch records have it.
7 inches? Well, that's no bigger than
the average book.
Yeah.
Which means you can store RCA Victor 45 records on ordinary bookshelves. What's more, the 45 records are non-breakable.
Well, how many 45s has RCA Victor released, Jimmy, so
Over
far?
2,100 titles now, and more are pouring out each week.
Good.
All the new pop tunes, all the classics. In fact, every new record RCA Victor issues is released on 45. But what's even more important to a lot of people is their low cost. 45 RPM record prices begin at 46 cents, plus tax. Automatic 45 changes start as low as $12.95.
Oh, that's cheap enough.
Doug, what you should do, and that goes for everybody listening in, is to visit your RCA Victor dealer tomorrow and see how easy it is to make the swing to 45 and enjoy the benefits of the record system of the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's a kind of delicate interrelationship between a screen director and a film story. For instance, take The Fighting O'Flynn. The director made a motion picture out of the story, and the story made an Irishman out of the director. This last took some doing in view of the fact that he was born in Norway. Now I'd like you to meet him, an accomplished stage and screen director, actor, and writer, and my director in The Fighting O'Flynn, Arthur Pearson.
Thank you, Doug. But I think we all came out of the O'Flynn with a touch of shillelagh in our hearts.
And better men we are for it, too.
But, Doug, I hear you've deserted the Emerald Isle for Central Europe in your next picture, State Secret.
That's right, Arthur. State Secret is out of Ireland and into modern dress for an exciting tale of totalitarianism. But for all that, we're still a couple of celluloid sons of Dublin. And here's my thanks for a beautiful job of directing in The Fighting O'Flynn. You made it easy for the actors to tell the story, but I suppose that's because you were an actor and writer yourself.
Well, I tried. As a matter of fact, Doug, I used to write for the radio, a program called The Lincoln Highway.
I remember. Any other shows, Arthur?
Well, once in a while, I'd write one of those interviews where the actor talks to somebody after the drama.
Oh, yes, I've heard of those.
You know, the ones that always ends with the people saying, good night?
Good night.
Good night, Doug.
Good night, Arthur. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Douglas Fairbanks and Arthur Pearson. Remember next Friday, Ray Milland in It Happens Every Spring with screen director Lloyd Bacon. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Fighting O'Flynn was presented through the courtesy of the Fairbanks Company of Universal International Studios, now releasing One Way Street, starring James Mason, Marta Toran, and Dan Duryea. Meg Randall can now be seen with Marjorie Main and Percy Kilbride in Ma and Pa Kettle Go to Town, a Universal International picture. Included in tonight's cast were Ramsey Hill, Dan O'Herlihy, Raymond Burr, Frank Gerstle, Paul Frees, and Frank Barton. The Fighting O'Flynn was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. The Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of the program were transcribed. You are invited to listen again next Friday when RCA Victor presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Ray Milland, production It Happens Every Spring, director Lloyd Bacon.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of us who have read the dread figures on cancer in America have learned to fear the disease. Today, we are fighting both fear and cancer itself. The American Cancer Society is carrying on that fight right now, but with pitifully inadequate funds. If the work is to continue, all of us must help with contributions. In the sternest meaning of the phrase, cancer research is a race against time, a race to save hundreds of thousands of lives. In 1950 alone, 200,000 Americans will die of the disease, and the fatal figures will continue year after year unless you help to strike back against cancer by joining the 1950 Cancer Crusade. Contact your local branch of the American Cancer Society or simply address your contribution to cancer, care of your local post office. Stay tuned for Jimmy Durante. He's the great Rupert, you know, on NBC.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, proudly presents...
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Jane Wyman, production A Kiss in the Dark, director Delmer Daves.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present some laughter on a love song. The motion picture comedy, A Kiss in the Dark, starring Jane Wyman in her original role of Polly Haynes. Although few of you are familiar with Miss Polly Haynes, I assume that most of you are familiar with her legs. On magazine covers and billboards, you've seen them encased in nylon. Miss Polly Haynes is a model. Miss Polly Haynes is, to put it bluntly, quite a dish. The orchestra will now play a brief passage while the gentlemen of the audience record the fact that she lives at the Cleopatra Arms apartment house. The Cleopatra Arms.
Oh, Mr. Willoughby, you can't mean it.
It's happened, Polly. After all these years, the old girl and I have parted.
Oh, you poor darling. Here, sit down on the couch.
She belongs to somebody else now, Polly.
I wonder if they'll treat her as well as you did.
I hope they'll keep her warm in the winter.
And paint her balconies every 3 years.
And keep her plumbing in good shape.
Golly, Mr. Willoughby, I just can't believe that you've sold the apartment house.
I tried to make the Cleopatra Arms a real home for the 53 tenants, Polly, but I went broke doing it.
But you're going to stay on as manager, aren't you?
If the new owner will permit it.
Mr. Willoughby, you didn't sell it to a businessman.
Oh, no, Polly, I couldn't do a thing like that. I sold it to an artist, a man with a soul, a man with a heart to understand her drainage problems.
Well, who is he?
Eric Phillips, the concert pianist. Of course, I didn't meet him. I closed the deal with Mr. Danilo, his business manager.
Mr. Willoughby, come on. You and I are going to pay a call on Mr. Eric Phillips.
Mr. Danilo, are you or are you not my business manager?
No, please, Eric, don't upset yourself.
Upset myself? Every time I sit down at the piano, you come slamming into my apartment, shoveling papers in my face.
Your investments.
You manage my investments. I want to practice.
If you'll only sign these papers.
Practice? Why won't people let me practice?
Practice schmactice. Sign the papers.
Mr. Danilo, I've come to a decision. I have to work harder, improve myself. I want you to cancel the summer concert tour.
Cancel it? What about my 10% commission?
Cancel that, too.
Very well. I hope you have time to sign these papers.
What are they?
Your latest investment. I bought you an apartment house, the Cleopatra Arms.
All right, I'll sign. There.
Thank you. And good afternoon, backstabber.
Peace. Peace. Peace.
Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips!
Huh? Who are you?
I'm Mr. Willoughby, and this is Polly Haynes.
Oh, how interesting. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm very busy.
Oh, Mr. Willoughby has a question to ask.
Very well, Mr. Willoughby.
It's just that now that you've got her, what are you going to do with her?
Who?
Cleopatra.
Much too old.
Oh, but Mr. Phillips, she's yours now.
I knew I shouldn't have entered that soap contest.
Oh, there's so many things you ought to know about her. You'll find it difficult to keep her warm on winter nights.
Please, don't be vulgar.
I'm afraid she needs a new foundation.
Miss Haynes, I refuse to be intimidated by a girdle.
A girdle? Mr. Phillips, we're talking about your apartment house, the Cleopatra Arms.
Oh, yes.
And I'm one of the tenants. Mr. Willoughby is the manager and former owner.
Yes, well, you can take everything up with Mr. Danilo, my business manager.
What, aren't you interested in the Cleopatra Arms?
I'm a pianist. I must practice. I don't want to be concerned with the Cleopatra Arms.
But that's absentee ownership.
And that's life. Good day, Mr. Willoughby. Miss Haynes.
Dear me, Polly, he isn't interested.
Mr. Willoughby, in a situation like this, a woman always has a last resort. Thank goodness I'm a model. Oh, Mr. Phillips.
Please, Miss Haynes. Oh, sometimes I envy Beethoven.
Why?
He was deaf.
Oh, Mr. Phillips, the apartment house needs you.
The apartment house will have to get along without me.
Oh, dear. I've just got a run in my stocking.
The apartment house will... Oh, my.
Well, don't be embarrassed, Mr. Phillips. If you want to look at my legs, go right ahead.
Yes, I... Oh, thank you.
They're kind of my stock and trade, you might say.
Miss Haynes is a model.
Wearing stockings is what I do best, Mr. Phillips.
Yes, well, I can't tell you how much I admire your career.
Mr. Phillips, what were you saying about the apartment house?
Apartment house?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course, yes. Well, I was just thinking that it'd be nice if all 5 of us ran over and took a look at it.
5 of us?
Yes. You and me, and Miss Haynes and her 2...
Don't say it, Mr. Phillips. I'll bring them.
Mr. Phillips, there before you stands the Cleopatra Arms.
What? Oh, the apartment house, yes. Oh, well, it's substantial.
Why don't you inspect the premises?
I've been doing that ever since you walked into my apartment.
Polly means why don't you inspect the building, Mr. Phillips?
Oh, well, if that's what you want, but I really should be practicing.
Polly, I don't think I made a very good impression on her.
Well, I did. And if I can get Mr. Phillips interested in me, I can get him interested in the Cleopatra Arms.
But what about Bruce Arnold?
Oh, well, he does get awfully physical when he's jealous, doesn't he? Well, we'll get him on our side. Bruce sells insurance, and Mr. Phillips ought to have something he can insure.
He's a pianist. His hands are very precious.
His hands! I'll tell Bruce that I'm trying to get Mr. Phillips to insure his hands with Bruce's company.
Excellent.
Miss Haynes.
My name is Polly.
Polly, the building is very nice, but now I must get back to the piano and...
Oh, dear, I just got another run in my other stocking.
Yes, well, I really should get back to my work.
Yes, Mr. Phillips?
Well, aren't you going to show me the lobby?
Right this way, Mr. Phillips. I want you to particularly notice the potted palms. The tenants are very proud of them.
Well, I'm happy for the tenants.
You'll find it a pleasant place. We're all friends here. All just one happy family, except...
Hey, you!
Except for him. Yes, Mr. Bott?
What's the idea of all the noise?
Really, Mr. Botts? We know you have to work at night and sleep during the day.
Nothing but noise. Noise and clitter-clatter. Man can't sleep. Who owns the cat that keeps stomping up and down outside my door?
Now, see here, Mr. Botts.
Quiet. Who's this shrimp?
That's the new landlord.
Yeah? Well, keep it quiet.
Botts, if I didn't have to protect my hands, I'd teach you some manners.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with my hands.
No!
Now, keep it quiet, Mr. Lanier.
Oh, one big happy family.
That Botts. He hit you right in your potted palms.
Oh, Eric, just look at your eye.
You ought to put some steak on it, Polly.
Well, I don't have any steak. Would some chicken salad do?
Please, just let me up.
Now, you just lie here and rest your head in my lap.
Polly!
Hello, Bruce.
Hello, Mr. Arnold.
Polly, what's the meaning of this? Who is this man?
Practice. Why won't people let me practice?
You aren't practicing anything with your head in Polly's lap.
Now, you see here, young man.
Stand up.
Bruce, you don't understand. His hands.
Here, sport.
Oh. There goes my other eye.
There go the rest of the potted palms.
There goes the rest of my chicken salad.
Have you got a pencil, Polly?
Oh, yes, they're in my purse, Mr. Willoughby. Oh, Eric, you look awful.
Practice. Why won't people let me practice? Mr. Willoughby, what are you writing?
An order for another set of potted palms. The tenants have become quite attached to them, Mr. Phillips, and as manager...
Who's going to pay for them?
You are. You're the owner.
Yeah, that's fine. Fine. I get hit in the right eye, hit in the left eye, battered, bruised, and insulted, and I end up paying for potted palms.
Oh, poor Eric. Does it hurt much?
No, nothing hurts me anymore. I'm numb. And Mr. Willoughby, do you know what you are?
What, Mr. Phillips?
Fired.
Eric!
Potted palms. Why won't people let me practice?
Polly, don't you think you owe me an explanation?
Bruce, you melonhead, he's the new landlord, and he's a famous pianist. I was only trying to get him to take out an insurance policy on his hands from you.
Oh, gosh, Polly, I'm sorry.
Oh, and poor Mr. Willoughby here. Out of a job.
That's all right, Polly. It's the Cleopatra Arms I'm worried about.
Well, don't you worry, Mr. Willoughby. When I get through with Mr. Eric Phillips, he'll wish he was back in the potted palms.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of A Kiss in the Dark, starring Jane Wyman and presented by RCA Victor. Baseball is sure in the air these days, and we mean actually in the air, flying through space on those television channels. And when you can't be there in person, there's RCA Victor Eyewitness Television. Take, for example, the big handsome T-164, the very biggest direct-view table model in eyewitness television. Big 16-inch pictures that are brilliantly clear and wonderfully steady. And these big pictures are framed in a beautifully finished wood cabinet of striking design, which can stand either on a table or on a matching consolette base. There's an antenna built into this RCA Victor T164. The sound comes to you through the famous RCA Victor Golden Throat tone system. Yet all this television is yours for only $299.95, suggested list price. Slightly higher in some locations, plus a small federal tax. The consolette base at extra cost. See it at your RCA Victor dealers. See why the RCA Victor T164 is just about perfect for your home. And now, back to Screen Directors Playhouse production of A Kiss in the Dark, starring Jane Wyman in her original role of Polly Haynes, with Olan Soule as Eric Phillips. The shadow of absentee ownership has fallen over the Cleopatra Arms apartment house, and Mr. Willoughby, gentle Mr. Willoughby, was fired yesterday. But what is this? Can this be Polly Haynes, she of the lovely legs, striding down the corridor leading to Eric Phillips' door, her face set in grim determination? It can be, and is, Polly Haynes.
Oh, it's you.
You heel!
No, Pop.
You rat! You... Ooh, I wish I could think of a nasty word.
Pianist?
Yes.
Thank you. I suppose you've come in connection with Mr. Willoughby.
I have. He's heartbroken over what you've done to him.
Well, after all, he did sell the Cleopatra Arms.
Do you know why? Because he went broke taking care of people in it.
Oh?
That's right, Eric Phillips, you're so occupied with yourself that you don't even know what world you're in or what kind of people are in it with you. Well, you can just keep on living in that world all by your selfish self. Goodbye.
Hello.
Don't yell, Eric. It's Danilo. I hope you've reconsidered your decision to cancel the summer concert tour.
I have not.
Yes, but Eric, think of the money.
Money. The trouble with you, Danilo, is that you don't know what world you're in or what kind of people are in it with you.
Eric, is this you?
Yes. Now, if you'll pardon me, I'm leaving.
But where are you going?
I'm going out and make more trouble for myself. I'm beginning to like it. Yes, I'm beginning to like her, too.
Mr. Willoughby, can I make you a cup of coffee or something before you go?
No, thank you, Polly.
That jerk genius. I told him a thing or two. Come in. Mr. Phillips, how dare you?
I just came to apologize, Polly. To you, Mr. Willoughby. I want you to stay on and run the Cleopatra Arms for life.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I'll tell everyone the news immediately.
Oh, Eric, you don't know what you've done for him.
You don't know what I've done for myself. I feel wonderful.
Quiet! Nothing early. Can't sleep.
There goes Bots again. He's in the next apartment.
Quiet!
Bots, I'd like to...
Oh, you can't. Your hands. Your hands. That's the answer to the whole problem.
How?
Well, you're worried about not being able to practice. All right, practice here.
Here?
Mr. Willoughby has a piano. We'll move it right next to that wall, 6 inches away from Bots' bed. The noise will drive Bots out of his mind and out of the Cleopatra Arms.
Noise?
I mean, your music, Eric.
Right. I'll do it tomorrow. Mm-hmm.
Yes, tomorrow we declare war.
Watch is synchronized?
Watch is synchronized.
I make it 10 a.m.
Check. The target is taking to his bed.
Do you think Bots would appreciate a few Strauss waltzes?
Are they loud?
Very loud.
I think he'd love it. Fire away. Eric, listen.
What?
He stopped pounding. It took all day, but exhaustion has finally set in.
Yeah, time for a change of pace. Let's try something different.
Oh, that's beautiful, Eric.
Just a kiss in the dark.
It's very convenient. Two people meet, kiss, and bingo. Only it doesn't happen that way.
How does it happen, Polly?
Propinquity.
I beg your pardon?
Propinquity. It means nearness. I've got a theory about it.
What's your theory?
Well, propinquity is really the thing that starts romance. You know, when two people are together for a long period of time.
Like us sitting here playing the piano for hours?
Something like that.
That's how people fall in love?
Well, it helps, I guess.
Propinquity.
Propinquity. It's just a theory.
Oh, it couldn't possibly work on us, could it?
Well, not possibly.
Unless we wanted it to.
Well, of course, if we wanted it to.
I'd probably kiss you like this.
And I'd probably kiss you back like this. Oh.
It works. Propinquity.
Does it work?
Polly.
Yes, Eric.
What about that fellow who hit me in the eye?
Bruce?
Good.
I wonder what happened to Bots.
Sleeping, probably. Yeah, Polly, don't squeeze the back of my neck so hard.
Oh, Eric.
Yes, darling.
I've got some terrible news for you.
What?
I'm not even touching the back of your neck.
Pianist.
I forgot to lock the door.
Play the piano, will you?
Bots, I'm going
Eric, your hands.
Your hands.
I'm gonna beat you silly.
Darling, run for the bedroom.
I'm off.
I'll murder you.
Right in here, Bots. There. Polly, I got him locked in the bedroom.
Let me out of here. Let me out. Where do I get a hold of you?
What do we do now?
Oh, but the piano, put him to sleep.
That's right. We must noise. I can't sleep. Let me out of here.
Come in.
Hiya, Polly.
Noise.
Hiya, Mr. Phillips. Who you got in the bedroom, Polly?
Bots.
Oh. Say, what's the piano doing here?
I'm practicing here.
Oh. You know, Polly, it's a good thing I'm not the jealous type. What with one guy in the bedroom and another one practicing the piano out here? Especially Mr. Phillips, because he's got lipstick on his face. Because you got lipstick? Why, you crummy Casanova, I'm gonna...
Eric, duck! Oh.
Holy smoke, I hit Polly.
Oh, get a doctor.
You get a doctor.
She's my girl.
You just think she is. Polly was putting in time with you to set a sail for an insurance policy.
What?
Sure, a policy on your hands. And I can prove it. I've got the policy right here. I worked it out with your business manager, and all it needs is your signature.
I see. Well, I seem to have made a mistake.
Oh, Eric. I love you, Eric.
What?
Polly, the first thing you said was Eric. You said you loved me.
Well, of course I love you.
That's all I want to know.
Why, you double-crosser, stand up and fight like a man.
Business before pleasure. Do you want me to sign that insurance policy?
Fight like a man. Sure, I want you to sign it.
Where's the pen?
Right here. Now, here's the policy.
All right, I'll sign. Now then, let me get this straight. My hands are insured against anything?
That's right.
Fine. Here.
Oh, poor Bruce.
Let me out of here. Noise. Nothing but noise.
Pardon me, darling. Bots, poor soul, is now asleep.
So is Bruce.
Bots has expressed an intention to vacate his apartment.
Eric, we've won.
All the way around. Hello?
Is that you, Eric?
It is, Danilo. It most certainly is.
Eric, I had to call you. I can't sleep nights. You aren't serious about canceling the summer tour.
Oh, darn. There goes another run in my stocking.
The summer tour. Mr. Danilo, I just had a wonderful idea. Cancel the winter tour, too. I'm going to be very busy. And you, young lady, do you know what I'm going to be busy with?
Propinquity. Sweet propinquity.
This is Jimmy Wallington speaking. You have just heard the last act of A Kiss in the Dark, and our star, Jane Wyman, with our guest screen director, Delmer Daves, will be with us in just a moment. Next Friday, another great star brings the excitement of a memorable performance to the Screen Director's Playhouse. Our story is Rope of Sand, and recreating his original role will be Burt Lancaster, with Screen Director William Dieterle. Now, here again is tonight's star, Jane Wyman. Jane, you know that character, Mr. Botts, made things very difficult for me.
For you, Jimmy? How was that?
Well, he made fun of music, that's what. And he socked that nice guy, the musician.
Oh, why, Jimmy, you act as though he'd hit you.
Well, he did hit me in a sense, Jane. You see, I was planning to make a beautiful comparison between the beautiful live music in the play and the beautiful recorded music you hear when you own an RCA Victor 45 RPM automatic record changer and records. I was going to point out that recorded music actually sounds alive on the 45. That's what I was going to say if Botts hadn't spoiled my mood.
But you have said it, Jimmy.
Well, I have said it, haven't I?
And what's more, I agree with you completely about that live quality. It's marvelous.
Well, now we're clicking. Which model 45 do you own, Jane? The plug-in model for $12.95 or the $29.95 complete phonograph, the Victrola 45?
The Victrola 45. And I love its looks, Jimmy. It's so small and cute and streamlined. And I love those tiny 45 platters that change automatically.
Platters?
Well, maybe saucers would describe their size more accurately.
Oh yes, the records are only 7 inches across. That handy record size, Jane, is one reason why the 45, in just 1 year on the market, has become the fastest-selling record system in history. Those RCA Victor 45s are fairly flying out of the factory.
Say, maybe those flying saucers are 45 records.
I wouldn't be surprised, Jane. And speaking of surprises, you know, RCA Victor has come up with a honey to celebrate the first birthday of the 45. They brought out a special first anniversary album of 10 records by America's favorite artists and bands. And they're offering it, along with the Victrola 45, for the usual price of the Victrola 45 alone. Only $29.95. Friends, don't miss this wonderful value. It's at your RCA Victor dealers for a limited time only. A matchless Victrola 45, plus a delightful 10-record first anniversary album with selections by top artists such as Perry Como, Vaughn Monroe, Tommy Dorsey, and the Boston Pops. All for only $29.95.
Ladies and gentlemen, I confess I wondered a little when I learned that A Kiss in the Dark was to be directed by the creator of such films as Destination Tokyo, Pride of the Marines, and Task Force. After all, a girl is entitled to wonder when she's directed by a man who specializes in making submarines and aircraft carriers look good. But believe me, he's a man to wonder at. A wonderful director, Delmer Daves.
Thank you, Jane. But if all battleships looks as wonderful as you do on the screen, a lot more men would be running off to join the Navy.
Sir, you flatter me. Now, enough of your winning ways. And for goodness sakes, tell us how you turned from high adventure films to a picture like A Kiss in the Dark.
Oh, that's easy, Jane. Propinquity.
Propinquity?
It means nearness.
I know, Del. I heard the show.
Well, that's the thing that starts a motion picture. You know, when a director gets alone with a script and he knows that Jane Wyman is going to be the star.
Oh, but there's no adventure.
Just propinquity and a barrel of fun.
Mr. Daves, it takes much more than just propinquity to make a motion picture. It takes a director to show us how and why. So here's my thanks, Del, to you and to all the directors.
Thank you, Jane, and good night.
Good night, Del. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Jane Wyman and Delmer Daves. Remember next Friday, Burt Lancaster in Ropes of Sand with screen director William Dieterle, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. A Kiss in the Dark was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of Caged, starring Eleanor Parker. Jane Wyman can currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production Stage Fright. Delmer Daves' latest picture is the 20th Century Fox production Broken Arrow, starring Jimmy Stewart. You are invited to listen again next Friday when RCA Victor presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Burt Lancaster, production Rope of Sand, director William Dieterle.
Stay tuned for Jimmy the Great Rupert Durante on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse, stars Joseph Cotton, Mercedes McCambridge, production Spellbound, director Alfred Hitchcock.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. And now, our host narrator for tonight, the distinguished director of Spellbound, the master of suspense, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Alfred Hitchcock. The prime desire of any motion picture maker is to entertain his audience. But occasionally an idea is presented that can prove to be both entertaining and instructive. When we achieve such a wedding of qualities, we feel we really have something. And this was the case in the story you are about to hear. Spellbound was the first motion picture to deal with psychoanalysis, the method by which modern science treats the emotional problems of the sane. The analyst seeks only to induce the patient to talk about his hidden problems, to open the locked doors of his mind. Once the complexes that are disturbing the patient are uncovered and interpreted, the illness and confusion of the patient disappear, and the devils of unreason are driven from the human soul. To portray the roles of Dr. Edwards and Dr. Constance Peterson, we are indeed fortunate to have Mr. Joseph Cotton and Miss Mercedes McCambridge. And now the first act of Spellbound, which begins in the office of Dr. Constance Peterson, a psychiatrist on the staff of Green Manors in Vermont.
Dr. Peterson, I've been watching your work for 6 months. It's brilliant, but lifeless. There's no intuition in it. Your lack of human and emotional experience is bad for you as a doctor, and fatal for you as a woman.
Dr. Fleurot, I've heard that argument from a number of amorous psychiatrists who all wanted to make a better doctor of me.
Oh, yes, but I've got a much better argument. I'm terribly fond of you.
Why?
Well, for one, you're beautiful.
If you please, I'd prefer it if you removed your arm from round my waist.
Constance, you're not a textbook. You're a sweet, pulsing, adorable woman. Underneath. I sense it every time I come near you.
You sense only your own desires and pulsations. I assure you, mine in no way resemble them. And now, Doctor, I'm very busy. If you'd care to, why don't you report your observations of me to our new Chief of Staff, Dr. Edwards? I understand we're to meet him at lunch. 20 years of loyalty and tireless effort. It's hard to imagine Green Manors without you, Dr. Murchison. This institution could never have a finer Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Constance. But the old must make way for the new.
When are you leaving?
In a few weeks. Oh, here we are. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? Dr. Edwards, may I present Dr. Constance Peterson.
How do you do? Would you be seated?
Thank you, Doctor.
I've heard a great deal about you, Dr. Peterson.
And naturally, I have about you. You're younger than I thought you would be.
My age hasn't caught up with me yet.
I gather it won't. I've read your Labyrinth of the Guilt Complex. It's an excellent work.
I'm very grateful. Dr. Murchison has been kind enough to show me over the ground. Green Manors is a remarkable institution. Must be quite beautiful in the summer.
Yes, it offers various open-air diversions for our patients. Did Dr. Murchison show you the elm grove?
Oh, yes.
That's where we hope to have our new swimming pool. That is, with your permission.
Well, you have it. I'm a great believer in swimming pools.
Splendid. There's a perfect spot for it, among the elms. Not an oblong pool, but an irregular one. Something like this. Look, I'll draw the outline with my fork.
Stop it.
What? I'm afraid I don't understand.
Now, don't ever do that again.
Well, all I did was draw these lines.
Waiter, get this tablecloth off immediately and replace it with another right now.
I'm sorry if I've done anything.
Hurry, waiter.
Oh, yes, if I'd known that.
Well, forgive me.
All right. Reminds me of my professor in psychiatry, Dr. Bruloff. He could never stand a sauce bottle on the table, or even a salt shaker. Odd, this thing called human behavior. Dr. Edwards? You sent me a note to come to your office immediately.
Oh, yes. I've been listening to Mr. Garms, and I thought you might help out. He's your patient.
But Mr. Garms shouldn't have disturbed you.
It's all right. I'm very interested in his case.
Yes, I knew you would be. He fits perfectly into your chapters on the guilt complex.
But I have no guilt complex. I know what I know. I killed my father
No, you didn't kill your father. It's a misconception that has taken hold of you. Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. You were talking to him.
No. Go on.
Mr. Garms, people often feel guilty over something that they never did. It usually goes back to their childhood. And then they grow up with a guilt complex over a sin that was only a child's bad dream.
What I'm thinking isn't true, then?
No. And in the course of analyzing yourself, you will see that.
Good day, Doctor.
Right.
I think we'd better put him under drugs for a few days. He looks agitated.
His conviction is curious.
But you've encountered such cases very often, Dr. Edwards. You describe them perfectly in your book.
Yes, so I did. Would you mind doing me a favor?
Not at all, Doctor.
I have a headache. I'd like to take the afternoon off with you.
Oh, but I have...
Please. I need a little fresh air, and you look as though it might do you a little bit of good. Come on. Let's go. We'll look at some sane trees, normal grass, and clouds without complexes.
I think the greatest harm done the human race has been done by the poets.
Well, poets are dull boys and those stuff, but not especially fiendish.
They keep filling people's heads with delusions about love, writing about it as if it were a symphony orchestra or a flight of angels.
Which it isn't. Come on, duck under this fence.
All right. No, of course it isn't. People fall in love, as they put it, because they respond to certain hair coloring or vocal tones or mannerisms that remind them of their parents.
Sometimes for no reason at all.
Oh, but that's not the point. The point is that people read about love as one thing, and they experience it as another. They expect kisses to be like lyrical poems, and embraces to be like Shakespearean dramas.
When they find out differently, then they get sick and have to be analyzed.
Yes, very often.
Professor, you are suffering from mogo on a go-go.
I beg your pardon.
Now, don't mind me. I only say that to my best friends.
Well, thank you, sir.
Oh, let's sit down here. It seems to be the most likely spot to relax and eat. Ever picnic here before?
Yes, I've picnicked here. Alone.
Well, that doesn't sound like very much fun.
I haven't gone in for fun, as you call it. Look at those mountains. Just look at them. Did you ever see anything so beautiful?
It's perfect. Perfect.
Constance?
Oh, it's you, Dr. Murchison. Thanks for giving my patient, Mr. Garms, a sedative this afternoon. I'm very sorry that I wasn't there.
Nonsense. Just so long as you and Dr. Edwards had a good time. I see Dr. Edwards is a night owl, too. There's a light shining from under his door. Good night.
Good night, Doctor.
Yes?
I saw your light, Dr. Edwards, and I...
Oh, come in.
I didn't realize it was quite so late. What I was going to say was that I was going to read your new book. I'd like to discuss it with you. I never have discussed an author's work with him before. Of course, at school we had several literary professors, but then that was quite different. I sound rather nervous, don't I?
No, not at all.
I thought I wanted to discuss your book with you. I'm amazed at the subterfuge. I don't want to discuss it at all.
I understand.
Quite remarkable to discover that one isn't what one thought one was. I mean, I've always been entirely aware of what was in my mind.
And you're not now?
But this is quite ridiculous. It was stupid of me to come in here like a distracted child.
You're very lovely.
Oh, please don't talk that way. You think I came in to hear that.
I know why you came in.
Why?
Because something has happened to us.
But it doesn't happen like that in one day.
Happens in a moment sometimes. I felt it this afternoon. It was like lightning striking. It strikes rarely.
I don't understand how it happened. Oh, my darling. Darling, what is it? Why are you staring at me like that?
It's not you. It's something about your robe.
My robe, I don't understand.
Forgive me. Something struck me. I've been having a rather bad time with my nerves lately. In your robe, I mean the dark lines.
Oh, but you're ill.
No, I'll be all right. Hello? Yes, Dr. Edwards. Yes? Where is he? I'll be there right away. Mr. Garms has run amok. He tried to murder a nurse and then cut his own throat. He's in surgery.
Pulse 140.
How is he?
Pulse is going down, Dr. Edwards.
Step aside, Dr. Murchison.
What's that?
Why are the lights out in the corridor?
What do you mean?
It's dark. That's why Mr. Garms did it, because the lights are out. And put them on. And the doors and lock them. You can't keep people in cells.
Edwards,
Get away from me, you fools, babbling about guilt complexes. What do you know about them? He did it. He told me. He killed his father. Then put on the lights, quick. It's dark. Dark. Go.
Dr. Murchison, he's falling.
Yeah. He's in complete collapse.
Place him in this chair.
There. Curious, Constance. Didn't look like a heart case.
No. Or shock of some sort. Probably brought on by... Oh, I wonder.
When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we're not asking you to try a new or unproved method, for there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Now the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge.
The answer to Constance's wonderment came to her as she sat at Dr. Edwards' bedside. The autographed signature of Dr. Edwards on the title page of his book did not match that of the note he had written to her earlier in the day, asking her to come to his office. Clearly the man before her was not Dr. Edwards.
Who are you?
What do you mean?
You're not Dr. Edwards. I can prove it. There's no good denying it. Who are you?
Yes, I remember now. Edwards is dead. I killed him and took his place. I'm someone else. I don't know who. I killed him, Edwards.
Easy now. Lie back on your pillow.
All right. I have no memory. It's like looking into a mirror and seeing nothing but the mirror, yet the image is there. I know it. I know it's there. I exist. I'm there. How can a man lose his name, his memory, and everything he's ever known and still talk like this as if he were quite sane? Are you afraid of me?
No. You're ill. Loss of memory isn't a difficult problem.
Yes, I know. Amnesia, a trick of the mind for remaining sane. You remain sane by forgetting something too horrible to remember. You put the horrible thing behind a closed door.
We have to open the door.
And I know what's behind the door. Murder.
No. That's a delusion you've acquired out of your illness. Will you answer me truthfully? And will you trust me?
I trust you. But it's no use. I can't think. I don't know who I am. I don't know.
When did you have your first doubt that you might not be Edward?
I don't remember. Oh, yes. Yes, when I was in the hotel room packing to come here, I found a cigarette case in my coat and frightened me. It had the initials J.B. on it. When I saw them in the hotel room, they made my head ache.
They're probably your initials.
J.B. J.B.
Now you must sleep. I think when you wake up, you'll be able to tell me more. I'll come in the morning. Good night now. And sleep.
Good night. Constance, dearest, I cannot involve you in my troubles for many reasons, the most important being And I love you. When the police step in, tell them I'm at the Empire State Hotel in New York. I prefer to wait alone for the end. Goodbye. J.B.
He's not in his room. He's escaped.
Please, Sheriff, it's 5 a.m. You'll wake the patients.
Sorry, Dr. Peterson. Seems to me somebody might have known what the real Edwards looked like. You never saw him, Dr. Murchison?
No, I never met him.
Well, it's my contention that he killed the real Dr. Edwards.
There can be no question of it. He killed Dr. Edwards and then took his place in order to conceal his crime.
Dr. Peterson, didn't he tell you anything about himself? You were with him for quite some time after his collapse in the operating room.
No. He was unable to speak coherently.
You don't seem very surprised to learn that this man was a fake and maybe guilty of murder.
I thought his collapse was due to mental strain.
That's a funny diagnosis for a fellow who's supposed to have just come from a vacation.
I made no medical diagnosis. I was shocked to see him collapse, and I didn't think beyond that.
You have no idea where he might have gone?
No.
Well, I'd better get back to my office and spread the alarm.
Constance, I found this letter under your bedroom door.
Oh?
I didn't call it to the attention of the sheriff. I thought perhaps it might be something personal.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Murchison. Good night. Constance, dearest, I cannot involve you in my troubles for many reasons. The most important being that I love you. Operator, the airport, please.
Constance, why are you here?
Really? Signing your name, John Brown, on the register. Not much imagination for an alias.
You shouldn't have come here to New York. You don't owe me anything.
I'm going to do what I want to do. I'm going to take care of you and cure you. And I'm going to stay with you until that happens.
But you can't help hide a criminal. I won't let you be stupid about it.
I couldn't bear it away from you. I had to come. And I'll rent a room on this floor. And I'm here as your doctor only. It has nothing to do with love.
Oh, darling.
Nothing at all. Try remembering. Let your mind go back to your childhood. Was it happy? Whom did you know in your childhood?
I'm wanted, but I can't see by what it's no use.
You lived somewhere. You had a mother. You were loved. You had friends.
I can't remember anything except that I love you.
If we can unlock one tiny memory, it will give us the key to all the others.
No. The only thing that comes to the mind that I keep thinking of over and over is the logic of the situation.
What logic?
That it was I who was with Edwards. Look what it says in the paper.
No trace of Dr. Edwards has been found since he left the Cumberland Resort in the company of his supposed patient. Do you remember that?
No.
Then why do you believe that you were with him?
Because wherever we went, I came back with his identity. I wouldn't have come back as Dr. Edwards if I hadn't known he was dead. And how would I have known that he was dead if I hadn't been with him when he died?
Were you?
I don't remember, but logically, I know that I must have been. And logically, I also know why the body hasn't been found. Because it was hidden by me.
But don't you see? You're imagining all of this. You call yourself names. You insist without proof that you're a murderer. Oh, you know what that is, don't you? Whoever you are, that's a guilt complex that speaks for you. It's a guilt fantasy that goes way back to your childhood.
I think you're quite mad. You're much crazier than I to do all this for a creature without a name, to run off with a pair of initials. What's that?
Oh, I know. It's the bellhop. I ordered the later edition to the paper. Thank you.
What's the matter?
We have to leave here.
Why?
Story in the paper. Police hunt Dr. Constance Peterson, believed aiding madman wanted in Edwards mystery. My picture's right below it. The room clerk will recognize it. We've got to go quickly. We can't back.
Where? Where can we go?
Rochester. Rochester, New York.
By the way, why are we going to Rochester?
We're going to visit Dr. Bruloff.
Oh, the fellow who doesn't like sauce bottles.
He was my analyst. He psychoanalyzed me.
Really? Well, what was wrong with you?
All analysts have to be psychoanalyzed by other analysts before they start practicing.
Oh, that makes sure they're not crazy.
Apparently, the mind is never too ill to make jokes about psychoanalysis.
I'm sorry, I'm a pig.
No, I am, really. I keep forgetting you're a patient.
So do I. When I hold you like this, I feel entirely well. Darling, will you love me just as much when I'm normal?
Oh, I'll be insane about you.
Oh, I am normal. We're alone here in this compartment. There's nothing wrong with me but a nice, long kiss wouldn't kill.
Well, I've never treated a guilt complex like this before. No, look, let's stop and pick up where we left off.
Pick up what?
Try to recall the first moment you thought you were Edwards.
Darling, I have a confession to make.
I'm listening.
As a doctor, you irritate me. I sit here swooning with love, and then suddenly you ask me a question, and I don't like you anymore.
No.
Do you have to sit there smiling at me like some smug, know-it-all school teacher?
I can't help smiling. That's what happens in analysis. As the doctor begins to uncover the truth in a patient, said patient develops a fine, hearty hatred of said doctor. Oh, you're going to hate me a great deal before we're through.
And you're going to like that?
As a scientist, yes.
Well, if I should happen to biff you one, you'll consider it a sort of diploma?
Yes, but don't biff too high.
Oh, darling. Darling, I love you. Come close to me.
No, not now, really. I think we should go on with our investigation.
Come.
We have some new facts to work with.
Oh, what
now.
facts?
You're a doctor. You were in an accident.
How do you know I was in an accident?
Your arm and forearm are burned. And you were in Rome.
I was never in Rome in my life.
You were either there or going there because in a moment of stress you mentioned Rome. Now think of Rome. Maybe Rome, Italy. When did you go to Rome? What did you do in Rome? Think.
The train, the railroad ties rushing by.
Think.
Yes. I remember something. Fighter planes spotted us.
You were flying.
Transport medical corps over Rome headed north.
What happened?
They hit us. Caught fire. A uniform burned, bailed out.
What else?
I don't know. It blacks out.
You left the army?
Yes, probably deserted. I hated killing. I can remember that much.
Your guilt fantasies were obviously inflamed by your duties as a soldier.
Stop it. Babbling like some phony King Solomon. You sit there full of half-witted double talk that makes no sense. If there's anything I hate, it's a smug woman.
Please, darling. We're just beginning. Don't biff too hard yet.
Our drama will continue in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. For you people who are buying television now, that word is combination. Yes, an RCA Victor combination, which brings you AM and FM radio, recorded music at all 3 speeds, and famous RCA Victor million-proof television. Now you can have all these in one beautiful cabinet for one beautiful price. Ask your RCA Victor dealer to introduce you to the kingly RCA Victor combination, the Rutland. With its doors closed, the Rutland looks like a furniture masterpiece straight out of the 18th century. With its doors open, it is like an electronic masterpiece straight out of the 21st century. So superb are its RCA Victor features. AM and FM radio, 2 automatic record changers to play all record speeds, and exciting RCA Victor million-proof television, proved in well over 1 million American homes. Yet all these great instruments combined actually cost you much less than the comparable console instruments would cost separately. Yes, with an RCA Victor Rutland, wonders never cease, but go on pouring out show after show, record after record, not just for one person, but for the whole family. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, will continue in just a moment, after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Spellbound, starring Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, and guest narrator Alfred Hitchcock.
Succeeding 6 hours on the train for Constance and J.B. or John Brown, or whatever an amnesia victim can name himself, was a series of questions and evasive answers. Relentlessly, Constance fought to reach the depths of his memory, but it was a losing battle. It was like a pygmy facing a giant, and J.B. was the giant. They reached the home of Dr. Brulov in Rochester.
I worked with Dr. Brulov as his assistant for almost a year, right here in this house. He got me the post at Green Manors. You like Alex?
I doubt that. One psychoanalyst in my hair is enough. What are you going to tell him?
That we're on a honeymoon?
Oh, Doctor, you think of the most wonderful prescriptions.
Alex!
Who is it, please? Oh, my old friend. Come in, please.
Alex, this is...
One moment, please. There's company here. Lieutenant Detective Cooley.
How do you do?
The lieutenant is persecuting me. I just told him I know nothing about Dr. Edwards.
But yesterday you had some theory.
Steady.
I already have explained that if Edwards took along with him on vacation a paranoid patient, he was a bigger fool than I ever knew he was. It is the same as playing with a loaded gun. Good night now. It is late and my friends are here.
Sorry to have bothered you, Doctor. Good night, ma'am. Good night, sir.
Good night.
What do you suppose they're snooping around me for? The next thing, they'll give me a third degree.
Alex, I'm so glad to see you. I was going to write you, but it all happened so suddenly. I got married.
Who's married?
Alex. My husband, John Brown.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, officially. So you're married. I congratulate you and wish you had babies and not phobias.
Well, the truth is, Alex, we have no hotel room. All the hotels were so crowded.
What do you want with a hotel? That's for millionaires. You stay right here. Cook my coffee in the morning and the house is yours.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Alex.
Your old room is upstairs. Good night and happy dreams, which we will analyze at breakfast.
You know this room has changed? Oh, but it isn't really. It's I whom changed. It's called transfer of effects.
Oh, what is?
The fact that everything seems so wonderful in this room.
Oh, that's what it's called, is it?
Darling, did the policeman disturb you?
Oh, no, one ignores such trifles on a honeymoon. I take it this is your first honeymoon.
Yes. I mean, it would be, if it were.
No, darling. Darling, for what it's worth, I can't remember ever having kissed any other woman before.
I have nothing to remember of that nature either.
You're very sweet.
Of course, I'm no child.
Far from it.
I'm well aware that we're all bundles of inhibition.
Dynamite dumps, darling.
No, please don't.
Well,
don't do that.
Why not?
Well, it isn't ethical. I'm here as your doctor.
Well, you may. Stop worrying, Doctor. I'm going to sleep on the couch.
Oh, no. No, the doctor occupies the couch, fully dressed. And the patient always sleeps in the bed. Now, I'll leave you for a bit so that you can get undressed and get under those covers.
Covers. Covers.
What is it? You remember something?
No.
This room reminds you of something.
No.
You're resisting a memory. What's in your mind?
Don't start that again. Don't stand there with that wiseacre look. I'm sick of your double talk.
You were looking at the bed. What frightens you
No.
there? It's white lines. Yes. When I made fork marks on the tablecloth, they agitated you. And then that night that you kissed me, you pushed me away because of my robe. It was white. It had dark lines on it. Try to think. Why does the color white frighten you? Think of white.
Yes.
White.
Yes, it frightens me. I can't look.
Run away. Stand still and look at the white spread. I'll look at it and remember.
No.
What is that in your hand?
I don't know.
It's a straight-edged razor. Where did you get that?
I don't know, I tell you. I must have picked it up somewhere.
Give it to me.
This razor. Why am I clutching this razor?
Ah, I thought it was you. I'm just having a glass of milk and some crackers.
This razor.
Join me, please. I'll get another glass.
Clutching this razor.
When I was a young man, I was always saying if I could only get along by myself instead of wasting
stop
time
that fool chatter. Go away. Stop it. My head.
Bring to you.
You know who I am.
Nothing except living. Here is your glass of milk.
Milk. White. Kill.
Alex, are you all right?
Good morning.
Oh.
Yes, I'm all right, thank you. Oh, I fell asleep in my chair. What time is it?
It's 7 o'clock, Alex. My husband is... He must have gone out very early this morning. You didn't happen to see him.
He didn't go out. He's asleep on the couch. And Constance, I know who he is.
Yes, I should have known I couldn't fool you.
This razor, I found it in his hand last night. He's a schizophrenic capable of committing murder. I'm going to call the police.
No, Alex, please. Let me tell you about him.
What is there for you to say, my dear? We both know that the mind of a woman in love is operating on the lowest level of the intellect.
Yes, you're right. No, I'm not an analyst here. I'm not even a doctor, and I'm not going to talk to you as one. But believe me, Alex, not what I say, but what I feel. The mind isn't everything. The heart sees deeper sometimes. And the shock of a police investigation might ruin his chances for recovery. And, Alex, I can save him.
But if he killed Dr. Edwards, how can you help him?
But he didn't.
But if it turns out he did, which I am good and certain it will.
But it won't, Alex. You yourself taught me what Freud says. A man cannot do anything in amnesia that his real character would not have done.
And how do you know what his real character is?
I do know. I couldn't feel this way toward a man who was bad, who had committed murder. I couldn't feel this pain for someone who was evil.
You are 20 times crazier than he. What do you want me to do?
Give me time to treat him and cure him before the police find him.
This could take a year.
No, Alex, no.
All right, a half a year. We should sit and hide for a half a year waiting to find out if he's going to cut your throat, my throat, and set the house afire?
No, Alex, please. Just a few days. Before you turn him over, let me try for just a few days more. And if I can't do anything, if we both can't, then you can call the police. But you're not hiding a criminal. There's no evidence against him. Please.
All right. Go make me coffee. I will pretend to myself I'm acting sensible for a few days. You don't remember your father or mother?
No.
Wife or sweetheart?
No.
Don't fight me. I'm going to help you if I can. I'm going to be your father, Image. Trust me. Lean on me.
All right, go on. I'm leaning.
Maybe you've got something you want to tell me. A single thought. A few words in the corner of your head. Go on. Talk to me. Whatever comes to your head. Just say what it is.
Nothing. There's nothing. I don't believe in dreams. That Freud stuff is a lot of hooey.
I explained to you about dreams so you don't think it's a lot of hooey. The secrets of who you are and what made you run away from yourself, all these secrets are buried in your brain. But you don't want to look at them. The human being very often does not want to know the truth about himself because he thinks it will make him sick. He, she make himself sick at trying to forget. You follow me?
I'm not interested. All I've heard around here is dreams. I'm sick of them. There's nothing in them.
But there is. I tell you what you're trying to hide. What they tell it to you I'll tell it to you in pieces of a puzzle that don't fit. The problem of the analyst is to examine this puzzle, put the pieces together in the right place. And the more cockeyed the details, the better for the scientific side.
I can't make out just what sort of a place it was, but I was sitting and playing cards with a man. Yes, it was a gambling house, but there weren't any walls, just a lot of curtains with eyes painted on them. The man was walking around with a large pair of scissors, cutting all the draperies in half. And then a girl came in with hardly anything on and started walking around the gambling room, kissing everybody. She came to my table first.
Did you recognize this kissing bug?
Well, I'm afraid she looked a little like Constance.
Oh, go on.
Well, I was sitting there playing cards with a man who had a beard. I was dealing to him, and I turned up the 7 of clubs. He said, that makes 21. I win. But when he turned the cards, they were blank. And just then, the proprietor came in and accused him of cheating. The proprietor yelled, "This is my place, and if I catch you cheating again, I'll fix you."
At the end of the dream?
No. Then someone was leaning over the sloping roof of a high building. It was the man with the beard. I yelled to him to watch out. Then he went over slowly with his feet in the air. Then I saw the proprietor again, the man in the mask. He was hiding behind a tall chimney, and he had a small wheel in his hand. I saw him drop the wheel on the roof. And then I suddenly found myself in a weird, deserted desert. Constance was sitting there. I ran to her, but she disappeared. Then I heard something beating over my head. It was a great pair of wings. The wings chased me and almost caught up with me. And when I came to the bottom of the hill, I must have escaped. I don't remember anymore. Well, something is happening.
What is it?
Oh, pull down the shades.
The snow.
The light frightened him. What phobia?
No, it was the snow. Look outside, Alex. What do you see?
Well, there are 2 children pulling a sled in the snow.
Exactly. The runners of sleds on snow. Dark lines on white.
Please, pull down the shades.
Aren't the sled marks on the snow the reason for the sudden disturbance? Answer me.
I don't know.
It has to be. It follows a pattern. First was the shock at the sight of fork lines drawn on a white tablecloth. Then my white robe.
Please.
It had dark lines. And a couple of nights ago, the white cover.
Please pull the blinds down, please.
Dr. Edwards was fond of sports. He mentions tennis and skiing in his book. Yes, skiing. Ski tracks in snow. That's what those dark lines symbolized for him. And his horror of them means, of course, that they are immediately connected with the cause of his amnesia.
Yes, a murder on skis.
Where did Edwards go for his skiing? We must find out. Can you tell us where? Try.
He has told you already, in his dream. A sloping roof. That means only a mountainside.
They were skiing. And the father image, the bearded man, is Dr. Edwards. It's very simple. Edwards plunged over a precipice while skiing.
And then a shadow chases him up and down a hill. That could mean he was escaping from a valley.
A valley? The skiing resorts are often called valleys, like Sun Valley. And he was being pursued by a winged figure, a witch or a harpy.
No, the figure was you. If you grew wings, you would be an angel.
But the dream was trying to tell him the name of the resort. An angel. Angel Valley. Do you remember Angel Valley?
No, it wasn't Angel Valley. I remember it was a place called Gabriel Valley.
What else do you remember now?
Who was the masked figure in your dream?
It was an accident. Do you remember that? A skiing accident. Dr. Edwards went over a snow cliff.
No, it was no accident. I can't stand it anymore. I've had enough of it. We've got to call the police.
No. We've got to go to Gabriel Valley. You've got to go with me. All right. Get your skis on. We're going down that slope.
I can't.
Why not?
I know about the razor and brew off.
But nothing happened.
Will, let me give myself up. I've committed one murder. I can commit another.
Guilt. Guilt. You've lived with it for a long time, haven't you?
Yes.
Since childhood.
What?
Ever since your childhood, you've tried to run away from something. You've always felt guilty about anything around you. What was it in your youth? It must have been terrible for you to prefer to think that you murdered Edwards rather than remember what happened long ago.
I'm not going down that slope.
No. You said you loved me. Look at me then. Why am I fighting for you? Because I love you. Because I need you.
I'm nothing.
Put your skis on.
Right, but what good will that do?
We're going down this slope as you did with Edwards, and you'll see your innocence. You'll see what really happened.
You mean because it will happen again?
Yes.
What if I killed him? Isn't it true that if the episode is repeated, I'm likely to do the same thing I did before? How do you know I won't kill again?
Because I'm convinced you didn't kill in the first place.
Constance, you believe in me enough to take such a chance. With your life.
Of course I do. We're ready to go down the ski run. We're going to find out what happened to Dr. Edwards.
I'm ready.
Follow me.
White with dark lines.
I know about the razor and Broloff. I've committed one murder.
White with dark lines. Ski tracks. Dr. Edwards ski tracks. Ahead of me.
I can't commit
I've
another.
got to get close. I've got to be near you, Dr. Edwards.
Isn't it true that if I kill Dr. Edwards here on the ski run, I'm likely to do it again?
Closer. I've got to get
How
closer.
do you know I won't kill again?
Soon.
Oh, no!
Precipice ahead. Precipice ahead. Stop, Dr. Edwards. Fall. Constance, I remember Dr. Edwards went over the precipice.
And where were you?
I never was close to him. I know Edwards was at least 25 feet ahead of me as you were when he went over.
Come on. Now we're going to the police. Oh, my darling.
Constance, I remember my name. It's John Ballantyne.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
I ran into Dr. Edwards when I was in Cumberland Mountains trying to recover from some kind of nerve shock I got in an Army plane crash. He was on vacation, but I asked him to help me and invited me to go skiing with him. We went through New York, and I vaguely remember going to lunch somewhere. I'm still a little vague about the lunch part. And then we arrived here. The accident happened.
Tell me. It's vital that you remember your youth. The incident...
I believe I can tell you that now. My brother Tom was 5, and I was 7. We lived in a house which had a long banister alongside the steps outside. About the house and immediately below the banister was an iron spiked railing. Tom and I always used that banister for sliding. One day he went first, and I followed behind him. When he reached the bottom, he didn't get out of my path rapidly enough, and I couldn't stop. And Tom was impaled. And I realize now it was an accident. I didn't kill my brother.
And the ghost of the past is gone now, darling. That was the memory you were afraid of. That's why you took on the role of Dr. Edwards, to prove to yourself that he wasn't dead and therefore you hadn't killed him. It was your childhood guilt complex.
Professor, I never quite realized in my amnesia state how very lovely you are.
Hello, Dr. Peterson.
Well, hello, Lieutenant Cooley. Did you find the body of Dr. Edwards?
Yes, in almost the exact spot you told the mountain police it would be.
Oh, thank goodness it's all cleared up.
Well, not quite. I'm afraid a bullet was found in the body.
But that's impossible.
I'm afraid, Mr. whatever your name is, that you're charged with murder.
It's too bad, Constance. Your Mr. Ballantyne was convicted of murder. But you have a great career ahead of you, if you forget.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, Dr. Murchison, at least one good thing came out of all of this. You're back at Green Manors. Who knows what would have happened to the place under Dr. Edwards?
I knew Edwards only slightly. I never really liked him, but he was a good man in a way, I suppose. Well, good night, Constance. I hope you feel rested in the morning. I knew Edwards only slightly. I knew Edwards. Knew Edwards. Knew.
Dr. Murchison, I want to talk to you.
Please sit down. What's your problem?
It's a dream that one of my patients reported.
May I ask who the patient is?
The patient is Mr. Ballantyne.
Charming loyalty. What did he dream?
He dreamed that he was in a gambling house. It was full of odd people playing with blank cards.
Blank cards? Obviously, the patient was trying to deny it was a gambling house.
One of the people in the place went around cutting drapes in half. Another was a scantily dressed girl who was kissing everybody.
With a little effort, one could almost imagine them inmates of Green Manors.
Yes, that's what I had in mind, Doctor. The patient was playing cards, now no longer blank, a game of 21 with a bearded man, who was evidently Dr. Edwards.
Yes, one usually dreams of one's analyst as authority with a beard.
Yes, he dealt Dr. Edwards a 7 of clubs, and Edwards said, "That makes it 21.
I would say that the patient was trying to mention a locale, The 7 of clubs might mean a club.
Yes, with the word 21 in it. There is such a place in New York. It's called the 21 Club.
I've heard of it.
And the patient dreamed that the proprietor of the place came in and began accusing Dr. Edwards of cheating. He ordered Edwards out of the place and said, I won't allow you to play here. This is my place. I'm going to fix you.
The dream gives the locale a double identity, the 21 Club and Green Manors. But the proprietor seems to belong more to the latter. In fact, I would say that this angry proprietor who threatened Dr. Edwards was myself.
It seemed that way to me.
I presume you only arrived at this solution tonight and have confided your findings to nobody.
Not yet.
Was there any more to the dream?
Yes. The patient dreamed that he and Dr. Edwards were on a high, sloping roof, and that he saw Dr. Edwards plunge over to his death. He also saw the angry proprietor hiding behind a chimney, holding a small wheel in his hand. He dropped the wheel.
The symbolism of the wheel escapes me.
It was a revolver. The proprietor who threatened Dr. Edwards' life dropped a revolver in the snow in Gabriel Valley after shooting Dr. Edwards in the back. The weapon is still there at the foot of the tree with the murderer's fingerprints on it.
I cannot agree with this part of your interpretation for the good reason that the weapon is now in my hand. I imagined that something of this sort would happen after I made the slip about knowing Dr. Edwards. That started your agile young mind going.
You were having a breakdown, and in a state of panic you heard that Edwards was to take your place here. You sought him out in his favorite restaurant where he was lunching with John Valentine. You accused him of stealing your job. You threatened to kill him. He calmed you down and told you that he was off on a skiing vacation, and you followed him there and you shot him from behind a tree.
That's enough. Did it ever occur to you that the punishment for 2 murders is the same as 1?
But you're not going to commit a second murder.
I hadn't planned to. But you are here. You are not leaving. My gun is trained at your heart.
A man of your intelligence does not commit a stupid murder, Doctor. You are thinking that you are not mentally responsible for that other crime in the snow. They will find extenuating circumstances in the state of your health. They will not execute you for the death of Dr. Edwards. You can still live, read, write, research, even if you are put away. I'm leaving, Dr. Murchison.
Stay right where you are, or I'll shoot.
I don't think so. You're thinking right now that if you shoot, it is cold, deliberate murder. You will be tried as sane murderer, convicted as a sane man, and you will be killed in the electric chair for your crime. I'm going to telephone the police, Dr. Murchison.
How does it feel to be a great analyst, darling?
Not so bad.
And a great detective.
Wonderful.
And madly adored.
Very wonderful.
White. You know, with a little orange blossom in your hair, you'll look wonderful in white.
A long time ago, William Shakespeare wrote, "The fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves." How very wise he was.
Our stars will return in just a moment with screen director Alfred Hitchcock. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse will present Take a Letter, Darling. It will star 2 of your favorites, Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray, with screen director Mitchell Lyson. Now, here again are our stars, Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, and Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you, Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge, for a splendid performance. On our Screen Directors Playhouse, it is our aim to always present the best. And most certainly you both fall into that category.
Thank you, Hitch, for those beautiful words. What else does an actor have to look forward to other than praise?
Mind if I answer that, Joe?
Surely, Mercedes.
A paycheck. Seriously, though, it's been a great privilege to work with you, Mr. Hitchcock. And for Joe and myself, I'd like to say invite us back soon, won't you? Good night.
Good night, Hitch.
We'll be seeing you, Joe Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge. Good night, everybody.
Joseph Cotton may soon be seen in Paramount's production September Affair. Mercedes McCambridge may soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's production Inside Straight. Alfred Hitchcock has just completed Strangers on a Train for Warner Brothers. Tonight's cast included Herbert Butterfield, Bill Tracy, Jim Nusser, Howard McNear, and John Blyforth. Dr. Samuel Hoffman interpreted the theremin music in tonight's musical score. Portions were transcribed. Tonight's production of Spellbound was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Rosalind Russell and Fred McMurray in Take a Letter, Darling, with Screen Director Mitchell Lyson.
The NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment, production Stagecoach, director John Ford, stars John Wayne, Claire Trevor, Ward Bond.
This is the Screen Directors Guild production of the United Artists motion picture classic Stagecoach, starring John Wayne, Claire Trevor, and Ward Bond, and introducing the director of the film, John Ford. Before we begin our story, here are a few words about the entertainment you will hear tonight and in future weeks at this time. The NBC Theater is proud to welcome the president of the Screen Directors Guild and the eminent director of such films as Variety Girl, The Perils of Pauline, and Taproots, Mr. George Marshall.
Thank you, and good evening. This is the first performance of a series of Screen Directors Guild productions, in which the directors will personally bring you their favorite film assignments, along with the stars who created the original roles. Tonight, your director is John Ford. John, if you remember, is the winner of 5 Academy Awards, the guiding hand behind such great pictures as The Informer, How Green Was My Valley, and, of course, Stagecoach. You're on the set, John.
Thank you, George. And good luck on our first production. Stagecoach is ready to roll. The last time I made that crack was about 10 years ago. When I first had the opportunity of putting on film this Romance of the West. For the cast, the picture offers an array of colorful character types, ripe for the actor's talents. Now the story and the cast are united again. Here is Stagecoach with John Wayne as the Ringo Kid, Claire Trevor as Dallas, and Ward Bond as Doc Boone. In 1885, the stagecoach was the only means of travel on the American frontier. And in those days, no name struck more dread into the hearts of travelers than Geronimo, leader of the warlike Apaches. This, folks, is a story of a party of people who traveled from Tonto to Lordsburg by stagecoach in 1885. It's a story still told by the Indians.
In the land of Arizona, land of the Apache Indian, where the roaming Chiricahua fought the mighty white invader, stood the white man's city, Tonto. Tonto, where the flying wagon that the white man called the stagecoach stopped to take men to the westward, where Geronimo was leader, chief of the Apache Indians.
Well, that's how it is, folks. Geronimo's Apaches are on the warpath up ahead, burning every ranch in sight.
Then the question before the party assembled in this stagecoach is, shall we continue?
I say yes. Continue.
But, Mrs. Mallory, should you be traveling in your condition?
My husband is in Apache Wells with his troops. I want to be with him when our baby arrives.
Madam, I am a gambler, and I admire and respect a bold gamble. But aren't you gambling with a life besides your own?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Mr. Hatfield. We're getting a cavalry escort for Apache Wells.
That settles it. I'm going on.
Count me in, of course, Buck.
All right. I'll go find my shotgun guard.
You don't have to go no further, Buck.
What? Curly! Well, doggone. How are you, Sheriff?
Fine, thanks, and I'll be riding shotgun up next to you this trip, Buck.
You? What for?
The Ringo kid escaped from prison. I'm looking for him.
The fellow who shot Jed Michael dead?
I hear he's heading for Lordsburg to shoot it out with the 3 Plummer boys, so I'll be right up there next to you, Buck, all the way to Lordsburg. There she comes. Top of the hill now. There comes the stagecoach. Better stand back a bit, Doc. Yeah, stand out of the road there, Dallas girl.
Thanks, Doc.
Hail the sagebrush chariot.
Doc, why do I have to leave town? Because all these women here say I have to? I don't want to go to Lordsburg.
No more do I, Dallas. But you are a lady somewhat too hospitable to gentlemen. And I am a doctor somewhat too hospitable to spirits. We girl are the dregs of Tonto. They send us from their midst. Come, Dallas, be a glorified dreg like me. Hi there, Buck. You have acquired 2 more eager passengers.
The engines are rising, Doc.
I thank them for that mark of respect. Tell them they may be seated now. Enter, Dallas.
Thanks, Doc.
Take your place beside the other lady. Then forward. On to Lordsburg. What you driving through this canyon, Buck?
Now, I aim to be hard to shoot at in case Geronimo's Apaches are in these hills.
I'm with you, Buck. The law.
But that don't make me bulletproof. Go! Kingdom High! There she comes, Apache!
Keep your shirt on and stop the coach. It ain't Apaches. There's someone up ahead blocking the road with a rifle.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Here he comes, whoever he is.
What? It's the Ringo Kid.
That's right, Buck. Hiya, Curly.
Ringo.
Didn't expect to find the sheriff riding shotgun.
I was heading for Lordsburg, same as you, Ringo.
Well, my horse went lame, so you got another passenger.
I'll take that rifle first, Ringo.
That's so, Sheriff.
You're under arrest for the murder of Jed Michael.
Sorry, Curly, but this Winchester here says different.
Sorry, Ringo. But if you'll look back up the road a piece, you'll see our escort of United States Cavalry coming up.
Oh.
I'll take that rifle now, Ringo.
Sure, Sheriff. But you better hold on to it. You may need it before we get to Lordsburg.
Thanks. You can get into the coach now.
Much obliged, Sheriff.
Get going, Buck.
Yep.
Suli! Yep! Yale! Hiya!
So you're the famous Ringo Kid, huh?
My friends call me Ringo. Right name's Henry.
Henry? Why, I remember you. Say, I fixed your arm when you was just a little sprout. You was no higher than a quart of bourbon.
Well, that was my kid brother broke his arm. You did a good job, too, Doc. Even if you was drunk.
Well, thank you, son. How's your brother now?
He was murdered.
Oh, no.
Him and my dad. By the 3 plumber boys.
Well, good luck when you get to Lordsburg, son.
Thanks, Doc.
Mrs. Mallory, you're tired. Would you like to rest your head on my shoulder?
No, thank you. Mr. Hatfield, would you mind if I sat over on your side of the coach?
Not at all, ma'am.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
Right here, Mrs. Mallory.
Thank you, Mr. Hatfield.
I must have the plague, huh, Dallas?
You? Oh, no, it's not you.
Have a drink, Hatfield?
No, thank you.
No, thank you, he says. Have a drink, Doc? Yes, thank you.
You're not going to move away from me, are you?
No, Ringo.
Well, I guess I can't expect to break out of prison and into society in the same week.
She'll hear you.
I guess I'm pretty dumb for sitting down beside a lady like you, Dallas.
A lady?
Thanks for not moving.
Oh, don't, please. Why are you looking at me like that?
Ain't I seen you someplace before?
No, you haven't.
I wish I had, though.
I know you. I mean, I know who you are.
Yeah, I used to be a good cowhand. A few years back. Things happened.
Yes, things happen.
Bottle in a bottle. Drink up, Doc. Drink
Doc's
up.
getting a snoot full.
Things happen. And now they'll take you back to prison.
Not till I finish a job in Lordsburg.
Ringo, I wish you wouldn't.
Wish I wouldn't what?
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
Bottle in a bottle.
Confound that driver. Why doesn't he drive more carefully?
He's playing it smart, Hatfield. He took to the mountains. Apaches don't like snow.
Well, he might have some consideration for Mrs. Mallory and her condition.
Oh, I'll be all right, Mr. Hatfield. Thank you.
Bottle in a bottle.
Apache Wells just ahead.
Bottle.
Apache Wells.
Bottle in a bottle.
Mr. Hatfield, why didn't my husband and his troops meet us here?
The Wrangler tells me that Captain Mallory has been sent ahead to Lordsburg.
Lordsburg?
Well, we'd better turn around and follow the cavalry escort to Tonto.
But we can't do that.
With Apaches on the warpath, it ain't safe to go through Apache country without escort. I say we ought to turn back.
There's only one way to find out. Take a vote.
What do you say, Mrs. Mallory? On to Lordsburg or back to Tonto?
I want my husband with me when our baby's born.
Doc?
Ain't you forgot this lady?
You mean Dallas?
Oh, I say go. I've nothing to go back to.
Doc?
Lordsburg. Pass the bottle.
Ringo?
Ringo's my prisoner. I'm voting his proxy. I say Lordsburg.
Hatfield?
I am at the service of Mrs. Mallory.
Thank you.
Buck?
Well, Lordsburg it is. Well, let's all step inside and get some grub. Looks spry.
You'd better take my arm up these steps, Mrs. Mallory.
Oh, no, thank you. Really, I'm quite... I'm quite... Oh.
Mrs. Mallory.
She's fainted.
I've got her. Dr. Boone. Mrs. Mallory needs your help.
What?
Oh, it's no use. He's drunk. Ringo.
Yeah?
I don't know for sure, but I think you better go inside and start heating some water.
All you want and then some. And then some.
Carry her inside, Mr. Hatfield.
Oh, allow me. Allow me.
I'll carry her myself, you sot.
Thank you, sir.
You drunken swine.
Thank you.
Now, if you'll open the door for me, Dallas.
Yes.
drunken swine of a doctor.
Doc, honest, ain't you ashamed?
Did I understand that swine to call me a drunken swine?
No. I wish I could do something.
There is something you can do, Buck.
Yeah, but what can you do in your condition?
I can drink all of the hot, black coffee you can make. I, sir, am a doctor. Now get busy. Get busy.
The NBC Theater is presenting the Screen Directors Guild production of Stagecoach, starring Claire Trevor, John Wayne, and Ward Bond, with screen director John Ford.
Where the coyotes howl and the
Apache Wells, the white man called it. Here the white squaw had her child, while the flying wagon waited while my tribesmen gathered. On the hills and on the desert gathered the Apache warriors, while the white squaw had her child and the flying wagon waited. Oh, it makes me nervous, being held up like this in Apache country. Just when they're mad at us again.
Quiet, Buck.
Huh?
Someone's coming. Dallas?
Look. It's a little girl.
A girl?
Let me see it. Well, I'll be doggone.
That's real fine, ain't it, Dallas? Real fine.
Oh, yes, Curly. It's fine.
A baby. How? I mean, what?
I'll explain it to you sometime, Buck.
Listen, boys. Doc Boone. 3 cheers for Doc Boone. Never mind the 3 cheers. Just pour me 4 fingers instead. I'm thirsty.
Dallas?
Oh.
It's me, Ringo.
Oh.
You oughtn't to be outside here at night alone. Apaches like to pick off strays.
Well, you're here now.
Yeah, I watched you with that baby today. You look, well, nice.
I just wanted to hold it a minute.
You're visiting in Lordsburg?
I have friends there.
Oh, good.
Ringo, why don't you escape?
I aim to, in Lordsburg.
Well, why not now? Why not go over the border now?
My father and brother were shot down by the Plummer boys. I guess you don't know how it feels to lose your folks that way.
My folks were killed by Indians when I was a kid.
Oh, well, that's tough. Well, it's a hard country, especially for a girl.
You have to live no matter what.
That's it. Look, Miss Dallas, you got no folks, neither have I. Maybe I'm crazy to ask you, but, well, I still got a ranch down across the border, and I guess I'm crazy being close to you like this, but...
Ringo, you don't know me. You don't know who I am, or...
I know I want to marry you, Dallas.
Ringo.
That ain't an answer, Dallas.
Oh. Ringo, you can't go to Lordsburg. Not now. The Plummer boys will be 3-1 against you. You'll get killed.
Can't tell.
You can't win.
Can't run away from it either.
How can you talk about our life together when you want to throw your life away?
Well, what do you want me to do?
Get away. I'll follow you.
You mean that, Dallas?
Well, I just can't leave Mrs. Mallory and her baby now, but listen. There's a horse all saddled and ready for you in the corral.
What?
Yeah, there's a rifle in the saddle boot. Now get going. I'll come after you.
I'm counting on that, Dallas, with my life.
Goodbye, Ringo. Watch out for Apaches.
I got a rifle now, and I got you. Don't worry, Dallas. I'll be waiting. Hold it. Whoa! Hold it! Hold it, boy. Easy. Smoke signals on the ridge. Apaches. I gotta warn Dallas and the others. I gotta go back.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
On the ridge and on the mesa smoked our Chiricahua fires. Rise, the fires told my nation. Strike the white man's flying wagon. Rise, my kinsmen. Rise, Apaches. Chieftains, horsemen, lances, rifles. Stagecoach on the Lordsburg Trail. Thus the signals on the mesa. Thus the writing in the sky. Thus my fierce Apache horsemen follow on the Lordsburg Trail.
We're making good time. I say we're out of danger now, thanks to Ringo here. Very decent of you to come back, Ringo.
I wouldn't be too sure we're out of danger yet, Hatfield.
We'll be in Lordsburg soon, then. Very soon. How's the baby? Sleeping. Doc told me what you did for me. Thank you very much, Dallas.
You know, danger whets my appetite. Indeed it does. Let me see. There must be a bottle of something left in this bag that...
A bullet. It just missed your head, Doc.
On the floor, Miss Mallory. Dallas, you and Miss Mallory, get down!
Apaches, hundreds of them.
Hey! Hey, Ringo!
Curly's calling you from the driver's seat, Ringo.
Here's your Winchester. Use it, man. Use it.
Thanks. Got my rifle.
Ringo, look out! That Apache on the painted pony.
Got him.
See that engine on that Mustang coming alongside?
Don't talk. Shoot!
Well, now you see him. And now you don't.
You ladies all right?
We're all right.
Now you see him, and now you don't.
Baby, all right?
Yes, baby's all right.
If you gentlemen will be good enough to shoot Indians instead of...
Hatfield's been hit.
Get that Apache. I'll help Hatfield.
Got him.
Faster! Drive faster! Fire! Fire! Can't you see they're all around us?
Now, Mrs. Mallory, you'll get hurt.
Easy, Hatfield, easy.
I could use some more help up here.
Give me your pistol, Doc.
Take it.
Thanks. Look at all those Indians.
Apaches all have big families.
Don't talk. Shoot.
I can't. Out of ammunition.
Oh, no. Why have Buck and Curly stopped firing outside?
Buck's hit. Curly's empty, too. This looks like it.
No. I have only 3 bullets left.
That's enough. Indians won't get you or Mrs. Mallory or the baby.
No, they won't. Listen! Get down! No, listen! It's a bugle! Listen!
It's the cavalry from Lordsburg.
The Apaches are breaking! They're running away!
Glory!
How's Hatfield?
Dead. Glory.
Well, good night, Ringo.
Is this where you live in Lordsburg?
I told you. I warned you. I told you you didn't know me. This part of town is no place for a nice girl, but But it's all right for me. Now say goodbye, Ringo. Say goodbye.
I asked you to marry me, didn't I?
I'll never forget you asked me.
Now go on back and wait for me in the stagecoach.
Where are you going?
Business. With the plumber boys. I'll just take a slow walk down Main Street and see what happens.
Dear Lord, this stagecoach don't pass much for a church, but I'm praying to you here. Please, Lord. It's 3-1 against Ringo out there. And the plumber boys are dead shots. Awful dead shots, Lord. Like I was saying, Lord, it's 2-1, Lord. He's all I got. And all I ever want. So please, dear Lord, please let me have him back. Please, please, please.
Oh, carry me back to the lone
prairie. Who's that out there? Ringo!
Yeah.
You hurt?
No.
I prayed for you. I prayed.
You did good.
Let's get out of here, then. Escape.
Don't have to anymore. Before he cased in, Luke Plummer confessed he killed Jed Michael.
You're free?
Yeah.
And they didn't even hurt you? Dead shots like the plumber boys?
Deadest dead shots you ever saw.
Oh, Ringo. Ringo.
Dallas, what are you crying for? Nothing's happened.
The story of those brave men, riders of the flying wagon, in the land of Arizona where Geronimo was chief. In the great land in the desert where the flying wagon galloped, that the white men called the stagecoach, bringing brave men to the west.
Our stars will return in just a moment. The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Stagecoach, starring John Wayne, Claire Trevor, and Ward Bond, and introduced by John Ford. In the weeks to come, the Screen Directors Guild will bring you Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Robert Montgomery, Rosalind Russell, James Mason, and Irene Dunn. And next week, the NBC Theater presents screen director Richard Wallace, introducing the current film comedy Let's Live a Little, starring Robert Cummings. And now, here again is our special guest, the president of the Screen Directors Guild, Mr. George Marshall.
The premiere production of the Screen Directors' entry into radio has now joined the stagecoach itself in that great fund of memories known as the past. And speaking for the Guild, I'd like to express our gratitude to the National Broadcasting Company for the opportunity to better acquaint the public with the work and role of the screen director. Take it away, John Ford.
Well, how do you hardy frontiersmen like pioneering in an NBC studio instead of the Badlands of Arizona?
Very much. You know, just the memory of that dust is enough to send me running home to wash my hair.
Pappy, this is wonderful.
Wayne, wonderful? What do you mean?
Well, no getting up early in the morning and arguing with a horse.
You know, I think it's wonderful that the screen director is being honored like this. He's the fellow who really makes the movie.
Blair.
As for us actors and actresses, well...
Where'd we be without you, Pappy, and others like you?
That's right.
You taught us our business. That's all I can say.
Thanks. They talking about wonderful things. It's a wonder that Pappy here hasn't yet displayed his fine, tyrannical hand.
How do you do? That's so, Ward, John. Now, look, as long as we're speaking about fine, tyrannical hands, look, are we going to do this again? Because if so, I'd like to take you folks on.
Yeah, I thought so. You'd have something to say about it. We had that same trouble 10 years ago.
Hey, can't you go out and reach...
Now, look, John, don't you remember? This is radio. There are no retakes. Good night, everybody.
Our thanks to our stars, John Wayne, Claire Trevor, and Ward Bond, and to screen directors George Marshall and John Ford. Also heard were Barbara Fuller, Peter Leeds, Horace Murphy, Norman Field, Dan Riss, Ken Carson, and Eddie Fields. Tonight's story was adapted by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley. Your announcer, Frank Barton. John Wayne can soon be seen in John Ford's Argosy production, Three Godfathers, and Claire Trevor appears in the soon-to-be-released Amusement Enterprises picture, The Lucky Stiff. Ward Bond is currently appearing in the Victor Fleming production, Joan of Arc. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Let's Live a Little. Director, Richard Wallace. Star, Robert Cummings.
The NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Let's Live a Little. Director, Richard Wallace. Star, Robert Cummings.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of United California Productions' sparkling new comedy, Let's Live a Little, starring Robert Cummings in his original role, and introducing the director of the film, Richard Wallace. The three main elements which go into a motion picture production are the star, the story, and the director. Tonight's star is Robert Cummings, and the story, Let's Live a Little, is ready for your enjoyment. But first, here's the screen director, the man who welded star and story into a perfect unity, and the director of such memorable films as Shop-Worn Angel, The Little Minister, and Kiss and Tell, Mr. Richard Wallace.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The comedy you're about to hear is a far cry from the old days of Mack Sennett when I first learned this business of picture making. Our play tonight, Let's Live a Little, throws a series of gentle jabs at the advertising business, and especially at our current concern with the state of our nerves. In short, it's the kind of a story that says, brother, don't take yourself too seriously. That's why it was fun to make and fun to do again here on the NBC Theater. Now, for the first time on the air, here's Let's Live a Little, starring Bob Cummings in his original role of Duke Crawford. quiet and serenity all have nothing whatsoever to do with Duke, who happens to be an advertising executive. Michelle Bennett, his most important client, has already changed her mind 3 times on the theme of his current campaign. That is why, at the moment, if his nerves were to make a noise, they'd sound something like this.
Now, let's see. Arrange for the Hawaiian band for the radio show, the hula dance for the convention exhibit.
Mr. Crawford,
What are you doing in my office?
remember me? I'm your secretary.
Oh, yes. Oh, hello, Miss Adams. Yes, I'm sorry. Why don't you answer the phone?
Because it isn't ringing, Mr. Crawford.
Certainly it's ringing.
It isn't.
It is.
It isn't.
It isn't?
No.
Miss Adams, why don't you go away? Why don't you just go away?
Yes, Mr. Crawford.
Funny, I'd have sworn I heard a telephone. Oh, well. I guess I'm just tired. Oh, it's just my imagination. Now, don't pick it up. Just don't pick it up. All alone by the telephone.
It isn't New Year's Eve, Mr. Crawford. I was ringing your phone.
You were? I mean, what do you want?
It's your fiancée, Michelle Bennett. She wants to see you.
My former fiancée, Miss Adams. Now throw her out.
Oh, Mr. Crawford, Miss Bennett's a client.
Please, Miss Adams, no favoritism. Tell her I'm not here. Tell her I'm...
Dookie, darling.
Oh, hello, Michelle. The strange thing, I was just thinking about
Kiss
you.
me, Dookie.
Yes, I've got the new contract right here. I've switched all the backgrounds from Paris to Hawaii just like you wanted, Michelle.
Oh, Dookie, you're not going to insist on talking business, are you?
Now, look, it's your business, Michelle. If you want to sell cosmetics, you got to sign a contract.
You know, Duke, I have a feeling that once the contract is signed, I won't be seeing much of you.
Why, that's ridiculous, Michelle.
I've got an idea.
An idea. Now, Michelle, please don't have any more ideas. I can't stand any more changes.
I know, darling, and I appreciate all the nice work you've done on that Hawaiian campaign, but...
Michelle, don't say it, please, Michelle.
But I don't want Hawaii. I want Sun Valley.
Sun Valley? Sun Valley? Sun Valley! Sun Valley! Mr. Montgomery, I quit.
Michelle Bennett?
Women. I hate women.
Yes, I know, Duke. I've heard all about it.
Why can't I work on men's accounts? Tough, hard-boiled, straight-shooting, he-blooded men. Women. Deliver me from women. Get yourself another boy, Monty. I can't stand it anymore.
Duke, even though this is $1 million account, I'm going to take you off it for a while.
Women. I hate... What'd you say?
Yeah, take a few weeks off. Get a good rest. And look, you might read this book while you're at it. It's called Let's Live a Little.
Let's live a little. That's an original idea. What's it about?
Oh, it's about your nerves, serenity of mind. It's just the thing for you.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Let's Live a Little by Dr. J.O. Loring. Who's he?
A famous neurologist.
Say, let's live a little. You know, Monty, we might work up a swell publicity campaign on this.
Oh, no, Duke. You need a rest.
Rest? Rest nothing. Monty, this could be sensational. I can see it now. What a slogan. Why not live a little before you die a lot? Every day in every way, let's live a little longer. Give me the phone, Chief. I want my secretary. I want the head of the radio department. I want 5 artists, 3 copywriters, 2 photographers.
Have you an appointment to see Dr. Loring?
Appointment? No, I haven't got time for appointments.
Yes, I can see you're a busy man.
Yes, well, What are you looking at?
Your breast pocket?
My breast pocket? That's just my handkerchief. Yeah, it looks like a pair of socks, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Well, I'm here to talk over the publicity on Dr. Loring's book, Let's Live a Little. My name is Duke Crawford.
Yes, Mr. Crawford. Your secretary called. The doctor's expecting you. Just go right in.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody here? Well, I guess I'll put on these socks. All alone by the telephone.
Hello.
Hello.
Counting your piggies?
What? Oh, no. I was just putting on my socks. I mean...
I see. You usually wait till you come downtown in the morning to put your socks on?
Well, what's wrong with putting on your socks? Perfume. It's funny. I smell perfume.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose you use beauty cream, mascara, eyeshadow, and pancake makeup, too, huh?
Now and then.
A woman.
A man.
Yes, and I'm glad to be one.
Oh, you don't like women.
Definitely not. The most gorgeous, glamorous creature in the world could be right here in this room, and I could throw my arms around her and kiss her. Yes, kiss her. Right on the lips, and absolutely nothing. No, I just laugh at her like this.
That I'd like to see.
Oh, you would, huh?
Now, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford, don't.
See? I'm laughing.
What a remarkable sense of humor.
Yeah. Well, is Dr. Loring in there?
No, that office belongs to my associate, Dr. Field.
Oh, I thought... Your associate?
Yes, I'm Dr. Loring.
You are? I mean, you are? Well, that's funny. I thought I was going to see a man.
Why? Does it make that much difference to you?
Well, no, it's just that... Well, I found women clients extremely difficult to do business with.
With your approach, I can well imagine.
Dr. Loring, could I see you a minute, please?
Of course, Richard. Mr. Crawford, this is Dr. Field.
Hi.
How do you do?
Yes?
Joe, I just wanted to make sure we were going to hear Professor Burkhauser's lecture tonight.
I'll be ready at 7.
Yes, I don't mean to interrupt you, but isn't anybody going to answer the phone?
Phone? What phone?
Well, the phone that's ringing.
Mr. Crawford, you mustn't let yourself become excited.
Excited? Who's excited? Just answer the phone.
Excuse me, Doctor. I'll leave you with your patient. Call me if he gets violent.
He thought I was your patient.
It didn't ring.
It didn't?
Give me your hand, Mr. Crawford.
But please, Dr. Loring.
Your pulse, Mr. Crawford? Oh. Tell me, do you drink?
No, thanks, Doc. Not right now. Say, excuse me, what is your first name?
Joe. Have you read my book yet?
No, I just sell them. I don't read them.
You really should. Your nerves are in terrible condition. Do you ever hear strange voices?
Voices? Look, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm fine.
Well, you'll be hearing voices soon, Mr. Crawford. That's your next step.
Next step? Oh, well, look, this is ridiculous. I'm just a little unstrung. Business, you know.
Would you like to talk about it? There's a balcony off my office, and it's such a lovely day. Look up. Isn't it beautiful out here? What do you see?
Trouble.
No blue sky?
No, just trouble.
A woman?
Yeah, it's a woman. Michelle Bennett.
Oh, the cosmetician?
Yeah. Yeah, we were sort of engaged for a while, for business reasons.
Tell me about it. Tell me all about it, Mr. Crawford.
Yeah, well, you see, her company has $1 million contract up for renewal. She keeps stringing me along about signing it.
Is she very attractive?
Yeah, oh, sure, she's beautiful. In a financial sort of way.
And she's in love with you, but you always talk business when you're together.
Yeah, something like that.
Have you tried being a little more attentive, Mr. Crawford?
Attentive? How?
Champagne, soft lights, a waltz, perhaps a caress. Then I don't think I'd mind if the contract were barely mentioned just after the waltz.
Have you ever been to the Pink Champagne Room?
Pink Champagne, it sounds lovely.
Joe, would you like to see it tonight?
Tonight? It would be wonderful. Wonderful, Mr. Crawford. I was speaking purely as a doctor.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay, Doc. Well, your prescription's accepted. I take Michelle to the Pink Champagne Room tonight.
Yes, Michelle. Mr. Crawford.
Yes? Yes?
Nothing, Mr. Crawford. You won't forget the waltz.
No, I won't forget it. Well, see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, and good afternoon to you, Dr. Field.
Wouldn't you be more comfortable if you put your shoes on?
My shoes? Shoes? Oh, yes, thanks. Yeah, I'll put them on when I get back to the office.
Strange case, that Crawford.
Richard, wouldn't it be nice if we went dancing tonight instead of going to that dry old lecture?
Dancing? Well, after all, Joe, I was under the impression...
Someplace like the Pink Champagne Room.
Oh, Dookie, you waltz beautifully, darling. Oh, I love the soft lights, the violins.
The soft light of your eyes and the sweet music of your smile, Michelle.
You're so charming and attentive. I can't resist you when you're like this.
Oh, you can't? I mean, I'm so glad you're having a nice time.
Dookie, I have caused you a lot of trouble, haven't I?
Trouble? Why, no, it's been fun.
No, I'm sorry, darling. I'll sign the contract now if you want.
Contract? What contract?
Duke, why are you looking at that woman?
Woman? That's no woman. That's my doctor.
Well, stop staring at her.
And she wouldn't come with me.
Come where?
She's beautiful.
Duke!
She's lovely.
Duke!
Why? Oh, yes, the contract. Yes, right here, Michelle.
The contract. I'll teach you about contracts, you...
Michelle, put down that champagne bucket. Don't, Michelle!
Dookie, what have I done?
To be or not to be. I hate women. Answer the phone. Get me a doctor. Answer the phone. Get me a doctor. Answer the phone. Get me a doctor.
The NBC Theater is presenting the Screen Directors Guild production of Let's Live a Little, starring Robert Cummings as Duke Crawford, with Betty Lou Gerson as Dr. Joe Loring, and introducing screen director Richard Wallace.
Richard, look at the moonlight on the water. I never knew Shady Lake Lodge could be so beautiful.
Well, it'd be a lot more beautiful if you hadn't brought that Crawford fellow along. Frankly, Joe, I don't like him.
Oh, he isn't just a fellow, Richard. He's a patient. His nerves need a rest.
Yes, so I noticed.
Well. The doctor and the doctor. Well, be professional. Somebody asked me how I'm feeling.
How are you feeling?
No, I don't think I'll tell you. My doctor here might take it as a breach of confidence.
Then I'll ask you, are you feeling better, Duke?
Oh, I'm ready for business. I'd like to discuss your book with you for a few minutes.
Then let's all go back to the lodge.
Joe, I thought that you and I might take a canoe ride while we talk things over.
I still think
the water will be very soothing to me, Joe, very soothing.
All right, Duke.
Yeah, what were you saying, Dr. Field?
Let's all go back to the lodge.
Oh, I'd love to, but you see, I have a date. Coming, Joe?
But...
Joe, tell me, do you believe in all those things you've preached since we've been up here?
Naturally.
About letting nothing stop me from obtaining a worthwhile objective?
Duke,
And you want me to believe it?
Duke, we better go back to the shore.
You don't really mean that?
I'm your doctor. This is ridiculous. This is... You said you hated women.
Well, that was 3 other guys.
Duke, we can't keep this up.
Well, we can try. No, now, wait a minute. Don't move. You'll tip over the canoe.
I hardly think that's possible. The canoe won't paddle across dry land, Crawford. You've been beached here for 5 minutes.
Well, what do you know? I hadn't noticed it.
Oh, Richard, help me up.
I'm driving you back to the city first thing in the morning, Joe. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Mr. Crawford's nerve now.
Good morning, Monty. Come on in. Are you living a little today?
Duke, my boy, what's happened to you?
I'm in love. Just in love, that's all.
Oh, Michelle Bennett? That's fine, Duke. Fine.
Who said anything about Michelle?
Say, that was a great little job you did in the Loring book. Now, Duke, listen. I want you to drop everything and get back to the Bennett account.
What? You can't mean that.
Well, I do mean it. That's your assignment, Duke.
Bennett. Always Michelle Bennett. I'd like to take Michelle Bennett. Yes, Miss Adams.
There's a Dr. Field here to see you.
Dr. Field? Oh, yes, send him in.
Crawford?
Oh, hello, Doctor. Sit down. What can I do for you?
Crawford, I'll be frank and brief. I've had a long talk with Dr. Loring, and I think there's something you should know.
I should?
It's not uncommon for a person in your former physical state to attempt to center his emotions upon an attractive woman. In this case, your doctor.
Well, what about it?
Frequently, such a phenomenon has a beneficial result. Dr. Loring felt it was her duty to find out if it would affect the cure in your case.
What are you talking about?
In short, Mr. Crawford, in Dr. Loring's eyes, you have been, shall we say, a guinea pig.
Guinea pig? A guinea pig?
I'm sure you'll realize that this is all for your own good.
Guinea pig. I'll teach her. I'll teach her who's a guinea pig. No, wait a minute. I gotta stay calm. Miss Adams! Miss Adams!
Yes, sir?
Bring me a guinea pig. No, I'm cured. I will. Oh, where's that Bennett contract?
What color?
What color what?
Guinea pig.
I am not. I want that Bennett contract and send Miss Bennett a dozen orchids. Michelle. Michelle, dear, I'm back.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me. Well, I see you. I see you got the orchids. Yeah. Well, I always think of you, dear, when I see a beautiful orchid. Well, it was quite an exciting evening we had at the Pink Champagne Room, wasn't it, dear? I mean, so many things happened all at once. And Michelle, no, not the vase. No, don't hit me with the vase. Not again. Michelle!
Dookie, darling, are you hurt, dearest?
No. Oh, I'm getting so I kind of like it.
Dookie, look, I've got my fountain pen. I'll sign the contract right now.
Contract? The contract?
Give it to me.
Right here.
There it is. All signed.
Well, let me have it.
Not until after the wedding.
Wedding? Oh, why not? Oh, all right. You win, Michelle.
Manhattan Towers.
Mr. Duke Crawford, please.
Hello?
Duke?
Joe? Joe? Hello, how are you?
Oh, all right. I just wanted to congratulate you.
Oh, why?
For your coming marriage. I read about it in the papers.
Oh, yes, that. Well, thanks. Is the book selling all right?
Yeah, fine. I suppose you're all right now.
Oh, yes, fine. No more ringing.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose there's anything else to say.
No, I guess not.
Good luck, Duke.
Thanks, Joe.
Bye.
Bye.
Joe, you look ghastly.
Well, that's funny. You look like Richard. But you sound like Duke.
Oh, come now.
Duke, is it you?
Joe, this is Richard. You're hearing things.
Richard, why don't you answer the phone?
But, Joe, it isn't ringing.
Oh.
Well, that settles it. You need a rest. I'm canceling our appointment, and I'm taking you up to Shady Lake. A few days there, and you'll feel like a new woman.
All right, Richard. Whatever you say, Duke.
Yes?
Hello, Crawford. This is Dr. Field. I just called to tell you to cancel your publicity campaign for Dr. Loring.
Well, what's that got to do with you?
I've taken Dr. Loring to the Shady Lake Lodge for a much-needed rest. And as her doctor, I'm in full charge.
In full charge? What are you, Joe's husband or something?
I hope someday she will become Mrs. Field, yes.
Well, that's ridiculous. I'm coming out there to talk to Joe myself.
If you show your face around here, I'll be delighted to punch your head. And I assure you I can do it.
Oh, you can, huh? Well, we'll see about that.
Dookie, what's been keeping you? We're due at the minister's in half an hour.
Well, don't wait for me, because I won't be there. And go and stick your head in a jar of your vanishing cream. And take your contract with you.
Oh, no, you don't. Little Michelle has plans for you.
Well, here's your room, Joe. Have a good night's sleep.
Thank you, Richard. I am tired. Good night.
Good night.
Now, open the window, brush my hair, so to bed.
Joe.
What?
Yeah, it's me, Duke, outside the window here.
Duke. Oh, no, you're not. You're my imagination.
You're what?
You're my imagination. I shouldn't even be talking to you.
Oh, your pal Field is out in front trying to keep your imagination from seeing you. Keep your voice down.
You're not there. You're not there.
Here, wait, I'll climb the window. There.
Oh, I must get control of myself. It's no use. I still see him.
Oh, so that's it. Hearing voices and seeing things. So I'm not here at all, huh?
Of course not. It's just my imagination.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, if I'm just your imagination, I can't be blamed for doing this.
Oh, talk about imagination.
All right, Crawford, put up your hands and... Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting someone else.
Where are they?
Are they?
Duke and this Dr. Loring.
She's asleep. He didn't show up.
Oh, yeah? He was 10 minutes ahead of me.
You don't think he...
You don't know Duke.
Yeah, well, if he's here, we'd better stop them before they do anything foolish.
What's foolish about it?
Come on. What? Joe, your nerves.
Duke, you blowbeard.
Quiet, please. I'm very busy. Joe, darling.
Tell him to go away.
Let me get my hands on that vase. Duke, where are you? I feel dizzy. Everyone looks like Duke.
No, don't throw it at me. I'm not Duke. You're making a mistake.
You look like Duke. I know you're Duke.
No, it's your nerves. He's there with Joe. Oh, my head.
Oh, you're not Duke. Why did you pretend to be Duke?
Why doesn't somebody answer the telephone? Telephone's ringing.
Do you hear anything ringing, dear?
No, nothing.
Oh, it's funny. Every time I kiss you, it sounds like...
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Let's Live a Little, starring Robert Cummings and introduced by the director of the film, Richard Wallace. In following weeks, you will hear Robert Montgomery, Rosalind Russell, and Irene Dunn. And next week, the NBC Theater turns to romantic adventure, to bring you Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in The Exile. And now, here again are tonight's star, Robert Cummings, and director Richard Wallace.
Say, Dick, you're not afraid of the microphone, are you? What are you so nervous about?
Nervous? I got a right to be nervous. I never want to go through an experience like that again.
But you haven't had a word to say since the start of the program.
That's the trouble. It makes me a nervous wreck to sit through a half-hour comedy without yelling, cut. Not funny enough. Didn't catch on fire. Let's do it again.
Oh, I see. So you weren't satisfied with the performance?
I didn't say that.
Well, now, after all, you directed the film. I played the role the way you wanted it. Look, Dick, after all, we've been through so much together. Now, how can you possibly...
All right. You were wonderful.
I was not. Now, you know I didn't play the first scene the way you told me to.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing an example of why directors turn gray.
Well, Dick, I'm only kidding. Seriously, here's my chance to do something that's been a long time coming. Express my thanks to that ingenious race of people, the screen directors. If it weren't for that guy behind the camera, the things that go on in front of the lens would be, well, they'd be pretty hopeless. So thanks, Dick. Thanks for all your skill, all your experience, and all your understanding.
Thank you, Bob. But all the thanks we want is to be able to keep right on creating films with actors as fine as yourself. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, Dick.
And good night to you, Robert Cummings and Richard Wallace. Also heard on tonight's program were Betty Lou Gerson, Virginia Gregg, Tom Collins, Constance Crowder, John Daner, Sarah Selby, and Dan Riss. Script was by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley. Your announcer, Frank Barton. Robert Cummings is currently being seen in The Accused, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment, Production The Exile. Director Max Ophuls. Star Douglas Fairbanks Jr.
Don't miss an hour now of America's favorite music, old tunes and new hits over most of these stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment, Production The Exile. Director Max Ophuls. Star Douglas Fairbanks Jr.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of the adventurous legend, The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks and introducing the director of the film, Max Ophuls. The statement that art acknowledges no national boundaries is particularly true of the motion picture medium. Thus it is with a great deal of pleasure that the NBC Theater welcomes tonight a director who received his film education in Germany and France. In him is exemplified the rare combination of talents which are the starting point of the screen director's art. Among his American motion pictures are Letter from an Unknown Woman, the soon-to-be-released production Caught, and, of course, tonight's story, The Exile. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Max Ophuls.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased and flattered that tonight the Screen Directors Guild presents The Exile, with Douglas Fairbanks Jr. in the screen role of Charles II and Jeanette Waldo as Kay. For many years I have had an idea about how history should be presented in the dramatic form, and The Exile is that idea come to life. For me, over centuries, parts of history take on the flavor of an old ballad, singing the deeds of brave men who lived in a kind of fairyland. But if such a quality is to be placed upon the screen, it requires a special sort of actor. He must possess a certain flair, a certain something I can call only Fairbanksism. Fairbanksism is a very vital substance in movie making. Kind of glorious energy which escapes from most of us when we lose the dreams of childhood. Well, fortunately for this idea, Douglas Fairbanks came to me one day and he said,
Max, I want you to direct a picture for me. Listen, I'll tell you the story. The story begins on a stormy night in the year of our Lord, 1660. It's night, a storm with thunder and lightning, a slashing downpour of rain, and a horseman. A horseman fleeing across Holland in the middle of the 17th century. The fate not only of a nation is riding tonight, but of a way of life. A horseman riding the whole fugitive night. And the name of that horseman, Charles II, exiled King of England. In the bright morning, the exiled king is at his ease, pretending to sleep on the bank of a Dutch canal. Pretending to sleep because an enemy, a mounted man in a black cloak and a round hat, with ascetic, suspicious eyes, is riding slowly toward him. Stops without dismounting.
Yo, peasant.
Huh? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Greetings in God's grace.
Greetings.
And have you seen aught of a man about 2 yards high with black hair and impudent manner?
Excuse me, but I am a stranger here, far from home, and enjoying the hospitality of these Netherlands.
English?
Indeed.
Far from home? For what reason?
My health.
God heal you, sir. And have you seen aught of the fugitive English King Charles Stuart, banished from England and hiding here?
What? That scoundrel among men, that lazy, self-indulgent wastrel of... Imagine England in the hands of a man like that, eh?
Not if Cromwell's men discover him. You have not seen him?
Is he about?
We found his horse wandering exhausted in the wood.
Knave, tyrant, tormentor of dumb beasts. Well, speed you on your search, sir. And may you and Charles II come face to face, one day not far off.
We shall. Farewell. Farewell. Health and a long life, countrymen.
My thanks, countrymen. My thanks. I must be on the move. But where? Where?
You there on the bank.
Oh. Ahoy, canal boat.
Can you help me? I can't keep this barge in midstream.
Keep it headed straight. I'll jump aboard from the bridge.
Well, hurry.
Plenty of time now, lass. Plenty of time. Now, steady as you go. Steady.
I'm trying.
All right. Now. Quick, hand me the pole.
Here.
Good.
Hold it against your shoulder.
I see.
And push.
I have it now.
Oh, that's so much better. Jan would have been furious if I had grounded his barge.
Jan? Who's Jan?
He owns the boat. He lets me use it if I haul his cargo.
Is he your master?
My cousin.
Healthy?
Very.
Muscular?
A huge man.
And he lets you do his heavy work, does he?
He owns the farm next to mine, and he owns the debts on my farm and my inn. 3,000 guilders I owe Jan.
You have a farm and an inn, eh?
Ever since my father died.
Tell me, this farm and inn of yours, is it close?
Not yet. I must anchor another night.
Good.
Why?
I find leisurely travel sometimes very soothing. And you need help with this barge and swollen waters, don't you?
Yes.
Good. Well, I come from a seafaring nation. Consider me your crew. How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. Here will we sit and let the sounds of music creep in our ears.
How pretty. What is it?
William Shakespeare, a poet who had his day, 50 years ago. Soon forgotten, but while he sang right beautifully.
Oh. Charles.
Hmm?
I was just trying the name.
Try it again.
Charles.
Again.
Wasn't that your English king name?
Scottish king. Charles Stuart. And a Scot.
They say he was a most scandalous man.
A little rakish at times, but not too bad.
They say it is dangerous for an Englishman to side with the exiled king in these times.
Well, it's a little inconvenient at times, yes, but that is why I wonder, Mistress Katie, if I could hide with you for a while.
How?
Why, I could work on your farm and at the inn. I should ask nothing in return but shelter and board. Now tell me, how would you say, could you use an extra man in Dutch?
Kunt u een extra man gebruiken?
Could you an extra man...
Gebruiken.
Well, could you?
Yes.
Good. Good.
How sweet the moonlight sleeps upon that bank. It is very lovely.
You are lovely.
Are you sure he will be soon forgotten, this Willem Shakespeare? If he says such true and lovely things?
For weeks, the exiled king works at Katie's farm and inn, willingly, even gladly, performing the most menial labor. Only his Cavalier friends in The Hague have been told of his new hideout. And now, one day again, history rides the Dutch lowlands.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde, old friend.
I have news from England.
Come. Hyde, you might have been followed here.
Aye, but the news warrants great risks.
Oh?
Your Majesty, General Monk has declared for us.
General Monk? On our side?
Even now, his army marches against the Roundheads. England is split into more factions than ever. And General Monk thinks the country would rally to your side if you returned now.
Return? Now?
At once, Your Majesty.
I'm sorry, Hyde. No.
But with Monk on our side now, how can we fail?
I said no, Hyde.
These men are hungry. They yearn for home and family.
I know.
10 long years in exile.
I know
Majesty.
that, too. Bitterly enough.
Is this a time to show hesitation and fear and doubt?
Fear? Who speaks of fear? Great heaven, man, for 2 years after Cromwell killed the king, my father, I fought and met defeat, wasting the blood of men who trusted in me. And all because our hopes were false. False! I was told the 3 kingdoms would rise behind me to a man until I faced the enemy. And I was left alone with a handful of men. Brave men, but beaten beforehand and doomed in advance by false hopes. False hopes, false starts, false promises. And always the blood of free men uselessly forfeit. Now, I'll go home, Hyde, when I am freely called by all my countrymen. And not before.
The men are ready now. They call you leader. King.
King. What good's a king who's only king to some?
So be it, sire. There is other news, not quite so favorable. Colonel Ingram is in Holland.
Ingram? Here? That is evil news.
If there is one man in Christendom I fear above another, that man is the executioner Ingram. Oh.
Describe the man to me so I'll know him if we meet.
Think of the face and habit of death, and that is Ingram. His skin is parched and yellow like a dead man's. His lips are a straight white gash across his face, and his eyes burn with a light like grave worms in their bony sockets.
A consecrated man.
A fanatic, fearing nothing.
Naturally, what is death himself to fear?
Charles, if you will not return to England, then flee.
Flee Ingram? I think not, Hyde.
Oh, otherwise the cause is lost, Your Majesty.
Flee where? Holland is overrun with Cromwell's spies and swordsmen. Besides...
Charles, where are you?
Besides, I like it here. In spite of England.
You
are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels.
2 weeks more, 2 more weeks of idyllic pastoral life on Katie's farm. Then one afternoon, Charles is fishing in the canal, for if a cat may look at a king, then a king may look for a catfish. Unheard by him, a figure dressed in tarnished, regal clothing moves up behind him, leading a moth-eaten horse.
Are you a Hollander?
Huh?
A Dutchman?
Huh? Oh, good day, sir, good day.
I'm told there is an inn hereabouts.
An excellent inn, my lord. I know, for I work there.
Ah, but you're English.
True.
What is your capacity at the inn?
I have been promoted to overseer.
Excellent. A fellow exile and an overseer. Tell me, what costs bed and board to a fellow countryman, you know?
2 guilders a night.
2 guilders. Suppose I tell you in all confidence that when I have spent the night at your inn, you may charge the next guest 20 guilders without protest, for you may tell him honestly, a king slept in this inn. Eh?
King? Which king?
Look at me. And though these English garments be the worse for hardship, and though my lineaments be weathered and war-beaten, say if you can that you do not recognize your king, Englishman.
Not Charles Stewart.
And the wandering, exiled Stewart. Yes.
Oh, sire.
Arise and lead me to your inn. You and your employer shall be rewarded handsomely someday.
Oh, come in, Charles. Did you finally get His Majesty, our guest, to sleep?
Finally, yes.
He is very indiscreet for a fugitive, Charles.
Very indiscreet.
Letting all those strangers in the tap room know who he is, but swearing us to secrecy.
I tell you, he'll bring Cromwell's Roundheads down on us looking for him.
Charles, he worries me. He told me he wants you with him when he invades England again.
Oh? And when may this be?
He said soon.
Uh-huh.
It's all so stupid and wasteful. There are far better things to do than quarrel over politics and kingdoms and all that rubbish.
We disagree there, Katie. England is a nation of some 7 million people who depend on their leaders. We owe them some sort of debt of...
Debt nonsense. You men will always find some excuse to start fighting and to be very proper about it. Debt indeed. Now, I have a debt. A real one that you can count and that means something to plain people. 3,000 guilders.
I know.
I gave you a job and shelter when you wanted it, and now you plan to leave me for that beerhead.
If my king calls me, Katie...
You will desert me?
I will follow my call.
Then I will not need your services any longer, Charles.
I'm dismissed?
Yes.
Now?
I will not spend my time and my money teaching you farming and management of an inn and see it all go to waste over politics. It is best you leave before...
Before what?
Before I come to depend on you too much.
I understand. I'll leave in the morning. Good night, Mistress Katie.
Come in, please.
Ingram.
The face and the habit of death, and that is Ingram. Like a dead man's, his mouth a straight white gash across his face. And that is Ingram.
Ingram?
Do you work at this inn?
Yes.
English?
Yes?
I've seen you before. Somewhere.
It may be.
Tell me plainly, of which party are you?
Party?
The parliamentary party?
You mean the Roundheads?
Do you call them so?
Candidly, sir, if I ever see my home again, I shall belong to no party. I have recently renounced politics.
Then perhaps I can trust a man without any convictions.
I suppose that depends on the trust.
I am looking for a man whose face I have not seen in many years. Rumor places him hereabout. His name is Charles Stuart.
You refer to the king?
We call him Charles Stuart.
What? Who down there takes the name of his sovereign, Charles II of England?
The fool, the pompous idiot.
And what is this? A despised Roundhead in the royal presence? Bare your head. Bare your head, I say.
I remove my hat only in the presence of God and in the presence of death.
Sire, this gentleman here is looking for an uncrowned king. The gentleman's name is Ingram.
The executioner?
Your servant, sire.
I'll retire to my room.
Wait.
I'm tired.
You shall sleep soundly.
Oh, no.
Draw your sword.
No. Please, I'm not really the king. I'm not the king. I'm an actor. Dick Pinner. Pinner's my name.
Draw your sword.
But I'm just an actor. A poor, out-of-work actor. Believe me, please, believe me.
Enough, Ingram. The jest is over.
What jest?
Oh, can't you tell a knave from a king? Look at me, Ingram. Look at me. Spare this craven fool clowning for his keep and look at me. Surely you know a Stuart when you see one. Look at me.
To be sure. Stuart. To be sure.
Pinner, slide me your sword, quick. Thanks. See how it is to deal with an armed Stuart for a change.
Charles Stuart, I charge you to surrender. You are trapped, Stuart. My men surround the inn.
In my service at this inn, I learned a famous recipe for rabbit pie. It goes like this. First, catch the rabbit. And keep a firm grip on your sword. Remember it, Ingram. Long live the king!
Robbins, Thurlow, all of you! Colonel Ingram, after him, men, dead or alive!
Oh!
Wait here, Robbins.
Who are you? What is the meaning of this?
You are the mistress of this inn.
What if I am?
Where is he?
Who?
The Englishman who works here.
If you mean Charles, my retainer.
Where is he?
What right have you to invade a Dutch house and hound a hard-working man to death because he is loyal to his king?
Don't play the fool with me. He is the king.
Charles? The king?
It's plain you're innocent in that matter. But mind you, don't shield the man if you would remain innocent in the matter.
What now, Colonel Ingram?
It's plain from her manner that Stuart's more than handyman to her. Watch her. She'll lead us to him.
Katie, you shouldn't have come here. They'll not admit to search around this windmill.
Charles, that man with the face like a skull. He told me who you are.
Then let me tell you in a few moments what I wanted to spend my life telling you. I love you, Katie. Above all things, deeply and gratefully.
Gratefully? Why?
Because in your love, I've found a few precious moments of shelter. I've learned from you another life than fear and flight and battlefields and parliaments. If I should die, remember that I loved you. Not as King Charles, doubtful monarch of a restless realm, but as Charles, master of his own soul.
Charles, look, they're coming.
I knew it. Quick, inside the mill. Here. Against this wall. Hide. Behind these sacks.
Robbins, guard the door. Thurlow around the back. I'll meet the Stuart single-handed.
He's coming in alone.
God be with you, Charles.
Charles Stewart. Stewart, how will you die?
I give you this chance to face me alone, for I would relish killing you with my own blade. Stewart!
I am here. Defend yourself, killer.
Rejoice, O England. Thy deliverance is at hand.
Oh, well spoken, sir. You write your own epitaph.
Well, we'll finish this alone. You and I.
You'll die for that vanity.
I'll live for my beliefs.
And I for mine. Back, Inquisitor. What? You give ground to a Stuart? Back, I say, back!
Rusty.
Rust, Ingram, is the color of old blood. Your crimes are upon you, killer. Back! Up the stairs!
Blasphemer!
Back!
Heretic!
Back, I say, up!
Ungodly Stuart!
Why? Because I think God made men free?
Die!
Another time, Ingram. Not just now.
Die! You must die if England is to live.
Rot. England will live no matter what happens to either of us. On guard. Killer!
Charles?
It's over, Katie.
Thank heaven. Charles, listen. Outside.
There's trouble. And surely Roundheads do not make trouble for other Roundheads.
Your Majesty! Your Majesty!
Hyde! How? What?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
Oh, thank God you're safe. I bring great news, great news.
Oh?
A new free parliament has, on behalf of all the people and all beliefs, asked you to return to England as their king.
No. They accept my terms. Religious freedom for all and all the rest.
Everything.
Oh. Will you leave me alone with Katie for a moment?
Your Majesty.
Katie.
I know, Charles.
What shall I do?
What your heart tells you, Your Majesty.
Charles, no, Charles.
Your Majesty. You are my Charles, but you're their king. And they are so many, and I am one.
But if that one is all...
Your people are hurt. There are many wounds for you to tend.
But what will happen to you?
I will have many things to do. I'm going to plant more tulips in the west field bordering the road, and my inn will be famous now. And I shall pay my debts.
Katie.
And my memories will be my greatest fortune.
And mine. And all these memories I'll put like rose leaves in a box. And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
Charles, England is at the door.
Coming. Goodbye, Katie. One kiss.
To last forever.
Coming. Coming.
Gentlemen, the king.
And I shall love you always, beyond measure, beyond proof, beyond battle and the folly of nations, beyond life, where we shall meet again.
The
NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of The Exile, starring Douglas Fairbanks, with Janet Waldo, and introducing the director of the film, Max Opels. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the world-famous screen director, Alfred Hitchcock, introducing the delightful comedy, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, with Robert Montgomery in the starring role. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Douglas Fairbanks and Janet Waldo, and screen director, Max Opels.
Doug, this has been the way you told me the story?
Yes, and you said you'd direct the picture.
It must have been quite an experience for two such talented artists as yourselves to work together.
Yes, there's one of Mr. Fairbanks' accomplishments I shall never forget.
His acting?
Sure, and his practical jokes.
Why, Max, how can you say such a thing?
Well, one day I had a birthday, and they bring me such a beautiful cake on the set. But when I tried to cut it, a disaster.
Why?
It was made out of wood. Very embarrassing. But when Doc brought out a real cake, then we had a nice party.
Well, you see, we really loved you after all, Max.
So nice. And, but for your practical jokes, I forgave you when I saw your latest picture, The Fighting Old Flynn.
Did you like it, Max? I'm very glad. It's to be released next month, you know.
Yeah, I liked it very much. Miss Waldo, it's about a dashing, romantic Irishman who does the most amazing things you have ever seen, just to win the lady he loves.
It sounds wonderful. Mr. Fairbanks, I understand that besides starring in The Fighting O'Flynn, you also wrote it and produced it.
Well, yes, that's right. But I hope you enjoy it too, Janet. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Max.
Good night.
And good night to you, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Janet Waldo, and Max Opels. Tonight's cast included Raymond Burr, Carl Harvard, Paul McVeigh, Joe Grandy, and Luke Krugman. The Exile was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, your announcer, Frank Barton. The Exile was presented through the courtesy of the Fairbanks Company and of Universal International Pictures, now releasing Crisscross, starring Burt Lancaster, Yvonne DiCarlo, and Dan Duryea. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of A Comedy of Marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery and introducing the director of the film, Alfred Hitchcock. Like every other art, the motion picture has developed its own popular catchphrases of evaluation and criticism. One of these is the Hitchcock touch. The Hitchcock touch is more than an artist's signature. It represents the highest pitch of the screen director's art, an indelible impression of the director's unique talents upon the other ingredients of the film. And now it is with pride that the NBC Theater presents the screen director of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and such other unforgettable pictures as Rebecca, Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Notorious, and Rope. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you very much. It would seem that after a decade of directing motion pictures in this country, I have become associated with that emotional skyrocket, suspense. So perhaps I should warn you that tonight, suspense has been suspended. I must confess to several attempts to scare the daylights out of an audience, or at least to tie their nerves into pretty little knots. But in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we reversed ourselves and turned to comedy. So don't bother sitting on the edge of your chair. It might strain your diaphragm if you feel a giggle coming on. Now we give you Mr. and Mrs. David Smith, a family with a formula, a couple with a constitution, a set of rules for a successful marriage. There has just been a domestic battle between the Smiths. Right now, handsome David Smith is reclining on the bathroom floor, his head pillowed on the bathroom scales. Anne Smith is brandishing a razor at her husband's throat. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith. That's right. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith. And they are both feeling very smug about the latest success of domestic diplomacy.
Oh, easy with that razor, Anne.
You look like 5 of the men who mutinied on the Bounty.
Oh, I'm late for work.
Now hold still.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
you realize that I've been away from the office 3 solid days?
I know. But we had to keep our main rule. You are forbidden to leave the apartment after a quarrel unless you've made up.
Yeah.
If every married couple had that rule, there'd never be a divorce.
No one would ever get down to the office either.
We've got respect for each other, David.
Yep, that's our big trick.
David,
Uh-huh.
we're very happy, aren't we?
Well, what do you expect me to say at the point of a razor?
David, if you had it to do all over again, would you marry me?
Uh-oh.
Remember Rule 7. Be frank and honest with each other at all times.
Well, frankly and honestly, if I had it to do all over again, put that razor down a minute, will you? Thanks. I wouldn't marry you.
What?
Well, a man gives up so much freedom and privacy and independence when he gets... Oh, now your feelings are hurt.
Oh, no. No, it's perfectly all right.
So can I get up now and go to work?
Of course, David, if you want your freedom.
I just want you to get up off my chest, darling.
I don't want to cling to my husband if I'm not wanted.
And I do want you. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you.
Oh, if my only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Darling, you're my little girl, and I'm frantic about you. Now, forgive me. Say you forgive me. Oh, come on, say you forgive me.
I forgive you.
Well, give me a kiss. Now, can I get up and go back to work? Morning, Jeff.
Well, good morning, David. Glad to see I have a partner in the law business again. You've been out 3 days this time.
Well, you know how Ann is, Jeff.
You don't have to apologize to me, David. I envy you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Oh, there's a little guy named Deaver waiting for you in your office.
Deaver. Never heard of him unless it's Danny Deaver. They hung him in the morning, didn't they? Oh, well, I'll go right in and talk to him. Ah, there, Mr. Deaver.
Good morning. Mr. Smith, I take it?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Mr. Deaver?
Well, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
It is? Say that again, will you?
Well, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
That's nice.
Yes, but it was always incorporated in Brender County, which is in Idaho. You follow me?
Yes, we're in Idaho. Go on.
Yeah. Well, we in Beecham found out that we belong in Nevada.
Yes?
So anybody who got married in 1946 with an Idaho license...
Yes?
Like you did...
Oh?
Well, they aren't really married.
Oh, they aren't?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but the Chamber of Commerce figured if everybody got married all over again, it'd be better.
That's pretty funny.
And so here's your $2 back. Now, you can use it to get another license.
Well, now, that's very square of you boys in Beecham.
You just get married again, that's all.
Oh?
Well, I've got to be on my round. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Goodbye, Mr. Deaver. Thanks a lot.
Oh, no. Not at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Mrs. David Smith. Now, Miss Ann Krausmeyer. Miss Albright, get me my home, please. Little Annie Krausmeyer. My favorite date.
And with Beecham on the other side of the river, Mrs. Smith, that makes us in Nevada, not Idaho. So the marriage isn't legal.
Not legal? But for 3 years...
It's nothing serious, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, no, just a matter for the Vice Squad, that's all.
Please, Mrs. Smith.
Stop calling me Mrs. Smith, as though that makes a good woman out of me.
Well, all you do is get married again and everything. I explained it all to your husband.
Oh, then David knows about it, too.
Spoke to him an hour ago.
Well, why didn't he tell me about it when he telephoned?
Well, you see...
Oh, yes, of course. That's why he invited me to Mama Lucy's restaurant.
Yes.
That's where he proposed to me 3 years ago.
Oh.
He's going to ask me again tonight. He's a dear.
Well, just so he isn't a stag.
Oh, Mr. Deaver. Oh, he'll ask me tonight. He'd better ask me tonight. It's a lovely dinner, isn't it, David, dear?
Going up in price since 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, some things haven't. I mean, like postage.
Yeah, airmail just went up to 6 cents.
Well, yes, but I mean, like permits and licenses and stuff.
Yeah, fine if you own a dog.
David.
Now, don't nag me about buying a dog again, dear. No.
David,
Yeah?
where are we going to go after this?
Home?
Well, aren't we supposed to do something before we go home?
Nope. Just go home.
Oh. What happened at the office today? Anything new, exciting, unusual?
Same old routine, same old palaver. Yakety, 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 yakety.
That's all?
That's all.
That does it. That does it.
Anne.
You know we're not married.
Annie, the public...
You were just going to go through life with me with that silly, what I know about us expression on your stupid face.
Put down that champagne bottle. I was going to tell you later.
Back home and without getting married, sure.
Annie, everybody
if
is
you don't
looking.
leave me alone, I'll call the police.
Annie, for heaven's sake.
Help, police.
Annie, great Scott.
This man is molesting me.
Annie.
Help.
Annie.
Help.
Oh, for crying out. Annie.
Well,
Remember me?
libertine.
Brought you flowers.
Eat 'em.
Ow! Bido's! You broke Bido's! Bido's is bleeding. Ed, open this door at once. Ed! Eddie! Anne,
Stop following
you're
me.
my wife.
We are not married.
All right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
That's a nice, snarling proposal. Well, I wouldn't have you.
What's the matter with me? Name one thing about me you don't like.
Oh, my, aren't we vain?
One thing I am not is vain.
Oh? What about that tar stuff you kept rubbing in your hair that smelled up the bedroom?
I was only trying to keep my hair for you.
Well, keep it for yourself. I've got hair.
Oh.
Now, beat it before I call the police.
Now, you see here, Annie.
Help! Police!
Annie.
Measure!
Annie.
Measure! Public nuisance!
Oh, Annie.
David, as your friend as well as your law partner...
Yeah, I know. I'll catch up on my work, Jeff. Don't worry.
It's not that, Dave. I want you to drop into your own apartment tonight for dinner. I'll be there.
You? What for?
Well, Anne is fond of me, and I'm fond of her. I think I can get this thing straightened out, Dave.
What, Jeff? What, Jeff, you're the best friend a fella ever had.
We're partners, aren't we?
You're the best partner a fella ever had.
We were schoolmates, David.
Yes, and you were the greatest halfback that Alabama ever had.
You mean that, Dave?
I used to think that Hinkle was the greatest, but Hinkle couldn't lay a hand on you.
Thank you, Davy boy. Thank you.
Hello, Anne.
Come in, David.
And I want to tell you here and now how sorry I am
Talk
about...
to my lawyer.
Lawyer? What lawyer? Hiya, Jeff.
Anne has asked me to represent her in this case, Dave.
She what?
Asked him to represent me.
She doesn't really need a lawyer, you know.
Well, then you ought to do fine.
Dave, as a lawyer yourself, you know that Anne may halt this relationship between you at any time and marry someone else. As in the case of Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Adams, and Gimble versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
Stabbed.
Now, David, boy...
That's dirty tennis.
David, I'm asking Anne here in your presence if she'll think of me as a possible someone else to succeed you, David.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Jeff. You know I've always been fond of you.
Thank you, Anne. I shall regard that as encouragement.
Oh, Jeff.
That settles it. Goodbye, Anne.
Oh, goodbye, David.
And you, Jeff Custer, comparing yourself to Hinkle as a football player. You couldn't even wring out Hinkle's sweatshirt. Goodbye.
Hello?
Anne, darling.
Oh, yes, Jeff.
Great news. My mother and dad have just come up from Alabama. They want to meet you.
Meet me, but I'm a Yankee.
When they see you, they'll forgive you. Meet us all in our office in 30 minutes. And, oh, Anne.
Yes?
You know that daring, rather low-cut dress of yours?
Yes.
Don't wear it.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, y'all.
So, you're my boy's fiancée. Well, yeah.
Those lovely Confederate gray eyes.
Well, thank y'all.
Any of your family from the South, Miss Krausemeyer?
No.
Oh?
But an ancestor of mine deserted from the Union Army.
Many Northerners saw it that way. Yes, I commend him quite highly. Son, this young lady will do.
Jeff, my secretary tells me that... Am I interrupting something, Jeff?
Mother, father, David Smith, my partner.
How do? Happy to know a partner of Jefferson, sir.
And this is Anne Krausemeyer, Jeff's fiancée.
We've met, I think.
Fiancée?
And I was just about to suggest a boat trip for Anne and Jeff to New Orleans.
Boat trip? But Anne isn't a very good sailor. I know. I tell you what, though, Jeff. If she gets sick on the boat, you put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there.
Hold it there?
No matter how she hollers, you hold it there. Never failed with us, did it, Anne?
David fancies himself quite the doctor.
Yes, and by the way, Anne, when does my laundry come back? I'm out of shorts.
Shorts? His running shorts, Mrs. Custer. Every morning, David runs 5 miles.
Runs? He's a Yankee, all right.
Anne sort of took care of David's things around the house, Mother.
Yes, best little housekeeper you ever saw. And let me tell you something. I know of no finer compliment than this. When I've been sitting across the breakfast table for a woman for 3 years and still want to marry her, that girl has something.
Well.
Jefferson, may I see you all in private?
Why, certainly, Father. In this other office.
Come along, Mother. Come along.
David Smith, I hope you're satisfied making those 2 fine old people miserable.
Well, what about me being unhappy?
You're always thinking of yourself. Why can't you be like Jeff?
Because I can't climb trees.
Jeff is so kind and considerate and gentle.
Since when are you so crazy about the gentle act? Do you recall how I grew this scar on my forehead? You threw a bed lamp at me. I was out for 3 days.
That's only because you'd been out for 2 nights.
Very funny.
It's all right, Anne. I'll explain the entire situation in quick order.
We understand completely, Anne.
And we want you and Jeff to visit us at Lake Placid next week.
Lake Placid? Oh, I'd love it. Thank you.
As for this northern lawyer...
Mr. Custer, is it my fault that I'm related on my mother's side to General Sherman?
General Sherman?
Father!
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing the director of the film, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for driving us up here, boys. We'll telephone the hotel if we need you.
All right, Mrs. Custer.
Oh, this air's still invigorating. Whew. Wonderful.
There's our cabin, Anne.
Oh, it's large, isn't it?
There are 3 suites altogether. 3 suites in a unit.
Oh, I see.
You'll find your suite quite comfortable, I trust. They're adjoining, but not connecting.
Oh, dear, proper Jeff. Hey, maybe there'll be some time for skiing before it gets dark, huh? Oh, Jeff. Who's that coming out of the suite on the other side of my suite?
Devil.
It's David.
The same thing.
Oh, he's ill. Look, he's staggering. He'll fall down the steps. David, you'll fall. Oh.
He did.
David. David.
There, that gets him in bed.
Oh, here, help me get these wet clothes off him.
Why, Anne.
Oh, we'll go away the first 2 weeks in December.
What's he talking about?
Oh, we were going to come up here the first 2 weeks in December.
Delirium.
You'll be crazy about it, Anne.
Oh, he's been up here all week torturing himself. Well, come on, help me get him undressed.
Anne!
Well, I'm his wife. Come on.
Look out.
Huh?
Don't fall now.
Oh, you see, he thinks we're skiing. All right, now, come on, off with his clothing.
Watch out there. Never try to pass a tree on both sides at once.
He's so sick. Is that a rattle?
I don't know. I wish I could hear it again. He's just clearing his throat.
Oh, he looks awful.
He could do with a shave.
I'll shave him.
You will?
I always shaved him. I'll find his shaving stuff in this bag here.
Just a minute, Anne.
Huh?
He's asleep now.
Oh, poor boy.
Let's go next door to your rooms. I want to talk to you very seriously. And so that's my position, Anne. I love you, and I want to marry you. But I'm not sure that you're not still in love with David. Perhaps you'd better think about your promise to marry me, Anne, for your sake.
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed who was as fine and generous as you are.
I'm thinking of your happiness, Anne.
You're very sweet. Now I better have a look and see how David's doing.
Don't wake him up.
Well, I'll just have a look through his window. I'll be back in a minute, darling. Oh, the beast! The scheming, tricky beast. I'll murder him for this. I'll have his heart out. You!
Anne.
Sitting up in bed, sucking on oranges, smoking cigarettes.
And put down that lamp.
Pretending you came here on a heartbroken bender, the big sympathy act.
Anne, I love you. Put down that lamp, and you love me, and I won't give you up. I won't let you marry that heap of southern fried chicken.
I love Jeff, and he loves me, and don't you call him fried chicken.
You're not going to get married.
We are going to get married.
You can't. What kind of a combination is fried chicken and calf's brain?
You!
Well, all right. I've done all I could to win you back because I wanted you back. I've neglected my work and lost clients, and now I'm through. Washed up. Go on, marry the guy. I hope you'll be very happy. And may all your children be dietitians.
Oh, you! Jeff, I can't help worrying about David. He really does love me. And now he'll take to drinking.
Or he'll find someone else, Anne.
Oh, no. I'm afraid he'll ruin a brilliant career on account of me. If I could only make him hate me, despise me, if I could disillusion him somehow, if I could make him think that Yes, Jeff. You go back to your suite. And whatever you hear in here, don't do a thing.
What are you going to do, Anne?
The walls are paper thin. He could hear everything if I pretended you were still here and, well, not the gentleman that you are.
Oh, I understand.
Yes.
This is a mighty fine thing you're doing for him, Anne.
Yeah. Well, now, go out, but don't make a sound.
Good night, Anne.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Well, here goes. Oh, Jeff! No! Oh, Jeff, you were always such a gentleman. No! Oh, no, not Jeff, don't. No, I said, no! Oh, Jeff. Oh, Jeff, you're so strong. I never realized you were so... No, Jeff. No, Jeff, no. Jeff, now, look, now, if you don't behave, I'll have to ask you to leave. No, please, Jeff. Oh, Jeff. Oh, no, what would your coach at Alabama think if he knew it?
All right, just put her down, you big hunk of... Oh.
David Smith, I despise you for busting in like this.
I see. Well, there's just one way of handling you, and that's rough.
Let go of me, you northern lawyer.
You're coming home with me.
I'm not. Jeff, help! SOS! Jeff, help!
Anne, David, come to your senses, both of them.
Get him! Hit him, Jeff. Let him have it. Murderize the bum.
Well, start murderizing.
David, I'll forgive you.
Oh.
For heaven's sake.
Well, would you respect me more if I knocked him down, Anne?
Would I? Why, you big hunk of southern fried chicken.
What?
I'll bet your mother was scared by a magnolia blossom.
No.
Now get out of here before I forget I'm a lady.
The lady says be so kindly as to scram, Jefferson.
Gladly. And what a narrow escape I've had.
Your slip is showing. I'm getting out of this clam bake.
Chicken fry.
Chicken fry.
Hey, what are you doing with the skis?
The sleigh service is discontinued after 10 at night.
Well, spend the night here.
Not on your life.
Okay. Here, let me fasten your skis for you.
No, it's all right. It's all done.
All set to go?
One side, please.
One moment.
Get your hands off of me.
A gentle, firm pressure on the shoulders like
quit
this
shoving. Hey!
may easily upset a skier and render him or her helpless.
Pull me out of this chair. You hear me?
Hmm?
What are you going to do? I warn you, I'll kill you in cold blood. Some night when you're fast asleep, I'll...
Shut up.
At breakfast, there'll be ground glass and...
I said shut up.
I'll say I was cleaning my gun when... accidentally...
Hmm?
I'll even say...
Yes?
Oh, David.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing Alfred Hitchcock, the director of the film. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the scintillating comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell, and presenting screen director William Sighter. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Robert Montgomery and Mary Jane Croft, and screen director Alfred Hitchcock.
Ladies and gentlemen, as well as being a fine actor, Mr. Montgomery is also a screen director. You are about to hear the clash of great minds as two directors face each other across a microphone.
Hello, Bob. Hello, Hitch.
Well,
Well, what?
why aren't you going to talk shop?
Shop. Whatever you're talking about, Mary Jane.
Well, you're both directors, aren't you?
Mary Jane, Alfred Hitchcock is more than a director. He's a force, a state of mind.
A state of mind? Have you ever seen a state of mind with a 92 3/4 inch waist measurement?
Well, you know, there's one thing bothering me about our radio version of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It didn't have the Hitchcock trademark, did it, Mr. Montgomery?
You know, that's right. Hitch, you can't place yourself in a radio scene the way you do in a picture just to identify the Hitchcock product.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. Do you remember the sound of shaving in the first scene?
Yeah.
Oh, when I was supposed to be shaving, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes. Well, when the sound man made that noise, those were my whiskers being scraped.
Ah, the Hitchcock touch. Good night, Hitch, Mary Jane. Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Robert Montgomery, Mary Jane Croft, and Alfred Hitchcock. Tonight's cast included Carlton Young, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and Dink Trout. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was produced by RKO, producers of the Technicolor production The Boy with Green Hair, starring Pat O'Brien, Robert Ryan, Barbara Hale, and Dean Stockwell as the boy. Robert Montgomery may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production June Bride. Soon to be released is Alfred Hitchcock's new picture, Under Capricorn, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment. Production, Hired Wife. Director, William Seiter. Star, Rosalind Russell.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Assignment. Production, Suddenly It's Spring. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Fred McMurray.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present Love on a Note of Laughter, the romantic motion picture comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. Our guest screen director tonight literally rode to success on a drawing board. For it was his exceptional ability as a designer of sets and costumes that won him an opportunity to direct and to fulfill his theory that the function of the director is to provide the channel through which an actor expresses emotion. The taste and distinction he brings to his work have been illustrated by such outstanding films as To Each His Own, Kitty, Hold Back the Dawn, and, of course, Suddenly It's Spring. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. You know, this is a fine opportunity to clear up a little misunderstanding. I've been accused of being a disrespectful character when really I'm not. It's just that I have a passion for seeing austere dignity flipped right on its shell pink ear. To me, that's largely the fun of making comedies. For instance, take Suddenly It's Spring. What could be more undignified than a couple of very proper law partners who also happen to be a husband and wife playing a cross-country game of tag? Now, here's the story, starring Fred McMurray in his original role of Peter, with Virginia Gregg as Mary.
The troop ship steamed up the Narrows, moved proudly down the fairway, and was warped neatly into its New York pier. The ship's rails were jammed with returning soldiers, and among them was Captain Morley, formerly of Morley & Morley, attorneys at law. Captain Morley was eagerly scanning the crowd on the dock, looking for that other Morley who was a partner in marriage as well as in law. After all, they haven't seen each other in 7 years. And where was the other Morley? The other Morley, spouse to Captain Morley, was in a telephone booth on the pier. Telephoning, of course.
Hello, Violet? Honey, the ship just docked. Yeah, thousands of dog faces aboard. That's a fine thing to say about my wife and a white captain at that. Oh, now, honey, look. Any American soldier is called a dog face, even if he is a woman. Yeah. Of course I love you, honey. Sure, I love you. That's why I'm here to meet my wife. I'll get her to sign the divorce consent the minute she's in the apartment and a bit settled, huh? Yeah. Oh, I think I see her coming down the gangplank now. Goodbye, darling. Mary! Oh, excuse me. Mary! Captain Morley! I'm sorry. Mary! Here I am, Mary!
Peter!
You're here, Captain.
Peter, darling, how are you?
Hello, Mary.
After all these years.
Mary, you have a nice boat ride?
Is that all you can say after our being apart 7 years?
Let's go home, huh, Mary?
Well, that's more like it. Or is it?
I've got those divorce papers there for you to sign.
It isn't.
Isn't what?
More like it. Well, let's go home, Peter. Home again. At last.
Yeah, home at last. I'll get my things together and move out right away.
Peter. Peter, we haven't seen each other since 1942. Are you absolutely sure we want this divorce?
Why, yeah. Aren't you?
No. I've changed my mind. I'd like to save our marriage. And quite aside from that, I'm in the Army teaching WACs how to make their marriages work, and my own husband's demanding a quick divorce. How does it look?
Well, I wasn't demanding, Counselor. I've got to go about it in this way. As long as you're in uniform, I've got to get your written consent to the divorce.
But I won't be in uniform forever. Can't you wait until I'm out of the Army and help me save my face a little?
Maybe we better talk about this later. What are you doing for tonight?
Nothing in particular.
Well, how about having dinner with me?
Are you being nice to a returning serviceman?
I'll pick you up at 8. We'll go to the Moonlight Terrace. Remember the Moonlight Terrace?
Yes. Soft music. A table in the corner. Shall we bring our briefcases?
Hello, Violet? Yeah, I just left her in our apartment. Her apartment, I mean. But I'm moving out, I tell you. Oh, yeah, she looks all right. Lost 15 pounds in the Army. After all, I dropped 30 pounds myself in the Pacific. I ought to drop the other 170 in the Atlantic? Well, Violet, that's not a very kind thing to say. I'm doing my best to get Mary to sign that divorce consent. I'm having dinner with her tonight, and I'll get her to sign then for sure. Sure. Oh, sure, you can go out with Jack Lindsay. That's only fair. Besides, Jack is my best client. Yeah, well, have fun and give Jack my best. Yeah. Bye-bye, baby. And in consideration of such agreement, the following real and personal property shall be divided as follows. One cooperatively owned... Mary.
I'm listening, Counselor.
1 cooperatively owned apartment, Mary. 1 beach house with location as specified in... Hey, Yasha, why don't you take that fiddle of yours and go watch Rome burn?
Peter.
Peter, why don't you order pumpkin? Philistine ignoramus. Peasant.
Fiddling in my ear like that radio comedian.
I asked him to play, remember? Suddenly it's spring.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see, where were we? 1 piano, baby grand, Mary. 1 combination radio phonograph, Mary. 1 washing machine, Mary.
Doesn't Violet wash?
1 combination chess and checker set, me.
I thought Violet had sex appeal.
Now, Mary.
Now you sound like that radio comedian.
Mary, I took you to dinner here for a serious chat about jumping Jupiter.
A favorite steeplechase horse of mine, jumping Jupiter.
Mary, look, I've got to go and make a phone call, a very important phone call. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Now let's look around and see what made Jupiter jump.
Well, good evening, charming and beautiful Who's It? But wasn't that Peter Morley, the eminent attorney, who just fled this table?
Why, yes, it was.
Well, I'm Jack Lindsay, his richest and handsomest client, and this is Violet Fay.
I'm Mrs. Peter Morley.
I'm in trouble.
Tell me, Violet, what do you hear from my old man?
Hello, head waiter. This is Mr. Morley. I'm calling from the cloakroom. Now, look, will you take a telephone inside to Mr. Jack Lindsay's table? He's with a lady. Now, I want to talk to the lady. Thanks. Hello, Violet. I want to warn you that the brunette sitting alone at the table near the bandstand is Mary, my wife. Oh, you're Mary, my wife. They came over to our table, huh? Well, it's grand. Violet looks just like Miss Emily Borda. Who's Miss Emily Borda? Oh, Miss Emily Borda of 1929. Don't be catty, Mary. Look, put her on the phone, will you? That's a good scout. Whack, I mean. Oh, Lord. Oh, Violet? Violet, this is Petey Pie. Now, look. No, Violet. Is it my fault that Jack just happened to take you to the Two-Light Maris? I mean, the Mine-Toot Laris? I mean, never mind. Mary and I were just going over the settlement papers. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I'll get the consent signed tonight. No, I won't go home with her. Don't worry. Well, all right. I'll get her to sign in the morning when she's got cold cream on her face. Is that all right? Well, I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. I'll take you home first, and then I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. Let me talk with Jack now, will you? Jack.
I'm sleeping.
Well, wake up. By what right do you take Violet to dinner when I'm out with my wife?
Well, you told her I could.
Well, that was after you asked her.
You know what I think, Pietro?
Oh, don't fracture your brain. What?
I think your wife is still in love with you.
Why?
I don't know. Is she interested in natural history?
Now, don't give me egg-shaped answers to square questions.
Well, I made a pass at her.
You did?
I always make passes at girls I make passes at.
What happened?
I must see my dentist concerning a loose tooth.
She probably likes you.
I'm encouraged no end. If she ever loves me, will I live? Oh, no, Amici, not at dawn. Hello. Oh, darling, hello. No, not at all. I'm glad you called. Listen, haven't I given you some of the best leers of my life already?
Corn is still green.
You're going away? Fort Sheridan? The war is over.
Hey, is that Mary?
All right, I'll have my hotel operator call you at 5 a.m. Good night, sweet princess, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Night.
That was Mary.
Mary's taking a little lamb to Fort Sheridan tomorrow.
To Fort Sheridan?
Orders. She's leaving on the North Side Limited.
Well, she can't do that. I've got to get that divorce consent signed before she leaves town. She can't do that.
What on earth are
Listen, Peter's on this train, too.
Peter?
Now, Mary, if you make any attempt to hold your husband, you're making the mistake of your life. Now, let him go. Sign those papers and get him out of your beautiful hair. You're young. You've got a right to love and marriage. With me, of course.
Mary,
Oh, hello, Peter.
What were you two talking about?
Each other.
Jack, old boy, would you mind if I had a word alone with my wife?
Remember what I told you, Mary. Make everybody happy.
I think he's fond of you in his bungling way. Good catch.
I'll unpack if you don't mind.
You're back in uniform, I see.
I hate traveling in a low-cut evening gown, don't you?
Counselor?
Sorry I had to leave New York in such a hurry. A new assignment. Advising wax at the Fort Sheridan Separation Center in the art of being happily married.
Well,
I'm making a stopover in Detroit. Perhaps you'd like to join me there.
I'm getting off at Harmon. And all I want for you to do is
There seem to be so many misunderstandings these days.
Mary.
Marriages break up for no tangible reason.
Yeah. Now, Mary, would
I'm
you...
just wondering if too many married couples give up too easily without giving their marriage every possible chance to survive. And in my work at Fort Sheridan, I'm going to stress the fact that out of every marriage in the United States...
Hello, Violet. Look, honey, I haven't got much time. I'm phoning from the station in Harmon. In Harmon? Yes. I'm on the train bound for Chicago. Well, I'm trying to get this consent signed. No, I haven't yet. Oh, sure, I'll get her to sign before we get to Poughkeepsie, for sure. I got to go. My train's pulling out. Yes, I will. Come on. Hello, Violet. I'm in Poughkeepsie. No, Violet, not yet, but, well, look, I can't help it. Things keep on happening. People keep on interrupting, and then my fountain pen doesn't write, and when I try to borrow a fountain pen...
Peter!
Go away, Jack, will you? That was Jack, darling.
Pietro!
Violet, look. Violet, are you there? Come in, New York. Come in, New York.
Pedro, my friend.
No, she hung up on me.
Also, your train has departed.
Gone?
If you're more comfortable with monosyllables, gone, yeah.
It doesn't matter, Jack. I can see now. Mary will never give me that divorce while she's in uniform.
Yes, she will, or I'll die trying. Now, look. Mary's stopover in Detroit gives us a chance to get back to LaGuardia and beat her to Chicago by plane.
And what does that get us? The Bendix Trophy?
You could persuade Mary to sign that consent if you'd only use your head. Now, stop taking her to dinner. Stop calling her darling and consular. Up to now, you've been turning on the charm like a cover boy, so the more you're around, the more she wants you around.
So what do I do? Poke her with sharp sticks?
Well, there must be some certain type of man she can't stand. If you're as repulsive to her as I'm sure you are at heart, she'll drop you like a hot brick.
You know, that might work at that.
Sure it will. Get repulsive. You can do it. Pour it on.
Pour it on?
Yeah, pour it on.
It's wonderful of you to help me like this, Jack. So unselfish. Like a bat borrowing blood.
Poor Mary, she'll hate you in Chicago, thanks to little Jackie.
Yeah. Peter Morley, the louse that Jack built.
The Hollywood Screen Directors are presenting Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray with Virginia Gregg and Frank Lovejoy, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
Well, there's Mary now, Peter, surrounded by newspapermen and that whack major. Here's your cigar.
Oh, thanks.
Now hold it.
Now?
No, hold it.
All right. Send me in, Coach. I'm fresh as a daisy.
Now, don't forget, blow cigar smoke in everybody's face.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Be beastly.
Right.
Let's go.
Mary? Hey, Mary, look who. Superman, remember?
Peter, for heaven's sake.
Welcome to Chicago, hog butcher of the world, baby. Come on, give me a great big smacker, huh?
Peter. Please, Peter.
How do you like her, folks? The little woman. All we had in the Pacific was coconuts.
Captain Morley, what is the meaning of this?
It's all right, Major Cheever. This is my husband, Peter
Mr. Morley. Mr. Mary Morley to you guys and gals. Mr. Mary Morley, attorney at law. My card, folks. Here, boy, take the card. Here. If you ever get in a jam, look me up, folks. Take the card. Here,
Major
bud.
Cheever, reporters, photographers.
How are you, Mage? Knock those chips off your shoulder, eh, Mage? Well. Come on, little woman. We got matters to attend to. Long time no see, except the choral see. Some joke,
Really, Captain Morley, we must get back to Fort Sheridan.
Yes, Major Cheever.
Oh, ixnay, Major. I've got reservations at a hotel. Can't you give the little gal a break?
Well...
That's the girl, Major. Now, how about a great big...
No! And stop blowing smoke in my face. It makes my eyes water.
Major eyes water. Major... That's another joke. I got another joke. Oh, man, Major eyes water. Hey, you know, Major... That reminds me of the story. I don't know if I can tell it. That reminds me of the story about the gopher and the kangaroo.
Really? Mr. Morley.
Oh, is there such a story?
We'd better go now, dear.
I understand everything, Captain. Goodbye, Mr. Morley.
Goodbye, Major Eyeswater. And now behold the bridal suite. Love seats drenched with costly perfumes from
That'll be enough, Peter.
Lamps shedding filtered moonlight.
May I congratulate you on your splendid performance?
Well, anything to help the little woman in her career.
You mean anything to get that divorce consent? You've made me an object of ridicule to the press and my fellow officers. Object of pity, married to a goon.
Senior grade.
Logic tells me to sign and hand over that consent. But I'm not going to do it.
You're not?
Not just yet. You can cool your heels in the living room until I've settled the problem. In my own way.
But, Counselor...
Good night. Peter, answer the telephone. It's right beside you.
The phone? No. Hello? Oh, Violet. You're down in the lobby. What are you doing down in the lobby? How did you know we were... Oh, Jack told you, huh? No, don't come up yet. I am not. I just loosened my tie a little, that's all.
Peter.
Now, wait a minute, Violet.
Please have a call back in a minute. I'd like to talk to
Yeah.
you.
Call back in a minute, will you, Violet? I'll be free to talk then.
Come in here.
I dasn't. You come in here.
All right. I'll come to you. I don't have commitments elsewhere. You want your freedom very much, don't you?
Well, don't you think it'll be best all around?
Well, I hate to see the person I think you are going to pieces before my eyes, just for the sake of my signature on a piece of paper. I don't like to see you lose your dignity like that. And it's partially my fault. I suppose I should let you go without a fight. Except that I found out I'd never fallen out of love with you. It's all over now.
Being in love still?
Fighting to hold on to you. If you really want to go, here's the divorce consent all signed. That is, if you really want to go. Peter?
Yes? Yes, Violet. Yes, it's all signed. I'm coming right down. There. That's ready to go when the truckmen come.
Everything of yours packed up, Peter?
Yeah, I'm all set.
You're not taking much, but it leaves the apartment looking awfully empty somehow.
Yeah. Counselor.
Yes?
I
Peter?
wish you'd get the divorce. I feel so silly going to Reno.
That's what you men always wanted, equal rights with women. Are you going to pose for the papers with your legs crossed, Peter?
Are you going to marry Jack Lindsay?
He loves me. And he is a good catch.
Hello. Oh, hello, Vi.
For once, I'd like it to be someone selling subscriptions.
Well, yeah, Violet, everything's all packed in 2 neat little cases ready to go. Well, but Violet, all I need is my clothes. Mary's entitled to most of the furniture and the piano and things. After all, she's a woman. Oh, sure, Vi, you're a woman too, obviously, but... No, Violet, you won't have to stand up during our first year of marriage. I'll buy new furniture. All right. Yes, I'll talk to her. Mary.
Who keeps that woman in nickels? You?
Mary, Violet seems to think I should have asked for more in the settlement.
She's getting you, Peter. What more does she want? However, you forgot the things in the closet which weren't discussed and which are yours for the taking.
Stuff in what closet? I mean, what stuff in the closet?
Over here. Forgotten trifles of the Morley marriage, the remnants of a love that was young and brave, if I may grow so chintzy. This platter up here. Remember?
Well, what do you know? Sure, I remember. We saved our first client from going to jail, and he paid us off in this rare bit of china.
What if the man was charged with robbing a china shop? We proved he was innocent to the jury. But we'd never talk about it to ourselves, would we?
I wanted to throw the darn platter away to begin with.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Why didn't you?
Well, do it now, why don't you?
Roger. I feel better already.
And then this music box. I got you that for our first anniversary, remember?
Oh, yeah.
It played music and you could keep cigarettes in it.
What'll they think of next? Flying machines, I bet.
I gave up a permanent for this little box and you broke it.
Well, I didn't mean to break it. I was just clowning around with it, remember? Dancing around with it and singing. Why is my heart dancing? Imagine. Sing.
Peter, get off of my sofa. Peter! Peter. Oh, Peter, are you hurt?
Bring out the chain and measure. I'm sure we made a first down.
Well, what else in the closet? Oh.
What?
This. It's hurt us more than anything else.
Oh.
You bought me this layette. It was so sweet. You're doing it. Usually it's the woman who...
Oh, it would have been nice to have a baby, but...
You wanted it so much.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry, Peter.
I know. But instead of going into your shell and trying to lose yourself in your work, you could have given me a chance to prove it didn't matter.
It mattered, all right.
Yeah, but we could have talked it over. We could have adopted a baby, or maybe a couple of them.
Isn't it strange, Peter? Everything we've taken out of this closet proves that there'd have been no misunderstandings in our marriage if we'd been honest with each other. Even this music box. I wanted to have it fixed, but you claimed you hated the tune.
Hated it? I liked it.
But that broken box got to be such an issue you wouldn't admit it.
Well, people are children, you know. Well, you keep the music box.
Oh, no. No, you keep it.
No, but I bought it for you.
No, I want you to have it.
Here, take it.
I wouldn't think of it.
Take it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Peter.
Hey.
You fixed it. Listen.
We fixed it.
All it needed was a shaking up, just like people. Oh, Peter, isn't it sweet? It's like it used to be. And to think it's been in that dark closet all these years when all it needed was to be shaken up.
Hello. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Violet, listen. Listen, before you go on, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Violet. Get lost!
Peter! That was the loveliest thing I've ever heard you say. My wonderful good man.
Senior grade.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater dims the lights and loads its guns with laughter to bring you The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope. And now, here again are Fred McMurray and Virginia Gregg and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Virginia, you know what I like about radio?
No, what's that, Fred?
Well, Uncle Mitch here can't talk me into breaking my neck doing trick falls. We've made 9 pictures together, and believe me, working for Mitch isn't acting.
Well, what do you call it?
Assault and battery. Virginia, it's gotten so that when I do a picture with Mitch, the studio automatically sends me 3 bottles of liniment with the script.
Why, Uncle Fred, if the script calls for a fall, I'd just like a little realism.
Oh, sure, realism. You know how you can tell a Mitchell Lyson actor, Virginia?
Mm-mm. By his behavior on the screen?
By the lumps on his head.
You have to make allowances for Fred, Virginia. Look at him, the poor, frail little creature.
Mitch is the only director in Hollywood who likes to see a man fall down on the job.
Is he really that tough, Fred?
Well, confidentially, Virginia, I wouldn't want him to hear this, but he's the fellow who taught me the picture business, sort of. There's not a finer director in Hollywood, nor a finer guy.
What are you two mumbling about?
No, we're just talking. You wouldn't understand. Good night, Mitch. Good night, Virginia. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, Fred McMurray, Virginia Gregg, and Mitchell Lyson. Suddenly It's Spring was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Fred McMurray can currently be seen with Madeline Carroll in Don't Trust Your Husband, a James Nasser production. Mitchell Lyson's next Paramount release will be Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy, Hal Gerard, Margaret Brayton, and Dan Riss. Suddenly It's Spring was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Ghost Breakers. Director, George Marshall. Star, Bob Hope.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Trouble with Women. Director, Sidney Landfield. Star, Ray Milland.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy with an apology to psychology, The Trouble with Women, starring Ray Milland, and introducing the director of the film, Sidney Landfield. It was in the days when vaudeville was bright and shining that a soft-spoken young comedian happened to be performing in Hollywood. It also happened that the film studio at the time was looking for a clever new comedy writer. The comedian got the job, and that's how our guest screen director tonight was ushered into motion pictures. He stayed to become one of Hollywood's most skilled directors, the creator of such fun-filled entertainment as My Favorite Blonde, Standing Room Only, and The Well-Groomed Bride. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of The Trouble with Women, Mr. Sidney Landfield.
Thank you. After an introduction like that, I think I should mention that a comedy is only as amusing as its story and its cast. As for the director, well, he just puts those two things together. In the case of The Trouble with Women, it was a particular pleasure, both because of my great admiration for Ray Milland and because of the story itself, which presents a completely cockeyed approach to romance. Now, here it is, The Trouble with Women, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Professor Gilbert Sedley, with Mary Jane Croft as Kate Farrell.
I'm from the Morning Journal, Professor Sedley. How about a statement on your new book?
Yeah, you beating up any women lately?
Sorry, no statement.
Oh, have a heart. We're only reporters.
If you people are from the press, Professor Mila and myself can give you nothing but sympathy.
Perfectly correct, Gilbert. You people have distorted my fiancé's views, made him a laughing stock.
Oh, Martha Motherly is the only one who's been writing all those stories. We're on the level.
Professor Sedley, just a word about your new book, The Subjugation of Women.
If you read it, you'll find my entire theory stated there.
We don't read, Professor. Just make a statement. That's all we ask.
Very well. As professor of psychology at Midwest University, I have proved conclusively that the human female harbors an unconscious desire to be dominated and occasionally beaten by the human male.
Wow, that's it. That's the stuff.
How about it, Professor Miller? How does it feel to be engaged to the man who says women should be beaten?
Our engagement concerns only Professor Sedley and myself.
Hey, Sedley, I got a purely scientific question.
What is it?
You going to beat your fiancée with your bare hands, or are you going to use a stick?
Professor Sedley, this is unbearable.
Dr. Dawson.
My position as president of the university. What will the Board of Regents say?
Is something wrong?
Wrong. Have you read Martha Motherly's column?
No.
Here, read it.
Hasn't been for 2 weeks since Professor Gilbert Sedley of Midwest University published his book, The Subjugation of Women. But already 14 cases of wife beating have been reported, and local hospitals have administered treatment to 5 husbands. Oh, but this is adolescent. It's asinine. It's malicious.
Sedley, she also says that you dabble in hypnotism.
Dabble? Dr. Dawson, Martha Motherly has gone too far.
Exactly. Sedley, you're going to sue. You're going to sue the Morning Journal and Martha Motherly.
Great story, great. Kate Farrell, you're the best Martha Motherly this paper ever had.
Oh, Joe, don't you think we're being kind of hard on him?
Yeah, and keep it up. City desk, Joe McBride. Oh, hello, boss. What? He is? How much? Okay, I'm your city editor, ain't I? I'll think of something. A fine reporter you are. Screwball Sedley suing the Morning Journal and Martha Motherly for $300,000.
But he can't sue me. I'm Martha Motherly.
Say, I got an idea. Maybe you can do a prison story. I was a woman convict.
Joe McBride, you told me to write that story.
A story, not a libel suit.
Well, what's libelous about that article?
3 misquotations, 4 unproved statements, 57 damaging innuendos.
Well, maybe something's wrong with my typewriter.
Kate, I've got an angle. If I get you out of this mess, will you marry me?
Just come and see me on visiting days. What's your idea?
Look, we said that Sedley likes to hit women. He objects, okay. All we have to do is prove he does like to hit women. Katie, you're just the type.
No, Joe.
Now, kitten, how hard can a professor hit?
Well, he wouldn't hit a total stranger.
So you get to know him. And what's the easiest way to get to know a professor?
Now, wait a minute.
You're going back to school, Katie.
Joe, I can't be a college girl again.
So what's a college girl? A pair of Bobby socks with glasses.
You really think it'd work?
You're a cinch. Now get going, Martha Motherly, and don't come back without bruises.
Now, Miss Farrell, if you'll sit down.
Thank you, Professor. Oh, what a charming study.
Miss Farrell, I've become highly interested in you during the past few days.
Why, Professor?
I am referring, Miss Farrell, to your attitude in class.
Oh.
For some reason, you bring every discussion around to the question, would I hit a woman?
Well, would you?
Under certain circumstances, yes. Why?
Well, it's just that I've wondered what a man like you would think of my own problem.
And what is your problem, Miss Farrell?
I like to slug men.
Indeed.
Yes, right in the kisser. If I hit you, Professor, would you hit back?
I would, yes.
Now, isn't that nice?
Miss Farrell, I must say that with your, well, I never quite conceived you as the slugging type.
Oh, yes, I do it very well.
Yes. That perfume you're wearing, Miss Farrell, what is it?
Jasmine.
Jasmine. Jasmine, I mean, come in.
Gilbert. Miss Farrell.
I was just leaving, Professor Miller.
Oh, hello, Agnes. Good afternoon, Miss Farrell.
Goodbye, Professor Sedley.
Well, Gilbert.
An extremely interesting case, Agnes. She slugs men.
Really? Gilbert, I've been watching you and that young woman.
Yes, I enjoy watching her myself.
As an intelligent person, I flatter myself I'm above jealousy. But for your own sake, are you sure your interest in Miss Farrell isn't more than professional?
Why, yes. Yes, that explains it. Oh, how perceptive you are, Agnes.
You must fight this, Gilbert. You must devote all your energies to your current studies on hypnotism.
Strange, I didn't realize it myself. I have a curious feeling in her presence. I find I breathe harder.
The customary animalistic reactions.
Oh, Agnes, what a wonderful opportunity to study my own reactions. A highly civilized man's temporary lapse into the primitive. I'll take notes on myself, Agnes. Yes, I'll take notes.
City desk, please. Hello, Joe. Kate Farrell. Me, Martha Motherly. Yeah, well, it's all set. He'll probably hit me tomorrow afternoon. No, I promise not to duck. Just have Herman bring his camera and hide in the bushes next to the administration building, and I'll do the rest. No, Joe McBride, I don't want to marry you. I wouldn't marry anybody who'd send me out to be beaten up by another man. Oh, once we're married, you'll take care of those intimate little things. Goodbye. Isn't it a lovely day, Professor?
Yes, indeed. Do you have a pencil, Miss Farrell?
Oh, yes, certainly. Right here.
Thank you.
What are you writing in that little book?
That I wish you'd call me Gilbert.
Well, couldn't you just tell me?
Well, you'll have to forgive me, Kate, if I'm engrossed in my own reactions.
Oh, of course. Gilbert.
Gilbert. I'll write that down.
Well, here we are, Professor.
Is this the bench you had in mind for our little chat?
What's wrong with this bench?
Why, nothing. Lovely view of the administration building. Very peaceful on such a fine day.
It's a dreary day.
But before you said it was lovely.
Just because you think it's a nice day, must I think it's a nice day?
Now, steady, Miss Farrell. Your temper...
You leave my temper out of this.
But we must face reality, Miss Farrell.
You dare use that word to me. You dare.
Oh, you struck me. Miss Farrell, defend yourself.
Professor Sedley, you're fierce.
Quick, go ahead, hit me.
Oh, well, good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
Professor Sedley, you were about to strike this woman.
Well, it's a wonderful afternoon for swinging your arms. Yes, indeed.
Really, Dr. Dawson, it was my fault.
Professor Sedley, I must warn you about your conduct. I'm quite perturbed. Good day.
Good day, Dr. Dawson.
Amazing.
What is?
I even like you when you lose your temper. Kate, may I borrow your pencil again? Come in.
Gilbert.
Oh, hello, Agnes.
Gilbert, I'm worried about you. That absurd infatuation, is it any better?
No, it's worse, much worse. Agnes, I'd like your opinion on these notes. I've been trying free thought analysis.
And what are your conclusions?
Well, they're a little frightening. I've just been sitting here thinking, and this is what I've written down. Kate Farrell, pink champagne. Agnes Miller, warm beer.
Oh! You beast!
Oh, you struck me. Agnes Miller, defend yourself.
Professor Sedley.
Why, Dr. Dawson.
Professor Sedley, the next time I find you indulging in your morbid practice of striking women, it will be my duty to inform the Board of Regents. Good day.
here on the campus?
Joe sent me. He wants you and me to do a story on Rita LeMay, the fan dancer over at the Gaiety.
Well, what about...
She's suing for divorce. She says her husband tore her clothes off. Guess he couldn't afford a ticket. Oh, boy, this is one job I'm going to enjoy photographing.
Fan dancers.
Oh, you can't say you don't get variety working on a morning journal.
I'm sorry I ever started working for the Morning Journal.
Kate.
Oh, Gilbert. Hello.
Kate, did I understand you to say you were working for the Morning Journal?
Well, yes. You see, I've taken a part-time job there.
But, Kate, you'd work under the same roof with Martha Motherly?
Well, it's for my thesis. I thought you'd like me to do it on the journalistic mind. I'm getting material at the journal.
How courageous of you, Kate.
Professor Sedley, this is Herman Lupin, a photographer.
Hi, Professor.
How do you do?
I'm covering a story interviewing a showgirl, and Mr. Lupin will take pictures.
Well, perhaps I should go with you, Kate. You might need my guidance.
Oh, no, Gilbert, you can't do that.
Oh, sure he can. Why not? You wait here. I got to go make a phone call.
City desk, McBride. How are you, Herman? No, he is? Well, stick with Sedley. Hold on to him. I'll figure something out. Yeah, so long. Sometimes I wonder why I don't hate myself. Danny Giger, please. Hello, Danny. McBride, Morning Journal. How'd you like some publicity for the Gaiety Theater? You would? Good. Now listen to me, and I'll splash the Gaiety, Rita LeMay, and Professor Sedley all over page 1.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Trouble with Women, starring Ray Milland and introducing the director of the film, Sidney Landfield.
Welcome to the backstage Gaiety. Danny Giger's the name. Just step into the little ladies' dressing room.
Hiya, Danny.
Folks, this is Rita LeMay.
Hi, I'm Hyman, photographer, and this here is Kate Farrell, reporter, and her friend, Professor Sedley.
How do you do?
How do you do?
The pleasure's mine, honey.
Herman, you come with me, eh? Oh, Professor, be sure and stay for the next number. It'll kill you. Hey, come on, Herman.
Hey, Professor, we got something in common.
We have?
Mr. Prockley, my second husband, he taught in college.
Did he?
Yeah, the Kensington Barber College. Not that you're like Mr. Prockley. What a stinker.
Rita, about Mr. Frisbee, your current husband, didn't you charge that he tore off your clothes?
Mr. Frisbee behaved like a beast.
Kate, don't you imagine the newspaper readers would be interested in the psychology of a fan dancer?
Oh, no, Gilbert, I don't...
Yeah, it might be very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Miss LeMay, why did you become a fan dancer instead of, let's say, a stenographer?
Don't you mention no steno to me. Mr. Frisbee had a stenographer, and what those two...
No, never mind. What I'm getting at is simply this. In wearing your scanty costume publicly, Miss LeMay, do you gratify any tendency towards exhibitionism?
Gilbert.
Listen, you slob. I'm a respectable woman. I cook, I knit, I crochet. I've been a good wife 5 times.
Hey, Professor, come on, take a gander at the next act.
Very well. It's rather warm in here.
Well, you go ahead, Gilbert. I want to speak to Miss LeMay alone.
What a jerk.
You stand right here, Professor, in the wings. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Giger.
Okay, girls, there he is, the guy who likes to sock women. Now, you know what you have to do when you go on the stage.
Yeah, we know.
All right. Oh, Professor.
Yes?
Come here a minute, will you? Okay, girls, you're on. Take him away.
No, madam. Wait, ladies. Stop. Unhand me, girls. Don't take me out there. Let me off. Oh, I'm on the stage.
All right, just hold it, Professor. Thanks. You take a great picture.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that picture. Look at that picture. Ain't it a Lulu?
Oh, Joe, you're not going to print it.
Katie, don't you realize what this photograph means?
It means you're playing a filthy trick on a decent guy who wouldn't hurt anybody.
What do you call that libel suit? Take it or leave it? Sedley's on his way over now. We got him on the spot, Katie.
Joe, don't you think we have it coming to us?
Have it come. Have you fallen for this guy?
Of course not.
Hey, Joe, here comes Sedley.
Gilbert.
Hello, Kate. And I suppose you are McBride?
Yeah, that's right. Let me present you with this picture of yourself. Very tasty.
Gilbert, if I'd realized that
I know, Kate.
Would you rather I didn't publish it, Sedley?
I suppose you're going to offer to suppress this picture if I withdraw my libel suit against the paper.
Bright boy.
McBride, I have an overwhelming desire to punch your nose.
Yeah? Go ahead and try it.
I will.
Gilbert, you're wonderful. You knocked him out.
No, if I can only find Martha Motherly, I'll do the same to her.
Yeah, well, come on, let's get out of here, Gilbert.
You're right, Kate. I've had just about as much of this place as I can stand.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Hand the phone down here.
Yeah, here you are, Joe.
Hello. Give me the composing room. Hello, Al. Yank out that beauty contest picture on the front page. That's right. We're running the picture of Professor Sedley instead.
This is where I live, Gilbert. It was very sweet of you to take me home.
Oh, I like taking you home. I'll write that down.
Are you writing in that silly book again?
Oh, well, it's just that I had an urge to kiss you. It's unthinkable, of course.
Of course.
Temperamentally, we're oceans apart.
Well, we're pretty close physically.
Well, I must be completely honest with you, Kate. My feeling for you...
Yes, Gilbert.
Well, very likely it's essentially chemical, like what the deer feels for the doe or the gander for the goose.
Well, is that bad? You want to kiss me?
Yes. I'll write that in the book.
Throw the book away, Professor. We're going to write a new one, starting now.
Gilbert.
Yes, Agnes?
I believe I've found the cure for your infatuation.
Oh, it's hopeless. Quite hopeless. Might as well face it.
This book may change your mind.
Why, it's the Bryce College Alumni Annual. And here's Kate's picture. Catherine Farrell, now reporter for the Midwest City Morning Journal.
You see?
But Agnes, she told me all about her connection with the newspaper.
This annual, Gilbert, was published 3 years ago.
That's impossible.
Look at the date. I've had the journalism department check on Miss Farrell. She happens to use the pen name of Martha Motherly.
You mean Kate? Kate was responsible for those articles? Oh, no!
Professor Sedley, you've gone too far.
Dr. Dawson, what?
Look at this picture in the morning journal.
Gilbert, you were no shameless women. How could you?
Oh, what difference does it make now?
What difference does it make? Professor Sedley, I'm calling an immediate meeting of the Board of Regents. You would be wise to prepare your resignation.
Joe, how could you do it? How could you print that picture?
Oh, Katie, it was news, wasn't it?
News? I'm quitting. If that's news, I'm through.
Now, Katie.
And on top of everything else, the poor guy found out that I'm Martha Motherly. Now he won't even speak to me.
Listen, kitten, I'm human. I can be jealous. Sedley got my goat. But, Katie, look, I love you. Marry me, kitten. Marry me. I'll do anything you want.
Anything would be a human being instead of an animated typewriter.
I'll give it up. I'll quit honest newspaper business. I'll take a publicity job. Katie, I'll be the best husband you ever saw.
Oh, Joe, you really think we'd be happy together?
Together, I don't know. It's apart I'm worried about. I'll write my resignation right now. Just watch me, Kate. City desk. Oh, hello, Sedley. Now, wait a minute. Don't get sore at me. Oh, well, yeah, that's too bad. Now, look, sue anybody you want. I'm not even working here anymore. I'm leaving. I'm getting married to Kate. Kate Farrell. That's right, married. Sedley. Sedley. Funny, he hung up.
Joe, you shouldn't have told him that.
Well, I was what kind of a husband you're getting. Sedley said the Board of Regents is fixing to bounce him because of that picture. Why don't you go down and straighten it all out, huh? You'll feel better then, and then we can talk about us.
Professor Sedley?
Yes, Dr. Dawson.
It's my privilege to inform you that the Board of Regents has refused your resignation.
They have?
Miss Farrell, that Martha Motherly girl, she told us the whole story, blamed herself for everything.
You mean Kate defended me?
In glowing terms, Sedley. She spoke very highly of you.
Well, would you say that she seemed fond of me?
I would say that, yes. A fine girl, Sedley, a fine girl. If I were you...
Yes, Dr. Dawson?
Think it over, Sedley. That Agnes Miller somehow reminds me of warm beer.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
Good afternoon, Professor Mealer.
Gilbert, you'll be remaining at the university.
So it appears.
How wonderful. I'm doing research in one of your own specialties. Hypnosis and its bearing on emotion.
Oh, very interesting subject.
Gilbert, do you think that hypnosis can cause a person to reveal his true emotion? Love, for instance?
Yes, but only true emotion. For instance, they wouldn't lie about hypnosis?
Yes, Gilbert.
That's it, hypnosis.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
That's how I'll find out about her.
About who, Gilbert?
Miss Farrell.
But, Gilbert, she's just a body without a mind.
And you, Agnes, are a mind without a... hand me that phone.
Who are you phoning?
My attorney. I want him to get that lawsuit of mine into court as soon as possible.
Your Honor, my client, Professor Sedley, wishes to make a statement. Proceed.
Your Honor, Martha Motherly, in one of her articles, alleged that I am a dabbler in hypnotism. I should like to prove to the court that I'm not a dabbler, but a professional.
Proceed.
I shall do this by hypnosis in this very courtroom.
Objection. Your Honor, this demonstration is pertinent to our case. Proceed.
To set the defense at ease, Your Honor, I should like to perform the experiment on one of the defendants, Miss Catherine Farrell.
Well, in that case, we're willing to cooperate.
Miss Farrell, please. Now, Miss Farrell, I want you to follow my instructions.
Yes, Gilbert?
I suggest that you observe this very closely, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Kate, just watch my eyes and try to relax. Steadily. Steadily. Your sight is growing dim. Dim. Your sight is growing dim. Now, Miss Farrell, you were asleep. But you hear what I say, don't you?
I hear what you say.
You don't love McBride, do you?
I don't love McBride.
You won't marry McBride.
I won't marry McBride.
You love me, don't you?
I love you.
Repeat after me. I love you, I love you, I love you.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
You'll marry me, won't you?
Well, it's about time you asked me. Of course I'll marry you, darling.
But, Kate, weren't you hypnotized?
Not for a second.
Then why did you say I love you?
Because I do.
But what about McBride?
Oh, I never really said I'd marry him. Besides, he could never leave the paper. Look at him. He's already writing the story.
What a headline, Katie. Svengali courts girl in courtroom.
Oh, come on, Kate. Let's get away somewhere. Your Honor, this concludes my demonstration in hypnosis. With your permission, Your Honor.
I love you, Gilbert.
Your Honor.
I'll marry you, Gilbert.
No, thanks, Judge. I already have a girl.
Gilbert, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater turns the pages of fantasy as we bring you the dramatic screen story, It's a Wonderful Life, with the original team of director and star, Frank Capra and Jimmy Stewart. And now, here again is tonight's star, Ray Milland, and screen director, Sidney Landfield.
Sid, now that we've finished The Trouble with Women, I've got a great idea for a sequel picture.
Sequel to The Trouble with Women?
Sure. We'll call it The Trouble with Screen Directors.
Ray, there just isn't enough film in Hollywood to make that picture.
Well, it's a comedy about a screen director who finds himself on a radio show, and you are a natural for the part.
You mean it's going to be a picture about what happens when I get in front of a microphone?
Exactly.
That isn't comedy, Ray. That's tragedy.
You mean you're really afraid of a little old microphone after all the people you've taught how to act?
You want a one-word answer?
I do.
Yes.
Well, in that case, I'll teach you the 3 magic words of radio. Once you know those words, Sid, you won't have to be nervous anymore. Now listen.
Just those 3 words?
That's right. Now, go ahead and try them.
Okay, I will. Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Ray Milland and Sidney Landfield. The Trouble with Women was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Gutter, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Ray Milland is currently being seen in the Paramount picture Alias Nick Beale, and can currently be heard on the Family Hour of Stars. Sidney Landfield's forthcoming release is the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Frank Lovejoy, Sarah Jane Wells, Florence Hallop, Griff Barnett, Herb Vigran, Bob Bruce, Ralph Moody, and Dan Riss. The Trouble with Women was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, It's a Wonderful Life. Director, Frank Capra. Star, Jimmy Stewart.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Hour from now over most of these NBC stations.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, proudly presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Jimmy Stewart, production Magic Town, director William Wellman.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present some very public opinions. The motion picture story Magic Town, starring Jimmy Stewart in his original role of Rip Smith. When all of mankind's darkest moments are written in the Golden Book of Time, there on a special page you'll find the agony of America's public opinion experts on the day that Harry Truman was elected president. And so it happened that next day, Rip Smith of the Rip Smith Public Opinion Surveys faced a cruel and bitter world.
Pardon me, but I represent a public opinion poll. A Republican. Madam, I represent a public opinion poll.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I guess I am.
What do you want?
Well, it's a matter of comparing your opinion to the average.
Drop dead.
Your average. Well, take a last look at the office, Ike. We're through. Finished.
Good. I'm looking for a job with more security.
Like what?
Like getting shot out of a cannon.
One account. We have one good newspaper account, and we lose it on the national election. Has Kincaid called you?
5 times.
Well, it was a beautiful career. Rip Smith. Oh, hello, Mr. Kincaid. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about our public opinion poll. You say I should take my poll on... Oh, Mr. Kincaid, I know your readers are laughing at your paper, but I guess the joke's on us, huh? Mr. Kincaid. No sense of humor. Ike, let's see those poll reports again.
There's no report, Rip. There's only one town called Grandview that checks with the actual election results.
What's that?
Hit it right on the nose.
What? Hit it? Oh, wait, that's impossible. Let's see. Let me see that. Hey. Holy Hannah, it's a miracle.
No, it's not a miracle. I looked up Grandview and McGrath's election guide. They've been right for 50 years.
Ike, you wouldn't kid me, would you? Look, say, if this is true, hand me that census report.
What's the matter with you?
This might be it. A shortcut to public opinion polls. A magic town.
Oh, you loony.
I'm a genius. Give me that national breakdown chart there. Line them up. Check the figures.
I hate figures.
Ike, look. Grandview's population, males, females, it checks with the national sex ratio.
Yeah, they must be just dippy about Lana Turner movies.
Republicans, Democrats, religions, income groups. Ike, they check right down the line. It's a mathematical miracle. Why, in a town like this, we could analyze the entire country.
What about the people? They get self-conscious.
Yeah, they would. That's fatal. What we need to cover up. Let's see. What's wrong with the insurance business? Ike, we're a couple of insurance salesmen.
I see. We polled the town on the slide.
On the slide, that's right. And as long as it doesn't change, we can't miss. Now, Kincaid already has another outfit working out a poll on progressive education. Now, if we work fast, we can finish at the same time, offer it to Kincaid at half the price. After that, we're a cinch.
Well, why get excited? There's nothing in it but a fortune.
Grandview, I love you.
Welcome to Grandview, gentlemen. Welcome to Grandview. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've come to open an insurance office.
Yeah, but we can't talk now. I have to get back to city council meeting. Listen to Mary Peterson. A crackpot girl wants to make changes.
Change. What kind of changes?
All kinds. Change the whole town. We've been stabbed. Has a civic center plan. Step into the council room. Hear for yourself. Just hear for yourself.
Thanks. That's just what we'd like to do.
Summing up, gentlemen, Grandview is living 50 years in the past. My civic center plan will bring us up to date, attract new people, new business, make Grandview a better town to live in. That, gentlemen, is the plan. What is your opinion?
Changes. There goes the ball game.
Yeah, it isn't over the fence yet. Excuse me for butting in like
No,
this.
it's all right. Councilman and Miss Peterson, this is Mr. Rip Smith and Mr. Ike Sloan, insurance agent. Just arrived on the last train.
And I'd like to say that I've been searching for a town like this all my life. Now, Miss Peterson, you talk of changing it. But I'd like to tell you what I thought today as I walked through Grandview. And I saw the shade trees and its parks and its stately buildings, mellowed with age. The people in the streets, secure, happy. And I thought, here is beauty. Here is indescribable beauty. And I want to become a part of it, too. Now, please don't change it.
Mr. Smith, you saw and thought all this in less than an hour.
His watch was slow.
Yes.
Well, now, council members in favor of Mary Peterson's plan, say aye. Say aye. And let's go home to dinner.
Mr. Smith, I thank you.
Well, Miss Peterson, I feel as though I have become a part of Grandview already. First breakdown, Grandview poll on progressive education. In favor, 22.9. Against.
Hello, Rip.
Hi. Got any more interviews?
No, but you've got trouble. That Mary Peterson girl. She's the editor of the town newspaper. Here, look at this.
Newcomer has shoved his unwelcome proboscis into Grandview's affairs. If you're really here to sell insurance, Mr. Smith, you would do well to start building confidence and goodwill.
Pretty cute, huh?
Yeah, so was Lucretia Borgia. Hey, Ike, I got an idea. Hey, can you do this poll all by yourself?
Sure, why?
I'm going to devote myself to Miss Mary Peterson. I'm going to charm her into a living testimonial of confidence and goodwill.
Well, that's fine. You'll find the little lady at the Bijou soda fountain. Why don't you just dull her senses with ice cream delights?
Okay. And Ike, do a good job on the poll, will you? And when the going gets tough, think of me, making the supreme sacrifice. She was kind of cute, though.
Here you are, Miss Peterson. One double chocolate soda.
Thank you, Bill.
Make it two, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's you.
Bloody but unbound.
Didn't you like the story?
Was kind of unfair, wasn't it?
Mr. Smith, I don't trust you. A clever man like you knows that Grandview is already crowded with insurance agents. Furthermore, you've set my Civic Center plan back 6 months.
Here's your soda.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks. So there's 2 counts against me, huh? Well, answering point 1, a clever man like me doesn't mind competition. Point 2, I shot my mouth off in the city council without realizing what I was doing. If I've caused any damage, I'd like to repair it.
Drink your soda. I want to think. And just what do you want in return for your help?
A chance to help Grandview. Drink your soda.
Is that all?
And I think it's only fair that you retract that story.
Well, suppose we wait until Grandview is sure of you.
You mean until you're sure of me?
Drink your soda.
Hey, it's all gone. Look, there's not enough ice cream in it.
What do you mean, not enough ice cream?
Well, just not enough ice cream, that's all.
Well, if you don't like our sodas, why don't you leave?
Well, because I can't.
Well, I'm not going to sit here and be shouted at. I'm leaving.
Well, no, wait. I'm Mary, I'm crazy about Granville sodas.
You've said quite enough.
Granville sodas have a charm all their own. The soft effervescence, the exquisite flavor, the satin texture. Oh, believe me, Mary, there's not another spot in America like Grandview.
You have just heard Act 1 of Magic Town, starring Jimmy Stewart and presented by RCA Victor. Speaking of magic, another name for it is RCA Victor, which has pioneered one happy new world of entertainment after another for us all. In radio, in recorded music, in television. RCA Victor's latest for your family's happiness is the amazing new 45 RPM system. Dad will love the 45 for its price. It's the least expensive automatic record changer ever made, as little as $12.95. Mom will love the 45 because it means goodbye to the record storage problem. 150 records fit on 1 foot of ordinary bookshelf. Teenagers will love the 45 to dance to. The records change so fast there's no interruption to romance. The little kids will love the 45 because it's so easy to run. You press 1 button just once for up to 50 minutes of music. And you'll all love the 45 because it makes recorded music sound alive. Get your 45 soon at your RCA Victor dealers. Now, back to the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Magic Town, starring Jimmy Stewart and featuring Virginia Gregg as Mary. While Ike Sloan secretly polls the Magic Town of Grandview, Rip Smith smooths the way to fame and fortune by romantically removing their main obstacle, newspaper editor Mary Peterson.
Hello?
Morning, Mary.
Rip, hello.
Look, there's a carnival up at Holbrook tonight, and I thought we might take a bunch of the Grandview youngsters and give them an evening out.
That's the come on.
But, Rip, we've been out every night.
Well, what if we were out last night? The newest member of the church social committee wants to take you to the party.
This is the setup.
Yeah, I sort of thought tonight we'd just walk up to the top of Loudon Hill. You can see all of Grandview in the moonlight.
And here comes the payoff.
Rip, it is beautiful, isn't it?
It's the most beautiful sight in the world.
You're not even looking at the town.
I'm looking at you.
Oh. Did you ever live in a small town before, Rip?
No. I don't know. I don't think I ever lived anywhere before. I worked in a lot of places, but here I'm living for the first time.
I'm glad, Rip. A person like you, someday you'll be running for mayor of Grandview. And you know something?
What?
I think I'd vote for you.
Oh, Mary. Mary. Hey, what do you know about that? Hey, I kissed you, didn't I?
And I kissed you back.
Yeah. Mary, look, I didn't bring you...
Oh, I know. Maybe it's the moonlight.
Yeah, I think there's a little too much moonlight. Let's, it's getting a little late. Let's sort of get back to town, huh, Mary?
All right, Rip.
Well, welcome to the office, Casanova.
That's very funny.
Looks like we're both doing a good job. I'm finishing the last chart, and you've got lipstick all over your stupid face.
Mm-hmm. Poll's done, huh?
Yep, there it is.
Now, if it only checks. A poll in 1/10 of the usual time.
And 1/10 of the usual cost. You can take it into Kincaid tonight.
Now, wait a minute, Ike. I've got a job for you. I want you to take the report to Kincaid.
Why me?
Well, I'm busy here.
Yeah, Grandview and that dame have gone to your head. You're no happy about this setup than I am. Look, why don't you kick it over and relax?
Now, what kind of a lame brain do you think I am? This is what I've been working for all my life. A soft touch and a quick dollar.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, start packing and get on that midnight train. Phone me tomorrow. I'll be waiting here. Hello, Ike? Did you see Kincaid? How'd it compare with the other poll? No. Wonderful. Okay. Now, if he wants to sign a contract, bring the deal back to Grandview. I'll go over the papers here. Good work, Ike. Good work. Oh, brother.
Can I come in, Rip?
Oh, Mary. Sure. Well, sit down.
I brought you something. Look, the paper.
Oh, what's the news? Oh.
The retraction of that story. I'm sure now, Rip.
Well, that's nice of him, Mary.
Now, Mr. Insurance Salesman, you've got a customer.
Who's that?
Me. I want some insurance.
No, you can't. Not from me.
Why not?
Well, I'm a sort of a specialist.
In what?
Insurance for midgets.
There's no midgets in Grandview.
I can hope, Cal.
All right, I'll fill out my own application. Is this the form here on your desk?
Mary, don't.
I'm on. Rip Smith, Public Opinion Surveys.
Uh-oh.
Grandview poll. Rip.
All right, now you know.
All the time you were spying on us.
I wasn't spying. It just happens that Grandview exactly reflects the public opinion pattern of the whole country. I was doing a job.
A job of winning our friendship and throwing it in our teeth. Give me that phone.
That may be the way it started, but I don't know. Somewhere along the line I began falling in love with Grandview and falling in love with you.
Hello, Alan? I want you to take down a story.
You can't do that, Mary.
Hold it, Alan. Why not?
Because the people here are good people. Now, you can't just go telling them they're special just because it's a mathematical freak. When they read that, there's no telling what will happen.
At least they'll know the truth about you. Your act was perfect, Mr. Smith. And I was a perfect audience.
Mary, if you love Grandview, don't do this.
You just never run out of cheap tricks, do you? Ready, Alan? It was discovered last night that
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sam Hayes, your night reporter. A little town named Grandview made news tonight because Grandview is the most typical town in America, whatever that means. Swarms of tourists are pouring into the community.
Rip, let's get out of here, will you? Why, in a week's time, an intelligent opinion in this town is going to be as rare as lipstick on a Ubangi.
No. I'm going to stick around and watch them pick up the pieces.
And so the recognition of communist China still remains argumentative and in doubt. Here at home, Grandview is still soaking up glory and profits like a sponge. New families are arriving every hour, and real estate is booming.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Mayor, we're honored.
I dropped by, Mr. Smith, to convey the thanks of the city of Grandview. The thanks of the city of Grandview.
For what?
The town's bursting.
Oh, that's delightful.
We're going to build, Mr. Smith. We're going to build that civic center of Mary Peterson's, only 3 times the size. Attract more people.
Mm-hmm. What are you going to use for money?
We're going to sell our opinions. Sell them. No more giving Grandview's ideas away. They're our chief export now.
Mr. Mayor, you are an idiot.
Now, see here.
Mr. Mayor, I have to talk to you.
Well, Mary, what do you think of your lovely town now?
That plan to build an oversized civic center by selling our opinions, it's suicide. That isn't the way I wanted it.
No, nonsense, Mary, nonsense.
I warned you. He's got me doing it.
No, stop being so smug and do something to help.
No, you can't stop it now. And when that homegrown poll comes out, Mr. Typical American, and I mean the rest of the country, is going to laugh himself into hysterics.
Grandview, ladies and gentlemen, appears to have set itself up as the American Oracle. But here's one reporter who predicts that the most talked about town in the country is going to suffer a pretty nasty fall. At any rate, we'll know tomorrow when the result of the first Grandview poll is released. The question, would you vote for a woman to be President of the United States? And here's an item from Grandview. Established polls show that 5% of the people would vote for a woman presidential candidate. But Grandview says that 94% of American voters would vote for a woman president. I don't know what my wife will say, but as far as I'm concerned, this, ladies and gentlemen, makes Grandview just about the most cockeyed town in America.
Mary?
I'm very busy, Mr. Smith. This is a newspaper office.
Well, I was just leaving Grandview, and I thought maybe we could say goodbye.
Certainly, Mr. Smith. Goodbye. You stayed for the whole sideshow, didn't you? The boom and the bust. It's like a ghost town. Our people are ashamed. They won't even leave their homes. And we did it, Mr. Smith. Together.
I'd like to help, but I'm just an opinion hunter.
Opinions won't help us now, Rip.
No, not unless Hey, wait a minute. Not unless we... Holy Hannah, that's it.
What's it?
The mayor said Grandview's chief export was public opinion. Well, let's make one more shipment.
I don't get it, Rick.
I'm going to poll everyone in Grandview on the question, how do you think the typical American acts when he finds he's made a mistake? If these people are typical, then they can't be beaten this easily. Now, let's make them know it. Let's make the whole country know it.
Sam Hayes. Grandview is back in the news today. The community that, I'm ashamed to say, all of us almost laughed out of existence. But this average American town has snapped out of defeat just because it is what it is. All of Grandview's citizens have been polled on the question, how does the average American act when he finds he's made a mistake? The 100% answer from Magic Town, he comes back fighting and tries to set things straight again. And that's just what Grandview is doing. For a beginning, the people are contributing their own labor to build a new civic center. Yes, I'd say we can all learn a lot from Grandview.
Here's your double chocolate soda, Mr. Smith.
Thanks, Bill.
Make it 2, Bill.
Oh, hi. Oh, it's good soda.
Rip.
Thanks. 1 double chocolate.
Thank you, Bill.
Drink your soda.
All right. I guess now you'll be going back to your public opinion business.
Now, there's only one more opinion I'm interested in. Drink your soda.
What is it?
Do you love me?
Yes. What do you What do you think of Grandview now?
Hey, let's try that again. Seems to have a charm all of its own. Soft effervescence. Exquisite flavor. Satin texture. Oh, believe me, Mary. There's not another spot in America like Grandview.
You have just heard the last act of Magic Town. Our star, Jimmy Stewart, and our special guest, screen director George Marshall, will be with us in just a moment. Next week, another great star brings one of her most stirring performances to the Screen Directors Playhouse. Our story is Tomorrow is Forever, and recreating her original role will be Claudette Colbert, with screen director Irving Pitchell. Now, here again is tonight's star, Jimmy Stewart. Well, Jimmy, how about some musical shop talk?
Oh, that'd be fine, Jimmy. Jimmy, don't you have some other name just for now?
Well, my mother always called me James.
Oh, well, so will I, then.
All right.
All right, now, James, where were we?
Well, Jimmy, I was just about to ask your personal opinion of the greatest advance in the 50-year history of recorded music, RCA Victor's new 45 RPM system.
Oh, I think it's wonderful, James. For one thing, that 45 record changer is so handy to carry around.
All over the house, you mean?
That's right. Yeah, before, when I had my great big phonograph, I had to take my choice. Now I just take my 45.
Yes, the 45 automatic record changer is certainly a honey that way. Less than a cubic foot big, and he plugs into any radio or phonograph anywhere.
And the 45 records are so tiny, I often carry a whole symphony in my coat pocket.
Yes, with a 45, you can really have music wherever you go.
You're so right. Portable and practical.
And the 45 record library includes every kind of music by the world's greatest artists and the stars who make the hits, all recorded with the finest tonal quality ever achieved. More than 2,000 wonderful titles.
And you certainly save dough on them.
Not to mention the dough you save on the original purchase. The 45 is far and away the least expensive automatic record changer ever made. Only $12.95. But the finest, smallest, handiest automatic record changer ever invented. Get yours soon at your RCA Victor dealers and be like Jimmy Stewart. Have the music you want when you want it, wherever you go.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time that every guest of the Screen Directors Playhouse looks forward to. Our opportunity to introduce you to our directors, the men whose experience and guidance have made our careers possible. The director of Magic Town was William Wellman. But on this very special program, the first to be sponsored by RCA Victor, we have a guest who speaks for all the directors, one of Hollywood's true pioneers, the president of the Screen Directors Guild, George Marshall.
Thank you, Jimmy. You know, it was just a year ago today that the Screen Directors Playhouse made its first broadcast.
Oh, that was a mighty important day for the actors.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's given us a chance to get you directors out in front of a microphone, shove a script in your hand, and then...
Then?
You just stand and watch you suffer. So, now you guys know how we feel. We can't get that line right.
I wish I had a 45, and I don't mean my record changer. But we've learned, Jimmy, and now this marks the beginning of our second year in radio. The beginning of our association with RCA Victor. So speaking for all the screen directors, I'd like to express our thanks to the radio audience for making it possible. We hope you'll continue to listen and enjoy listening at this new time, 1 hour earlier.
In weeks to come, you'll be hearing such stars as Fred Allen, Alan Ladd, Gary Cooper, Ray Milland, Rosalind Russell, Burt Lancaster, and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., all on Screen Directors Playhouse.
And now I'll speak for the actors, George, in wishing you a lot of happy radio birthday to come.
Thanks, Jimmy. Good night to you all.
Good night, George. Good night, everybody.
Good night now.
And good night to you, Jimmy Stewart and George Martin. Remember next week, Claudette Colbert and Screen Director Irving Pitchell. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Magic Town was presented through the courtesy of Robert Riskin, author and producer of the forthcoming production, Half an Angel. Jimmy Stewart can currently be seen in the title role of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Stratton Story. George Marshall's latest production is Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball, soon to be released by Paramount Pictures. Included in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg as Mary, Eddie Marr, Hans Conried, Gail Bonney, Jerry Hausner, and Frank Barton. The part of Sam Hayes was played by Sam Hayes. Magic Town was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by William Lava. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when RCA Victor presents
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Claudette Colbert, production Tomorrow is Forever, director Irving Pitchell.
Next, it's Jimmy Durante with Don Amici on NBC.